Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 514, C514 Batman vs. Superman. Police car light insert alpha GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Dark Slayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The whole battlefield was a chaotic storm of clashes and powers, heroes and villains locked in a fierce struggle. At the epicenter of it all, 2 titans faced off, each with their own convictions and strengths pushing them towards conflict. Superman, his eyes burning with a mix of betrayal and annoyance, floated a few feet above the ground, cape billowing behind him. His chiseled muscles were barely contained by his iconic blue and red suit, a symbol of hope that had inspired many. Yet, in this moment, hope seemed to be in short supply. Opposite him, Batman, encased in a formidable mechanical suit, gazed at Superman with steely resolve. The suit's metallic surface gleamed in the flickering light of the ongoing battle, alongside the faint green glow of kryptonite. Superman broke the silence, his voice laced with disappointment. "Bruce, I never thought you'd stoop this low to use kryptonite against me." Batman's response was curt, "You left me no choice, Clark." With a burst of inhuman speed, Batman lunged forward, closing the gap between them in the blink of an eye. The first punch was a blur, the mechanical suit amplifying Batman's strength, and it collided with Superman's jaw, sending him staggering backward. Superman shook off the impact and retaliated with a powerful heat vision beam. The searing energy scorched the ground as Batman deftly dodged, jets on his suit roaring to life. He maneuvered through the sky, firing a volley of missiles that exploded around Superman, momentarily blinding him. As the smoke cleared, Superman charged forward, fists clenched. His punches landed with earth-shattering force, creating shockwaves that rattled the battlefield. Batman's suit absorbed much of the damage, but he felt the impact in his bones. "Is this the only way, Bruce?" Superman asked, his superhuman speed allowing him to land blows faster than the eye could follow. "To fight your friends and comrades to prove your point." Batman parried a strike and countered with a precision blow to Superman's midsection, his fist pulsing in a green light. Superman gasped, a searing pain ripping through him. "Ugh!" The weakened Kryptonian spit out a mouthful of blood as his ribs cracked, buckling under Batman's assault. "I'll do what I must to protect the world, even from you," Batman growled, his voice distorted by the metallic helmet of his suit. Superman's frustration was evident as he unleashed a devastating heat vision blast, forcing Batman to activate an energy shield that shimmered to life in front of him. The intense heat caused the shield to crack and sizzle, but it held. Their battle continued, each move a calculated dance of power and strategy. Batman's suit enhanced his physical abilities, giving him the strength to hold his own against the Kryptonian powerhouse. Meanwhile, the kryptonite in his suit served as a constant reminder to Superman of his vulnerability. "Is this what it's come to, Clark?" Batman asked, grunting as he landed a punishing blow to Superman's face, splitting his lip. "Your godlike powers brought you adoration, but they also brought fear. Fear that one day, you'd turn against us all, which is why I created this suit. Though I hoped I'd never need to actually use it." Superman retaliated with a super-speed flurry of punches, his frustration mounting. "You think I'm the enemy? You, the men who came here in a suit made specifically to kill me. You, who allowed the Joker to slaughter so many people, over and over again," he said accusingly. "Why can't you just see that you're wrong?" Blood trickled from Batman's mouth as he ducked and weaved to avoid the blows. "Sometimes, Clark, even heroes have to make the hard choices. Do you think I didn't want to kill the Joker? I would have loved to snap his neck and watch the life leave his eyes, just like you did, but life is precious, no matter who it belongs to." Their battle raged on, the whole league, including its leaders, waging war on one another. Batman's suit was battered, and Superman's invulnerability was useless thanks to the presence of kryptonite. Blood, cuts, and bruises adorned their bodies, evidence of the brutal confrontation. Superman's frustration grew with every punch he threw, his godlike powers momentarily usurped by the brilliant strategy of a mortal in a suit of armor. Batman's combat skills and unwavering resolve allowed him to hold his ground. As their brutal contest carried on, they closed the distance one another, and in a final, desperate lunge, Batman delivered a crushing blow to Superman's chest with the kryptonite-infused gauntlet. The Kryptonian gasped as the painful energy surged through him, sapping his strength. A guttural cry escaped Superman's lips, and he stumbled backward, his hands clutching his chest where the green glow of kryptonite persisted. The strength slowly drained from his body, and he fell to one knee, weakened and vulnerable. It was a moment of triumph for Batman, who stood over his fallen friend, the kryptonite gauntlet still radiating with its ominous glow. He was unyielding in his determination, undeterred by the betrayed look Superman was giving him, awaiting his death. Don't worry, I'm not like you. You'll have your day in court just like everybody else. I'm not a murderer. Superman looked into his eyes and scoffed. And I'm not a criminal. At least by my standards. Your standards don't matter. Just as Batman prepared to deliver the final blow, a voice rang out from above. Yo. Peter appeared overhead, his presence completely unexpected. He executed a swift kick, knocking Batman off balance and sending him crashing into the closest building, which exploded upon impact, sending debris flying everywhere. Superman, weakened from the kryptonite exposure, which has seeped into his many injuries, slowly pulled himself up into a seated position. His eyes met Peter's, and there was a sense of gratitude in his gaze. Thank you. Crouching down beside the fallen hero, Peter asked with genuine concern, Are you okay? He asked, noticing the precious blood that dripped from Superman's wounds. Don't mind if I do. Superman nodded, his voice strained. I'll be fine. In that moment, as Peter bent down to check over the battered Kryptonian, he discreetly collected a few drops of Superman's blood and stashed them in a hidden compartment in his suit. No one saw him, and the exchange looked completely normal. Peter smirked, with Sinestro's ring as well as Reverse Flash and Superman's blood, I would say this accidental trip was definitely worth my time. Although Peter wasn't sure whether the Speed Force could be transferred through blood, he was 100% sure that Superman's many powers would be. After all, every Kryptonian has the potential to be like Superman. All they need is the right sun to make it happen. As for the Speed Force, Peter was hopeful, but he wasn't confident. From what he knows, the Speed Force is a cosmic energy field and force based around velocity and movement, and one of the 7 forces of the universe. It is the representation of reality in motion, being the very cosmic force that pushes space and time forward. It grants all speedsters their power, which means he may not be able to take the ability without consent. Not to mention the fact that I don't even know if the Speed Force exists outside of the DC multiverse. Though technically, Wanda's brother, Pietro, could count as a speedster, so there is a possibility. Maybe I can use some of Pietro's blood if it doesn't work. Either way, Peter was more excited about getting Superman's powers than anything else. Especially due to the fact that kryptonite doesn't exist in his universe. A Superman with no weaknesses is a scary thing to imagine. He thought, the smirk never leaving his face. It's going to be so awesome. As the dust from his impact settled, a disheveled figure emerged from the rubble of the headquarters building. Batman, battered and bruised, struggled to his feet, his mechanical suit showing signs of extensive damage. He glared at the interruption that had halted their confrontation. Peter, he growled, his voice laced with irritation. This was between Clark and me. You had no right to interfere. Peter, standing confidently, raised an eyebrow and smirked. No right. Bruce, you brought kryptonite to a fistfight with Superman. You're lucky I stepped in before things got even messier. Batman's frustration boiled over as he lunged at Peter, his movements fueled by anger and desperation. His gauntlet, charged with kryptonite, was ready to strike. But sadly for him, kryptonite has zero effect on him. After all, Peter wasn't a Kryptonian. At least not yet. With ease, Peter leaned away from Batman's attack, a taunting chuckle escaping his lips. You really think that's going to work, Bruce? You're out of your league here. Before Batman could react, Peter backhanded him across the face, sending him tumbling through the air. The Dark Knight crashed into the ground with a resounding thud, his suit systems flickering as it struggled to maintain functionality. Superman, still recovering from his battle and the effects of the kryptonite, watched the whole battlefield with a mixture of sadness and resolve. He knew he had done what was necessary to eliminate dangerous threats, but seeing his former allies fight like mortal enemies weighed heavily on his conscience. The League's battles continued around him, heroes clashing and powers colliding. It was a stark reminder of how much had changed, how alliances had shifted, and how trust had eroded. With a sense of resolution, Peter declared, I think this has gone on long enough. Superman, surprised by Peter's words, watched as the agile hero disappeared in a blur of speed. A/N, 1619 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 515, C515 Ending the War. Police car light insert bad food gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Shadow_D_Monarch 3, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Police car light A/N, yo waving hand clocks went back an hour for daylight savings, so chapters will be out an hour earlier from now on. The battlefield was a chaotic maelstrom of power, and Peter launched right into it without an ounce of fear or hesitance. He moved with unparalleled grace, a fusion of spider-like agility and skills honed through years of practice. Heroes clashed, but in the midst of the turmoil, they were unaware of one crucial detail. Peter was coming to put an end to this, and they wouldn't stand a chance. The first to notice his arrival, Aquaman, who raced towards him at lightning speed, trident aimed to deliver a devastating blow. Peter's senses, sharpened by his spider powers, allowed him to track every millisecond of the Sea King's movement. In a seamless dance of combat, Peter countered with a webline, entangling Aquaman's weapon and halting his momentum. "You're far too slow, fishman." Peter taunted as he sent an electric pulse through the webbing, electrocuting and temporarily disorienting the Fish King. Before he could react, Peter unleashed a barrage of webs that immobilized him completely before pulling him closer and delivered a punch to the back of his head. "Oh, that looked like it hurt," Peter muttered as he watched Aquaman impact the ground, falling unconscious immediately. "Have a nice nap, okay?" Next, Peter turned his attention to Wonder Woman, who was currently fighting off 5 separate opponents. Black Canary, Robin, Batgirl, etc. Appearing behind the 5 weaker League members and associates, Peter made quick work of them before eyeing his real opponent. "What are you doing?" she asks, confused by the way Peter was looking at her. After all, they were on the same side. At least, she thought they were. Peter shrugged, his lips quirking into a bloodthirsty smirk. "I decided to put an end to the fighting, but I thought it would be more fun if I beat everyone, don't you agree?" Raising an eyebrow, Diana stepped forward with her lasso in hand. "This really isn't the time for this, but I doubt you'll change your mind." "Nah, I won't, sorry." Peter spoke uncaringly. "I see." Wonder Woman dashed forward, her movements fluid, and her sword gleaming in the chaos. She lashed out, aiming to ensnare Peter with her truth-compelling weapon. Peter reacted with an acrobatic flip, narrowly avoiding the lasso's reach. He used a burst of webbing to disarm her, sending the sword spiraling through the air before he swiftly webbed her arms together, creating the perfect opening. "I'm in a bit of a rush, so I'll end this quickly," Peter excused himself as he appeared beside her, knocking her out with a spiraling kick, a smirk on his lips. "Maybe we can have a longer spar later," he offered as she collapsed to the ground, falling unconscious. Just as Peter was about to go looking for his next victim, a green glowing figure shot towards him, a hateful look in his eyes. "Oh, hello there, Mr. Lantern," Peter greeted as he took a step to the side, narrowly dodging the green torpedo. Green Lantern, undeterred by his near miss, summoned a colossal, glowing construct of a giant fist, aiming to crush Peter. The construct descended with immense force, but Peter's senses alerted him to the imminent threat. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a binding spell that immobilized the construct. "Nice try," Peter said, casually avoiding the incoming construct and charging forward. He punched through the emerald energy, his fist making contact with his opponent's jaw, sending the Green Lantern sprawling backward, falling to the ground below. Without wasting any more time, Peter opened a small fist-sized portal and stuck his hand through, plucking the ring from the Lantern's finger. Green Lantern's eyes widen in shock as his powers disappear, realizing that his ring is gone. "Night-night," Peter says as he walks over and kicks Green Lantern in the head, sending him straight to bed. Meanwhile, Superman and Batman stood side by side, their eyes locked on the unfolding battle before them. Their allies, members of the Justice League, were being beaten like children, laying bound or incapacitated, all thanks to Peter, the man who had suddenly and unexpectedly entered their lives, turning their world upside down. Superman, his body still weak from the effects of kryptonite, watched in amazement as Peter moved with astonishing grace and power. The casual way he dispatched their allies sent shockwaves of realization through the Men of Steel. For the first time in a long time, he felt vulnerable and outmatched. "I never realized he had this much power," Superman muttered, his voice tinged with amazement and relief. "If he were an enemy, we'd all be in trouble." Batman, his armored suit in tatters, his body battered and broken, shared the sentiment but couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. "He is a threat, Clark. Look at what he's doing. He's taken down the League like they're nothing." Superman's eyes returned to the ongoing battle, where Peter had now turned his attention to Beast Boy, who had transformed into a massive dinosaur, attempting to overpower Peter with his shape-shifting abilities. Superman turned his gaze toward Batman, his eyes filled with a mix of doubt and understanding. "Bruce, he hasn't killed any of them. He's incapacitating them, ending the fight, not their lives. There's a difference." Batman's expression grew more severe. "He's a wild card. We don't know his true intentions or what he's capable of. We can't afford to underestimate him. After all, he's already managed to corrupt your ideals and split the League into what it is now. He hasn't corrupted anything, nor has he split the League," Superman insisted, his tone firm. "All he did was help open my eyes to the truth. We weren't doing things the right way. It may have felt right because we never bloodied our hands, but it wasn't. People continued to die and lives were constantly being ruined for senseless reasons. Batman's scowl deepened. He wanted to refute Superman's logic, but it was growing harder and harder to find the right words to get his point across. Not to mention the fact that a small part of him agreed with Superman, though he would never admit it. As the battle raged on, Peter subduing Beast Boy with a combination of portals and pure strength, Batman and Superman couldn't help but be awestruck by the man's abilities. They had fought countless battles and faced formidable foes, but Peter was something else entirely. The realization that Peter was far more than they had initially assumed had dawned upon them. He wasn't just a man with spider-like powers, he had many other bewildering abilities up his sleeve as well, and his combat skills were unparalleled. He was a force to be reckoned with, and he had the potential to reshape the dynamics of their world. Peter moved through the battlefield. He noticed that most of the League has been dealt with already. But as he went to clean up the few remaining stragglers, a green-skinned man phased through the floor and appeared in his path. Martian Manhunter, one of the most formidable members of the Justice League. "I don't know what your plans are, but it stops now," he stated as he glared at Peter. Instantly, a hint of caution crept into Peter's mind. John Johns, a powerful shape-shifting telepath, possessed an arsenal of abilities that made him a genuine threat. If I had to rank the League by power, Martian Manhunter would stand at the top of that list. Peter surmised as he returned the Martian's stare, shrugging his shoulders. "I don't have any plans. Right now, I'm just having a bit of fun." John didn't seem to believe a word out of Peter's mouth. Their gazes locked, a silent acknowledgement that this battle wouldn't be avoidable. Peter didn't give John a moment to initiate and launched himself forward, winding back his fist. As John attempted to turn himself intangible to dodge the strike, Peter's hand was instantly coated with swirling eldritch energy. With a swift and fluid motion, Peter struck at John's phasing form, utterly surprising and confusing his opponent. The Martian's phase was met with resistance, his body unable to pass through Peter's charged hand. It was a split-second miscalculation, and Peter's fist landed squarely on John's chest, a shockwave of energy bursting from the point of impact. The Martian Manhunter was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby building, creating a shower of rubble and dust. Peter didn't let up, leaping after his foe. "Nice try, John, but your intangibility won't work on me," he taunted, webbing launching from his wrists to restrain John's form. Peter then unleashed an electrified pulse that coursed through the webbing, shocking John's system. In a last-ditch effort, John did his best to resist the electricity running through his body as he stared at Peter and tried to attack him using telepathy, hoping to put his enemy to sleep. Peter's eyes widen in surprise as he feels a sudden poke at his mental shields, but thankfully it wasn't nearly strong enough to break through. "That's rude, you know," he says as he delivered a swift kick to the Martian's head. As John slumped to the ground, barely conscious, Peter leaned in, a smirk on his lips. "Guess this is the end of the line for you, John. But don't worry, you'll wake up eventually." Blood trickled from a gash on John's forehead as Peter left him bound and unconscious. With a quick flick of his wrist, he stealthily collected a bit of the Martian's blood, stashing it away for later use. This whole trip has been either helping the League see reason and logic, or collecting new superpowers for myself. Maybe I should take some more trips like this in the future. Now, with John out of the way, Peter turned his attention to the remaining stragglers. He quickly put down the remaining League members, leaving only him, Tony, Batman, and Superman. Batman and Superman, though battered and bruised, watched in awe as Peter subdued the last of their comrades. Peter's gaze swept the battlefield, which was now serene and calm without a single conflict, his eyes shifting to Batman and Superman. "I think it's time we all come to an understanding. A/N, 1714 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 516, C516 imprisoned. Police car light insert meme gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Once the Civil War was put to an end, Peter, Tony, Batman, and Superman took a moment to assess the battlefield. Many heroes lay injured, and some were unconscious, but not a single one was killed. Of course, Peter wouldn't let them suffer for long. "Give me a minute," Peter told them as he waved his hands, drawing a large spell circle in the air. Eyes widening in alarm, Batman reaches for his belt, ready to stop Peter from whatever magic he was about to cast, but thankfully, Tony was there, rest a hand on his shoulder. "Relax," Tony says as he gestures to the runes on the spell. "I've studied a bit of magic, and although it's nowhere near as in-depth as Peter, I know that's a healing spell he's cooking up." And before Batman's skeptical and paranoid eyes, Peter's spell was finished before shooting off to every injured League member. One by one, the spell tended to their wounds, stabilizing their conditions on a matter of seconds. But not only that, Peter managed to speed up the healing process significantly. Injuries that would have taken weeks or months to heal would be gone by the end of the day. "Thanks again, Peter." Superman felt even more grateful than he already was as he watched Peter heal his fallen comrades. Peter paused briefly from his work to meet Superman's gaze. It's no problem. After all, I can't just leave them suffering, can I? Batman scowled in annoyance. Although he felt thankful as well, he would never admit it. As Peter continued healing, the rest of the group joined him in assisting the injured League members. The four of them worked together to mend their wounds and ensure everyone was stable. Once the injured were taken care of, Peter turned his attention to those that started this whole altercation. Question mark. Batman suddenly got a bad feeling as Peter surveyed the area before his gaze landed directly in him. What are you? Without a word, Peter quickly webbed and Batman as well as his immobilized followers, ready to lock them up in the League's prison. Batman, who was too exhausted to fight back at the moment, couldn't help but protest. What do you think you're doing? Superman, conflicted, stepped in. Yeah, what's this all about? They started all of this, so they need to be locked up. Otherwise who knows when they'll come back and start another fight, spouting nonsense about right and wrong. Peter answered. Batman glared in anger, his body tightly wrapped in web. You can't do this. We aren't criminals. Superman frowned in contemplation. I don't know, Peter. Maybe we should just let them go. Peter shook his head before explaining. I'm not saying this is permanent, but it's necessary for now. We need to figure out what to do next, how to address this situation. Address the situation? Superman asked in confusion. Yes, Peter nodded. Like, what is the League now? Are you two splitting up? Can there be a compromise? If not, then who gets to keep being the Justice League and who has to go? And most of all, will there be more conflicts like this afterwards? Batman tried to argue his way out, and we can talk about that without locking half the League up like common criminals. Peter sighed, looking at Batman with a hint of sadness. Look, Bruce, I know you have good intentions, but you're a hard-headed man. I've seen it, and so has Clark. Giving you freedom now will only create more problems in the future. Superman, still uncertain, considered Batman's plea but eventually nodded in agreement with Peter. We'll lock them up for now, but it won't be for long, and we need to come up with a plan moving forward. Clark. Batman exclaimed, betrayal written all over his face. I'm sorry, Bruce. But it's only temporary, I promise. Superman looked away as Peter webbed Batman's mouth shut before opening a portal below him, depositing him safely into a prison cell. After Batman and his followers were placed in their own prison cells, which were then enchanted to thwart any escapes, Peter found Superman sitting in an empty meeting room, contemplating the events that have occurred with a serious look in his face. Where's Tony? Superman looks up, noticing Peter's arrival. He said he was getting some food. Are they all locked up? Peter nods as he takes a seat. Yeah, how's the rest of the League? Still unconscious. But they'll be fine thanks to that spell of yours. He says as he leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. Instantly, the room fell into silence as neither side said another word. Soon enough, Superman couldn't contain the turmoil within him any longer. He stared at the table, his voice laced with frustration as he finally broke the silence. Is this the end, Peter? Is the League supposed to just split up now, with Batman and his side going their way and us going ours? Peter remained silent, allowing Superman to vent his feelings and thoughts. It was clear that the Man of Steel was carrying a heavy burden, and he needed to express it. Superman continued, his voice tinged with a sense of defeat. I never thought it would come to this, to a point where we're divided like this. I wanted to make a difference, to change the League for the better, to stop heinous, irredeemable criminals. But now, I'm responsible for this splintering, and I can't help but feel like maybe we should have taken things slower. Superman's words were a torrent of frustration and self-doubt. He had been torn between his ideals and the grim reality of the situation they were in. They just had a civil war in the front lawn of the Justice League headquarters, and now half the League was imprisoned. What was he supposed to do now? Peter finally spoke, his voice calm and reassuring. Clark, you had good intentions, and in my opinion, you did the right thing. You want to make the world a better place, and I still believe that's possible. Maybe this division is a necessary step in the process of change. It's not the end, but a new beginning. Who knows, maybe you guys can learn from this, find common ground, and build a better League. Superman looked up, meeting Peter's gaze. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he considered Peter's words. But how? There won't be any common ground with Batman. You said it yourself, he's a hard-headed man. He won't listen. And if he won't listen, then neither will the rest of them. Suddenly, as Superman finished speaking, a red blur zipped by them before taking a seat at the table. I'll listen. Flash. Superman muttered in confusion. How? Peter smiled. He ran away after I beat his A*S. Peter explained why he wasn't in a cell like the rest of Batman's followers. Did you change your mind, Speedy? Flash scoffed at Peter's taunting. First of all, you didn't kick my A**S*. Peter cut in. Yes, I did. And second, yeah, I did change my mind. Flash said, shocking Superman as he turned to look Peter in the eyes. You were right. I'm a hypocrite. I was relieved and happy when you guys killed Joker and the rest of them, but I couldn't admit it. We've been playing this game of catch and release for so long that I just couldn't see anything else working. What changed your mind? Superman asked. Flash sighed as he leaned back in his chair. After I ran off. Peter cut in again. This is after I kicked your A**S*, right? Flash did his best to ignore Peter. After I ran off, I just kept running out of frustration. Flashback, A/N, LOL. Flash, back. God, I'm so cringe. After getting his A**S kicked earlier, Flash ran off, scared of Peter as well as the logic and reason that came along with his beating. As he ran away, he found himself just sprinting around the planet until he was forced to stop and take a breath, exhausted. Looking around, he found himself in the heart of Gotham City, outside a small preschool. As he stood out of sight, Flash noticed a group of parents gathered outside, engaged in animated conversations while waiting for their children to emerge from the school. Barry couldn't help but overhear their discussions, a simple eavesdropping that would change his perspective forever. The parents were engrossed in a topic that left Barry utterly stunned. They were openly discussing the recent demise of the Joker at the hands of Superman. The conversation flowed with an unexpected candor. I can't believe it, one mother said, her voice filled with relief. Ever since Superman dealt with the Joker, I feel like we can finally breathe easy in this city. I was actually considering moving away, but now I'm not so sure. Moving is expensive, you know. Her words struck Barry like a bolt of lightning. It was a startling revelation. These people, ordinary citizens of Gotham, were expressing gratitude for the Joker's death, a sentiment that he'd never expected to hear. A father chimed in, his tone equally candid. Yeah, I mean, it's about time someone did it. I don't know why Batman didn't do this years ago. We've been living in fear for too long. Barry listened as the parents shared their stories of living in constant dread, afraid of ever catching the Joker's attention. It was a situation he had never truly comprehended before, the daily anxiety that the ordinary citizens of Gotham faced. The realization washed over him like a tidal wave. It was undeniable that the Joker had brought unfathomable pain and fear to this city, and even though Barry had initially been hesitant to endorse killing, the conversations of these parents highlighted the very real impact that a decisive action had on their lives. The transformation in Barry's perspective was profound. He now understood that there were situations where drastic measures might be necessary to protect innocent lives. With this newfound perspective, Barry Allen, the Flash, made a decision. He needed to acknowledge that sometimes, the world wasn't just black and white, and that his unwavering stance against killing might not always be the right path either. Flashback end. So, you finally pulled your head out of your A**S*. Peter joked as Flash finished his story. Flash rolled his eyes. Yeah, I guess so. Superman seemed happy, though it didn't last long. This still doesn't solve our problem. Flash may have changed his mind, but that doesn't mean the rest will. And, especially, not Batman. No, but it's a start. Peter smirked as he leaned back into his chair. And I think I have just the idea to help hurry along the rest of the league as well. A/N, 1827 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 517, see 517 the video. Police car light insert brain dead gifs /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. In the dimly lit meeting room, a flicker of an idea burned in Peter's eyes as he leaned forward, his gaze shifting between Superman and the Flash. The weight of the situation hung heavy in the air, but Peter had a plan, and he was eager to share it. Here's what I'm thinking, Peter began, his voice steady and confident. We need a way to make Batman and his followers truly understand why you guys have taken this drastic step toward executing certain criminals. It's not just about making them agree, it's about making them realize the senselessness of your previous methods. Superman and the Flash exchanged curious glances, their attention fully captured by Peter's proposal. I suggest we compile all the recorded crimes that would have a significant impact on them, Peter continued. These could be anything from phone recordings and security footage, to news broadcasts and military recordings, all depicting the chaos caused by the criminals they've apprehended or the situations they feel the League shouldn't be policing. The crimes, the suffering of innocent people, the destruction, we'll gather it all. Superman's brow furrowed as he considered Peter's idea. Basically, you want to show them the error of their ways. Like the cycle of catch and escape and what happens when we tell ourselves that we can't get involved with wars. Exactly, Peter confirmed. And I'm sure we can find some juicy war footage for them to watch as well. As for the rest, we don't just have to use just any crime footage. We'll focus on the notorious ones, the likes of the Joker, Lex Luthor, and others. We'll put together a comprehensive hours-long documentary of their crimes and the devastation they've wrought on innocent lives. As Peter spoke, his eyes lit up once again, bright with a new idea. And afterward, you can use the documentary to help persuade the world to see things our way. After all, not everyone will agree with the new and improved League's actions. Sooner or later, the League will stop a large country from doing something unforgivable, and that certainly won't sit well. Superman seemed to agree. I'm sure there's already meetings taking place, discussing our capture of that South American dictator. The Flash nodded slowly. Yeah, there was, and Batman was a part of them, but we can worry about that later. Superman raised a brow at that, but decided that ignore it for now. Back to our current situation, I agree with this plan of yours. If we can help them see the sheer senselessness of what we've been doing, maybe they'll understand why we decided to take more extreme measures. Peter nodded. That's precisely my goal. We'll make them watch every single recording, confront the real consequences of the rules they're trying so hard to protect. Superman leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this approach could provide the perspective that might bridge the gap between Batman and himself. But will they agree to this? Superman questioned. It's not going to be easy to convince Batman and the others to sit down and watch these recordings. They haven't exactly shown a willingness to compromise. Peter acknowledged the challenge with a nod. You're right, it won't be easy. But we can simply make watching the video the stipulation for their release. After all, who wouldn't be willing to watch a movie if it meant getting out of prison? Superman couldn't help but agree. That could work. The Flash chimed in, showing his support for the plan. I think it's worth a shot. If we can get through to them, it's a step toward uniting the League again. Superman, despite his earlier doubts, felt a renewed sense of hope. All right, let's give it a try. If this can help us move forward, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Peter smirked, hoping that his plan would work. Great. Tony and I will get to work on collecting the recordings and setting up the presentation. It shouldn't take too long since we have Jarvis to do most of the work for us, so they shouldn't be prisoner for much longer. Maybe a day. Who's Jarvis? Flash asked. Jarvis is. The next day arrived, and the large meeting room was set for the awaited gathering. Peter and Tony had been working tirelessly with the invaluable assistance of Jarvis, who had single-handedly scoured databases, swept the internet for relevant videos, and seamlessly edited them into a comprehensive documentary. The footage they had assembled showcased the full extent of the chaos caused by the villains that Batman and his followers had apprehended and subsequently released, as well as the wars and other atrocities that have been allowed to take place under the League's nose for more than a decade. As Batman and his half of the League were led into the room, they exchanged wary glances. They hadn't been informed about the purpose of this meeting, only that they were to attend. Their restraints, which seemed to be magical in nature, kept them and their powers under control for the time being. Superman, flanked by Peter, Tony, the Flash, and Wonder Woman stood at the front of the room. Batman's stern expression remained unchanged, and his voice was laced with skepticism as he asked, "What is this about, Clark?" Superman stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. "We've organized this meeting to provide you with an opportunity to understand why we've chosen the path we've taken. It's important that you grasp the full implications of our previous methods." Green Lantern, who had been locked up alongside Batman and the rest, chimed in, his tone defiant. "This is absurd. We shouldn't be imprisoned in the first place." Superman sighed, understanding their frustration. "And you will be released after you finish watching the video. But first, we need you all to understand the consequences of your actions and why we've resorted to a more strict approach." The room was filled with murmurs of disagreement and frustration. The Flash, who had once stood on their side, stepped forward, joining Superman and Peter. "I used to think like you guys, too. But then I realized that our old methods were causing more harm than good." Batman's stern demeanor remained unwavering as he crossed his arms. "What's the catch? It can't be this simple." Superman met Batman's gaze, his expression solemn. "There's no catch. The only condition is that you must watch the entire presentation without looking away or interrupting." Green Lantern, still defiant, raised an eyebrow. "And if we refuse?" Superman's voice was firm. "Then you'll remain in confinement until you decide to watch it. We're not seeking to punish you, but we need you to understand the gravity of the situation." Martian Manhunter, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. "This is insane. We've been doing the right thing. You won't change my mind if that, no matter how many videos you have." Flash shook his head. It might have felt like the right thing, but was it the right thing for innocent people? Or is it just the right thing for us? To give us a villain to fight, or make us feel good because we did the right thing? No, the right thing would have been to protect the innocent and put a permanent stop to people like the Joker, who had the entire city of Gotham afraid to go outside their homes, for fear that they might catch his eye. Exclamation point. As soon as Flash finished speaking, the room was filled with shouts as everyone tried to counter his opinion. Finally, with everyone agreeable and seated, albeit begrudgingly, Superman took a deep breath and pressed a button on a small remote. In response, the largest screen in the room lit up, casting a glow on the restrained League members. The documentary began, and the room fell into silence as the graphic depictions of crime and chaos unfolded before them. The documentary was meticulously designed to convey the brutality and senselessness of the crimes committed by the villains they had captured and subsequently released. It was a painstaking montage of raw, unfiltered reality. The scenes depicted were a grim reflection of the darkness that had been allowed to fester, causing untold suffering and chaos. Mass murder. Villains, like the Joker, have been almost constantly responsible for mass killings or terrorist acts. The League members were forced to watch the heart-wrenching aftermath of bombings, mass shootings, and large-scale destruction, which took countless lives. The images of grieving families and broken communities left a haunting impact. Kidnapping and torture. Cases of innocent people being kidnapped, tortured, and traumatized appear alongside the occasional video. Scenes of victims in captivity, recorded by their own captors. Their eyes filled with terror, sent a shiver down the spines of the restrained League members. It was a harsh reminder of the cruelty that had been enabled by their previous actions. Serial killings. The overwhelming number of serial killers among villains was shocking to say the least. Almost every villain could be called a serial killer. The faces of their victims and their chilling stories added to the growing weight of despair in the room. Psychological manipulation. Some of the most disgusting criminals manipulate and exploit vulnerable individuals, like Harley Quinn, who was once a normal psychiatrist before the Joker took an interest in her. Stories of survivors haunted by their experiences served as a stark reminder of the villain's capacity for manipulation and cruelty. Arson. Fiery destruction caused by acts of arson, committed by criminals like Firefly, resulting in the loss of property and lives. Burned homes, businesses, and lives torn apart by flames were distressing images for the League members to witness. Drug trafficking. The devastating impact of drug trafficking on communities and individuals. Criminals like Two-Face, the Joker, and the Penguin made most of their money through dealing drugs. The toll it took on families and the victims of addiction painted a bleak picture of the consequences of the villain's actions. Human trafficking. Next, detailed stories of human trafficking, particularly the exploitation of children and women, unfolded before everyone's eyes. The horrors of human trafficking were laid bare, forcing the restrained League to confront the painful reality of their past decisions. Corruption. All around the world, criminals have infiltrated and corrupted institutions, eroding trust in law and order. Stories of justice perverted by corruption left a sense of bitterness and disillusionment. Escapes from prison. One of the main subjects that the video emphasized was the repeated escapes from prison, showing just how broken the justice system really is. The compilation of jailbreaks, eluding capture, and returning to a life of crime was a stark reminder of the inefficacy of their previous methods. War crimes, and countries committing atrocities. This may have been the hardest portion of the video to watch. The lack of care the League had shown toward the international community and its problems was staggering. The portrayal of war-torn regions, war crimes, and countries committing atrocities, like slavery, genocide, and much more, left a bitter taste in the mouths of the restrained League members. As the presentation progressed, the restrained League members found it increasingly difficult to watch. Their initial resistance slowly gave way to a profound realization of the flaws in their way of doing things. Shock, sadness, disgust, anguish, and guilt manifested in their expressions. It was a painful journey of self-discovery and understanding. The room remained silent, save for the haunting sounds and narratives of the documentary. For the first time, Batman and his followers began to question their previous methods and their roles in enabling these atrocities. The notion that Superman might be right had crept into their minds, and the weight of that realization pressed heavily upon them. A/N, 2,000 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 518, C518 returning home. W/guests. Police car light insert mysterious gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Abud 1, trophy, A/N, is it weird that I've memorized how many O's are in your name since I have to write it every time you win? Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The dimly lit meeting room held a heavy silence as the screen dimmed, and the lights came back on. Both sides of the League sat in stunned silence, their faces etched with horror and conflict. Each of them had witnessed the graphic depictions of crime, chaos, and suffering caused by the very villains they had once apprehended and subsequently allowed to be released. The weight of their previous methods and the consequences of their actions now bore down on them. Batman maintained his usual scowl, but inside, he too grappled with the grim reality the documentary had unveiled. Though he remained quiet, neither confirming nor denying any change of heart. Taking a deep breath, Peter, the man who had masterfully orchestrated this eye-opening presentation, snapped his fingers, deactivating the magical restraints that had kept Batman and his followers captive. They made good on their agreement to watch the entire video without interruption, so now they were free. Superman stepped forward, his expression solemn. "I want to apologize for subjecting you all to such atrocities," he began. "But it was necessary to make you realize the harsh truth of the world and the roles we've played in it. We had to show you why we've chosen this new path." Wonder Woman added, her voice filled with empathy, "We're not seeking to punish you, but to open your eyes to the suffering that we've allowed to continue. We believed we were doing the right thing, but it's time for a change." The League members who had once staunchly supported Batman's no-killing policy now found themselves wrestling with the grim reality they had witnessed. It was a transformative moment, and their expressions slowly shifted from shock to understanding. Green Lantern was the first to break the silence. "I never realized the extent of the devastation caused by our methods," he admitted, his voice laced with regret. "We were too focused on the rules and ideals, and we failed to see the bigger picture." Aquaman reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Flash was right," he said, his voice tinged with regret. "We had felt like we were doing the right thing, but was it truly the right thing for innocent people in that video? If we had just killed certain criminals, then none of that would have happened." One by one, the released League members began to voice their agreement, recognizing the need for change. The room's atmosphere shifted from resistance to a shared understanding of the necessity of more extreme measures against unforgivable criminals. Peter smirked, happy his plan seemed to be working. "What about you, Bats?" he asked, eyeing Bruce curiously. Instantly, everyone turned their attention to Batman, the one who had always been the unwavering proponent of the no-killing policy. All eyes were on him, wondering how he felt about this revelation and if he too would change his stance. The silence grew increasingly uncomfortable, broken only by the faint hum of the room's ventilation. Peter's question hung in the air, challenging Batman to reveal his stance on the matter. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Batman spoke, his voice as resolute as ever. "I understand the need for change. I've seen the devastation and suffering caused by our methods, and it's a burden that I'll continue to carry." He paused, his gaze unwavering. "But I still believe that killing is not the answer." Peter couldn't help but exclaim, exasperation in his voice, "Ugh. Come on already. You've seen the evidence. You've seen what allowing these criminals to continue living does to innocent people. Your ideals have merit, but it's not working. You've seen that it doesn't prevent more suffering, it perpetuates it." Superman, standing by Peter's side, sighed and offered a wry smile, having expected this from Batman. He respected the Dark Knight's unwavering dedication to his ideals, even if it was starting to tax his patience. Others in the room, those who had once been staunch advocates of Batman's ideals, chimed in with their own perspectives. They pleaded with Batman to reconsider, to adapt to the changing world and the new insights the documentary had provided. Aquaman added, "Batman, your ideals have their place, but in a world where our actions have led to unimaginable suffering, we have to make a difficult choice. We can't allow these atrocities to continue." Green Lantern spoke up as well. "It's not about becoming murderers, it's about putting an end to the suffering that these villains have caused for far too long. It's about saving lives and preventing more pain and loss." However, Batman remained steadfast in his beliefs. He couldn't abandon his principles, no matter how compelling the evidence against them. His determination to preserve the sanctity of life was unwavering, even in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Frustration simmered in the room as those present tried in vain to sway Batman's stance. Everyone was ready and willing to follow Superman's new way, except for him. Finally, seemingly weary of the persistent attempts to change his mind, Batman rose from his seat. The room fell into a stunned silence as he declared, "If the League is so lost that you'd all turn to murder to solve your problems, then I have no place here anymore." The shock that rippled through the room was palpable. No one had expected Batman, the stoic leader of the League, to quit. The consequences of his decision hung heavy in the air as he strode toward the exit, each step carrying a weight that echoed like a drum. But just as he reached the door, Peter couldn't let him leave without one more attempt to reach the Dark Knight. He snapped his fingers, which caused the door to slam shut in Batman's face, locking him inside. Batman turned back around, looking P***set off. "Open the door, now," he ordered, a threateningly tilt to his voice. "Not just yet." Peter shook his head before speaking up. "What if I show you that our way works? Would you be willing to change your mind?" Batman turned his glare to Peter, his gaze questioning. "What do you mean, show me that it works? How?" Ignoring Batman's question for a moment, Peter turned to Superman and asked, "Can we end this meeting and talk in private? It's a delicate matter, and I think it's best discussed away from prying ears." There were a few murmurs of protest from the remaining League members, who were eager to hear Peter's plan, but Superman nodded and instructed everyone to leave. "We'll hold another meeting soon to outline the new rules for the League. But for now, please give us some privacy." As the League members left the room, the heavy doors closed behind them, leaving only Peter, Superman, Batman, and Tony. The atmosphere in the room shifted, and Peter finally revealed his plan. Peter met Batman's gaze calmly. "I mean, I can take you to a universe where they've adopted a similar approach, where they don't hesitate to deal with these kinds of criminals. You'll see for yourself that it works, especially in the long run, which I'm sure is your main concern." Batman's skepticism remained evident, but he couldn't help but be intrigued. "And how do you plan to do that?" Tony smirked knowingly. "We have a ship that can travel the multiverse. How else do you think we got here?" Peter looking directly at Batman. "I can take you to my universe where we've been following a similar approach to the one Superman has been proposing. There, you'll see firsthand how it's worked for us, how it's made a difference." Batman remained skeptical, his arms crossed. "And why would I agree to this?" Peter smirked as he spoke, "Because sometimes seeing is believing, Batman. You're not one to take things at face value, and I respect that. I think if you see the results with your own eyes, you might consider a new perspective." Superman, who had been quietly observing the exchange, couldn't contain his excitement. "I think it's a great idea, Peter. I'd like to come along too, if you don't mind. After all, traveling to another universe is an opportunity that I'd regret missing out on." Tony chimed in enthusiastically. "I can't wait to show you guys how much better the Avengers are compared to the Justice League." He just wanted to show off, and so did Peter. Peter shrugged. "Well, that's just obvious." Batman sighed, his reluctance evident, but he couldn't deny that the idea intrigued him. "Fine, I'll go. But I'm not promising to change my stance. I just want to see this for myself." Peter nodded, satisfied with Batman's agreement. "That's all I'm asking for," he says as he waves his hand, opening a portal to his and Tony's temporary base in Gotham. "After you." Superman raised a brow. "We're leaving now." "Yeah, we might as well get this done before he changes his mind," Peter says as they step through the portal one by one, finding a normal-looking room with a tall metallic cylinder sat in the middle. "Is this your ship?" Batman asks, surprised by how small it was. After all, it's about the size of a small closet or a public phone box. "Yup." Peter smirked as he approached the ship. It stood a bit taller than he was, unassuming in appearance. He glanced over his shoulder at the others, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. "Time for my favorite part," he announced, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Superman and Batman exchanged puzzled glances, not sure what Peter was getting at. Tony, however, rolled his eyes, already familiar with the routine. He knew that Peter thrived on moments like these. "You never get tired of this, do you?" Peter chuckled and turned his attention back to the cylinder. With a flourish, he opened the door, revealing the interior of the ship. It was incredibly vast, a sprawling expanse of advanced technology and sleek design, a stark contrast to the exterior's humble appearance. Superman's eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but utter the words that always seemed to make Peter's day. "It's bigger on the inside." Peter couldn't help but laugh at Superman's comment, his excitement bubbling over. "Ah, you said it. I love that part." He flashed a grin at Tony, who was unimpressed. "Seriously, when is that joke going to get old?" Tony asked, though he couldn't deny the wonder of the technology he and Peter possessed. Peter just shrugged, still grinning. "Never." With everyone on board, Peter set about starting up the ship's systems. Without explaining anything to his guests, he started up the ship, which soon phased in and out of this universe before finally disappearing altogether. It was a sensation that could make one's stomach churn if they weren't used to it. Seconds later, the ship reappeared on top of the Avengers Tower, with the New York City skyline stretching out below. Peter opened the doors, ushering the shocked Superman and Batman into his and Tony's universe with a wide grin. "Welcome to our world," he said, gesturing to the cityscape. "Now, let's show you what we're all about." A/N, 1868 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 519, C519 Tour and Reunion. Police car light insert weed/marijuana gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Imer_3815, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After making sure that their ship was securely stashed away in Tony's lab and locked it up with an array of technological and magical security measures, Peter and Tony set out to show Batman and Superman around the Avengers Tower. The advanced architecture and technology that permeated the building were enough to leave both of their guests in awe. Based on their calculations, the Avengers seemed to be around 20 or 30 years ahead of them when it comes to tech. As they walked through the tower's sleek corridors, Peter turned to both Superman and Batman. "Okay, before we begin, I ask that you keep my name to yourselves," he says as he pulls on his mask. "My identity is a heavily kept secret that only a few people know, so let's keep it that way, alright?" Of course, Peter didn't plan on bringing them here when he revealed his face and name back in their universe, so he didn't think that he'd have to worry about it. Batman sneered. "I would never reveal someone else's identity. Breaching someone else's privacy like that would be a horrible thing to do, don't you think?" He looked Peter square in the eyes, sarcasm clear in his voice. Peter looked at him, clearly apologetic. "Yeah, that might have been a little messed up, sorry about that." Batman raised a brow. "Only a little." Peter relented. "Okay, it was very messed up. I shouldn't have revealed your identity like that." Once that awkward moment came to an end, Peter began to explain the origins of the Avengers and the way they handled things in their world. "The Avengers is similar to your Justice League. It was founded by me, Tony, and a few other individuals," Peter began, a sense of pride in his voice. "We came together to protect the Earth from a wide range of threats, both foreign and domestic." Superman and Batman listened attentively as Peter described their mission. "We faced everything from alien invasions, sent by a mad titan who sought to cull half of the universe's population, to hidden civilizations right here on our planet, similar to Atlantis in your world." Batman raised a brow, his curiosity piqued. "What kind of civilization is hidden on this Earth?" Peter grinned, sharing the secrets of his universe. "Well, in our world, there are hidden societies with incredible technological advancements, such as Wakanda, home to the Black Panther. They have advanced technology and resources beyond most nations." As they continued to explore the tower, Peter elaborated on the way the Avengers operated. "In our world, the Avengers have a public persona, led by our heroes, like Iron Man," he gestured toward Tony, who acknowledged with a nod, "and Spider-Man," he pointed at his own spider-themed suit. "We also have other heroes like Captain America, who's the director of the Avengers and leads the public side of the team." Batman couldn't help but raise an incredulous eyebrow. "Captain America? That seems like a rather simple hero name." Peter chuckled at Batman's reaction. "Well, when you think about it, aren't you named after a flying rat?" "It's all a matter of perspective," he quipped, and even Superman couldn't help but laugh. Peter continued to provide insight into the way the Avengers' public persona operated. The public side of the Avengers are taught public relations and never kill in the public eye, unless it's in self-defense or in the defense of others. All lethal action is reserved for the more secretive side of our operations. Batman remained attentive, intrigued by the duality of their approach. "Tell me more about this secretive side." Peter obliged, revealing another layer of the Avengers. Behind the public face of the Avengers are two separate divisions for covert operations, Nightingale and S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a covert spying agency that works to protect the world from the shadows. They handle anything from espionage to assassinations if necessary. It's led by Nick Fury, one of the other founding members. Peter continues. And as for Nightingale, it's what remains of a disbanded league of female assassins called Widows, led by the most famous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. They handle more discreet and morally complex missions, usually in tandem with S.H.I.E.L.D. As Peter finished explaining a brief overview of the Avengers' operations, Batman took a moment to digest the information. He couldn't help but question, "You've outlined an organized system, but how does this convince me that your way is better? You talk about not killing in the public eye in these covert divisions, but it all seems to be under your control. How can I be sure that you don't misuse your power, and that your system truly keeps innocent lives safe?" Peter nodded, understanding Batman's skepticism. "I get it, you're cautious, and that's a good thing. First, I want to clarify that the Avengers aren't a nation. We don't control any land or people. However, we do serve as a significant global influence. We have the most powerful individuals on Earth, or even the universe, among our ranks. Every nation wants to stay on our good side, which helps keep them in check." Tony interjected, "To be fair, it wasn't always like that. When we first emerged, there was a learning period. Nations and leaders tested our limits, trying to figure out what the Avengers would tolerate. But we stopped wars, prevented atrocities, and used diplomacy to talk things out. It didn't take long for nations to realize the benefits of cooperation over conflict." Superman was curious and hopeful, considering the potential of this approach. "So, you're saying that eventually, nations came together and found a way to live in peace?" Tony nodded. "Exactly. We still face challenges, but when nations see the alternative, they tend to opt for peace. So, we're not here to enforce a specific agenda, but we've created an environment where nations are incentivized to do the right thing. Peter chimed in again, adding another layer to their argument. Crime has fallen dramatically too. By eliminating certain individuals who would undoubtedly cause trouble in the future, we've made significant progress. In fact, major cities around the world now have such incredibly low crime rates that it's gotten to the point where most police officers are basically decorations, who hand out the occasional ticket and other small offenses. Despite the compelling explanations, Batman's skepticism remained evident. He had been unwavering in his beliefs for so long that it wasn't easy to sway him now. However, Peter wasn't about to give up. He sighed and finally stated, "I understand that you might be skeptical, Batman, but seeing is believing. If you truly want to understand our approach and its impact, I encourage you to investigate for yourself. Go out into this world, talk to people, and see the results firsthand. You'll find that actions sometimes speak louder than words." Batman considered Peter's words for a moment, his face shrouded in contemplation. He wasn't ready to admit any change of heart just yet, but he also couldn't deny the logic in Peter's argument. Perhaps a practical examination of this alternate world was necessary to truly understand the merits of their methods. Without another word, Batman turned and headed toward the elevator, prepared to take Peter's advice and investigate this world further. He couldn't let go of his skepticism, but he was willing to explore a reality that challenged his beliefs. As Batman made his way to the elevator, Superman, who had been listening to the conversation intently, called out, "Wait up." His desire to explore this world was clear to see. "Hey, Clark." Peter called out, stopping Superman as he stood in the elevator's door frame. Question mark. Superman turned back just in time to catch a sleek Stark brand smartphone and a wad of cash. "Call if you need anything. I already put our numbers in the contacts list," Peter says as he gestures to Superman and Batman's costumes. "And feel free to use the money for some normal clothes and any food that you'll need." "Thank you," Superman said gratefully as he stepped into the elevator alongside Batman, leaving both Peter and Tony behind. As they leave, Peter turns to Tony. "Have Jarvis keep an eye on them." Tony nodded. "You hear that?" he called out. "Yes, sir." Jarvis's voice filled the hall. "I'll keep an eye on our guests." As Jarvis finished speaking, unbeknownst to anyone, a panel in the tower's rooftop opened up and a swarm of Tony drones came pouring out. They would keep an eye on Batman and Superman from a distance, especially in places without CCTV. "Are you sure we shouldn't have had them change? After all, Batman and Superman are pretty well known." Tony asks worriedly. Peter shrugged uncaringly. "I doubt anyone will believe that they're actually comic book characters." "Well, that's unless Superman starts flying or shooting lasers for his eyes. And even then, people will probably just think he's a metahuman who's copying a fictional character." Tony nodded before bringing up another point. "But what if they find a comic shop or look themselves up? Well, then they get to have an existential crisis, I guess." Peter didn't really care. It was too much work to try and hide it. "If they get into any trouble, let me know." Waving his hand and opened a portal, Peter's living room appearing before them. "I'm headed home for now." "All right, I should probably go see Pepper as well." Tony waves goodbye and walks off as Peter steps through the portal, which snaps shut behind him. Peter returned to his home, the familiar surroundings of his living room comforting to him after a long travel. As he stepped through the portal, he couldn't help but let out a contented sigh, glad to be back in his own world again. However, as he closed the portal behind him, he noticed something unusual. The sounds of laughter and chatter reached his ears, coming from the direction of the kitchen. Curious, Peter walked over to the kitchen door and peeked inside, finding a surprising scene. His kitchen was bustling with activity. Around the dining table, there were about 10 children, including his daughter Lily, who was at the center of the gathering. America Chavez, who was currently living with them, was also among the kids, engaged in the fun and laughter. Peter froze for a moment, caught off guard as one of the kids, a particularly energetic one, suddenly ran in his direction. In a swift move, Peter leaped up, sticking to the ceiling, where he remained concealed from their view. From his upside-down vantage point, Peter observed as the child looked around, clearly confused as he could have sworn that someone was there a minute ago. The kid shrugged it off and rejoined their friends, running off to play in another part of the house. Patiently, Peter waited until he was certain that the children were sufficiently distracted before creating a portal right beneath him. Detaching from the ceiling, he landed on his feet in his bedroom, the portal closing behind him with a soft whooshing sound. Taking a deep breath, Peter peeled off his mask and tossed it aside. He couldn't help but smile at the close call with the kids in the kitchen. "I didn't know Lily had so many friends." Just as he was about to relax and reflect on the events of the day, the bathroom door, which was connected to his bedroom, creaked open. His fiancée, MJ, stepped out, completely naked, her entire body still damp from a shower. She looked surprised to see Peter standing in the room, and for a moment, they simply stared at each other. It had been almost 2 months since Peter had left to deal with whoever was hunting America down, and MJ had been worried for his safety. However, the initial shock quickly transformed into a wide smile as she realized that Peter had returned unharmed. Ignoring her nakedness, she rushed toward him, her embrace warm, inviting, and wet. But you wouldn't hear him complaining. "Hello, beautiful," Peter wrapped his arms around her, allowing them to wander. "After all, it's been 2 months since they've seen each other. Did you miss me?" MJ looked up, pecking him on the lips. "Always." After their loving reunion, Peter and MJ shared a tender moment. The joy of being back together after his absence was undeniable. However, as they held each other close, Peter's heightened senses began to tingle, and he sensed something was amiss. Before he could react, MJ suddenly withdrew from their embrace and wound her hand back, delivering a resounding slap across Peter's face. It was a sharp, stinging slap, and her expression held a mix of happiness and frustration. She was upset that he had been away for so long, leaving her worried and alone. Peter could have easily dodged the slap with his spider-like reflexes or even stopped it altogether, but he chose not to. He knew that he deserved it. He had put MJ through a lot with his frequent disappearances and the danger that always seemed to follow him. He took the slap without complaint, understanding that it was her way of expressing her feelings, a mixture of relief and pent-up frustration. After all, he had a lot of explaining to do about where he had been and the circumstances of his prolonged absence. Once the sting of the slap began to fade, Peter looked at MJ with sincere eyes. "I'm sorry," he said, not just for being gone but for all the times he had to leave her behind. He knew it wasn't easy, but he hoped she could understand the reasons behind his actions. MJ's anger seemed to ebb as well, replaced by understanding and concern. She sighed and touched his cheek gently. "You have a lot of explaining to do, Peter Parker," she said, her voice soft and filled with affection. Peter nodded, knowing he had a lot to catch her up on. But for now, they held each other close, sharing a deep sense of relief and love, regardless of the challenges they faced. A/N, 2,374 words, smiley face. Long boy today. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 520, C520 Comic-Con. Police car light insert knocked out GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, a Bud 1, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. A/N, quick question. Did you guys not like that MJ slapped Peter in the last chapter? I saw a couple comments where people didn't seem to like it. Let me know and I might edit it into her crying or something. Something to show that she was worried about him. Anyway, enjoy the chapter, smiley face. As Peter reconnected with MJ and the rest of his family, Superman and Batman exited the Avengers Tower, stepping out onto the bustling streets of New York City. They still wore their superhero costumes, their striking appearances drew the attention of the people around them. As they walked through the city, anyone who passed them couldn't help but glance in their direction. Some smiles of appreciation crossed the faces of onlookers, while others couldn't resist a sense of awe, assuming that the 2 towering figures were merely dedicated cosplayers. Superman and Batman exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why the pedestrians were paying such close attention. They were well aware that their superhero costumes made them stand out, but it felt as though these people recognized them, and that was more than a little perplexing. "Why does it feel like we're famous?" Superman questioned, his brow furrowed. "Everyone's looking at us and smiling. It's making my skin crawl." Batman, too, was bewildered by the attention. "I don't know, but it's like they know who we are, but that's impossible. We're in a different universe." And it only got weirder as they continued. Soon enough, people began to comment on their cosplay, appreciating their dedication to accuracy. While a small minority of passerbys laughed at them, calling them comic nerds as they walked off. Superman couldn't help but chuckle despite the confusion. "I thought wearing our suits wouldn't matter, but it seems our costumes are even more conspicuous here than they are in our universe." Batman kept his gaze focused ahead, the gears in his mind turning. There must be a logical explanation for this. Perhaps the people in this universe are simply more social than others. Though I still haven't figured out what a cosplay is. Superman was just as confused. "Maybe we should use the money Peter gave us and buy some normal clothes." Batman nodded in agreement. "That's probably a good idea." As they strolled through the city, looking for a clothing store, they encountered a large building with colorful banners and posters featuring a familiar group of heroes. Batman and Superman froze, recognizing their own images among the depictions of the Justice League and other unknown characters. "What in the world is this place?" Batman muttered, his eyes locked on the signs and banners. Superman scanned the surroundings, his super hearing picking up the excited chatter of people nearby. "I think this is some kind of event center. Look at all those people entering the building. Indeed, they had stumbled upon Comic-Con, a massive convention for fans of comics, movies, and pop culture. To their astonishment, they saw cosplayers in elaborate costumes, many of them dressed as characters from their own universe. The crowd was a vibrant mix of enthusiasts who were deeply passionate about the world of comics. Batman's analytical mind quickly connected the dots. It's all starting to make sense. Peter and Tony knew so much about us because they're from a universe where we're just fictional characters. Superman nodded in agreement. This must be why people recognized us and thought we were cosplayers, whatever that means. We're not just famous, we're iconic characters in their world. They shared a moment of realization and confusion, coming to terms with the fact that they were considered fictional characters in this universe. It was a revelation that challenged their understanding of reality. Let's go inside and see what we can find out, Batman suggested, his curiosity piqued. Maybe we can learn more about this world's perspective on the Justice League. Superman agreed, and together, they entered the convention center. Their costumes were so impressive that the security didn't even bother asking for their pass, and merely stepped aside, thinking that they must have some sort of special access. Inside the vast, colorful world of fan art, merchandise, cosplay, panels, and unhygienic fans, Batman and Superman marveled at the vibrant display of fan art, merchandise, and the enthusiastic crowd. Their costumes, while clearly not the product of cosplay, gained the attention of many attendees who believed them to be dedicated fans. As they strolled through the event, a rather large and muscular teenager wearing a costume similar to Superman's rushed over, eyes wide with excitement. He was dressed as a makeshift version of the Man of Steel, with a homemade cape and a symbol drawn with marker on a t-shirt. His enthusiasm was infectious. "Whoa, your Superman cosplay is amazing," the teenager exclaimed, looking at Superman with awe. "And Batman, your costume is so intricate. You guys are nailing it." Batman and Superman shared a bewildered glance, unsure of how to respond. They didn't know that their real counterparts were fictional characters in this universe. To them, it seemed like Ned was merely complimenting their cosplay. "Thanks," Superman said, his voice warm, masking his bewilderment at seeing a grown man dressed as a *TTY version of him. "Your costume is pretty cool too." The teen beamed at the praise. "Thanks. I'm Ned, by the way. You guys want to explore the con together? DC fans gotta stick together, right? There's so much to see here." Batman and Superman, still trying to grasp the situation, introduced themselves as Bruce and Clark, which Ned seemed to get a kick out of. Ultimately, they found themselves nodding in agreement with Ned, figuring that exploring the convention with him might be a way to learn more about this world's perspective on the Justice League. "Mind showing us around, Ned?" Superman asked with a friendly smile. "Sure thing." Ned replied enthusiastically. "I'll give you guys the grand tour. I was here yesterday as well, so I know where everything is." As they explored the convention with Ned, Batman and Superman found themselves overwhelmed by the depth of knowledge that fans of their universe possessed. They discovered things they had never known, such as the existence of the Presence, the ultimate creator and source of all things, often referred to as God. Batman didn't know how to feel about the existence of God. If he's real, then why doesn't he do something about all of the suffering in our world? After all, it would be as easy as snapping his fingers for God to remake the world. The multiverse and alternate DC universes fascinated them, and they were surprised to learn about fanfictions and alternate interpretations of their own stories. Though they were shocked, appalled, and disgusted to find some erotic fan art of themselves, which made both heroes instinctively step away from one another. Ned expertly ignored the dubious artwork as he eagerly explained all sort of lore and concepts to them, sharing his own passion for the DC universe. Superman couldn't help but comment, "This is incredible." As their journey continued, Batman, with a thoughtful expression, finally broached the subject that had been on his mind. "Ned, I'm curious about something. The Justice League adheres to a strict no-killing rule. How do you feel about that?" Superman nods. "Yeah, Bruce and I have been arguing over this for a while now. I think they should just dispose of the more heinous criminals, while he thinks they should never take a life, no matter who it belongs to." Ned paused, considering his response carefully. "Well, in a perfect, idealized world like cartoons and comics, that rule makes sense. But when you bring the Justice League into a real-world setting, it can be extremely challenging. The no-killing rule could potentially hamper the League's ability to keep people safe, especially when dealing with ruthless villains." Superman and Batman exchanged meaningful glances, silently acknowledging the tension between their different approaches. Ned continued, "I've read a lot of fanfictions and discussions on forums, and I think most DC fans share this perspective. While the moral idea of not taking a life is admirable, the practicality of it in a world filled with superpowered threats who show no mercy can be quite different." Batman fell into silence, his thoughts heavy. Superman's eyes met his, conveying a sense of understanding and an unspoken, "I told you so." Ned, unaware of the complex dynamic between the heroes, grinned and said, "But that's just my opinion. There's all sorts of online debates about this stuff," he said, his mood suddenly turning a bit somber. "I'll just wish my friend Peter was here. He'd love your costumes. We usually go to Comic-Con together, but he's been busy lately." Batman and Superman turned to one another, wondering whether they were thinking of the same Peter. "You mean, Peter Parker?" Far across the deepest reaches of the universe, Thanos, the Mad Titan, finally returned to full health after the poison that almost took his life. He stood in his sanctum, the gleaming Mind Stone embedded inside the long spear in his grasp. The events of his previous encounter with Spider-Man still burned in his memory, and he was determined to exact revenge. In the dimly lit chamber, Ebony Maw, the loyal servant of Thanos, approached his father and master. His eyes, adorned with a haunting glow, reflected the intense light emanating from the Mind Stone. "My lord, you are fully healed and more powerful than ever," Maw acknowledged with a low, subservient tone. "How may I serve you?" Thanos turned to his trusted servant, the corners of his lips curling into a sinister smile. "It is time." Ebony Maw inclined his head, understanding the gravity of the situation. "What are your orders, my lord?" Thanos raised his spear, the Mind Stone pulsating ominously. "Prepare what remains of the Black Order in our armies. It is time to depart for Earth. We must retrieve the planet's Infinity Stones and ensure that Spider-Man pays for what he's done." The dark promise of revenge hung heavy in the air as Thanos and Ebony Maw prepared to embark on a journey to Earth, where the destiny of the universe would be decided. The Mad Titan's unquenchable thirst for vengeance would be sated, one way or another. A/N, 1671 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 521, C521 Adoption. Baby. Police car light insert escape gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, Mohaha. It's me. Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Peter, having recently reunited with his family and explained the crazy events of the past 2 months, was finally home with his loved ones. He sat on the couch, taking a moment to savor the feeling of normalcy and peace, as MJ nestled close to him. Their daughter, Lily, and America Chavez, their prospective adoptive daughter, were huddled together on the opposite couch, engrossed in their smartphones. Only May, Grace, and the Ancient One were missing since they were still at work, and wouldn't be home for a few more hours. As the house finally turned quiet, thanks to the parents who picked up Lily's school friends, Peter leaned closer to MJ and spoke in hushed tones. "Have you talked to America about, what we decided before I left?" MJ's eyes met Peter's, and she nodded slightly, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I wanted to wait for you to be here when we told her," she replied softly. "I think it's the right time now." With a nod of agreement, Peter nudged MJ gently, prompting her to call America over. "America." The young girl looked up from her phone curiously as MJ beckoned her to sit across from them on the edge of the coffee table. America settled in front of Peter and MJ, still uncertain about the situation. She had been living at the Parker residence for the past 2 months, and really started to love having a home for the first time in a long time. Instantly, her imagination ran wild with worry, believing they might ask her to leave, fearing that she might have overstayed her welcome. MJ began, her voice gentle and reassuring. "America, you've been living with us for a while now. You've become part of our family, and we've grown to care about you very much." However, before she could continue, America interrupted, her eyes filling with tears. "I knew it. You want me to leave, don't you? I was waiting for this to happen." Tears welled up in her eyes as she hastily wiped them away, preparing herself for the difficult moment when she'd have to pack her bags and say goodbye to the only family she had ever known since she lost her first one. Peter couldn't help but chuckle softly, seeing America's misunderstanding. "America, you've got it all wrong," he said with a warm smile. "We're not asking you to leave. We want to ask you something else." MJ leaned forward and gently pulled America in her embrace. "Peter and I have been thinking about this for a while now. We're wondering if you would like to be part of our family officially. We want to adopt you, America." America was struck by this sudden revelation, her emotions running high. She had always been afraid that growing close to them would mean losing them someday. Now, the fear of being left behind began to melt away, but new doubts arose. Would getting adopted mean betraying her real parents, who might still be out there, lost in the multiverse? MJ recognized the turmoil in America's eyes and gave her a comforting squeeze. "America, we don't want to take away your right to find your real parents. If you ever discover where they are or want to reunite with them, we'll support you all the way. But for now, we want to be here for you, like any family should. You're just a child, and you deserve a stable home." Lily, unable to contain her excitement, chimed in, "I'd love to have a sister." She hopped up out of the couch, vibrating either excitement. Say yes, America. Oh okay. America muttered lowly, accepting their offer. Tears glistened in America's eyes once again, but this time, they were tears of happiness and relief. She was overcome with emotion, unable to put her gratitude into words. Peter reached out and placed an arm around MJ's shoulder, sandwiching America between them. Lily, thrilled to have a new sister, leaped onto Peter's lap, adding to the joyous family embrace. As the Parker family enjoyed a loving moment on the couch, the front door of their home swung open abruptly, revealing a surprising trio. Walking through the entrance was none other than Ned, clad in his makeshift Superman costume, and Batman and Superman, now dressed in normal clothes. Their superhero suits were neatly packed in backpacks, which they wore on their backs. Ned's eyes widened as he stepped inside, his homemade cape flapping dramatically. "Peter, you're back," he exclaimed with pure excitement. His eyes darted around the room and took in the heartwarming scene. He soon realized he might have walked in on a family moment and hesitated. "Oh, did I interrupt something?" Peter chuckled and waved it off, recognizing the longing in his best friend's eyes. "It's okay, Ned. We were just having a moment. Come here." He got up from the couch and approached Ned, giving his friend a warm hug. "I've missed you, buddy. How have you been?" Ned reciprocated the hug with enthusiasm, patting Peter on the back. "I've been fine, but I've got a lot to tell you." He finally noticed the presence of two unfamiliar individuals in the room. "Oh, right. This is Clark and Bruce. They said that they might know you, so I brought them along." Clark and Bruce exchanged nods of greeting. Clark offered a polite smile while Bruce, ever the stoic one, kept a neutral expression. They weren't sure how much they could reveal about their true identities, not to mention Peter's. All they knew was that Ned was unaware of the complexity of the situation. "I have to admit, I didn't expect to see you two so soon," Peter was certainly surprised. "How did you guys meet, Ned?" Clark cleared his throat, considering his words carefully. "We actually met at Comic-Con," he explained, eliciting a smirk from Peter, who realized that they must have found out about their fictional counterparts. Ned's been a great friend. Ned, always curious, turned to Peter, his eyes filled with questions. "Peter, how do you know Clark and Bruce?" Peter smirked mischievously. "Who doesn't know Batman and Superman?" Question mark. Ned just looks at Peter oddly, clearly confused. MJ rose from the couch, followed by Lily and America, who was no longer crying but had rather a curious look in her eyes. They stared at the two newcomers, shocked to see Batman and Superman standing before them in the flesh. Ned looked at Lily and America, then at Batman and Superman, and started grinning. "Guys, what's going on? Why does it feel like I'm missing something here?" Lily and America, fully aware that they were in the presence of the actual Batman and Superman, couldn't contain their excitement. Their faces lit up as they practically bounced on their feet. "Wow, you're really Batman and Superman!" Lily exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with wonder. "Have you seen your movies yet?" America added, "How many bad guys have you caught? Did you meet the Joker? He's so cool. Is the Batcave as cool as it looks in the comics?" Batman and Superman were unsure how to handle this, and wanted to answer their questions, but they froze upon hearing America call the Joker cool. "Listen here, the Joker is not cool. He's a murderous psychopath." They immediately started lecturing the girls. Ned watched in confusion, unsure if the conclusion that he was coming to was the correct one. They can't be the real Batman and Superman, can they? Then, turning to Peter, Ned couldn't help but ask. "Peter, what's the hell's going on?" Peter smirked, knowing Ned is going to freak out. "They're real, Ned. I had some business in another universe, so I had to use that multiverse traveling ship I was telling you about. As you can see, somehow, I ended up in the DC universe, and brought back a couple tag-alongs for a field trip." Ned's eyes widened, his confusion morphed into excitement, which then turned into shock as he fainted, collapsing onto the floor, his mind unable to process the incredible revelation. Everyone looked down at the unconscious Ned, feeling sorry for him since they knew Peter could have broke it to him more gently. Peter, on the other hand, couldn't contain his laughter as he fell back into the couch, holding his stomach. "Ha ha ha. Is he going to be all right?" Superman asked worriedly, pointing down at Ned. MJ shook her head. "He'll be fine. He's actually an Avenger, like us. His body is enhanced by the super soldier serum. He's far more durable than you realize." Superman raised a brow. "Super soldier serum? Like us?" Batman asked curiously. "I'll explain in a moment," she says as she turns to Peter. "This is your fault, so either wake him up or go put him in one of the guest rooms." "Sure." Peter nodded as he stood up, controlling his laughter as he grew Ned over his shoulder. "Be right back." As he leaves, MJ changes her clothes with a thought, switching straight to her silk suit. "I'm silk in this dash." Lily happily follows her mother's lead and switches to her own suit. And I'm Spider-Girl. America watches them change, a jealous look on her face. Hey. Can I get a cool hero costume too? Superman stared at the spider-themed family, shocked that even the child was a superhero. Meanwhile, Batman wasn't so shocked. After all, he's had some fairly young sidekicks over the years. Back at the tower, Tony Stark finally returned home to his waiting girlfriend, Pepper Potts. Entering the spacious, luxurious penthouse they shared, he was immediately slapped in the face by an angry woman. Pepper looked up, worry and frustration written all over her face. Do you know how long you've been gone? Tony pulled Pepper into a hug, surprising the angry woman. Sorry, we kind of got stranded after the ship malfunctioned. I missed you though. Tony's demeanor seemed a bit different, carrying a hint of something more profound, which threw her for a loop. He pulled away and took her hand, his eyes searching hers. Pepper, there's something I want to talk to you about, he began, and Pepper sensed an unusual tension in his voice. It might come as a shock, but hear me out. Pepper nodded, her concern growing. Of course, Tony. You can talk to me about anything. What's on your mind? Tony took a deep breath and locked eyes with Pepper, his face earnest. I've been thinking about having a child. Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew Tony had been against the idea of having children for a long time. It was a decision they had discussed many times, and Tony had always seemed firm in his stance. I know, Tony continued, sensing Pepper's shock. But hear me out. I visited another universe recently, one where we had a daughter named Morgan. And it didn't look so bad. In fact, it was kind of nice. Pepper's mind was spinning as she tried to process this revelation, her earlier anger was completely forgotten. Why you want to have a baby, now? Tony nodded, a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. It made me realize that I don't want to be outdone or left behind. Even Spider-Man's got a kid and he's like half my age. Maybe we should have one too. I don't want to miss out on something amazing because of my past reservations. Pepper took a moment to collect her thoughts, knowing how significant this change of heart was for Tony. Tony, this is a huge decision. I don't know what to say. Tony's gaze was unwavering as he spoke with sincerity. I know it's a lot to take in. But I've thought about this, Pepper. I want you to have my baby. He suddenly pulls her back into his arms, his hands roaming her body. With a soft smile, Pepper spoke lowly into Tony's chest. I wouldn't mind. Her voice trailed off towards the end. Tony smirked. I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you. Pepper sighed as she looked up into Tony's eyes. I said. I wouldn't mind having your baby. As she spoke, her whole face turned a bright red. Tony laughed as Pepper buried her head into his chest once again, happy to have shared his innermost thoughts with her. But most of all, he was relieved that his plan to redirect his girlfriend's anger actually worked. After all, who can be mad when talking about starting a family together? A/N, 2092 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 522, C522 change of heart. Police car light insert fart gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Monora_S, trophy, A/N, a new king rises from the peasants. Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Batman had always believed in his strict code of justice, adhering to a path of order and discipline in his mission to rid Gotham City of crime. He had become a symbol of fear to criminals, a relentless force against corruption, and a guardian of the night. Yet recently, his unwavering beliefs were beginning to crumble more and more. As he spent a couple days observing and investigating the new world around him, Bruce couldn't help but be both impressed and shocked. Peter's claims about the state of his world were substantiated with evidence he couldn't ignore. The crime rate was abysmally low, leaving only the truly deranged and desperate to even bother trying anymore. And even then, criminals were almost always thwarted by some sort of hero, vigilante, or otherwise. And, most surprisingly, the world was at peace. What struck Batman the most was how prosperous this world had become. It was the complete opposite of the grim and crime-ridden Gotham he was used to. Is this even possible back home? He wondered. Even things like global warming were being taken seriously, the oceans were undergoing a mass cleaning, and governments were uniting to fight world hunger, poverty, homelessness, and other societal problems. It was a world on the path to healing and prosperity. As Batman studied the proof before his eyes, his ironclad beliefs began to unravel. He questioned himself, how could he have been so wrong for so long? His single-minded pursuit of justice through intimidation and fear had only perpetuated a never-ending cycle of violence and chaos in Gotham. And now, he was faced with irrefutable evidence that there was a better way. Muttering to himself, Batman couldn't help but voice his internal turmoil. How could I be so wrong all this time? How could I have failed so miserably? But that wasn't all. Not only did Batman investigate the good that the Avengers had done, but he also dug into the darker aspects of their methods. He has found tons of evidence of problematic individuals vanishing left and right. He noticed the suspicious disappearances and all sorts of other activities that surprisingly couldn't be linked back to the Avengers. It's definitely them though. Batman muttered as he put everything together, connecting all of the seen and unseen dots. However, as he scrutinized their approach more deeply, he found himself compelled to admire their way of doing things. It was swift and efficient. The removal of irredeemable threats, while unorthodox, led to a safer world for all, just as Peter said it would. In this new universe, Batman was confronted with a reality that challenged his core principles. He realized that his relentless pursuit of a certain type of justice and inability to kill had blinded him to the possibility of a better world through unity, cooperation, and ruthless, yet hidden, action. As he continued to observe and reflect on the mountain of proof before him, Bruce couldn't escape the realization that change was not only possible but essential for the greater good. For once, Batman decided that he was wrong and was willing to embrace a new way of fighting for justice, one that aligned with the lessons he had learned in this astonishing universe. He would join Superman in changing the League, and hopefully, this change would be for the greater good. Although investigating the world around him helped come to this decision, Batman also found all sorts of forums online, debating the same argument that he and Superman had been going through recently. And he would be lying if he said they weren't helpful in his decision-making. I have to thank Ned for sending me these links. Bruce thought as he leaned back in his computer chair. But one wiki page that he found managed to put the fear of God into him. What the hell is the Batman who laughs? On that day as he read through that horror-filled wiki page, Bruce swore to himself that he would do anything and everything he could to stop that from happening to him. Thankfully, the Joker was dead, so it wasn't likely to happen, right? As Batman grappled with the profound shift in his beliefs, as well as the horrors of a laughing Jokerish version of himself, he found himself at a crossroads, facing the most challenging question of his life. Was he ready to take a life? It was a question that had haunted him for years, a question he had avoided confronting throughout his crime-fighting career. Unfortunately, joining Superman in changing the League as well as his approach to crime fighting meant embracing a world that required ruthless action, and it seemed impossible to even consider. Unable to come to a definitive answer, Batman left the apartment he was provided in the Avengers Tower to clear his head. Bruce just needed to escape the confines of his thoughts for a while. Walking through the hallways, his mind whirling with uncertainty, Bruce stumbled upon a balcony. He stepped outside and leaned against the railing, gazing down at the brightly lit city below. The sky was clear, and the city's bustle seemed so distant from his chaotic thoughts. As he stood there, lost in thought, a voice suddenly spoke over his shoulder, breaking the silence, "A penny for your thoughts." Startled, Bruce whipped his body around, shocked that someone had managed to sneak up on him, a feat he had become an expert at. His eyes met those of a man leaning against the wall across from him. Nick Fury. "Who are you?" Bruce asked, his instincts and unease on high alert. Nick Fury regarded Bruce with a cool, assessing look. "Nick Fury. I've never seen you around here before. You a new recruit?" Bruce shook his head. "No, I'm just visiting. Spider-Man gave me and a friend an apartment to stay in." Suddenly, Fury's temperament changed as a cold smile graced his face. "That little sh*T is back, huh?" Fury was happy to hear that Peter was back, but it wasn't for any sort of loving reason. No, Fury thirsted for revenge. For 2 months he was forced to do all of Peter's paperwork, while the man himself was nowhere to found. "Ah, yeah." Bruce nodded, confused by the mix of hostility and glee he felt from Fury. Fury filed away his revenge for later as he eyed Bruce. "So, what's got you so troubled?" Bruce found himself hesitant to share his internal struggles, but he couldn't help but respond with another question, a heavy one that weighed on his conscience. "Have you ever killed someone before? What does it feel like? Is it hard?" Fury raised a brow, understanding the gravity of the conversation. This sh*T got real fast. Fury sighed, knowing that this was a topic that couldn't be taken lightly. "Killing," he began, his voice tinged with experience, "is easier than you might realize, especially when it comes to normal people. A few pokes of a knife, a bullet to the heart, the brain, or other vital areas, and most people die quite quickly, without much fanfare. And once you've crossed that line, the initial sickening feeling that accompanies it slowly dissipates. It becomes easier with every kill." Bruce absorbed Fury's words, understanding that they held a truth he had avoided acknowledging. The concept of taking a life was harrowing, but Fury's words painted a stark reality that was hard to ignore. However, Bruce was not convinced, and his brow furrowed as he replied, "I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if I could ever do it. Even with the knowledge that it might be necessary, I can't see myself killing or being a part of killing. I'm just not built that way. Fury nodded, respecting Bruce's resolve, yet also recognizing that his perspective was a deeply ingrained one. Killing was a moral crossroads that not everyone could navigate. For some, it's not an easy thing to stomach. It's not for everyone, and it takes a special kind of resolve to make that initial choice. Some people just don't have it. A bit less conflicted than before, Bruce thanked Fury for the conversation, realizing that even though he had decided to join Superman in taking another path, he didn't know if he could take the crucial step on that path, which was taking a life. With those thoughts swirling in his mind, he turned to leave the balcony and make his way back to his room. Fury watched him go, understanding that the encounter had been a crucial one for the mysterious man. But once he was gone, thoughts of revenge swiftly took hold. I need to prepare all of Peter's work for him. A dark smile spread across Fury's lips as he concocted a plan to throw all of his work onto his future son-in-law. After all, it's been a while since he visited his granddaughter. As Fury was about to turn and head off with thoughts of revenge brewing in his mind, a sudden and deafening alarm pierced through the quiet building. The blaring sirens and flashing lights surprised him and jolted Bruce, who barely made it more than 20 steps away, to return with a confused look on his face. Bruce rushed back to Fury, concern etching his features. He asked urgently, "What's going on?" Fury's stern expression mirrored Bruce's worry, and he quickly tried to access information. "I don't know. Let me check." He reached for a device on his belt. But before he could, a calm and digitized voice resonated through the area, and Bruce and Fury both turned their attention to it. It was Jarvis. "Mr. Fury, Mr. Wayne, I have detected an incoming fleet of ships entering the solar system," Jarvis stated matter-of-factly. The news sent a chill down both of their spines. It was not just some random incident, it was a threat of planetary magnitude. Simultaneously, all across the globe, Avengers members' phones began to sound, alerting them to the impending danger. The messages contained the same dire warning: an alien fleet was approaching Earth. Back in Queens, New York, Peter stirred from his sleep beside MJ, who groaned in annoyance and buried her head in the pillows, disoriented by the blaring alert from his phone. Mother asterisk cur. He cursed under his breath, and quickly checked the message from Jarvis. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as he read about the incoming alien fleet. They couldn't have waited until the morning. A/N, 1771 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 523, C523 strike first. Police car light insert slimy gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, a Bud 1, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. In a large hall in the Avengers Tower, an atmosphere of urgency filled the air. The Avengers had assembled, all dressed in their gear, ready for action. The alarms had called them to attention, and they had gathered to discuss the impending threat. Peter, in his Spider-Man suit, rubbed the back of his head and stifled a yawn as he entered the room. His arrival drew the attention of those present. Captain America, Black Widow, Brunhilde, and other Avengers members turned to face him. Across from him, Batman and Superman, also suited up, acknowledged his presence. Superman spoke first, his deep voice resonating with determination, "We're here to help. We'll fight alongside the Avengers." Batman nodded in agreement. "Agreed," he says as he eyes Peter for a moment. "We've dealt with our fair share of alien invasions over the years, and it's never pretty." Peter appreciated their support. "Thanks, we appreciate the help." As the conversation continued, Natasha stepped forward and informed Peter, "Fury and the rest of the council are waiting for you in the council chambers." Peter nodded and made his way past the many Avengers and entered the double doors leading to the council chambers. Inside the chamber, Peter found a formidable assembly. Tony Stark, Nick Fury, Magneto, Professor X, and Chaka, the former king of Wakanda, were all present. Fury greeted Peter with a wicked grin, his eyes filled with a sense of vindictive amusement, before leaning in and stating, "Finally, the great Spider-Man graces us with his presence." He claps his hands, his voice laced with sarcasm. Peter, feeling a chill run down his spine, realized that Fury must have been saddled with his paperwork whilst he was gone. After all, the rest of them would never voluntarily choose to do more work. He must have some revenge planned. Peter wasted no time and immediately changed the subject. "So, what do we know about this alien fleet?" Tapping the table, Tony projected a holographic image that displayed countless red dots approaching Earth. He explained, "We've got around 1,000 ships coming our way, all following a flagship. The flagship is about 10 times the size of the rest. Our cameras can't get a clear image yet, but they're getting closer." Silence fell over the room as everyone took in the gravity of the situation, staring blankly at the holographic map, each red dot representing a massive alien warship headed their way. Breaking the silence, Peter spoke up, his tone remarkably calm considering the impending threat. We have a couple of options here. We can wait and prepare to use the network of Kree, Nova, and Chitauri ships that surround the planet to help defend us when they get closer. However, that means allowing the fleet to approach Earth, which is risky. Peter continued. Or, we can get everyone ready for battle now, and I can go investigate to see if the fleet is hostile. If it is, I can open portals to each ship and let the Avengers board and attack before the fleet gets anywhere near us or the planet's inhabitants. The Council and Peter's allies considered the options carefully. Some even threw out some other ideas, but after some deliberation, they reached a consensus. Fury spoke decisively, we can't afford to wait. He turns to Peter. Go investigate and confirm if the fleet is hostile. If it is, then we'll use the portal strategy. With a quick nod, Peter prepared to head out, though he couldn't help but wonder. Who the hell would fly a fleet of warships into our solar system? He had a good idea of who it might be, but he had to be sure before saying anything. Before heading out to infiltrate the oncoming alien fleet, Peter considered his options. With the blood samples from the Flash, Superman, and Martian Manhunter, he could potentially use this opportunity to test out their powers. All he would have to do is assimilate them and he would have their powers. It was tempting, but he realized the risks involved. Peter knew that if he suddenly displayed new abilities, like laser eyes or super speed, then both Superman and Batman, who were still in his universe, would grow suspicious. They would question the source of these newfound powers, and he just didn't want to deal with that. Reluctantly, Peter decided to postpone assimilating the blood samples. It was a wise choice to avoid any stern looks from Batman or betrayed looks from Superman. With that idea shelved, he waited until the Avengers were prepared since it wouldn't take him long to investigate the fleet. When the moment was right, he used a quick spell to turn himself invisible and make his presence undetectable. Then, he opened a portal and stepped onto the flagship of the approaching alien fleet. It didn't take him long to recognize the architecture of the ship, it was Chitauri. He had commandeered quite a few of these ships during the last Chitauri invasion. Peter's mind raced as he considered the purpose of this fleet. Was it an organized attack to seek avenge the death of Thanos, or had the Mad Titan somehow survived the poison he had administered to him? It seemed unlikely that anyone could endure the deadliest poison in existence, but there was always the possibility. As Peter stealthily explored the ship, expertly avoiding any and all patrols that came his way, he arrived at the main deck and stopped dead in his tracks. There, staring out into the cold expanse of space, stood Thanos, the Mad Titan, holding a familiar spear. It was unmistakably the weapon that contained the Mind Stone, Loki's spear from the first Avengers movie. My precious. Peter thought as he eyed the spear which most contained the last of the Infinity Stones. Retrieving it would complete his collection. Ignoring his growing greed for a moment, Peter couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and awe at the sight of Thanos. If this was indeed the same Mad Titan who had fallen victim to his poison and somehow survived, then it was a testament to Thanos' incredible resilience and strength. Peter was truly impressed. Just as Peter contemplated his next move and whether he should reveal himself, Thanos' voice resonated through the chamber, asking, "Are you just going to stand there and hide all day?" Startled, Peter watched as Thanos turned around and gazed directly at him, as if he wasn't invisible. He was well aware that Thanos was no ordinary adversary, but this ability to perceive him went beyond what Peter had anticipated. With a sigh of resignation, Peter deactivated the spell that kept him hidden and revealed himself to the Mad Titan. Instantly, Thanos' eyes tuned bloodshot, and he tightened his grip on the spear. The man who had tricked him and poisoned him was finally here, and he could feel his blood begin to boil at the mere sight of him. Spider-Man. Thanos spat Peter's name as if it left a bad taste in his mouth. Finally, we meet again. Yo. Waving a casual hello to the Mad Titan. I'm not going to lie. I thought you were dead. He eyed Thanos up and down. You look like you lost some weight. Have you been sick or something? While maintaining a smile beneath his mask, Peter discreetly opened portals to every other ship within the surrounding fleet. These portals connected directly to the Avengers Tower, where every Avenger was eagerly waiting, including Batman and Superman. As the portals materialized before the Avengers and their newfound allies, it was evident that a well-organized plan had already been established. Each member of the Avengers was assigned to specific teams and knew their roles in the impending conflict. Batman and Superman had their designated portal as well, which they swiftly rushed through. Peter decided to pair them as a two-man team, given their unique abilities and experience. It was an ideal combination of raw power and tactical genius. The portal led Batman and Superman onto one of the alien ships, appearing in the middle of a vast, dimly lit hangar. The chamber was filled with a multitude of smaller Chitauri vessels, while thousands of Chitauri soldiers went about their duties. They were all going about their business until the sudden appearance of two new arrivals in the center of the hangar drew their attention. An eerie silence fell upon the chamber as every Chitauri soldier turned their heads to face Batman and Superman, their cold, bug eyes scrutinizing the unexpected intruders. A few moments passed as the tension in the room grew, creating a palpable feeling of anticipation. Then, without warning, the Chitauri warriors took action. With uncanny precision and in eerie unison, they charged toward the two intruders. It was as if their hive mind had instantly recognized the threat and responded with a ruthless determination to eliminate it. Superman and Batman, side by side, prepared for the onslaught. With a confident nod, they exchanged a brief wordless understanding of their roles. Superman, with his incredible strength and speed, would serve as the frontline powerhouse, drawing the enemy's attention and providing cover for Batman, whose strategic brilliance would allow him to exploit the Chitauri's weaknesses. The battle erupted in a blur of superhuman speed and tactical precision. Superman flew directly into the charging Chitauri ranks, creating shockwaves with each powerful punch and sending his foes flying. He zipped between opponents, a crimson and blue blur of speed, unleashing his heat vision in focused bursts to bisect those who dared to stand in his way. At the same time, Batman weaved between the Chitauri warriors, using Superman as a distraction. As he moved through the ranks of the Chitauri, he made sure to toss a single explosive batarang from his utility belt onto every single ship in the hangar, which detonated as he got a good distance away, shaking the ship as the hangar filled with smoke. Superman, despite being vastly outnumbered, handled the Chitauri with ease. He was an unstoppable force, and his mere presence was a beacon of hope for those around him. However, Batman's analytical mind ensured that they fought with the utmost efficiency and minimal collateral damage. The conflict was fierce and unrelenting, but with Superman and Batman working in tandem, the Chitauri's numerical advantage seemed irrelevant. As they battled wave after wave of soldiers, it became apparent that the Chitauri didn't stand a chance. A/N, 1,800 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 524, C524 Peter vs. Thanos, 1/2. Police car light insert raunchy gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. As the portals materialized before the Avengers and their newfound allies, the chamber in the Avengers Tower buzzed with anticipation. Every member of the Avengers had been assigned to specific teams, their roles carefully considered to maximize their effectiveness in the battle ahead. Captain America, standing tall and resolute, led the charge. His vibranium shield was a shining beacon of hope for his team as he, Peggy Carter, and Bucky Barnes stepped through their portal, leading to one of the many ships in the oncoming alien fleet. Their combined skills, agility, and combat prowess made them a formidable trio. Brunhilde, accompanied by her Valkyrie sisters, embarked into dozens of portals, leaping headfirst into battle for the first time since their resurrection. Their combination of mystical power and divine might made them a force to be reckoned with. Similar to the Valkyrie, Black Widow led the Men Widows of Nightingale through a portal, each of them armed with the best laser pistols and rifles that the Avengers had. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, Falcon, and other low-level Avengers pour through another portal. Peter and the rest of the council decided to bunch all of the rather weak Avengers into one team, where they can combine their meager skills into a formidable force. Ant-Man and the Wasp, utilizing their unique size-changing abilities, slipped into the alien ships undetected, seeking strategic opportunities to disrupt the enemy's operations from within. Peter didn't bother calling Hank and Janet since they were a bit old to be fighting off alien invasions. But most of all, he just didn't want to force the newly divorced pair to see each other. After all, the divorce is still pretty fresh. After rescuing Janet from the quantum realm and returning home, Hank had some time to really think about the fact that Janet found love again and moved on without him, which then resulted in the two separating. Hank didn't really blame her, as he'd always loved Janet, but he just couldn't bring himself to be with her anymore, which saddened both of them, including their daughter, Hope. But thankfully, Hope was a 34-year-old woman, so she didn't take it too hard. And from what Peter has heard, the two are still amicable, but he just didn't want to deal with any drama. Yeah, no thanks. Peter thought at the time. With every portal, a distinct and powerful group entered the fray. The plan was orchestrated with precision, ensuring that each team was ready and able to succeed in their mission. As the Avengers emerged from their portals onto different ships within the fleet, they faced the same eerie silence and the cold, unfeeling eyes of the Chitauri. A moment of tense anticipation filled the air, mirroring the situation Batman and Superman had confronted. Then, chaos erupted. The Avengers leaped into action, each group engaging the Chitauri forces with their distinct style and abilities. Captain America's shield was a blur of red, white, and blue as he deflected energy blasts and battered the Chitauri warriors. Black Widow moved with grace and precision, striking with her batons while acrobatically dodging attacks. Brunhilde, armed with her Asgardian sword, radiated strength and confidence as she challenged the alien foes. As each team battled fiercely, the Chitauri's numerical advantage meant little in the face of the Avengers' unwavering determination and combined might. The elements of surprise and teamwork worked to their advantage, creating a rapidly escalating chaos on board the alien vessels. Back on the flagship, the confrontation between Spider-Man and Thanos crackled with tension. They stood on the expansive deck of the Chitauri flagship, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Spider-Man couldn't help but compare the Mad Titan's appearance to when they first met. Peter smirked under his mask. Damn, that poison must have really done a number on you, huh? Once a hulking and imposing figure, Thanos now appeared noticeably different, having suffered the consequences of a severe poisoning that left him bedridden for an extended period. His once bulging, titan-like muscles had shrunk, leaving his frame significantly diminished. The pronounced contours of his imposing physique had faded, replaced by a more lean and shrunken appearance. Despite his regained health, Thanos bore the unmistakable signs of a body weakened by prolonged inactivity and sickness, his once intimidating presence reduced to a shadow of its former self. Thanos angrily gripped the Mind Stone-empowered spear, its intricate engravings shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "And whose fault do you think that is?" he asked in contempt. Each movement he made was both deliberate and graceful, ready to finally get his vengeance. With a taunting grin hidden beneath his mask, Peter's voice was laced with playful mockery. "Would that be little old me?" he asked, pointing directly at himself. "But you know, for a guy who's supposed to be dead, you look pretty good." Thanos responded with an amused chuckle, his deep voice resonating through the chamber. "Ah, Spider-Man, always the jester, aren't you?" As they spoke, both parties began circling each other, probing for weaknesses, testing the waters. Their movements created a captivating spectacle. Being the first to act, Peter kicked off the ground, closing the distance between them with blinding speed. His reflexes were honed to perfection, a result of his arduous training throughout the years. Appearing before the Mad Titan, Peter sent a Spartan kick to his chest. "Since you're too afraid, I'll make the first move." Thanos, twitching from the annoying comment, met Peter's attack with grace. His superhuman agility allowed him to dodge, though only by a hair's breadth. As they clashed, Peter's superhuman strength and combat skills became evident. His punches and kicks landed with the force of a speeding freight train, and he demonstrated a deep understanding of martial arts. On the other hand, Thanos' superhuman strength was formidable, allowing him to hold his own against Peter's onslaught. Their blows collided with tremendous force, causing shockwaves that reverberated throughout the flagship. The impact of each punch sent tremors through the ship's structure. Peter's movements were fluid and unpredictable, his body morphing and twisting like an acrobat. He harnessed his arachnid agility to evade Thanos' strikes while taunting him. "Is that all you've got, big guy?" "Oh, wait, maybe it should be little guy now." Thanos responded with an annoyed grunt, yet his resolve was unshaken. "Just give up, Spider. I promise to repair your planet as long as you surrender now," he says as he sent Peter a murderous look. "Otherwise, I'll slaughter everyone you love alongside your entire planet, and I'll make you watch as I do it." Peter jokingly shivered, feigning fear. "Oh, no. I'm so scared. Somebody save me from this anorexic titan." Thanos merely shook in his head. "Just remember, you choose this yourself." Their battle escalated as Peter's strength surged. The fiery phoenix flames flickered around him, burning with intensity. The air shimmered with heat as he unleashed devastating energy blasts, searing through the deck plating and sending fiery waves toward Thanos. The Mad Titan deftly dodged the fiery attacks, his superhuman reflexes enabling him to weave between the torrent of flames. Yet, a grin tugged at the corner of his lips, betraying his amusement. After all, it's not every day that he fights a worthy battle. With a blinding burst of speed, Peter lunged at Thanos, his fists covered in phoenix flames. He swung at the Mad Titan with a series of powerful blows, driving him back. The deck trembled under their incredible clash of strength. Thanos staggered but quickly recovered, demonstrating his superhuman durability. His flesh bore no burns from the flames, and his healing factor rapidly mended any wounds. Spider-Man continued his relentless assault, channeling his immense power and taunting Thanos. "I hate to say this, but I think you might actually be weaker than the last time we met." "Shut up," Thanos exclaimed, which caused Peter to smirk, knowing that he struck a chord that time. As the battle raged on, the Mad Titan found himself on the defensive. The Chitauri flagship quaked under the intensity of their struggle. "I don't think I'll need to use any of my Infinity Stone," Peter mused, almost disappointed by how weak Thanos had become. Pressed his advantage, Peter forced Thanos to defend himself against a barrage of punishing blows. Yet, Thanos' resolve remained unbroken. With a defiant roar, he unleashed a shockwave of energy, sending Peter hurtling backward. The ship's deck crumbled beneath the impact, and a gaping chasm formed between the two adversaries. Spinning in the air, Peter landed on his feet and brushed off his suit. "Huh, I didn't expect that." Thanos stood across from him, breathing heavily as he tried to catch his breath. "I can't lose," he thought as he gripped his spear tightly, drawing upon the Mind Stone's power. But before the battle could resume, their attention was diverted by the bright light of explosions that lit up the chamber from outside. Surprised, they turned to witness a grim spectacle through the windows. One by one, the fleet of Chitauri warships was being torn apart by the Avengers' coordinated attack. Explosions blossomed like deadly flowers across the void of space. The flagship shuddered as one of its closer companion vessels was consumed by fire. Thanos watched with a mixture of anger and disbelief as his fleet crumbled under the Avengers' assault. The sight of his meticulously planned invasion unraveling infuriated him. With a final, lingering glance at Spider-Man, Thanos growled, "This isn't over, Spider-Man." He gripped his spear, which glowed in a bright light that enveloped his entire body. A/N, 1615 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 525, C525 Peter vs. Thanos, 2 out of 2. Police car light insert blind gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, a Bud 1, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Thanos, holding the glowing spear, summoned the power of the stone within. With a determined glare, he raised the spear high in the air, and the Mind Stone began to pulse with an eerie, electric light. An aura of malevolence surrounded him as he prepared to unleash his most potent attack. "It's over!" Thanos exclaimed, a mad glint in his eyes. The Mad Titan targeted Peter's mind, attempting to break through the layers of mental fortifications that shielded his thoughts. The Mind Stone's energy surged and sought to penetrate Peter's consciousness. Thanos channeled the stone's power to exploit Peter's psyche, with the intention of turning him into a vegetable. Peter felt the alien influence on his mind, a cold, invasive presence attempting to infiltrate his thoughts. The Mind Stone's power began to bypass his mental defenses, sending sharp shivers down his spine. However, just as the Mind Stone's attack threatened to gain a foothold in Peter's consciousness, it abruptly halted. An invisible barrier, impermeable and unfathomably strong, repelled the invasive energy. Thanos, his expression shifting from confidence to bewilderment, was stunned by the unexpected turn of events. He had assumed that his Mind Stone could pierce through Peter's mental defenses. The realization that his attack had been thwarted left him momentarily disoriented. The reason for this unexplained setback was fairly simple. The presence of the Reality Stone within Peter's body reacted to the intrusion of the Mind Stone's power, creating an inherent defense against any other Infinity Stone. F***CK, that was close. Peter let out a relieved breath. Note to self, update my mental shields when I get back. Without wasting a moment, Peter seized the opportunity presented by Thanos' momentary confusion. He kicked off the ground and instantly materialized before the Mad Titan, his superior speed and agility allowing him to strike first. A swift and powerful punch found its mark on Thanos' midsection. The impact sent the Mad Titan flying backward, and he crashed through the ship's metallic walls. The vessel quaked as his massive form collided with the structure, causing it to tremble under the devastating force of Peter's blow. The once terrifying presence of Thanos had been reduced to a battered and disoriented figure, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Peter didn't give him a chance to recover either, he was relentless, capitalizing on his newfound advantage. Peter darted toward the fallen Mad Titan, his every movement an elegant dance of precision and raw power. The battle that followed was a one-sided onslaught, with Peter landing a flurry of devastating blows. Each punch and kick that Peter delivered was powered by his enhanced strength, further fueled by the fiery energy of the Phoenix. Thanos' superhuman durability wavered under the unrelenting assault, and his healing factor struggled to mend the mounting wounds. Thanos desperately tried to defend himself, but he was overwhelmed by the astonishing power gap between him and Peter. His attempts to strike back were futile, as Peter's reflexes were far beyond his diminished capabilities. The sound of flesh striking flesh reverberated through the flagship, a constant barrage of punishing blows that seemed unending, leaving Thanos bloody and disfigured. With each strike, Peter taunted his opponent. "You thought you could conquer my planet? Pathetic. You can't even conquer me." The Mad Titan's powers, once dreaded across the universe, had been reduced to mere memories of his former glory. He could do nothing to prevent the relentless onslaught, and his mind swirled with frustration, pain, and disbelief. As Peter's relentless assault continued, pushing Thanos to the brink of death. Each strike sent shockwaves through the flagship, its structure quaking with the ferocity of their clash. Blood trickled down from Thanos' face, and his body bore the marks of Peter's devastating blows. Peter's taunts and jest punctuated the sound of blows landing on the Mad Titan. "Hey! Are you awake?" Peter asked as he noticed the Mad Titan's eyes begin to fall shut. "If you're just going to sleep, then I might as well finish this up." With an annoyed sigh, Peter gathered his strength, preparing to deliver the final blow to the weakened and battered Thanos. The fiery energy of the Phoenix flared around him, ready to burn Thanos to ash. He lunged at Thanos, his clenched fist charged with incredible power, ready to end the battle. The impact would be the culmination of their struggle, a victorious moment for Peter, and a defeat for the once-dreaded Mad Titan. But just as Peter's blow was about to land, a sudden force, telekinetic in nature, pushed him away from Thanos. He suddenly felt his spider sense tingle and was immediately sent hurtling through the air, his body accelerating and spinning uncontrollably. The force was powerful, and it took him a moment to regain his bearings. In the chaos of the moment, Ebony Maw, Thanos' trusted follower and servant, had rushed to save his father and lord. As Peter recoiled from the telekinetic assault, Maw knelt beside Thanos, his robes swirling around him. The injured Mad Titan groggily watched with a mix of gratitude and fear as Maw assessed his condition. He had been thoroughly defeated, and his strength had waned. On the other side of the room, Peter gained control of himself and flipped, landing gracefully on his feet. Seeing the men who interrupted their fight, he waved his hand and conjured a portal which opened up behind Maw, swiftly closed the distance between them. In an instant, the dark-clad servant found himself with no time to react. Thanos desperately attempted to warn him, his voice strained, but the warning came too late. Behind Y. Before Maw could even react, Peter's hand mercilessly pierced through Maw's back, his fingers tightly seizing the heart that throbbed within. Ugh! Maw's agonizing scream pierced the air, a tortured cry that resonated through the chamber, filling it with torment. Blood cascaded from his mouth as he coughed and sputtered. My apologies, father. His life force steadily drained away, and his body convulsed as the tight grasp of death overtook him. Thanos watched in grim silence as his devoted servant breathed his last, his body collapsing beside him. The chamber bore witness to the demise of Ebony Maw, who had followed Thanos' every command until the end. A true child of the Mad Titan. As Maw's lifeless body lay still, Peter turned to face the weakened and wounded Mad Titan. The fiery energy of the Phoenix still coursed through his veins as he stood with a hint of triumph. Is that the last of them? Peter asked, his voice filled with a mixture of curiosity and mischievousness. Was that the last of your children? Peter distinctly remembers killing some of them on the day he poisoned Thanos, but he didn't care to remember their names. Not to mention the fact that his two favored daughters are under his protection as well. Thanos, breathing heavily. Bloodied from his battle with Peter, he met the gaze of the victorious hero. The Mad Titan's expression was one of defeat, his once indomitable spirit now crushed by the weight of his losses. With a defeated sigh, he nodded. Yes, you've taken everything from me. His words were tinged with resignation, and his eyes held a trace of melancholy. You know, I haven't taken everything from you, yet, Peter remarked, his voice laced with confident amusement. With a purposeful stride, he approached the spear that Thanos had dropped during their battle. The Mind Stone embedded within the weapon gleamed with an eerie, electric light. Peter extended his hand, and picked up the spear, admiring it for a moment before plucking the Mind Stone from the center of the blade. The stone radiated with its inherent cosmic power, pulsing between Peter's two fingers. Now I've taken everything, Peter declared, holding the Mind Stone aloft for a brief moment before securing it within the protective confines of his storage necklace. With the Mind Stone in his possession, Peter's powers and control over the elements of the universe were supreme. He now held every single Infinity Stone. I finally collected all of them. Peter thought as he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment surge through his body. As Peter stood there, having secured the Mind Stone and possessing all 6 Infinity Stones, his thoughts turned towards Thanos. The Mad Titan, bloodied and battered, remained seated, his arrogance shattered and his once lofty goals reduced to ashes. You thought that wiping out half the universe was the solution to overpopulation and scarcity, right? Peter asked, his voice tinged with a mixture of pity and amusement. You know, you're F***king brain dead. ? Thanos ignored the petty insult, confused as to why he's not dead yet. With a wry smile, Peter produced 6 ornate rings, each designed to hold their own stone. These rings were the culmination of his and the dwarves' hard work. With deliberate precision, he slipped them onto his fingers. One by one, Peter conjured each Infinity Stone, placing them into the corresponding ring. The Power Stone, Space Stone, Reality Stone, Time Stone, Soul Stone, and Mind Stone found their designated positions. Thanos couldn't believe his eyes. As the stones settled into their new homes, the rings began to emanate a soft, harmonious glow, synchronizing with the power of the Infinity Stones. The energy that swirled around Peter was both magnificent and terrifying, a force of nature that transcended the limits of reality. Here goes nothing. Peter pressed his thumb and middle finger together, hoping that he didn't explode. With a snap of his fingers, Peter activated the power of the Infinity Stones. But his intention was far different from the genocidal purpose Thanos had envisioned. Instead, Peter harnessed the limitless power of the stones for a more compassionate and constructive fix. The Infinity Stones glowed brilliantly as the universe was reshaped before their eyes. Millions of uninhabited planets, barren and desolate, began to transform. Lush vegetation sprouted, fertile lands emerged, and life-giving oceans appeared where once there was only desolation. These planets became welcoming, idyllic havens, capable of sustaining life and flourishing. They were no longer the lifeless husks of the cosmos, but fertile worlds, ripe with potential and opportunity. Peter turned his attention to Thanos, who watched the transformation in awe and disbelief. The Mad Titan's eyes widened as he comprehended the scale of what he was witnessing. His dream of culling half the universe's population now seemed small and inconsequential in comparison. "See," Peter said, his voice laced with a mixture of admonishment and empathy. "You could have used the power of the stones to make the universe better, to create a future where everyone can thrive. Instead, you wanted to kill everyone." With a sweep of his hand, Peter revealed more of the transformed planets to Thanos, emphasizing the scope of the opportunity that had been wasted. Millions of worlds, each one a sanctuary for those who suffer, for those who struggle. "You could have made life better for everyone, but you chose a path of suffering and death," Peter continued, his words resonating with conviction. "You had the power to bring hope to the universe, but you squandered it. A/N, you were the chosen one, Anakin." The Mad Titan, his earlier resolve and arrogance reduced to nothing, could only watch in silence as the universe he had sought to reshape into his own image was transformed by Peter's benevolent use of the Infinity Stones. His dreams of conquest and power crumbled as he came face to face with the realization of his own short-sightedness. As a final, dramatic statement, he raised the spear high in the air, and the phoenix flames that enveloped him swirled around the weapon, intensifying their fiery glow. With a single-handed swing, he brought the empowered spear down with incredible force, severing Thanos' head from his body. The gleaming blade cut through flesh and bone, creating a clean and decisive separation. The Mad Titan's head rolled away from his lifeless body, and his eyes held a permanent expression of defeat. In an instant, the flames spread over the severed head, and Thanos' remains ignited into a pyre of blazing phoenix flames. Peter watched, his eyes locked on the fiery spectacle. The flames consumed Thanos' body, leaving only ashes that scattered along the ship's floor. A/N, 2064 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 526, C526 officially meeting. Police car light insert beach gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, FR1 day _ trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. With the blaze of phoenix flames casting an ethereal glow across the ship, Peter stood amidst the aftermath of the cosmic confrontation. Thanos, once a looming threat, now reduced to ashes scattered across the metallic floor, served as a somber testament to the end of an era. Exhaustion settled into Peter's limbs, and he slowly collapsed onto his backside, taking a few measured breaths. The physical exertion of battling Thanos had been manageable, thanks to the enhanced abilities. However, the true toll came from the application of the Infinity Stones on such a grand scale. As Peter caught his breath, he contemplated the immense power he had wielded to transform countless barren wasteland planets into thriving paradises. The scope of the endeavor had drained him far more than the physical combat. The phoenix flames around him flickered, their intensity reflecting the ebb and flow of Peter's own energy. "That was a bit more taxing than I anticipated," Peter muttered to himself, his words punctuated by a sigh of weariness. The sheer magnitude of altering the destinies of millions of planets had taken its toll on him, leaving a sense of fatigue that lingered beneath the surface. Maybe I should have done 100,000 planets at a time instead of doing them all at once. With a self-reflective gaze, Peter acknowledged that using the Infinity Stones for grand, universe-altering acts required a considerable investment of his own energy. It was a revelation that resonated through the core of his being. While the stones granted godlike abilities, there were limits to what even someone like him could achieve without suffering consequences. "I guess using these stones on a large scale is a bit like running a marathon," Peter mused, his tired eyes focused on the distant remnants of the phoenix-infused flames. "You can do it, but it's not something you want to do every day." The exhaustion in his bones served as a clear reminder that wielding such immense power came with risks. He concluded that, moving forward, he needed to exercise caution, not pushing the boundaries of what his body could handle. After all, even Thanos severely hurt himself when he snapped away half of the universe's population in the movies. The potential consequences of using more of the stone's power than he could handle loomed in Peter's mind, a danger that he was keen on avoiding. "Well, it's not like I plan on altering the universe on such a grand scale again, so I doubt I'll ever need to worry about it." Peter shrugged uncaringly. Although he was technically limiting his use of the stones, the limiter was only placed on anything above simultaneously terraforming millions and millions of planets throughout the universe. It wouldn't hinder him one bit. A/N, just to be clear, this is not me nerfing Peter or the stones. I hate when authors do that, so I won't ever do it. As Peter reflected on this, he suddenly wondered, is there anything else, other than overpopulation, that needs to be fixed? But after some thought, he decided not to change the universe any more than necessary. On one hand, Peter could use the stones to turn the universe into a paradise free from all troubles, but on the other hand, doing that would make the universe immensely boring and mundane. Meh, I just gave the universe millions of paradise planets, so I'd say that's enough. At least for now. I can always decide to do more later. Peter mused. Although he likes helping others, as many heroes do, it just wasn't his job to fix every little inconvenience or mishap that takes place in the infinite cosmos of his universe. Seated on the ship's floor, Peter admired the rings that adorned his fingers. Crafted with precision by the dwarves of Nidavellir and assembled through his own efforts, these rings had proven to be the key to unlocking the true potential of the Infinity Stones, similar to Thanos' gauntlet, which will now never be made in this universe. The dwarves did an amazing job, Peter thought, acknowledging the craftsmanship that had ensured the rings function flawlessly, even after a task as monumental as reshaping the universe. The rings, still shimmering with residual cosmic energy, clung to Peter's fingers. Despite the monumental task they had just performed, they remained intact, a testament to their durability and the quality of their construction. Peter felt a surge of gratitude for the dwarves and a sense of accomplishment for successfully wielding the Infinity Stones to bring about positive change. Maybe I should give the dwarves a gift. Peter thought as he snapped his fingers. In the heart of Nidavellir, the dwarves diligently toiled in their forges, the rhythmic clangs of hammers on anvils echoing through the immense cavern. For generations, this realm had been their sanctum, with Nidavellir, the neutron star they had harnessed, at the core of their existence. The giant ring encircling the star housed their homes and workshops, and the celestial body itself served as the most potent forge in the universe. Amidst the chorus of forging, the dwarves paused, their attention drawn to the grand windows overlooking the heart of Nidavellir, the neutron star. As they gazed in awe, a collective gasp escaped their lips. The neutron star, their source of power and inspiration, began to surge with an unprecedented intensity, its luminosity growing more vibrant and its heat escalating beyond any measure they had known. Eitri, the revered king of the dwarves, his eyes wide with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, joined his kin at the windows. The once stable neutron star pulsated with newfound vigor, its flames dancing with an intensity that both fascinated and terrified the dwarves. What the F***ck? Eitri muttered in shock. As seconds passed like an eternity, the neutron star continued to burn with an otherworldly fervor. Gripped by the fear of impending catastrophe, the dwarves watched the star pulse and expand in their direction. But suddenly, just as they thought the star would swallow them whole, the surge ceased, and the neutron star began to recede, returning to its usual size. A collective sigh of relief swept through Nidavellir as the star settled into a new equilibrium. The once blue hues of the star transformed into a brilliant gold, casting a warm glow across the forges and workshops. Eitri whispered in awe, "What? What happened to it?" While the dwarves marveled at the altered star, they remained oblivious to the true architect of this cosmic transformation. Unbeknownst to them, Peter, having wielded the Infinity Stones, had extended his benevolence to Nidavellir. The neutron star, the very lifeblood of their craftsmanship, had undergone a metamorphosis at his hands. The upgrade to the neutron star brought forth a multitude of possibilities for the dwarves. Anything forged within its radiant embrace would now possess an unparalleled quality and potency, surpassing anything the dwarves had ever achieved before. After Peter snapped his fingers, channeling the power of the Infinity Stones to gift the dwarves of Nidavellir with an upgraded neutron star, he watched the surprised looks on the dwarves' face with a smile. The warm hues of the golden star reflected the dumb expressions they were currently making. As Peter stopped watching the dwarves, a voice, gentle yet powerful, resonated over his shoulder, catching him off guard. Peter, with a start, spun around to find himself face to face with a figure that was extremely familiar. It was as if the essence of Stan Lee had materialized before him, wearing a knowing smile. Instantly, realization dawned on Peter, this was no ordinary being. It was the one above all, the supreme deity of the Marvel multiverse. "That's a very nice thing you've done for the dwarves, and the rest of the universe as well," the figure said, the voice carrying a sense of cosmic wisdom. Peter, still processing the sudden appearance, stammered a surprised greeting, "Hello there, sir." The figure chuckled softly. "No need to be alarmed, Peter. I'm here because it's been a while since someone collected all of the Infinity Stones in this universe." Hopping to his feet, Peter struggled to find the right words, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. "Oh, okay, sir." Although Peter has seen the one above all a few times, he never had a conversation with him. Every time they met, he would be in some sort of disguise and swiftly disappear before he could say anything. The one above all smiled kindly, reassuring Peter. "No need for formalities. Just call me Stan, if you will. I'm here because I'm happily surprised that, for once, the Infinity Stones have fallen into the hands of a good guy. You know, not many Spider-Men have collected the stones. People like you are exceedingly rare. You should be proud." Thank you." Peter smiled, his hand raising to scratch the back of his head awkwardly. After all, it's not every day that an all-powerful god of the Marvel multiverse compliments you. You're welcome. The one above all smiled kindly as he checked his watch. Oh, it seems I have an appointment to get to. Sorry to take up your time like this. Peter shook his head. No, it's fine. After all, it's not every day I get to meet a god. The one above all waved Peter's words off uncaringly. Like I said, just treat me normally. He says as he began to fade away. It was nice to officially meet you, Peter. I hope to see more of your incredible feats. They've certainly been entertaining thus far. As the godly Stan Lee disappeared, Peter couldn't help but raise a brow at the revelation that the one above all had been watching him. It was as if his life had become some cosmic movie or TV show. The thought both amused and unnerved him, realizing that his actions were under the observation of the supreme deity. Just as Peter was processing this encounter, Superman came flying in, his blue eyes filled with curiosity. Hey, Peter, who were you just talking to? Peter, still grappling with the surreal encounter, shook his head in disbelief. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. A/N, 1715 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 527, C527 Parting Gifts. Police car light insert camping gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, a Bud 1, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. With Thanos and his army defeated, and Stan Lee gone, Peter and the Avengers shifted their focus to the aftermath of the war. The bug-like remnants of Chitauri invaders lay scattered across the many destroyed ships, their lifeless bodies serving as grim reminders of the conflict that had unfolded. In the wake of victory, the Avengers commenced the arduous task of cleaning up the debris and disposing of the fallen foes. After taking everything back to Earth, Peter used his flames to burn the many bodies as everyone else assisted in gathering the dead bugs, each member contributing their unique abilities to streamline the cleanup process. Meanwhile, Iron Man and a few others scanned and cataloged salvageable technology from the enemy fleet. The remains of Thanos' fleet, scattered like broken toys, presented a treasure trove of potential resources. The Avengers decided to salvage what they could. Luckily, the intact vessels, numbering around 50, were deemed salvageable. Tony marked them down as candidates for retrofitting. After all, these warships would make a good addition to the Avengers' growing fleet, especially Thanos' warship, which was damaged from their battle but still usable. As Peter and the Avengers diligently worked on the cleanup process, sorting through the remnants of the Chitauri forces and gathering salvageable technology, Superman and Batman found a moment to discuss matters of principle. Away from the clatter of debris and the hum of machinery, they stood side by side, admiring the Avengers' work. Batman spoke, his voice low and hesitant. Clark. Superman turned to Batman with a serious expression. What's the matter? Batman, ever stoic behind his cowl, looked toward his fellow League member. He had been dreading this conversation ever since he changed his mind. I never thought I'd say this, but I've come to agree with your new views, Batman admitted, his gravelly voice carrying a reluctant admission. I've seen the evidence, analyzed the data, and considered the peaceful state of this world. Killing certain criminals for the greater good makes sense. Superman, visibly surprised by Batman's sudden admission, raised an eyebrow. I never thought I'd hear you say that. Why the change of heart? Batman sighed, a rare display of vulnerability. It's not easy for me to admit when I'm wrong. I was against killing for a long time. But the evidence is here. This world is much more peaceful when the worst criminals are permanently dealt with. I never thought I'd agree with you on this. Superman nodded in understanding, acknowledging the difficulty of such a concession. It's not about being right or wrong, Bruce. It's about doing what's best for the world we've sworn to protect. However, Batman's admission came with a caveat. While I agree with the new direction, I'm not sure I could ever kill someone myself. It goes against everything I've believed in for so long. Superman raised a questioning brow. Bruce, during the invasion, you killed at least a few hundred Chitauri. You blew them up, chopped them to bits, and even snapped a few necks. Does killing only count for you when they're humanoid people? Batman hesitated for a moment before realizing the weight of Superman's words. His eyes widened as the realization struck him. Batman started, his voice faltering. I didn't think about it that way. I always told myself that they weren't human. But, they were alive and all of them were sentient. Superman's gaze remained steady, prompting Batman to confront the reality he had avoided. The words of Nick Fury, spoken during their earlier discussion in the tower, echoed in Batman's mind. Killing is far easier than you think it is. Fury was right. Killing was so easy that Bruce didn't even realize that he's done it countless times already. For a man that prided himself on pacifism, Batman found it hard to wrestle with the fact that his kill count was far higher than most serial killers. Batman, for the first time, grappled with the acknowledgement that he had taken lives, not of human criminals but of extraterrestrial invaders. Even in his world, he's killed more alien invaders than he could count. The ethical dilemma unfolded before him, and he couldn't escape the truth of his actions. I killed them. Bruce repeated inwardly as his hands began to shake. It's all right, Bruce. As the weight of this revelation settled on Batman's shoulders, Superman rests a supportive hand on his friend's shoulder. We all have to confront the consequences of our actions. But it's what we do moving forward that defines us. And whether you decide to continue killing or not, I'll still support you. A few days had passed since the confrontation with Thanos and his army. The Avengers, alongside Peter, worked tirelessly to clean up the aftermath of the war, restoring everything to as it was. Now, with the remnants of Chitauri invaders disposed of or repurposed and Thanos dead and gone, Superman and Batman prepared to return to their own universe. With Batman officially changing his mind, the reason for their stay had been accomplished. Although Bruce was still conflicted on his past killings, as well as the prospect of future killings, he didn't let it keep him down for long. In preparation for their departure, Bruce didn't waste a single second. He bought a bunch of high-storage hard drives and proceeded to download everything related to the DC Universe, his universe. From comics and wikis to movies and TV shows, nothing was left behind. With the opportunity in front of him, how could Bruce not take all that he could? He even managed to swipe some tech from the invasion and bought some Stark tech that was advanced enough to catch his attention. The night before their departure, Peter called Batman into his office in the Avengers Tower. He had been monitoring the Dark Knight's activities and couldn't help but feel impressed with his determination to take everything he could back with him. Bruce, Peter began as Batman walked in. I wanted to talk to you before you head back home. Batman acknowledged Peter with a nod, taking a seat across from him. What's this about? Peter took a moment before speaking, choosing his words carefully. I know that revealing your identity to the Joker was rather rude, even if he's already dead. As a way of saying sorry, I wanted to offer you something before you leave. Batman, ever vigilant, raised an eyebrow. Offer me what exactly? Peter smirked excitedly. I want to offer you a chance to become a super soldier, like Captain America. I've always thought a Batman with superpowers, even minor ones, would be a force to be reckoned with. Batman, known for his skepticism, eyed Peter cautiously. And what's the catch? No catch, Peter replied with an earnest shake of his head. Consider it an apology and a way to make sure you're better equipped. We may have had our differences, but we're both heroes at heart. Before Batman could give his answer, Peter continued. It's completely safe, by the way. Many Avengers have gone through the procedure without any complications. After a moment of contemplation, Batman nodded. All right, let's see what you've got. Peter led Batman to a heavily secured part of the tower, and into a room filled with an array of high-tech equipment. A giant metal pod, gleaming in the soft light, stood as the centerpiece of the room. Peter explained the procedure and the enhancements it would provide, emphasizing its potential benefits. Batman cautiously entered the pod as Peter assisted in strapping him in. Once everything was in place, Peter closed the pod, attaching vials containing a specialized serum to the exterior. He looked at Batman through a small window on the pod and asked, "Ready for this?" With a resolute nod, Batman braced himself, knowing that the procedure was a significant step into the unknown. Peter, holding a lever in his hand, spoke again, "Here we go," before flipping the switch. Energy surged into the pod, and the vials emptied their contents into Batman's body. The room echoed with screams of pain, a consequence of the transformative process. Peter, accustomed to the procedure, maintained his focus, allowing the enhancement to take its course. As the energy subsided and the pod opened, Batman emerged, revealing a visibly transformed physique. His frame, now more muscular and defined, bore the marks of the enhancement process. Batman, albeit exhausted, examined his own arms, flexing them with a hint of satisfaction. Is it done? Batman inquired, feeling a newfound power course through his body. Peter nodded. You're now enhanced. Welcome to the club, Bruce. This should give you an edge you've never experienced before. Consider it a gift from one hero to another. Batman, though not one to express gratitude openly, offered a nod of acknowledgement. The weight of the enhanced capabilities settled on him, and as he left the room, a new chapter unfolded for the Dark Knight, armed with newfound strength in his quest to safeguard Gotham and the rest of his world. The next day arrived, and Peter and Tony's multiverse ship appeared back in the familiar universe of Superman and Batman. The heroes gathered at the entrance of the ship, ready to bid farewell to their interdimensional allies. Superman, clad in his iconic suit, exchanged heartfelt goodbyes with Peter. Thanks for everything, Peter. I appreciate your help more than you know. Peter grinned, giving Superman a friendly pat on the shoulder. Anytime, Supes. Take care of that world of yours. The next time I visit, I expect to see a totally different universe. As Superman rushed off to reunite with his family, Batman approached Peter, his cape billowing in the breeze. The two heroes stood, facing each other with a sense of mutual respect. Peter, Batman acknowledged, his deep voice carrying gratitude. I appreciate the enhancements. They might come in handy. Peter shrugged casually. No problem. Just doing my part to make the world a better place, even if it's not my world. As Batman nodded his thanks, Peter's expression turned contemplative. Hey, before you go, I've got one last piece of advice for you. Batman arched an eyebrow, signaling Peter to continue. I've always thought it would be cool if you took over the League of Assassins, Peter suggested with a mischievous grin. You know, turn them into a group of heroes, like yourself. Now that you're a super soldier, it would be easier than ever to dethrone Ra's al Ghul. Batman, ever stoic, took a moment to mull over the suggestion. The idea of leading an organization known for its lethal methods towards a more noble cause had its merits, though the ethical complications weren't lost on him. Tony, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively, chimed in, and it helps that Ra's al Ghul's daughters are both hot. And at least one of them usually has the hots for Batman in the comics. Batman rolled his eyes at Tony, but couldn't help a subtle smirk. I'll consider it. As Batman was about to leave, Peter tossed a small, sleek phone to him. Take this. It connects to a group chat. Just in case of emergencies or if you ever want to catch up on superhero gossip across the multiverse. Batman inspected the phone for a moment before pocketing it. Thanks, he said, acknowledging the practicality of staying connected. With his hands free, Peter tossed him a second phone. And give this one to Clark. I wouldn't want him to feel left out. Batman, a man of few words, nodded appreciatively before walking away. The doors of the multiverse ship closed behind him. And as the ship vanished into the fabric of reality, Peter and Tony disappeared alongside it, both planning to return one day to see how the League and their world changes. A/N, 1980 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 528, C528 Marriage. Police car light insert crying gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N. Only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The night after Peter dropped Batman and Superman back into their universe, he found himself drifting into a deep and peaceful sleep beside his beautiful fiancée, MJ. As he slumbered, the tranquility of the night took an unexpected turn. Suddenly, Peter's consciousness transitioned to an expansive, white void. A space that seemed to exist outside the confines of the waking world. In this ethereal space, Peter looked around, perplexed by the surreal nature of his surroundings. The emptiness was overwhelming, and as he sought to make sense of it, he suddenly beheld a towering, fiery bird, the Phoenix Force. Recognition dawned on Peter, recalling their previous encounters when he aided in saving Jean Grey from the destructive path the Phoenix had been treading. Facing the immense cosmic entity, Peter couldn't help but feel a mixture of awe and curiosity. What brings you here? He inquired, knowing that the Phoenix rarely manifested without a purpose. The Phoenix, its fiery form pulsating with cosmic energy, regarded Peter with an otherworldly intensity. You and I have unfinished business. It resonated, its voice echoing within the void. Peter raised an eyebrow, his spider sense tingling with anticipation. Unfinished business. Is this about the deal we made? Didn't you say that I could do it in my own time? The Phoenix, in its majestic yet enigmatic way, began to unveil the nature of their cosmic pact. Indeed, our arrangement was one of balance, a symbiosis. I allowed you to keep living after stealing the power of the Phoenix, and in return, you were to aid in the destruction of barren planets across the universe. The ashes of those worlds would serve as the fertile ground for new life, reborn through my cosmic flame. Peter, thoughtful, nodded as he recalled the terms of their deal. I remember. So what's this about? He asked in annoyance, ready to get back to sleep. I have to get up and work on some adoption papers in the morning, so can we make this quick? The Phoenix eyed Peter, holding back the urge to burn him into dust. Things have changed. You found a different way to complete our deal. You've turned millions of desolate planets into flourishing paradises, and in doing so, you inadvertently fulfilled our agreement in a rather unexpected manner. Oh, that makes sense. Peter nods his head. So, is our business finished? The Phoenix let out an uncharacteristic sigh. Yes, our business is concluded. Although your actions align more with the preservation of life than its destruction, the outcome is still the same. So, we good? Peter looked around, his tired eyes searching for the exit. Why was he so respectful to him, but with me he's like this? The Phoenix thought, its ethereal flames pulsating with a sense of annoyance. Yes, Peter, we are. Your actions have brought balance in its own way. The cosmic scales are tipped in favor of creation, and I find satisfaction in the life that now thrives across the cosmos. The cycle continues, and you have played your part. Peter turned around in a circle, looking for a way out. Glad to hear that. So which way leads back to my bed? The phoenix rolled its eyes as its flames flared, blinding Peter as it encompassed the entire space. Goodbye, Peter. Hey, wait a minute. As the fire of the phoenix encompassed him, Peter felt a sense of closure before returning back to his bedroom, where he found MJ cuddled up next to him, sleeping with her head on his chest. Did she have to scare me like that? Peter thought as he wrapped his arms around his fiancée and drifted off to sleep once again. Months after Batman and Superman returned to their universe and the peculiar encounter with the Phoenix, Peter's life settled into a familiar rhythm. The adrenaline-fueled escapades with interdimensional heroes and cosmic entities gave way to the everyday challenges of being a normal person. One significant change in Peter's life involved the official adoption of America Chavez, the dimension-hopping little girl. Now proudly carrying the name America Chavez Parker, she became a full-fledged member of the Parker family. However, since she wasn't from this world, she didn't have any papers, which were needed for the adoption. Peter, seasoned in the art of forging identities at this point, took charge of securing America's place in this world. Birth certificates, social security numbers, and a trail of paperwork were orchestrated seamlessly, ensuring America's newfound identity was recognized by the institutions of this reality. She adapted swiftly to her new life, and the Parker household gained another occupant. While Peter was busy sorting out legal matters, life outside his immediate concerns kept moving as well. A surprising turn of events graced the lives of those closest to him. Tony Stark, the genius billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, found himself facing an unexpected role: fatherhood. Pepper, his longtime companion, revealed that she was pregnant, a revelation that reverberated through the Avengers community. A couple months into Pepper's pregnancy, the news brought a unique mix of joy and astonishment to every Avenger. Tony, known for his WH** ring and hatred of children, suddenly had a baby on the way, and yet, he embraced the prospect of becoming a father with anticipation. The impending arrival of a Stark heir became a topic of discussion among the Avengers, marking a different kind of adventure for the eccentric genius. Meanwhile, in the heart of New York City, Peter and MJ embarked on another monumental journey, the planning of their wedding. The process, driven by MJ's meticulous attention to detail, Aunt May's maternal guidance, and the support of MJ's mother, Grace, unfolded with its fair share of laughter and occasional stress. Peter, being the easygoing groom that he is, offered his ideas when prompted but willingly let the women in his life steer the ship. The bridal gowns, floral arrangements, and venue selections became the focal points of discussion during family gatherings and late-night planning sessions. Aunt May, having been through the joys and challenges of Peter's superhero life, was determined to make this wedding a memorable celebration. In the midst of mundane yet meaningful tasks, Peter couldn't help but reflect on the journey that led him to this point. From interdimensional adventures to facing cosmic entities, his life was a tapestry woven with threads of the extraordinary. Yet, in the quiet moments of planning a wedding and preparing paperwork for adoption, the ordinary part of his life became the harder part. Soon enough, the day of Peter and MJ's wedding finally arrived, and New York City embraced the occasion with clear skies and a gentle breeze. The chosen venue, a picturesque garden adorned with vibrant flowers and elegant decorations, set the stage for a celebration that would mark the union of two extraordinary lives. As the ceremony drew near, Peter, clad in a classic black suit, nervously awaited his bride at the altar. Beside him, Tony and Ned stood in their own suits, each of them chosen to be Peter's best men. He didn't want to exclude either of them, so he made them both his best men, which seemed to work as neither had any complaints. The subtle hum of excitement resonated through the air, mingling with the soft whispers of family and friends who gathered for this special day. Aunt May, beaming with pride, sat in the front row close to Peter, offering words of encouragement as she observed the guests arriving. Stepping out of a private room, MJ, dressed in a breathtaking white gown that flowed gracefully around her, found her father, Nick Fury, waiting for her. The stern and formidable Avengers councilman softened as he looked at his daughter, conveying the depth of his emotions on this significant day. "You look beautiful." "Thanks." MJ smiled nervously, anxiety pulsing through her entire body. Fury, dressed in a tailored suit, offered MJ his arm as they prepared to walk down the aisle. "Are you sure you want to marry him?" MJ rolled her eyes. "Yes, Dad. Why else would we be here if I didn't want to marry him?" She sighed in annoyance. After all, this is the 5th time he's asked her this today. Besides, you like Peter. "I know you do." Fury held his tongue, refusing to confirm or deny anything. "That B***starred is lucky I can't kill him." The ceremonial music filled the air as the flower girl, Lily, walked out in her dress, throwing flower petals as she made her way down the aisle, where she took a seat beside Aunt May and America. Seconds later, MJ and Fury stepped into the garden, and the assembled guests turned their attention toward the father-daughter duo. The sight of MJ in her wedding gown left Peter breathless, a moment of pure beauty that he would forever cherish. As MJ approached the altar, Fury's gaze shifted between his daughter and Peter. A stern scowl adorned his face, a silent warning to the men who dared to claim his daughter's heart. Peter, under the watchful eye of Fury, smirked as he took MJ's hand. The unspoken tension hung in the air as Fury reluctantly handed over his daughter to the men she chose. As Fury hesitantly walked over to his seat, Peter turned to MJ and whispered, "Is it just me, or did he reach for his gun for a second?" MJ gave a small laugh. "Maybe, but I made sure he was unarmed before he came," she revealed, eliciting a raised brow from Peter. "Trust me, you don't want to know how many weapons he tried to smuggle inside." The ceremony unfolded with poignant vows exchanged between Peter and MJ, their promises echoing through the garden. The officiant conducted the ceremony with a mix of solemnity and warmth. The couple's connection radiated, casting a spell that enveloped everyone present. The exchanging of rings, a symbol of their commitment, marked a profound moment in the ceremony. Peter, with a mixture of joy and relief, slipped the ring onto MJ's finger, sealing their union. The gathered guests, a mix of family, friends, and a few carefully selected allies, witnessed the culmination of a love story that transcended all others. As the officiant pronounced them husband and wife, Peter and MJ shared a passionate kiss, sealing their vows with an unspoken promise of a long future together. The garden erupted in cheers and applause, the joyous sound echoing through the air. Aunt May, teary-eyed and proud, clapped alongside the gathered guests, celebrating the union of two souls destined for each other. After the ceremony, as the newlyweds mingled with their guests, Fury approached Peter with a glare that could pierce through walls. Reluctantly, he extended a hand to the men who now held his daughter's heart. The tension between them, a complex blend of protectiveness and acceptance, lingered in the air. "Take care of her," Fury grumbled, his gaze unwavering. The "or else" was unspoken but certainly implied. Peter shook Fury's hand with a firm grip. "I promise, sir. I'll do everything in my power to make her happy." He would usually use this opportunity to mess with Fury, but just this once, Peter decided to be respectful. Fury's glare softened slightly, a subtle acknowledgement of the sincerity in Peter's words. "See that you do," he replied, before turning away to join the celebration. Later that night, Peter and MJ lay entwined in their marital bed. With a contented sigh, Peter broke the silence. "So, my beautiful wife, how do you feel about having our honeymoon in another universe?" MJ's eyes sparkled with immediate interest, the notion sparking excitement within her. A/N, 1955 words, smiley face. Galactus will come after the honeymoon, by the way. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 529, C529 Honeymoon, first stop. Police car light insert dinosaur gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The morning sun bathed the room in a soft glow as Peter sat on the bed, his gaze fixed on MJ as she enthusiastically packed a suitcase for their honeymoon. The air buzzed with the excitement of new beginnings and adventures, yet Peter couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity about the destinations MJ seemed so eager to explore. "So, where are we going for our honeymoon?" Peter asked, a playful smile on his face. MJ, holding a pile of clothes, looked up and grinned. "Oh, just a few universes here and there. I've been thinking about all the places we could visit now that I know fictional worlds actually exist." Peter raised an eyebrow, a mix of surprise and amusement coloring his expression. "Fictional worlds? Really? You're not thinking about a nice beach or a romantic getaway?" MJ chuckled, tossing a pair of jeans into the suitcase. "Beaches are overrated, Peter. I want our honeymoon to be memorable, full of excitement and maybe a bit of danger." Peter's smirk widened with curiosity. "Danger? MJ, we just got married. Are you sure about this? Most newlywed couples just go on a normal vacation, where they f***ck like rabbits." MJ looked at him with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Trust me, it's going to be the honeymoon of a lifetime. Picture this. We could visit Hogwarts, explore Oz, survive a zombie apocalypse, fight pirates, race with Lightning McQueen, or even face off against monsters in Arendelle. Doesn't that sound more appealing than a traditional honeymoon?" she says matter-of-factly. "Besides, we already f***ck like rabbits, so there's no reason that we can't just do it in a more interesting place." Peter blinked, processing the whirlwind of destinations MJ had just listed. "Wait, how many places do you want to go to? We have 2 children now, right? We can't just spend a year traveling the multiverse. Also, don't get your hopes up. I've only mapped a small portion of the multiverse, so we'll have to find a good universe." MJ enthusiasm deflated slightly. Oh. In all of her fantasizing, she forgot about all of the responsibilities that they both have. Peter sighed, feeling bad for crushing her hopes. Relax, I'll find you at least one of the universes that you want to visit, and we can enjoy ourselves for 3 months. But after that, we need to come back or else Lily and America might cry. MJ smiled at the mention of her daughters, realizing that she would miss them just as much as they would miss her. Okay, I just don't want our honeymoon to be normal and bland. I want it to be a story we can tell for the rest of our lives. Peter scratched his head, a bemused smile forming. Sure, I was hoping for a lazy, romantic, paradise escape, but I'm down for an adventure as well. MJ paused, walking over seductively before bending her body to plant a kiss on her husband's lips. Paradise is overrated. I want our honeymoon to be unique. Peter sighed, realizing that MJ had a point. Okay, but a zombie apocalypse? Really? MJ smirked as she shrugged her shoulders. Well, it's not like zombies will be able to do anything to us. I doubt they could even bite or scratch through our skin. Peter shook his head in disbelief, a mixture of amusement and fondness in his eyes. You're one of a kind, MJ. All right, let's do it. Honeymoon across the multiverse it is. MJ grinned, squealing as she rushed over to seal her suitcase. That's the spirit. Get ready for the honeymoon of a lifetime. As they left the room, suitcase in tow, Peter couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Maybe a normal honeymoon wasn't what they needed. After all, they weren't a normal couple. Peter and MJ descended the stairs, hand in hand, ready to embark on their multiverse-spanning honeymoon. At the foot of the staircase, their 2 daughters, Lily and America, awaited with a mix of excitement and sadness in their eyes. Lily clutched a handmade card, her artistic expression evident in the colorful drawings on the cover. Mom, Dad, I made this for you. Her voice wavered, and she held back tears. America, standing beside her sister, gazed up at Peter and MJ. You promise you'll come back, right? Peter crouched down, enveloping Lily and America in a warm hug. We promise, girls. This is just a little adventure for Mom and me. We'll be back before you know it. MJ knelt beside Peter, wiping away a tear from Lily's cheek. And we'll bring you back some cool stuff from another universe. How about that? Lily's eyes lit up at the prospect of presents. Really? Absolutely. MJ grinned. Now, you two be good for Grandma May and Grandma Grace. We'll be back, and we'll have so many stories to tell you. Aunt May and Grace, who stood nearby, exchanged comforting glances with the departing couple. Aunt May spoke up, her voice warm and reassuring. Don't worry about a thing. We'll take good care of the kids, and they'll have a blast with us. Grace nodded in agreement as she eyed the teary-eyed children. And your parents will be back before you know it. Meanwhile, Tony Stark leaned against the TARDIS-looking multiverse ship, arms crossed. So, you're really leaving me behind on this one, huh? His tone was a mix of mock disappointment and a small bit of real disappointment. Peter chuckled, patting Tony on the shoulder. Sorry, Tony, but we both know Pepper would kill you if you skipped the birth of your kid. And even if you weren't having a baby, this is our honeymoon. I'd rather not have a third will ruining it. Tony sighed, a theatrical expression of defeat. Fine, but I get to come on the next trip. I refuse to be left behind twice in a row. Peter grinned, sure, why not? Pepper, visibly pregnant, stood off to the side, a gentle smile on her face. You two go and have the time of your lives. We'll be right here when you get back. Since Tony attended Peter and MJ's wedding, they knew that it was time to tell Pepper about their identities. After all, she was having Tony's baby and they would probably get married at some point, so it was about time that they told her. Although she was surprised by Peter's age, just like Tony, in the end, she took the news well. Now, she keeps hinting at MJ, prodding her to get pregnant so that her child can have a friend. Even now, she was wiggling her eyebrows at MJ, wordlessly telling her to get knocked up on her honeymoon. Seeing this, MJ rolled her eyes, unwilling to get pregnant so young in her life. After all, she was already a mother of 2 children. As Peter and MJ approached the ship, Lily and America hugged them tightly, a mix of joy and sadness in the air. Aunt May and Grace stood beside Tony and Pepper, offering reassuring smiles. With a final wave, Peter and MJ stepped into the multiverse ship, the door closing behind them. The ship's engine hummed to life, and the exterior began to shimmer as it prepared to traverse the boundaries between realities. Inside, Peter set a random course on the control panel before turned to MJ, a grin on his face. Ready? MJ smirked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Absolutely. And with that, the multiverse ship vanished from the Parker residence, leaving behind an air of excitement, a hint of melancholy, and the promise of extraordinary adventures in the vast expanse of alternate realities. The multiverse ship materialized in a new universe, and MJ rushed out eagerly, finding herself stepping out of a familiar blue phone box. The ship had disguised itself, blending into the surroundings. As she emerged, the bustling cityscape came into focus, revealing a chaotic scene. The street was crowded with panicked people running and screaming. Fires blazed, stores were looted, and the night was alive with the groans of what appeared to be zombies. MJ couldn't contain her excitement. She had gotten what she wished for, a zombie apocalypse. Peter stepped out beside her, closing the ship's doors with a wry smile. Well, you asked for danger, and here we are. A zombie apocalypse. Hope you're happy. MJ grinned, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Ecstatic, actually. This is exactly what I wanted, she said as she watched a guy get his eaten by a horde of zombies. Though I do feel bad for everyone in this world. Maybe we should help them. As they stood on the sidewalk, surveying the chaotic scene, Peter's sharp eyes caught sight of a man frantically rushing through the crowd, carrying a young girl in his arms. The man's face seemed familiar, and a moment later, recognition dawned on Peter. He nudged MJ and pointed discreetly. Look over there. I think I know who they are. Following his gaze, MJ spotted the man rushing into an alleyway, attempting to evade a couple of zombies that were hot on his tail. The little girl in his arms seemed scared but unharmed. Peter's eyes widened as he realized the truth. That's Joel and that girl is Sarah, right? Peter whispered as MJ's eyes widened in shock. Congrats, my love, it's your favorite video game, The Last of Us. Insert picture of Joel from The Last of Us. Insert picture of Sarah from The Last of Us. A/N, The Last of Us is also a good TV show. You guys should watch it if you haven't already. Excitement surged through MJ as she stepped into the zombie-infested universe, but it quickly gave way to a somber realization. This was the world of The Last of Us, and she knew the tragic fate awaiting Joel's daughter, Sarah. Without a word, she rushed across the chaotic street, determined to change the tragic scene that made her cry while playing the game. Peter, understanding the gravity of the situation, locked up the multiverse ship before following at a leisurely pace. Confident in MJ's ability to change the story, he gracefully maneuvered through the zombie-infested street, casually slapping away any undead threats that dared to approach him. At the other end of the dimly lit alley, MJ caught up with Joel and Sarah just as a Fedra soldier aimed his rifle at them. Joel desperately pleaded, "We're not sick," trying to explain that they weren't infected, while Sarah cried in his arms. In that critical moment, the soldier pulled the trigger, the sound echoing through the alley. But before the bullet could find its mark, MJ, with swift determination, rushed forward and pulled Joel and Sarah out of the line of fire, saving their lives. The soldier's shot missed, hitting the cold, concrete wall. Suddenly, before the soldier could even think of firing again, Peter appeared beside him, his expression cold and resolute. Without hesitation, he snapped the soldier's neck, rendering him motionless. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and Peter turned to his wife, who stood beside a confused, vigilant, and thankful father and daughter. "Yo," Peter waved casually, but before anyone could reply, the sound of a gun cocking filled the air. "Step an inch closer to my family and you're dead," a voice called out from behind, causing everyone to turn his way. Insert picture of Tommy from The Last of Us. Tommy. No. A/N, 1937 words, smiley face. This is the first stop. I plan there to be around 3 different universes that they will travel to for the honeymoon. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 530, C530 loot. Police car light insert car gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Wolfie, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Tommy. No. As Joel's desperate voice echoed through the air, calling for his brother Tommy to stop, Peter's reflexes kicked in. In an instant, he rushed towards Tommy faster than he could comprehend, snatching the hunting rifle out of his hands. Without hesitation, Peter buried the butt end of the rifle into Tommy's stomach, leaving him crumpled on the ground, holding his stomach in pain. Sarah screamed, "Uncle Tommy," while Joel rushed over to check on his injured brother, leaving his daughter Sarah beside MJ, unable to walk due to an ankle injury. MJ crouched down, offering a reassuring smile to Sarah, "Don't worry, sweetie. We're here to help." Meanwhile, Peter assured Joel, "He's fine. Just learned a little lesson about pointing guns at people without reason." As he spoke, he tossed Tommy's gun to MJ, who caught it with ease before resting it on her shoulder. While Joel tended to his brother, Peter walked over to the lifeless Fedra soldier's body and started looting. He took the assault rifle, pistol, ammo, and other supplies he deemed useful. As he did, MJ approached, "Why are you looting this guy? It's not like we need guns," she asks in a hushed whisper. Peter smirked, "A zombie apocalypse wouldn't be fun if we relied too heavily on our powers. Let's hide our abilities and rough it a bit. It'll be a lot more fun that way." MJ considered his words and nodded in agreement. In the end, she was just satisfied that Sarah didn't share the same fate as in the game, a moment that always brought tears to MJ's eyes. Peter went on to explain that they could still use their powers when needed or when they got bored enough, but without them, they would get the full apocalyptic experience. Of course, it's not like they can seal their bodily enhancements, nor would they if they could, so even if they don't use their magic, webs, and other powers, they still have a huge upper hand. Peter summed it up in one sentence. It'll be like playing a game at max level from the start with the ability to use cheats later on if we're bored. MJ smiled, excited for whatever comes next. What should we do now? Before he could answer, Joel, now standing with Tommy, who was still holding his aching stomach whilst glaring at Peter, approached the newlywed couple. Thank you for saving us. Joel sent MJ a thankful look before giving Peter an apologetic one. And I'm sorry about my brother. Please don't blame him. He was just trying to protect us. Peter shrugged. It was no problem. MJ nodded alongside her husband. Yeah, and I'm just glad I could help. As they spoke, Joel and Tommy couldn't help but eye the guns in Peter and MJ's hands, growing wary of the mysterious couple. They might have saved them, but they didn't know these people. Hoping for the best, Joel picked up Sarah, cradling her in his arms since her ankle prevented her from walking. We'll just be on our way. Tommy couldn't help but exclaim. What? What about my hunting rifle? Although Joel agreed with his brother, he didn't want to get shot, so forget about that. You're lucky they didn't shoot you. As they were arguing, Peter aimed his newly acquired pistol in their direction before firing 3 times in rapid succession. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. Joel's eyes widened as he kicked Tommy aside and shielded Sarah with his body, but after a few seconds, he realized the bullet didn't hit them. Craning his head upward, he saw a group of 3 zombies collapse to the ground about 2 yards away, each with a single bullet in their forehead. Peter, smirking, holstered his new pistol. You're welcome, again, he quipped, the tension dissipating as they collectively realized that they'd just been saved for a second time. MJ put on a reassuring smile. You don't have to rush off. We can dash. As MJ began to speak, her words were cut short by the sight of more zombies. Instantly, her and everyone else realized that they were drawn to the gunshots and yelling. In the distance, they could see a horde pouring through the town's alleyways, headed directly toward them. Dozens turned into possibly hundreds of undead, a relentless wave of rotting flesh and fungus, each step echoing an ominous threat. Acting quickly, Peter pulled out his pistol once again. He would save the assault rifle for later, keeping it strapped to his back for the time being. Opening fire, each bullet was like a homing missile, always finding its mark on a zombie's head. The shots rang out over and over, marked by the sound of bodies crumbling to the ground. Follow me, and stay close. Peter took charge, leading them toward a large brick building with barred windows at the back. The bricks, a seemingly sturdy barrier, and the metal bars provided an added layer of protection. The unknown structure loomed, offering an uncertain sanctuary in the midst of the approaching undead. Amid the chaos, Joel and Tommy exchanged a wary glance. They didn't know Peter and MJ, yet they had saved them twice now. Reluctantly, they decided to put some trust in this mysterious couple and did as Peter ordered. Reaching the back of the building with a zombie horde hot on their tail, MJ discovered a metal fire exit door, seemingly the only way in. However, it appeared to open only from the inside, lacking any handle on the exterior. Peering over her shoulder to make sure no one else could see, MJ, with a surge of strength, dug her fingers into the metal door and pulled it open, breaking the lock as it flung wide. Waving everyone inside, MJ strategically positioned her body to hide the bent and broken part of the door. As Peter, being the last to enter, slipped inside, he quickly pressed a kiss on MJ's lips. Meanwhile, Joel and Tommy, aware of the approaching horde, yelled for them to close the door. What are you doing? Close the F***king door. Seeing this, Sarah shared the same thoughts as her father and uncle, but she couldn't help but blush and turn her head away from the unexpected display of affection. Closing the door behind them, MJ subtly used a bit of magic to fix it, ensuring it would stay closed and secure. The repair was discreet, invisible to everyone except Peter. In the relative safety of the building's interior, the group caught their breath. The moans, shuffles, and banging of the zombie horde echoed outside, a reminder of the peril they narrowly escaped. Joel, catching his breath, eyed Peter and MJ with a mix of gratitude and wariness. You too, you've got some skills. Peter, holstering his pistol, offered a casual grin. I'm Peter, by the way. He says as he gestures to the side. And this is my wife, MJ. Joel nodded. I'm Joel and this is my daughter, Sarah, and my idiot brother, Tommy. Tommy ignored his brother's words as he eyed the inside of the building, finding nothing but a clean, empty hallway. Where are we? What is this place? MJ, glancing around the dimly lit interior, responded, your guess is as good as ours. We're not actually from around here. Joel, though still cautious, acknowledged their predicament. Fair enough. You saved us 3 times already, so I guess we can trust you. We'll stick together for now. But we need to figure out a plan. We can't stay here forever. Peter nodded in agreement, agreed. We'll need supplies, a vehicle, and a plan to get out of town. Let's make sure this place is sealed and see if there's anything useful laying around. Then we can discuss our next move. As Peter finished speaking, Tommy's eyes lingered on the gun in MJ's hand. Hesitantly, he spoke up, "Hey, can I have my rifle back?" "It was mine to begin with." MJ shrugged nonchalantly, tossing the gun back to him. Simultaneously, she reached over to Peter's back, deftly pulling the assault rifle off and claiming it as her own. "This one's better anyway," she remarked, glancing at Peter with a mischievous grin. Peter clicked his tongue in mock irritation. "Not cool," Peter complained. "That was my loot." MJ chuckled, giving a playful wink. "Consider it a wife tax. What's yours is now mine, babe." Joel and Tommy exchanged sympathetic glances, having experienced similar dynamics in their own lives. Sarah, however, laughed and looked at MJ holding her new rifle with admiration, as if she were the coolest person she'd ever seen. With the weapons distributed, the group split up. Joel carried Sarah, following Tommy in one direction, while Peter ventured in another. Peter gestured for MJ to follow Joel and Tommy. "I know you want to make sure Sarah's safe," he said, understanding her protective instincts. Walking through the halls and rooms of the building, Peter realized that it was a police station, explaining the bars on the windows. It seemed empty, as if the staff had either left town or the station was closed when chaos erupted. Even the jail cells were empty, which was probably normal for a small town like this. Speaking of the town, Peter was finally able to see where they were. A plaque on the wall displayed, "Wimberley, Texas." Texas? I guess we won't have to worry about finding guns and ammo. Peter thought. Reaching the front entrance, Peter noticed it filled with zombies who had broken through the glass doors. However, the lobby was sealed away from the rest of the building, thanks to sturdy metal doors and bulletproof glass separating it from the receptionist's desk. The design likely aimed to prevent any potential danger from reaching the police on duty. Ensuring the doors were locked and there was no other way for zombies or others to breach from the lobby to the rest of the building, Peter went to find MJ, but suddenly, he heard multiple gasps with his enhanced hearing. Walking over at a normal pace, as he knows MJ is there to protect them, Peter found everyone standing outside a locked armory door. Through the small window, they could see an impressive array of police equipment. Everything from assault rifles, stun grenades, riot shields, shotguns, bulletproof vests, and tons of ammo. Peter whistles, realizing they had stumbled upon a treasure trove of supplies. "I guess we found the first part of our supplies." A/N, 1760 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 531, see 531 gathering info. Police car light insert fired gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After attempting to open the armory door and realizing it was securely locked without a key in sight, Peter decided they should continue exploring the police station before attempting to breach it again. The group split up once more, scouring rooms and hallways for any useful supplies or information that could aid their survival. As everyone met back up after clearing the entire building, the absence of any living person inside and the secure nature of the structure offered a brief moment of relief for Joel, Sarah, and Tommy. They gathered in a large room filled with desks, taking a collective breath as they took a seat. The adrenaline that had sustained them through the immediate danger now dissipated, leaving them shocked by the harsh reality of the apocalyptic scenario they found themselves in. Joel, attempting to make sense of their situation, voiced the questions swirling in their minds. How did this happen? Why are these people turning against each other? Anxiety and fear resonated in his voice. Tommy chimed in, "I told you, they're infected." "Infected with what?" Joel asks in exasperation. "Because this ain't just some cold or flu. They're out there hunting people. It's that fungus on them, I think." Tommy said thoughtfully. "It's like it's controlling them or something." Sarah, wide-eyed and visibly shaken, started checking herself for any signs of infection, her hands trembling. Joel and Tommy were so caught up in their own conversation that they didn't notice. Seeing this, Peter spoke up. "Hey, take it easy. You're scaring the kid." Instantly, Joel and Tommy turned to Sarah, who looked to be on the verge of hyperventilating. Peter rests a hand on her head, ruffling her hair. "Relax, you aren't infected. If any of us were infected, we'd probably know by now." Sarah shot him a skeptical look. "How do you know?" Peter hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully. I saw someone turn in the street earlier. They got swarmed by the infected and killed. Seconds after, the fungus started growing all over them and then they joined the rest of the infected. It seems to be a pretty quick and noticeable change, though dying might just speed it up, but I'm not 100% sure yet. Of course, Peter knew exactly how all of this worked as he played the game and watched the show. The infection spreads through direct contact with an infected, via a bite, or indirectly via airborne fungal spores released by a corpse. These spores can quickly infect an individual, making breathing difficult and movement sluggish within only minutes of exposure in spore-dense areas. He even knew how all of this started. In the show, the spores spread rapidly to humans through an infected food supply delivered from South America, which is what spread the infection to such a broad area. Although it originated in one place, the spores were transported in trucks, ships, etc. until it spread all over the world. Even places that didn't get a food shipment would be infected soon enough. After all, people travel all the time and the likelihood of an infected person being on board is high. Of course, he couldn't just say that. At least not until he can pretend to look into it or something. Peter continued. Trust me, you're all fine for now. Just don't let any of the infected touch you and stay away from any sort of fungus, or else things might get complicated. Because that seems to be the way it spreads. Okay. Sarah nodded her head, calmer now that she knows how to avoid turning. Joel walked over and sent Peter a thankful look before kneeling beside his daughter and pulling her into his arms. It's all right, we won't let anything happen to you. I promise. Tommy nodded in agreement. Yeah, your daddy and I will take care of you, don't worry. He says before turning to Peter and the rest of the adults. We need to figure out what's going on and find a safe place to go. We can't just stay here forever. As they shared their concerns, MJ, taking a more proactive approach, scoured the room and discovered a medical kit. Walking over to Sarah, she approached with the intention of wrapping up her ankle. Joel, instinctively protective of his daughter, stepped in her way, holding his hand out. Hold on, I can do it. MJ met his gaze with a raised eyebrow, holding up the medical kit. Do you know first aid? She asked as his shoulders slumped. That's what I thought. Trust me, we need to make sure she's okay. I'm not here to harm anyone. Joel hesitated but eventually stepped aside, reluctantly allowing MJ to tend to Sarah's injured ankle. Hello, again. MJ greeted as she bent down to check over her ankle before expertly applying a bandage while simultaneously casting a bit of healing magic. Hi. Sarah smiled but winced as MJ wrapped her up. Ow. Sorry about that. MJ looked apologetic as she finished up. It doesn't seem broken, so it's probably just a sprain or a pulled muscle, which means you'll be walking again in no time. The subtle magic worked beneath the surface, accelerating the healing process. It wouldn't be more than a couple of hours before Sarah would be able to walk again. With Sarah all patched up, Peter took a seat at a desk with a computer. Curiosity and urgency mingled in his expression as he asked, anyone know if the internet is still working? He glanced around, looking for confirmation. MJ, sitting beside Sarah, replied, there's only one way to find out. As Peter booted up the computer, Tommy and Joel came up behind him, their interest piqued. MJ engaged Sarah in conversation, aiming to keep her distracted so that she could fully calm down. As the computer turned on, the trio of men watched with anticipation. However, their excitement soon turned into frustration as the screen prompted for a password. Joel and Tommy exchanged annoyed glances, realizing they didn't have the information needed to unlock it. Peter, undeterred, started typing at a remarkable speed, fingers dancing across the keys. Seconds later, the computer yielded, unlocking to reveal its home screen. Joel and Tommy were stunned, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. How did you do that? Joel asked, suspicion lacing his words. Are you some kind of hacker? Peter, nonchalantly shrugging, responded, I'm just good with computers. With the computer unlocked, Peter navigated to the browser, checking if the internet was still functional. To his surprise, it was. Taking a moment to revel in the triumph of technological continuity, he began his research. His first search led him to a multitude of news articles detailing the infection. The fungus, originating in South America, contaminated the food supply and spread rapidly, blah blah blah. It explained everything Peter already knew, and the vivid descriptions of the infection's effects painted a grim picture. Joel and Tommy, reading over Peter's shoulder, absorbed the gravity of the situation. The news articles depicted a world in chaos, with major cities like New York being hit the hardest due to their densely packed populations. Moving on, Peter found a list of food products infected with the fungus, mainly flour and wheat-based items. This information was crucial for their future survival. Well, maybe not Peter and MJ since they have spells that protect them, but it's still important info for everyone else. Peter noted down what to avoid and handed the paper to Joel. Make sure to memorize and avoid those foods, unless you want to start growing fungus like everyone else. Done with the immediate concerns, Peter turned to the group. Is there anything else I should search for before the internet goes down? He gazed at them, awaiting their input. MJ had a good suggestion: download or print some survival guides and information that might help us in the future. Things like how to make medicine, concrete, steel, furnaces, factories, cars, clothes, guns, and anything that could be useful in the long run. Peter smirked, acknowledging her foresight. Smart thinking. We might need these things sooner than we think. Well, technically, Peter and MJ probably won't need it, as they wouldn't be here that long, but the information would certainly prove helpful for Joel, Tommy, Sarah, and anyone else they pick up along the way. Joel and Tommy watched in awe as Peter's fingers moved rapidly across the keyboard, coding with precision. Lines of code filled the screen before he finally leaned back and tapped enter. The screen transformed, rapidly cycling through websites, automatically downloading vast amounts of information. Curiosity tugging at him, Joel asked, "What did you just do?" Peter stood up as he explained, "I wrote a program that instructs the computer to search for and download specific information. Now, we'll have everything we need on this computer's hard drive." Sarah spoke up. "What happens if the power goes out?" Peter shrugged. "Then we find a generator. Gas or solar power would still work." As the data downloaded, Joel and Tommy exchanged glances, realizing the immense value of what Peter had just accomplished. With the world plunging into chaos, having a repository of essential knowledge could be their key to not just survival, but possibly rebuilding some semblance of civilization. "All right, you guys should get some sleep," Peter says as he checks the clock on the wall. "It's late and we have a busy day of looting planned for tomorrow." Tommy raises a suspicious eyebrow. "And what are you going to do?" Although Peter hasn't shown any reason not to be trusted, he and Joel were still a bit wary. Peter smirked. "I'm going to work on getting that armory door open." Unable to fully trust Peter yet, Tommy decided to join him in the effort to break into the armory. They left Joel, Sarah, and MJ in the large room where makeshift beds were being created from rearranged couches and fire-retardant blankets. As Joel and MJ worked on creating a semblance of comfort, the weight of exhaustion weighed heavily on Joel's shoulders. He felt a mixture of vigilance and weariness, knowing that anything could happen. As the makeshift beds took shape, Joel couldn't help but cast an occasional glance in MJ's direction. Despite her seemingly helpful actions, a shadow of doubt lingered in his mind. However, fatigue soon took its toll, and Joel succumbed to the physical and emotional exhaustion that accompanied the chaotic events of the day. He worked a double shift today and still didn't get a wink of sleep, and on top of that, today was his birthday. Worst birthday ever. Joel thought as he drifted off to sleep. Sarah, ever perceptive, noticed her father finally succumbing to sleep. She gently pulled a nearby blanket over him, tucking him in with a tenderness that showed just how much she cared. In a soft voice, she whispered, "Happy birthday, Daddy." MJ observed this heartwarming moment with a warm smile on her face. Witnessing the bond between Joel and Sarah, she realized the impact she had made. Sarah wouldn't be here now without her intervention, and in that simple act of tucking Joel in, she found a sense of reward and purpose for her actions. A/N, 1889 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 532, C532 loading up and setting out. Police car light insert miniature GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, a Bud 1, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The next morning, the group awoke to the aroma of makeshift breakfast in the police station's break room. Joel, Tommy, and Sarah, who was now walking fine thanks to MJ's magical healing, followed the smell and found Peter and MJ concocting a meal from what appeared to be leftovers from the station's fridge with the help of a microwave and a toaster oven. "Good morning," Peter greeted them with a wry smile. "Hope you're ready for a gourmet police station breakfast." Tommy chuckled. "I've had worse. At least it ain't in a hurry." As they sat down to eat, MJ joked dryly, "Who needs a 5-star restaurant when you have a toaster oven and a microwave?" This may be the hardest part of Peter and MJ's little apocalypse honeymoon, the lack of tasty food. But thankfully, they weren't normal survivors. They could cheat wherever they felt like it. So while everyone slept, Peter sneakily portaled over some usable food and stashed it in the station's fridge for their breakfast. He even got some bottled water since he doesn't know if the town's water supply has been infected yet. Shrugging his shoulders, Peter added, "Be thankful the power's still on. Without it, we'd be enjoying some very cold and probably expired meals." As everyone sat around and ate, they began to realize that in their situation, simple joys like a warm meal were to be cherished. Joel, despite his reservations about Peter and MJ, which were swiftly diminishing as time went on, found himself appreciating the help and company. After all, they'd be in a much worse situation without Peter and MJ. That was a cold hard fact, which he couldn't refute. After the meal, Peter cleared his throat, drawing attention. So, last night, Tommy and I found the key to the armory and moved all the weapons to the cars that we're taking. Of course, they didn't find the key. There's no way that the police would just leave it lying around for anyone to find. Instead, Peter had to work a bit of magic whilst also fooling Tommy, who refused to trust Peter with the guns whilst his family was sleeping. Of course, he and MJ were gaining Tommy and Joel's trust little by little, so it would be long before they were considered trusted friends. Joel raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his expression. Cars? What cars? Peter grinned. Follow us. The group trailed Peter and Tommy through the dimly lit hallways until they reached the underground garage. The cavernous space housed a tiny fleet of police vehicles. Peter pointed to 2 police SUVs, already loaded with the supplies from the armory. We'll be taking these. More space for weapons, and we'll need even more room for the supplies we'll be gathering today. Joel surveyed the cars and the provisions with a nod of approval. All right, what's the next move? All eyes turned to Peter as he seemed to have taken a leadership role within the group. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a map of the town he had found in the station and spread it across the hood of one of the SUVs. Pointing to a nearby location, he explained, "This is the closest supermarket, and our next objective. We'll gather non-perishable items like canned goods, dried fruits, nuts, and bottled water. Energy bars and snacks too, for quick food on the go and the occasional craving. But remember the list I gave you. We want to avoid anything infected." The group nodded in understanding, aware of the importance of securing food without falling prey to the deadly infection. The mission was clear, and Peter's practical approach reassured them. Raising her hand, as if she were at school, Sarah spoke. "How are we going to avoid the infected? I mean, the whole town is probably full of them by now." "We don't." Peter answered matter-of-factly, surprising everyone. "It's literally impossible to avoid running into them. We can do our best to take a less populated route, but in the end, we'll be fighting our way in and out of everywhere we go." As Peter's words settled in, everyone realized that this wouldn't be as easy as your average grocery shopping. It would be more akin to a military extraction than anything else. Seeing everyone's mood turn somber, Peter smirked as he quickly opened the trunk on one of the cars, revealing all sorts of weaponry and ammunition. "Thankfully, we have enough firepower to go to war, so we should be fine." MJ smirked alongside him. "God bless America." Tommy couldn't help but smile as well. "No, God bless the great state of Texas." As the mood turned much lighter than before, Peter began detailing his plan so there wouldn't be any confusion later on. After a quick planning session, everyone gathered their belongings and hopped into their respective cars. Peter and MJ took one SUV, armed and ready, while Joel, Tommy, and Sarah occupied the other. Before opening the garage doors, Peter communicated over the police radio, "You guys ready, over?" Tommy replied, "Yeah, ready to go." Peter paused for a moment before taking again. "What was that? I didn't quite hear you." "You have to say over, over." MJ couldn't help but roll her eyes at her husband's behavior, whilst in the other car, Sarah was chuckling in the back seat. Even Joel snorted in amusement. Sighing in annoyance, Tommy replied, "We're ready, over." Smirking smugly, Peter answered back, "I hear you loud and clear." Rolling out, over. Since everyone was ready, Peter tapped a remote in the car, causing the garage door to open. The convoy of SUVs rolled out into the desolate town, the doors closing behind them, enclosing their once safe haven. Driving through the town revealed a scene of devastation, abandoned cars, burning stores, pools of blood, and an eerie absence of dead bodies. The silence was shattered by the distant sound of their vehicles, and soon, the answer to the missing bodies became apparent. Following the convoy's noise, a group of fungus-riddled zombies emerged, chasing the SUVs. They were slow compared to the cars but numerous. Tommy, over the radio, asked Peter if he should start firing. Peter's swift response echoed, "Are you dumb? Just ignore them. Unless you want to draw the whole town to us, over." As the convoy navigated through the town, the trailing pack of zombies grew, a grotesque parade accompanying them towards their destination, the supermarket. Arriving at the supermarket, the group found the parking lot littered with cars, a testament to the numerous attempts by others to secure supplies. The radio crackled with Peter's voice, "Well, looks like a popular spot. Everyone, be on guard. We're not the first ones here. Though it doesn't look like anyone survived." MJ remarked as she eyed the many infected wandering the area. As they parked their SUVs at the front of the supermarket, trunks wide open for easy loading, Peter barked orders. "MJ, Tommy, you're on shopping duty. Joel and I will cover you from out here." Let's make this quick and efficient. The longer we stay here, the more infected will swarm the area. Exiting the vehicles, the group faced a swarm of infected approaching from the supermarket's entrance and parking lot. Without hesitation, Peter, MJ, Tommy, and Joel opened fire, the booming gunfire echoing through the once bustling parking lot. After cleaning the entrance, MJ and Tommy rushed inside to clear the rest of the building before starting their shopping spree. Inside the supermarket, MJ and Tommy navigated the aisles, methodically clearing out infected before collecting supplies. Back outside, as Peter and Joel continued their assault on the undead, who were drawn by the loud gunfire, Sarah, still in the car, peered out and asked, "What should I be doing?" Joel, concentrating on eliminating threats, replied, "Stay in the car, Sarah. We've got this." Undeterred, Sarah protested, "I can help. I don't want to just sit here," she says as she eyed one of the many guns in the car. "I can shoot with you, Dash." "No," Joel exclaimed as he continued to fire. "Stay in the Dash." Before Joel could continue, Peter interjected, "I agree that she shouldn't be using a gun, at least not yet. But she could load the cars when MJ and Tommy bring the supplies. If it's okay with you, of course." Joel hesitated, glancing at Sarah. "Fine, but you follow orders, understood? If I say get in the car, you get in the car. No arguments, no delays." Sarah agreed, a determined look in her eyes. As they spoke, the sound of gunfire intensified, drawing more and more infected towards them. As the horde closed in, Peter and Joel continued their defensive onslaught. Peter's precise shots seemed to find their marks effortlessly, providing cover for Joel, who was less accurate but no less determined. The onslaught of zombies proved relentless, but the group's firepower prevailed. Finally, MJ and Tommy emerged from the supermarket with carts loaded with food and water. They left the carts for Sarah to load into the cars and swiftly returned inside for more. The process repeated until the SUVs were overflowing with supplies, even utilizing the rooftops alongside some duct tape to take even more. A/N, duct tape is an apocalypse necessity. With their shopping spree complete, the group hastily returned to their vehicles. The once desolate parking lot now lay strewn with the remains of the undead. Driving over the sidewalk to avoid the gruesome obstacle course, they left the now silent supermarket behind. As they drove away from the once bustling town, the weight of their success mingled with the somber reality of the world outside. "Oh my God!" Sarah yelled as she dug through the supplies in the back seat. "What?" Joel asked, alarmed. "They got chocolate," she exclaimed as she pulled out big boxes full of candy bars. Rolling his eyes, Joel picked up the radio. "Hey, where are we going now?" he asked as he closely followed Peter and MJ's SUV. Seconds later, Peter replied, "North." After all, the outbreak originated in South America, so it wouldn't be good to remain so close to the source. In the rearview mirror, the town shrank, and the group pressed on, their makeshift convoy laden with the spoils of a perilous, yet successful, grocery run. A/N, 1734 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 533, C533 The Strolling Deceased. Police car light insert junkie gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Driving for the entire day, the group's convoy pressed on, the sun sinking on the horizon. The highway stretched ahead, mostly devoid of the living. Occasional cars passed by, uninterested in stopping or interacting. Abandoned vehicles dotted the roadside, and sporadic zombies wandered aimlessly. The majority of the infected seemed concentrated in populated areas, sparing the highways from the full onslaught. As they drove, they were lucky enough to stumble upon small storage trailers, hitched to abandoned cars in the road. Instantly, an idea struck Peter, and they hitched these trailers to the back of their SUVs, expanding their capacity for supplies. Throughout the day, they made stops at rest areas to loot convenience stores and refuel. Although they had to clear these places of zombies first, the encounters were a far cry from the urban chaos they left behind. On top of the normal supplies, they also scavenged fuel containers, filling them to the brim for later use. While gas was currently easy to come by with the power still on, Peter foresaw challenges in securing it in the future. At least for normal people without superpowers and magic. Over the radio, they debated whether to clear the next rest stop and spend the night there or rotate drivers and continue, allowing everyone else to rest while on the move. As they deliberated, Peter's keen eyes caught a distant car, following at a discreet distance with its headlights off. He even recognized it as one of the few cars they passed earlier in the day. "Joel," Peter radioed, his tone alert. "Keep an eye out for a car behind us. I think we've got a follower." The occupants of Joel's car peered back, squinting in the fading light, struggling to confirm Peter's suspicion. "I don't see anything," Joel responded. "They're there, and they're keeping their distance," Peter insisted. An uneasy tension settled over the group as the possibility of being targeted for their ample supplies hung in the air. As they continued down the highway, Peter mulled over their options. "Next rest stop, we'll pull in for the night and see what they do. Stay vigilant." Joel and Tommy exchanged unsure glances, but they trusted Peter's instincts. "All right," Joel replied as he turned to Tommy. "Make sure the guns are loaded." Pulling into the next rest stop, they prepared for the night. The group systematically cleared the area of zombies while keeping a watchful eye on the road for the mysterious follower. However, as time passed, the anticipated car failed to arrive. Concern etched across their faces, they realized the potential danger. Peter, deep in thought, proposed, "They might be waiting for us to settle in. Let's give them what they want." Setting up for their guests to arrive and positioning themselves strategically, the group turned off all of the lights and waited to see who would show up. Only Sarah was hidden in the back room of the nearby convenience store alongside MJ, who offered to sit with her so she wouldn't do anything stupid. The night grew darker, and the rest stop, once a mundane place for travelers, now held an air of tension and uncertainty. As the night enveloped the rest stop in darkness, Peter perched comfortably on the branch of a nearby tree, his gaze fixed on the forest surrounding them. The anticipation hung in the air like a heavy fog, and the tension was palpable as the group waited for the enemy to arrive. After what felt like an eternity, a solitary figure emerged from the shadows, moving with stealthy grace through the dense foliage. The silhouette approached cautiously, eyes fixated on the parked cars beside the gas pumps. For a moment, Peter questioned his senses, unsure if this was a trick of the night. Taking a closer look, Peter's enhanced vision pierced through the darkness, and he recognized the figure. What the hell is Michonne doing here? Insert picture of Michonne from The Walking Dead. The familiarity of her presence added a new layer to the universe that he thought he was in. It seemed the world they found themselves in was a combined universe, blending together The Last of Us and The Walking Dead. As Michonne surveyed the parked cars, her hungry eyes betrayed a desperate need for the supplies within. Peter contemplated the best course of action, recognizing the delicate balance between survival and compassion in this harsh new world. After watching for almost 20 minutes, Michonne finally stepped out of the bushes and creeped over to the cars. But she wouldn't get too far before, suddenly, the rest stop's lights flickered to life, casting an abrupt spotlight on the scene. Bang! A single gunshot echoed from the roof of the convenience store, the bullet ricocheting off the ground in front of Michonne's feet, halting her approach. Startled and exposed, Michonne attempted to retreat into the forest, but Peter descended from the tree, landing gracefully in front of her, blocking her escape route. "Yo," Peter called out, waving nonchalantly, though he knew words might not be the solution. Michonne remained silent, her eyes conveying a mixture of caution and determination. Her hand rested on the katana strapped to her back. Without hesitation, Michonne lunged at Peter, her sword slicing through the air. Peter, however, effortlessly sidestepped the attack, expertly maneuvering his body. He extended a leg, tripping Michonne as she tried to run past him, causing her and her sword to fall to the ground. Casually, Peter picked up the fallen katana, admiring its craftsmanship. "Nice sword," he remarked, breaking the silence. "Where did you get it?" Michonne, still silent, reached behind her back and produced a pistol. But before she could aim it at Peter, he swung the katana with precision, slicing the gun cleanly in half. Michonne stared at the ruined firearm, a mix of shock, awe, and fear etched across her face. Realizing that her options were dwindling, Michonne attempted to flee, but Peter appeared beside her in an instant. With a swift tap on her neck, he rendered her unconscious, allowing her body to gently slump to the ground. As Peter stood over the subdued Michonne, he contemplated the unexpected turn of events. This world was a crossover and he had to tell MJ, who would certainly be just as shocked as he was. After taking care of their intruder, Peter, Joel, and Tommy waited a bit longer to see if anyone else would show up, but no one ever came. She must be alone. Peter thought as he searched Michonne's body, confiscating all of her weapons. Tossing Michonne's unconscious body over his shoulder, Peter made his way toward the convenience store where they planned to spend the night. As he approached, Joel and Tommy emerged from their hiding spots, eyeing Peter and their captive with a mix of curiosity and concern. "What should we do with her?" Joel asked, glancing at Michonne. Peter, still carrying Michonne, shrugged nonchalantly. "Let's wait until she wakes up and explains herself first. Seemed like she was after our supplies more than anything else. Might be more to the story." Joel exchanged a skeptical look with Tommy. The idea of keeping someone who had been stalking them around raised red flags. Joel was the first to speak. "Maybe we should just leave her behind and go. We don't have to kill her, but keeping her with us seems dangerous." Tommy nodded alongside him. "Yeah, but I'm fine with killing her as well. After all, she can't try to rob us again if she's dead." They voiced their concerns, wary of the potential danger she might pose, especially to Sarah. Peter brushed off their worries, knowing that he could easily protect them. Though this did highlight a future problem. Maybe I should magically vet everyone that joins our group from now on. Peter wondered. After all, betrayals aren't a rare thing in an apocalyptic setting, so it might be smart to make sure the people they take in are trustable, upright individuals. Especially now that he knows this is a crossover universe. Look, we need answers before we make any decisions, Peter explained, glancing between Joel and Tommy. I'm not saying we trust her, especially after she just tried to rob us, but questioning her might give us a better picture. She might even know some information that we don't. Joel weighed the options, considering the potential risks. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, albeit with a condition. Keep her away from Sarah. Agreed, Peter responded, as he walked toward the entrance of the convenience store. Inside the store, he gently placed Michonne down on a sleeping bag, securing her hands and feet with zip ties to be safe. As Joel and Tommy went to check on Sarah, MJ walked out from the back, freezing in her tracks at the sight of Michonne. Is that who I think it is? MJ asked, turning to Peter, who nodded in confirmation. The one and only Michonne, Peter replied, echoing MJ's realization. This world seems to be a combination between The Last of Us and The Walking Dead. Congratulations, you got a 2-for-1 deal this time around. What do we do now? MJ inquired, both excited and concerned. Should we try to recruit her? Peter shrugged, admitting his limited knowledge of Michonne. I know she's a badass with a katana. But beyond that, not much else. The Walking Dead was good show at first, but after a while it kind of went to sh*t. MJ paused, recalling bits of Michonne's story from The Walking Dead. She had a family during the outbreak, but they died later on. Other than that, I don't know much either. I think her husband had some sort of drug problem. Peter nodded, acknowledging the probable motivation behind Michonne's actions. She's probably trying to steal supplies for her family while her husband's at home getting high. Let's wake her up and find out. Caution in the air, they decided to offer Michonne a chance to see if they could extend their survivor camp. Peter warned MJ, just try not to get your hopes up, okay? For all we know, Michonne could be evil in this universe. The multiverse is unpredictable that way. Although he didn't think that was the case here, he still wanted to warn her for future reference. Waking Michonne with a tap on the head, Peter utilized a small bit of magic. She gasped, scrambling backward in a defensive posture. Her eyes darted around, searching for her sword, which was nowhere in sight. Hello, again, Peter greeted, while MJ offered a friendly nod. A/N, 1,800 words, smiley face. Police car light, give gemstone stones, gemstone pleading face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 534, C534 Altered Fate. Police car light, insert meme gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Pertister, trophy, A/N, a new king rises. Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions, paperclip. As soon as Michonne flinched away from them, MJ stepped forward, trying to calm her. Hey, we're not going to hurt you. Just take it easy, MJ said in a reassuring tone. Michonne's eyes flickered open, initially met with confusion and disorientation. She tried to move, only to realize that she was tied up. She shot a glare at Peter, her voice cutting through the tension. If you're not going to hurt me, why the hell am I tied up? Peter, rolling his eyes, retorted, really? You attacked us when you got caught trying to steal our supplies. Would you prefer we give free rein to someone who just tried to rob us? Michonne looked down, a mix of shame and annoyance etched across her face. The reality of her actions sank in as the weight of her unsuccessful theft hung in the air. As the conversation unfolded, Peter took the lead in questioning Michonne. Let's start with the basics. Why were you trying to rob us? Are you alone, or do you have others with you? Have you done this before? And the million-dollar question, have you killed any innocent people lately? Michonne hesitated for a moment, her eyes darting between Peter and MJ. Look, I needed supplies. I'm alone. I've done what I had to do to survive, but I've never killed anybody before, besides the infected, that is. If you let me go, I promise to leave and never bother you again. You have my word. Peter, skeptical but wanting to verify her claims, decided to employ a bit of telepathy. He delved into Michonne's mind, probing for sincerity and potential hidden intentions. It was a delicate dance, respecting her privacy while ensuring the safety of the group. As he sifted through her thoughts, he picked up on a sense of desperation, a struggle for survival in the harsh post-apocalyptic world. Apologies echoed in her mind, mingling with images of loss and the fight to protect loved ones. Michonne grew up in Arkansas, which was different from her TV show counterpart. She came from a middle-class family, where she grew up with a keen interest in both modern art and literature. At some point later in her life, Michonne entered into a relationship with her boyfriend Mike. They went on to have a son named Andre, whom Michonne affectionately nicknamed Peanut. The three lived together as a family and presumably enjoyed a privileged and lavish lifestyle. Michonne also came to befriend Mike's closest friend Terry. At the onset of the outbreak, Michonne found a katana upon which she began to hone her survival skills to perfection as a result of encountering and killing the infected. Sometime later Michonne, Mike, Terry, and Andre journeyed to a refugee camp where they settled. Quickly, several members abandoned the camp due to events worsening. Michonne chose to remain there despite this, which often resulted in several arguments between her and her boyfriend, who has been acting weirder and weirder lately. Was MJ right? Is he doing drugs behind her back? Peter wondered as he continued reading her mind. And finally, earlier today, she decided to go out and gather some supplies for her family, mainly her son, who is a toddler, since no one in their camp wanted to go out anymore. After all, everyone who left for supplies never came back, making them scared to leave the safety of their hiding place. Even if it meant starving to death. And then she saw us driving by with supplies duct taped to the roof and decided to steal one of our cars. Peter summarized as he finished invading her mind. All while her useless boyfriend hides away from the world back in their camp. Satisfied that Michonne wasn't an immediate threat and empathizing with her plight, Peter withdrew from her mind. All right, although you didn't say much, I don't think you're lying. He motioned to MJ to untie Michonne. I can give two options, and luckily for you, neither include you dying today. We can either give you enough food for one person and send you on your way, or you can try to join our group. Though you'll have to earn some trust first, and that's easier said than done. Peter offered as MJ cut her hands and feet free. Michonne's eyes widened, not expecting to get such an offer from the people that she just tried to rob. If she were in their position, she would have either tied them up and left them in the middle of the woods, or killed them. Peter continued. We're giving you a chance here, so what do you want to do? Michonne, rubbing her wrists after being freed, reluctantly shaking her head. Thank you for your offer, but I'll just take the food and be on my way. Although she could tell that Peter and his group seemed friendly and reliable, based on their offer and the copious amount of supplies, she had a family to take care of. And she couldn't risk the life of her loved ones, especially her son, for a chance that might lead to a worse situation than they were already in. Fair enough, Peter shrugged whilst MJ frowned. After all, she wanted to recruit Michonne into their group. Leaving Michonne to MJ, who kept a watchful eye on her, whilst trying to change her mind, Peter packed a bag with enough food and supplies for one person, true to his promise. As he packed, Joel, emerging from the convenience store, looked at Peter with a raised eyebrow. What are we doing about our guest? Peter, continuing to pack the bag, replied, she's leaving. I'm giving her some supplies to help her out. Joel, not entirely thrilled about giving away supplies, especially to someone who had just tried to rob them, nodded reluctantly. He was just glad that she was leaving. After all, he didn't have the luxury of trusting strangers, not while he had a daughter to protect. Of course, his skepticism and wariness were traits that would serve him well in this new post-apocalyptic world. As the first light of dawn began to pierce the darkness outside, the group drove Michonne back to her car, where they handed her the bag of supplies and her katana. The tension lingered in the air as they exchanged curt goodbyes. As Michonne watched their two-car convoy drive away, a conflicted expression painted her face. She yearned for the security and resources that Peter's group seemed to possess, but her hard-earned instincts cautioned against trusting too easily in this unforgiving world. Alone in the driver's seat of her car, Michonne opened the bag they had given her. The contents went beyond mere sustenance. Alongside the food, she found a pistol, some ammo, a portable police radio, and a note. The note, signed by Peter, read, "Be safe and contact us if you change your mind." It included a radio frequency for communication. Michonne couldn't help but smile, realizing the missed opportunity to join a group that seemed genuine in their offer of assistance. Regret gnawed at her, but the practicalities of survival took precedence. Her family awaited her return, and she needed to bring back whatever supplies she could scavenge. As the convoy disappeared from view, Michonne revved the engine, making her way back to her camp with a mix of gratitude and uncertainty. The radio and supplies provided a lifeline, a connection to a group she might never see again. Driving back to her camp, the bag of supplies nestled beside her, Michonne couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. The thought of surprising her son, Andre, with some tasty food and a few treats, including candy, lifted her spirits. Peter's unexpected generosity showed in the assortment of items he had provided. The camp, situated in a secluded camping grounds nestled within the woods, seemed peaceful as Michonne approached. However, the smile on her face began to fade as the distant sounds of gunfire reached her ears. A gnawing fear gripped her heart, urging her to hurry back to her loved ones. As she neared the camp, the initial shock gave way to chaos. Dozens of zombies roamed freely, their groans blending with the sporadic gunfire. Panic settled over the camp, and Michonne's instincts kicked in. She slammed her foot on the gas pedal, rushing toward the heart of the unfolding nightmare. Upon arrival, the scene was a chaotic picture of horror. Dozens of zombies over in the camp, and even more lurked in the shadows of the surrounding trees. Michonne wasted no time. Grabbing her katana and a pistol, she leaped out of her car, determined to cut through the undead and reach her family. Screaming for Andre and her boyfriend Mike, Michonne carved a path through the infected. Blood spattered her clothes as she dispatched one after another. The air echoed with the sounds of desperate survivors and the gruesome demise of those unlucky enough to be caught. Approaching her tent, dread pooled in Michonne's stomach. What she found was beyond comprehension. Mike and his friend Terry sat in foldable chairs, needles in their arms, completely oblivious to the zombies currently feasting on them. Their blissful, zoned-out faces stared vacantly into the sky, lost in their drug-induced haze. Instantly, Michonne realized the heartbreaking truth. Mike had neglected his responsibility to protect their child, succumbing to a drug addiction alongside his idiot friend. Shocked and infuriated, she dispatched the infected around the tent, completely ignoring the two junkies. Fueled by a mix of anger and grief, Michonne's focus shifted to her son. Panic set in as she frantically searched the tent, calling out Andre's name. For a moment, she feared the worst until, finally, the muffled cries of a child reached her ears. Opening a luggage chest that usually held their belongings, Michonne found her 3-year-old son, Andre, crying and hugging her shirt. Peering upwards in fear, little Andre's eyes widened in relief. "Mommy. Peanut." Relief washing over her, Michonne pulled him into her arms, whispering soothing words to calm him down. Knowing they had to leave, Michonne, without bothering to grab anything besides Andre's favorite stuffed dinosaur, wrapped a blanket around him, tying her son in place on her body. The reality of the situation hit her, and tears streaked down her face as she killed zombies on her way to the car. With Andre safely in her arms, she drove away from the nightmare that had become their once peaceful camp. Although she felt bad for leaving the father of her child behind, Michonne knew that Mike was infected and would turn soon enough. She wasn't willing to risk her son's life for a dead man who couldn't even do his job properly. As the engine roared, Michonne glanced at the radio Peter had given her, contemplating whether to contact the group that had offered her a chance earlier. The weight of the decision hung in the air as she drove into the uncertain future, her son now sleeping soundly in her arms. Little did she know that her encounter with Peter changed the grim fate of her son. Thanks to the supplies he had given her, Michonne was able to return to the camp sooner than she originally would have, allowing her to make it in time to save her little peanut. A/N, 1910 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 535, C535 cheating B*TCH. Police car light insert animal gif / PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Wolfie and Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. A few hours had passed since Michonne parted ways with Peter's group. MJ, sitting sulking in the car beside Peter as he drove, couldn't shake the disappointment from her expression. She had hoped to recruit Michonne into their growing group of survivors, but the woman had declined their offer and left. Peter glanced over at MJ, his lips curling into a teasing smile. He understood why she was upset. She wanted to bring people into their fold, envisioning a larger community, and later, a base where they can live together before they had to leave this world. But Michonne's refusal had put a damper on those plans. MJ, unable to contain her frustration, finally asked, "What's so funny?" Her pouting face was met with Peter's gentle amusement. "Why so glum, my love? You can't expect every character that we meet to join us so easily," Peter said, his eyes focused on the road ahead. MJ bristled a bit, her frustration evident. "Well, yeah, but Michonne is one of the cooler Walking Dead characters, so I might have gotten my hopes up." Peter chuckled, I know. But hey, don't worry too much. We'll see Michonne again sooner than you think." MJ shot him a questioning look. "How can you be so sure?" Peter's smile turned mysterious, and before MJ could inquire further, the radio crackled to life. A familiar voice echoed through the car, and MJ's eyes widened in recognition. Hello. Is this the right frequency?" It was Michonne. As Peter picked up the radio, a sly smirk played on his lips. Well. I didn't think you'd call so soon, Michonne." Michonne's voice wavered as she recounted the recent attack on her camp by the infected, though she left out anything that do with her boyfriend. "I managed to escape with my son," she explained, her voice turning hopeful. "And, well, I was wondering if your group would still be willing to accept us." Peter, playing it cool, responded nonchalantly, I don't know." Seeing his playful facade, MJ snatched the radio from him. Of course, you're welcome, Michonne. You and your child can join us. We'll tell you where to meet up. Peter grinned at MJ's enthusiasm, secretly pleased with the turn of events. Meanwhile, in the car behind them, Joel, Tommy, and Sarah listened to the exchange. Sarah seemed open to the idea of Michonne joining, but Joel and Tommy wore expressions of skepticism. The possibility of Michonne lying about her situation to take advantage of them lingered in their minds. After a moment of deliberation, they came to a collective decision to follow Peter's lead, but maintain a cautious eye on the thief who would be joining them. The prospect of expanding their community, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, added a new layer to the dynamics of their survival. As the location for their meetup was shared, MJ leaned back in her seat, a triumphant smile on her face. They were on their way to meet Michonne and her son, which was exactly what she wanted in the first place. The group, led by Peter, decided to make a stop at the next rest stop and wait for Michonne and her son to catch up to them. Clearing the few zombies that wandered near, they took control of the area, searching for supplies and looting whatever they could find. The once bustling rest stop was now eerily quiet, with remnants of the past scattered around. As the group explored the area, Peter faced a new challenge. The power was out, rendering the gas pumps useless in the conventional way. Unfazed, Peter decided to use his unique abilities. He pretended to tinker with the pumps, creating the illusion that he had somehow rigged them to work. In reality, it was his magic seamlessly filling their tanks. Meanwhile, Michonne arrived, her gaze shifting nervously between the group members. After attempting to rob them just the night before, joining the same people was undoubtedly an awkward situation. Tommy and Joel, ever the vigilant guards of the group, weren't exactly friendly, adding to the discomfort of the encounter. As Michonne greeted everyone, MJ stepped forward with a reassuring smile. Don't mind Joel and Tommy, they warm up eventually. Just show them you're worth trusting, just like we all did. Michonne, grateful for the chance, nodded appreciatively. She cradled her son, Andre, in her arms. The events at her camp had made her more protective than ever, and she was unwilling to part with him after what had transpired. MJ continued to talk with Michonne, trying to ease the tension. We all had to prove ourselves when we joined. It's a tough world out here, and trust is hard to come by. But once you do, you'll be accepted. Don't worry too much. As long as you don't have any ulterior motives, you'll be fine. As they conversed, everyone couldn't help but look down at Andre, peacefully sleeping in his mother's arms. The innocence of a child alongside his mother helped ease the growing tension in the group. After gathering supplies and ensuring their vehicles were ready, the now 3-car convoy prepared to hit the road. Peter and MJ led the way in the first car, Joel and his family followed in the second, and Michonne and her son took up the rear. As they drove away from the rest stop, Michonne's gaze lingered on the world passing by. The road ahead was unpredictable, but she couldn't help but feel like she made the right decision. Although she wished the father of her child could be here with them, she knew deep down that his passing was more of a blessing than a curse. As soon as the world went to sh*t, so did her once reliable boyfriend. They were better off without him. After driving in silence for a while, MJ, sitting beside Peter, turned to him with a curious expression. Hey, where are we headed next? She asked, the excitement evident in her voice. Peter flashed her a mischievous smile. Well, my love, since we're in The Walking Dead, don't you think we should pick up the protagonist? He raised an eyebrow as MJ's eyes widened with surprise and excitement. Before MJ could press for more details, the radio crackled to life, and Joel's voice came through, asking the same question. Where are we heading, Peter? Peter, still wearing that enigmatic smile, responded, Georgia. After all, they have a coma patient to wake up, a mother to save, and a camp of main characters to find. MJ smiled happily, pondering all of the possibilities. As Peter and his group continued their journey towards the state that contained most of the characters they wanted to recruit, in Kings County Hospital in Georgia, Deputy Rick Grimes lay unconscious on his bed, an unmoving coma patient. Insert picture of Rick Grimes here. The military presence outside was evident, with the constant barrage of gunfire filling the air. The hospital had become the base of operations for the local military and a never-ending battleground, each gunshot both a defense against the infected and a siren song drawing more of them near. The military's attempts to maintain order were turning the hospital into a fortress, unwittingly amplifying the magnitude of the threat, further endangering everyone inside who they fought so hard to protect. Amidst the chaos, the military personnel worked tirelessly to secure the hospital, using up an uncountable amount of ammunition each and every day, exhausting their supply. After all, not everyone can have 100% accuracy like Peter. Even for trained soldiers, wasted ammo was a normal occurrence. Not too far away, in a nearby neighborhood, overrun by the infected just like everywhere else, Morgan Jones and his family, Jenny, and their son Dwayne, huddled in their fortified home. Insert pictures of the Jones family here. The windows were boarded up, and an air of silence enveloped the residence. Having learned early on that sound attracted the infected, the Jones family lived by the mantra of staying quiet to stay alive. The distant echoes of gunfire and the shuffling of passing zombies served as a grim reminder of the world they now inhabited. Across the state, at the Quint Materials Company Road Base Quarry, a camp of survivors began to take shape. Rick's partner and trusted friend, Deputy Shane Walsh and Lori Grimes, Rick's wife, found themselves entwined in a clearly sexual embrace away from prying eyes. Insert picture of Shane, snake friend, here. Insert picture of Lori, cheating B*TCH, here. Some might think that this relationship started during the outbreak, when Shane took responsibility for Rick's family and protected them from the infected, but they would be wrong. Even before Rick's absence, due to his coma, Shane and Lori were romantically involved behind his back. Except now, instead of trying to hide their misdeeds from her husband, they were hiding from her son, Carl, who was currently sulking in a nearby tent, wondering if he'll ever get the chance to see his father again. Insert picture of Carl here. A whole day and night passed as Peter and his growing group of survivors crossed into the state of Georgia, where they would no doubt expand their group even further. I wonder if I can recruit the soldiers at Rick's hospital. Well, that is if they aren't dead or gone by the time we get there. Peter wondered. After all, he had big plans, and big plans required a lot of men and firepower. A/N, 1603 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 536, C536 Mysterious Samurai. Police car light insert grotesque gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The 3-car convoy led by Peter cruised into Kings County, Georgia, a state rife with the echoes of gunfire and the palpable tension of the apocalypse. The cityscape bore the scars of survival, buildings standing as silent witnesses to the struggles that had unfolded within their walls. As they drove deeper into town, the distant sounds of gunfire grew louder, creating an unsettling ambience. The group, now seasoned in navigating the dangers of this new world, exchanged wary glances. Meanwhile, Peter and MJ smirked at one another, alone in their car together. It sounds like the military is still alive and well at the hospital. Peter commented, his plans for a military recruitment looking good. MJ couldn't help but ask, how are you planning to recruit them? Peter just smiled mysteriously, I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Continuing their way into the city, the infected, drawn to the commotion like moths to a flame, ignored their cars and swarmed toward the source of the gunfire, running far faster than the zombies from the Walking Dead show. Over the radios, Tommy's voice crackled in, breaking the tense silence. What the hell is going on up ahead? Anyone got eyes on the situation? Joel's voice joined the conversation, skepticism evident in his tone. Could be more survivors. Could be trouble. We should be cautious and give them a wide berth. Peter, taking a thoughtful pause, chimed in, it's a risk, but we won't know until we check it out. It could be a camp of survivors trying to clear out the city, or even the military. There's far too many gunshots for it to be anything else. Michonne, ever watchful, added, or potential threats. I've seen how unpredictable people can be. Joel, listening to the exchange, felt the weight of the decision hanging in the air. Peter, what do you think? Should we investigate? Peter, steering the lead car with a sense of purpose, responded, we go and see. We don't commit to anything until we assess the situation. If it's trouble, we back off. If it's the military or survivors who need help, we evaluate from there. With everyone in agreement, the convoy continued its path through the eerily empty streets, the unsettling sounds of gunfire seeming to never end. The infected, driven by instinct, swarmed towards the noise, their moans and shuffles filling the air. As the group approached the source of the disturbance, the tension in the convoy grew palpable. The decision to investigate hung in the air like a delicate balance, each member contemplating the potential risks and rewards. The convoy, guided by the echoes of gunfire, moved closer to the source of the commotion. However, as they approached, the intensity of the gunfire seemed to wane, replaced by prolonged breaks of unsettling silence that hung in the air like a foreboding shadow. The group exchanged concerned looks, the absence of sustained gunfire raising unsettling questions. Peter and MJ, alone in their car, shared a concerned look. That doesn't sound very good, Peter commented. The lack of continuous gunfire meant one of two things. Either the military at the hospital was running out of bullets, or they were running out of able bodies to fire those bullets. Either way, it wasn't a good situation to be in. Of course, they could have cleared out the zombies around them, which would explain the lack of gunfire, but that didn't seem likely. After all, just driving down the road now, Peter could see dozens of infected swarming towards the gunfire. The convoy pressed forward through the streets, the unsettling sounds of gunfire continuing, guiding them to the heart of the disturbance. The tension in the air was palpable as they neared the source. As they arrived, a sprawling hospital came into view, fortified with sandbags, barricades, and military vehicles. Soldiers stood on vantage points, firing on the ceaseless sea of zombies attempting to breach their defenses. The sight, though confirming Peter's earlier speculations, brought a sense of relief tinged with uncertainty. The military, seemingly outnumbered and low on ammunition, faced overwhelming odds. Peter signaled the convoy to pause a few blocks down the street, cautioning everyone to hang on for a moment while he attempted to contact the military inside the hospital. Switching through radio channels, Peter found the frequency of the military and listened in. The conversations painted a dire picture of exhaustion, fear, and urgent calls for more ammunition. The gravity of their situation became apparent as Peter eavesdropped on their desperate pleas. Waiting for a break in the comms, Peter finally spoke up. "Yo, do you guys need any help?" The intrusion surprised the military. As the soldiers exchanged glances, one couldn't help but question, "Who the hell is on our radio?" After a moment of confusion, Major John Lewis, the highest-ranking officer, responded cautiously. "This is Major Lewis. If this is the 3 cars parked down the road, then your offer is appreciated, but sadly worthless. Even if you are police officers, which I doubt, you'll only get yourselves killed trying to help us. Go and find a safe place to hide, preferably outside of town, and away from populated areas." Another voice broke in, "And stay off of our frequency, civilians." Ignoring the last idiot to speak, Peter was impressed by Major Lewis. After all, he quickly found where they were, assessed their strength, and was even kind enough to advise them against helping them. He would make a good subordinate. Peter smirked as he spoke through the radio. "We'll clear the horde out front before the sun sets," he assured them confidently. "Just sit back and enjoy the show." Switching back to the old frequency before they could reply, Peter quickly explained his plan to help the military, his voice cutting through the airwaves with authority. "All right, here's the plan. We're going to clear the horde in front of the hospital. I need Michonne, Joel, Tommy, and MJ to get on the rooftops across the street. Bring a radio, firepower, and enough bullets to take on a small army. And don't forget to bring the kids. Barricade the doors behind you to keep the infected out." Joel, ever the protector, immediately voiced his concern. "Are you sure this is a good idea? What if something goes wrong?" Peter, with unwavering confidence, responded, "Trust me, Joel. We'll be fine. We need to act fast before the hospital is overrun. Now, move." As orders were given, Michonne asked a crucial question, her eyes reflecting a mix of concern and determination. "What about you, Peter? What's your part in all this?" Peter, with a smirk that hinted at both mischief and assurance, replied, "I'll need to borrow your sword, Michonne." There was a moment of stunned silence over the radio as everyone processed what Peter had just said. Joel, ever the voice of reason, couldn't help but interject, "Are you out of your mind? You're going down there with just a sword against that horde." Peter cut him off before he could continue, his tone firm and resolute. "I'll be fine. Trust me. We need to move now." Despite the protests that lingered in the air, the group followed Peter's orders. Doing so has kept them alive and thriving thus far, so they couldn't help but feel like Peter always had a plan. As they departed, MJ approached Peter. She kissed him passionately on the lips, a mixture of fear and love in her eyes. "I know you'll be fine, but come back in one piece, okay?" Peter returned the kiss, his expression filled with reassurance. "I always do. Now, go. We've got a horde to deal with." Meanwhile, Michonne handed Peter her sword, the exchange carrying a weight of unspoken worry on her part. Each member grabbed their weaponry, mentally preparing for the upcoming challenge. Joel and Michonne, with their children in tow, moved swiftly towards the chosen building they would all perch themselves on. As the group ascended to their vantage points, Peter took a moment to look at the weapon in his hands. This would probably dull after a few dozen kills. With a tap of his hand on the side of the blade, Peter watched as runes drew themselves along the sword, strengthening its sharpness and durability to insane degrees. Smirking as he gave the sword a few test swings, Peter eyes the horde down the road. Time to impress some future henchmen. Despite Peter's bold declaration to the soldiers in the hospital that he would clear the horde, skepticism and doubt lingered among the military ranks. Many soldiers mocked him for what they perceived as foolish bravado, while others, aligning with Major Lewis's caution, expressed concern for their safety. Either way, the prevailing sentiment was that Peter and his group were destined for failure. However, as Peter confidently strode down the street toward the approaching horde, the soldiers outside couldn't help but notice his arrival as well as his calm demeanor and the single sword he wielded. Murmurs and speculation spread through their ranks, wondering if he was a madman or a survivor with a death wish. As Peter neared the horde, which has just noticed his arrival, a collective gasp emanated from the soldiers as they witnessed a spectacle that defied their expectations. With a single, powerful swing of his sword, Peter decapitated over a dozen zombies at once. The bodies dropped to the ground, leaving the soldiers in awe of the unexpected display of skill. Surprisingly, Peter didn't stop there. He quickened his pace and plunged headfirst into the sea of zombies outside the hospital. Soldiers shouted warnings and a mix of disbelief and concern, but their astonishment only grew as Peter continued to mow down the infected. Rather than succumbing to the overwhelming numbers, Peter moved with an uncanny agility, slicing through zombies effortlessly. His sword became a blur of lethal precision, and the soldiers watched in disbelief as he carved a path through the horde, seemingly impervious to their attacks. Major Lewis, initially skeptical, emerged from the hospital to witness the unfolding spectacle. Shock and awe painted his face as he realized that the horde was now entirely fixated on Peter. He barked orders to his men, instructing them to hold their fire and focus on clearing out the infected furthest from Peter to avoid any accidental harm to their unexpected savior. The soldiers, once hesitant, followed Major Lewis's orders and began firing at the zombies on the outskirts of the horde. And as they did, MJ, Michonne, Joel, and Tommy, perched on a nearby rooftop, joined in the gunfire alongside them. From their elevated vantage point, Tommy couldn't help but express his amazement. "I thought he was crazy, but look at him go." Michonne, normally reserved, couldn't help but nod in agreement. "He moves faster than I can see." Joel, still harboring some concern, added, "Let's make sure we cover him well. We don't know how long he can keep this up." MJ smirked as she watched her husband work. "Damn, he's so sexy right now." As the combined firepower of Peter's group and the soldiers thinned the herd, Peter continued his relentless assault on the infected. The once threatening horde now appeared helpless against the skill and determination of this lone figure. The soldiers, initially doubtful, were now witnesses to a feat that defied their expectations. The atmosphere shifted from skepticism to a mix of awe and gratitude. In that chaotic dance of life and death, Peter carved a path of survival, earning the immense respect of those who had doubted him just moments before. A/N, 1943 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 537, C537 Early Wake-Up Call. Police car light insert round GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord and FR1 Day _ trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After hours of relentless combat, Peter stood in the center of the once infested street, his sword glistening with the grim sheen of blood and entrails. Despite the gruesome scene surrounding him, Peter himself appeared untouched, not a speck of gore marring his form. His clothes still pristine, betrayed no sign of the violent battle that had just unfolded. The street, now a graveyard for the undead, was strewn with the lifeless bodies of rotting zombies. Most lay headless, victims of Peter's swift and precise strikes, while others bore the scars of bullets, courtesy of his allies providing cover from a distance. The combined effort of Peter's group and the military had effectively thinned the herd, clearing the immediate threat that had besieged the hospital. The air hung heavy with the metallic scent of blood, and the eerie silence that followed the chaos was only broken by the distant moans of straggling zombies. The once swarming horde had been decimated, and though more would inevitably trickle in, the majority that had overwhelmed the soldiers was now vanquished. That should make things easier for them, Peter thought as he flicked his wrist, flinging the blood off of Michonne's sword. Amidst the gruesome aftermath, Peter surveyed the scene with a detached sense of accomplishment. The military, having observed his unparalleled prowess from their vantage point, opened a makeshift gate, and Major Lewis, flanked by armed soldiers, stepped out to greet him. The soldiers looked at Peter in a mixture of awe and disbelief, unsure if the man before them was an actual human being or not. "Quick, come inside before more of those damn things show up," Major Lewis called, his skepticism from earlier replaced with a clear respect. With a nod, Peter made his way towards the gate, the soldiers parting to allow him entry. As he approached, Major Lewis couldn't help but express his astonishment. "I didn't think you'd last more than a few minutes out there." "I know I wouldn't." Peter, with a wry smile, replied, "I told you I'd clear the horde." The soldiers, sensing the newfound opportunity for safety, quickly scurried to close the gate behind Peter, securing the hospital grounds from the lingering threat outside. As the barricade locked into place, Peter radioed his group, instructing them to bring the cars and drive to the hospital. The soldiers, now allies, were prepared to welcome them inside. Within minutes, the distant hum of engines grew louder as the convoy approached. The soldiers, their weapons at the ready, allowed Peter's group to pass through the gate. MJ, Sarah, Joel, Tommy, Sarah, Michonne, and Andre emerged from the vehicles, their expressions a mix of relief and anticipation. "Tommy, guard the cars until we're sure we can trust these people." Peter ordered and Tommy nodded, standing beside their vehicles with an assault rifle in hand, eyeing anyone that came near. "The rest of you feel free to explore. This place might have a working shower, so take advantage of it while you can." He gestured towards the hospital entrance. As the group entered the hospital grounds, the atmosphere inside was a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Patients, soldiers, and survivors alike gazed at Peter with a mix of awe and reverence. Some whispered prayers, others stared in disbelief, and a general sense of gratitude filled the air. As the group, including MJ, rushed excitedly into the hospital, drawn by the prospect of a working shower after days on the road, Peter turned to Major Lewis. He gestured toward a quiet corridor and, with a nod from the Major, they headed toward a large office. The door swung shut behind them, guarded by soldiers stationed outside. Inside the office, Peter and Major Lewis settled into seats. The Major couldn't help but sigh, a mixture of exhaustion and relief evident in his eyes. "Thank you for your help. You have Northwest idea how close we were to being overrun." Peter shrugged, "It was no problem at all. But I have some questions and I'm hoping you'll have answers for me." Major Lewis nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Ask away. I owe you that much." Peter leaned back, studying the worn features of the military officer. "First off, what's the status of the government? Are they still operational? Any efforts toward finding a cure or containing the outbreak?" Major Lewis's expression darkened. "We haven't received any contact from the government since the outbreak. My guess is that the White House and the rest of DC fell during the outbreak. I'm afraid that we're on our own out here." The silence that followed hung heavy in the air. Peter pressed on, "And the military? Are you all still working as one cohesive force, or is it scattered?" The Major sighed, his shoulders slumping. "We're fractured and I don't know how many of us are left. I was sent here to evacuate civilians and contain the outbreak, but since we arrived, we've heard nothing. We're running low on supplies, food, and ammo. Every day is a struggle to keep the infected at bay while we try to save as many as we can." Peter absorbed the information, his mind working quickly. After a moment of contemplation, he looked directly at the Major. "Here's my offer, Major. Join me. I have food, ammo, and a plan to get more. Together, we stand a better chance. What do you say?" Major Lewis hesitated, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "I can't make promises. I'm still hoping for orders from higher-ups, but I'm not holding my breath." Peter leaned forward, his gaze intense. "What if I can help with the food and ammo shortage? Will you consider joining forces and working together to clear this town of the infected?" The Major raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched across his face. "Clear the whole town? That's a tall order, even for someone like you." Peter smirked, a glint of confidence in his eyes. "How about a deal then? If I help solve your food and ammo problem, then you and your men agree to follow my orders until the town is clear. We work together to clear the town, and when it's free of infected, you and your men can decide whether or not you want to stick around. Deal?" Major Lewis contemplated the proposal, weighing the risks and benefits. "Solve my immediate problems and we can work together to clear the town. But we need those supplies fast. We won't last another couple days without food. And if we can really do as you say and clear the town without any unnecessary losses, then I'll gladly join you." Peter extended a hand, sealing the agreement. "You have my word. I won't put any of your men in unnecessary harm, and by the end of the week, this town will be completely free of infected." As their hands met in a firm handshake, Major Lewis couldn't help but feel a mix of uncertainty and hope. The alliance forged in that small office would either be their salvation or a path to greater peril. It's finally time to start building our base of operations." Peter thought as he looked out of the windows, surveying the town outside with a greedy look in his eye. Suddenly, the Major spoke, breaking Peter from his thoughts. "So, how are you going to solve our supply problem?" he asked and continued before Peter could answer. "I know you have supplies of your own, but 3 cars of food can't feed over 50 patients, 20 hospital staff, 300 civilians, and 500 soldiers. And you certainly don't have enough ammo." Peter smiles assuredly. "First, I'm willing to share my supplies if it comes to that, but it won't." He shook his head. "For food, most supermarkets have probably been looted by now, and they wouldn't have enough food for everyone here anyway, so we'll go for distribution centers. Companies often store a significant amount of their food inventory in distribution centers or warehouses. These facilities are strategically located to streamline the distribution to stores in the vicinity of them." Peter continued. "I don't have the exact locations yet, but it won't take long to find the closest warehouses. Though when I do find them, I'll need your men to help transport everything. After all, if it's just my group doing it, we'll only be able to bring back a small amount. Ideally, I'd like to get as many trucks as we can and completely empty every warehouse we loot." The Major nodded his head. "Sure, I'll assign some men to help deliver the supplies. What about our ammo?" Peter smirked. "Fort Benning is close by, isn't it?" As Peter continued his discussion with Major Lewis about securing supplies, MJ, having just taken a warm shower and changed into fresh clothes, set out to explore the hospital. Her mission was clear: locate the person they had initially come for, the one she and her husband deemed crucial for their group. Rick Grimes, the former sheriff's deputy who had been in a coma since a life-threatening gunshot wound, was their next potential recruit. Wandering through the hospital, MJ discreetly searched every room. After a few minutes, she eventually arrived at a room on the 5th floor. Pushing the door open, she found Rick lying motionless in a hospital bed, a silent figure oblivious to the chaotic world outside. His face seemed peaceful, untouched by the horrors that had unfolded during his slumber. MJ couldn't help but feel a mix of sadness and pity. The men before her had slept through the entire outbreak, his wife was cheating on him with his best friend, and he wasn't meant to wake up for another month. With a cautious step forward, MJ approached Rick's bedside. She confirmed his identity, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment before she turned her attention to the task at hand. She knew what needed to be done. Peter had taught her a healing spell, a modest yet effective technique to awaken those in a deep sleep or coma. Checking the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, MJ cast the spell. A soft glow enveloped her fingers as she extended her hand toward Rick. With precision, she tapped his forehead, unleashing a surge of eldritch energy. In response to the mystical touch, Rick's eyes snapped open. A sudden gasp escaped his lips as he jolted upright, disoriented and struggling for breath. The medical equipment in the room, powered by the hospital's emergency generators, beeped urgently, sending signals echoing down the hospital corridors. Nurses, alarmed by the commotion, hurried to Rick's room. Their faces registered a mix of surprise and confusion as they witnessed the seemingly miraculous awakening of a patient who had been in a deep coma for over a week now. One nurse eyed MJ warily and asked, "What are you doing in here?" MJ shrugged. "I was just walking by and heard the beeping." A/N, 1845 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 538, C538 Happy birthday to me. Police car light insert no life gift /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, a Bud 1, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After finalizing their agreement in Major Lewis's office, Peter and the Major stepped out into the hospital hallway, greeted by the sight of 2 guards. Even now, the soldiers looked at Peter in a mix of awe and respect, the image of him battling hundreds of zombies alone and winning fresh in their minds. As they were about to discuss the next steps, an officer hurriedly approached them. "Sir, there's a commotion outside," the officer reported, saluting Major Lewis. "One of the patients just woke up, and he's trying to leave against the doctor's orders. The hospital staff are having a hard time convincing him to stay for further recovery." Peter, a knowing smile playing on his lips, instantly realized who the patient was. Without waiting for the Major's response, he turned to the officer. "Lead the way." Following the officer through the bustling hospital, they arrived at the scene of the commotion. Rick Grimes, still weak from his time in a coma, was making his way toward the hospital gate. 2 doctors and 4 nurses surrounded him, attempting to restrain him and convince him to stay. As Peter approached, his presence immediately causing a hushed silence among the civilians and soldiers outside, recognizing him as the war god that saved them earlier in the day. The head doctor, unaware of Peter's arrival, spoke, "Mr. Grimes, you really should stay and recover. Your body needs time to heal, especially after something as serious as a gunshot wound in a coma," the head doctor insisted. Rick, determined and slightly frustrated, met the doctor's gaze. "I appreciate what you've done here, but I can't afford to stay. I have a family out there, and they need me. I won't sit around while they could be in danger." Peter, understanding Rick's urgency, stepped forward. "Doc, just let him go. You can't force treatment on those who don't want it." Reluctantly, the doctors and nurses released Rick, knowing they couldn't force him to stay. The head doctor, with a sigh, addressed Rick, "Fine, you can go. But promise me you'll clean the wound and change the bandage frequently. We can't have you getting an infection out there. You also need to eat nutrient-rich foods and exercise to regain some muscle mass after spending over a week in bed." Rick nodded appreciatively, and as he started to walk toward the hospital gate, Peter quickly made his way to his group's cars. He cleared out Michonne's car, gathering an extra police radio, a pistol, a box of ammo, and some food and water. Starting the car up, he drove up to the gate just as Rick was about to step outside. Peter pulled up next to Rick, rolling down the window. "Hey, need a ride?" "It's safer to drive than walk," he said as he hopped out of the driver's seat. "I can't." Rick tried to refuse, but Peter wouldn't let him. "It's fine. Just take it. I have 2 other cars anyway. And this is the SH*TTY one of the 3. He said as he motioned to the passenger seat, where all of the supplies he gathered for Rick sat. "Those should help you get a good head start on your search." "Thank you." Rick didn't know what to say. He knew that the car and supplies must be worth a lot, especially during an apocalypse, so he felt bad for taking it all. Nonetheless, he accepted Peter's generosity and hopped in the driver's seat. Before Rick could drive off, Peter spoke. Listen, bring your family back here when you find them. I'm planning to clear this town of the infected and turn it into a safe haven for survivors. Use the radio to call us if you need help. It's already on the right frequency. And most of all, be careful with that gun, the sound will attract any infected in the area and they'll swarm the hell out of you. Rick hesitated for a moment, grateful for the unexpected help. Thank you, again, he said, sincerely. I'll find my family and bring them back here. You've done a lot for us. With a nod, Peter watched as Rick drove off, determined to reunite with his family. As the car disappeared into the distance, Peter walked back into the hospital grounds, his mind swirling with plans for the future. He seems to be the same as the show. Peter thought, as he delved into his mind while they chatted earlier, just as he did with Michonne. He'll make a good subordinate, like the Major. Back inside the gated hospital, Peter found his group standing there, wondering why he just gave away their car, especially Michonne, as it was her car to begin with. With a determined glint in his eye, Peter spoke, all of you need to get ready to head out. We're going on a supply run in 1 hour. Gather what you need and meet at the cars. The group glanced between one another, before turning to Sarah and Andre, the children of the group. They didn't mind following Peter on a supply run, especially after seeing his display of power against the zombies earlier, but what about the kids? Joel voiced everyone's thoughts. Peter looked thoughtful for a moment. You're right, now that we have a base, it's not very smart to bring children out there. What? Sarah exclaimed, annoyance clear in her voice. I want to help too. I'm not a child. You can't just leave me behind. I don't even know these people. Peter sighed alongside her father, who knew this would be a hard pill for her to swallow. Finally, Joel stepped in front of her, a reluctant, yet serious, look on his face. Listen, Sarah, you've always been mature for your age. Hell, you've been cooking and taking care of me ever since you were 6 years old, but you're only 13. Yeah, you're not as young as Andre, but you're still a child and this is dangerous stuff we're planning on doing. He pauses for a moment and looks her in the eye. I don't want to lose you, baby girl. Suddenly, tears began to well up in Sarah's eyes as she dove forward, wrapping her father into a tight hug. I don't want to lose you either, Daddy. Peter and MJ smiled at the heartwarming moment. You won't lose him. Peter said, breaking the two from their hug. I'll make sure nothing happens to your father while he's gone. Sarah wanted to refute his words. After all, the world was a dangerous place right now and one person couldn't guarantee her father's safety. But then, she remembered Peter decimating the zombie horde earlier. Like a one-man army, he stood off against hundreds of infected and came out victorious. Sarah stared straight into Peter's eyes. Fine, but if anything happens to him or my Uncle Tommy. She trailed off, a dangerous look appearing in her young eyes. Peter smirked. Yes, you'll make my life a living hell, kill me, feed me to some wild dogs. I get it. Sarah nodded her head matter-of-factly. As long as you understand. Joel and Tommy couldn't help but smile as they watched Sarah do her best to threaten Peter. Their hearts warmed as they knew she was just worried for them. Before everyone could rush off to prepare, Joel spoke. She does have a point about not knowing anyone here. Maybe one of us should stay behind as well. After a moment of silence, Michonne stepped forward. I'll stay behind. She said, her son cuddled safe in her arms. Andre needs a bit more attention and care, so I should probably stay and make sure he's fed and changed properly. All right, then that settles it. Peter says, clapping hands to draw everyone's attention. Michonne will stay to look after the kids while the rest of us head out to gather supplies. After everyone had gathered their gear and prepared for the supply run, they returned to the cars to find Peter waiting for them. The car that was once filled with supplies was now completely empty, while the other car was jam-packed with everything. Even the driver's seat was filled with supplies, making it impossible to drive for the time being. Curious looks were exchanged among the group, prompting Peter to address the unspoken question. We'll be taking one car this time, he explained. I got plans to pick up a few 18-wheeler trucks on the way, which you'll each be driving. Nodding in understanding, the group marveled at the foresight Peter displayed in his preparations. As they settled into the car, armed to the teeth with assault rifles and pistols, MJ occupied the passenger seat while Joel and Tommy took their positions in the back. Peter maneuvered the car to the hospital gate, where Major Lewis awaited. Rolling down his window, Peter reminded the Major to stay on the agreed radio frequency. I'll contact you once we've secured the first warehouse, he assured. The Major nodded assuredly. Once you give the word, I'll send my men over to help load and transport everything back here, he affirmed confidently. With the plan in place, the gate opened, and Peter drove the group out of the city. As they left, Joel couldn't help but ask, so, do you have some sort of deal going on with that guy? Yeah, he agreed to. Peter explained everything that he and Major spoke about earlier. A couple hours later, after finding two 18-wheelers along the way, which were currently being driven by Joel and Tommy, the group pulled up to a large, secluded warehouse along the highway outside of town. Thanks to some paperwork at a supermarket near the hospital, they were able to easily find the addresses to 5 separate food distribution centers, and this was the closest one to town. "Huh, look at that on the roof," Joel muttered over the radio as they surveyed the area. Just as they feared, the warehouse was swarming with zombies outside, but the building seemed to be locked tight. But that wasn't what caught Joel's attention. On the roof of the building was a large piece of cardboard, which seems to be taped in place. It read, "Help. People trapped inside." "If I were them, I wouldn't be advertising my whereabouts," Tommy criticized. But he was right. After all, they had a warehouse full of food in there, so they could survive for a pretty long time. It was fairly dumb to call for help, as anyone that saves them would be staking a claim to their food, and that's if they're kind people. Others would probably just shoot them and take everything. Seconds later, Peter's voice appeared on the radio. "Well, they probably still think the police or the military is going to come and save them." Parking the vehicles at a safe distance and getting out, Peter observed the surroundings. "All right, same as before. You guys find an elevated position where the zombies can't reach, and I'll keep them busy down below while you pick them off from above," he instructed, his hand resting on the handle of Michonne's sword. "What about the people inside?" Joel asks warily. Peter shrugged. "We save them and then recruit them. If they don't want to join us, which is unlikely to happen, then we'll send them on their way with a hefty amount of supplies." "And if they're hostile?" Tommy asks. "Then they die. Police car light, give gemstone stones, gemstone pleading face, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 539, C539 rescued and kindly robbed. Police car light, insert flat GIF / PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Project _Horton, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip, cover art submissions, paperclip. Inside the warehouse, a group of employees who had been working during the outbreak found themselves trapped, along with their families who thought taking refuge in a food-filled warehouse was a sensible idea. The large hordes of zombies roaming around the building made escape impossible, leaving them locked inside. However, despite being confined for a few days, the food supplies were vast, and they hadn't made the tiniest dent in the rows and stacks of boxes. The warehouse held the potential for survival, especially with an abundance of bottled water that could last them for at least a year. Hope lingered among the group as they clung to the belief that the military, police, or some government agency would eventually come to their rescue. This hope manifested in a sign taped to the side of the building's roof, a desperate plea for help, expecting their saviors to arrive promptly upon seeing the message. As they sat, awaiting rescue just like every other day, the sudden sound of gunfire echoed through the air outside. Rushing to the windows, they anticipated the arrival of the authorities to clear out the infected. To their shock, what unfolded before their eyes was far from expected. A lone man, wielding a sword with deadly precision, dashed between the zombie hordes outside. He moved with unparalleled speed, decapitating the infected effortlessly. Each swing of his sword cut through packed groups, leaving a trail of severed heads and blood. The people trapped inside the warehouse watched in awe, questioning if this was a divine intervention. The sound of gunfire accompanied the sword-wielding savior. On top of 2 18-wheeler trucks nearby, a group of 3 individuals armed with assault rifles unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the infected. The synchronized gunfire picked off zombies one by one, keeping a distance from the sword-wielding hero, as they didn't want to accidentally shoot him. The trapped survivors, filled with a mixture of shock and awe, witnessed the unknown group of 4 swiftly clearing the area of infected. It became evident that these strangers were their unexpected saviors, a stark contrast to the anticipated arrival of government forces. As the last of the zombies fell to the ground, the sword-wielding man approached the entrance of the warehouse, which they rushed to open for him. He sheathed his sword and gave a reassuring nod to those inside. Peter waved casually. "Yo, we saw your sign." The survivors hesitated for a moment, still processing the surreal turn of events. Slowly, they began to realize that their salvation had come not from the government, but from a seemingly unstoppable force led by a man of extraordinary skill. One of the survivors, a man with a grizzled beard and a worn-out baseball cap, finally spoke up. Who are you?" "I'm Peter." The man with the sword, now identified as Peter, offered a confident smile. "We're here to help. We'll get you out of here and back to safety. We have a camp in the nearby town that's protected by a group of military guys. If you want, you can join." And that was more than enough to win them over. They had been waiting for the military to show up, and although they didn't, they were at least nearby. With a newfound sense of hope and gratitude, the trapped survivors hurriedly began voicing their agreement. After all, where else were they supposed to go? With the trapped civilians inside the warehouse overwhelmingly agreeable and the once menacing zombies cleared from the vicinity, Peter left them in MJ's capable hands. As he stepped away from the bustling scene, he pulled out his radio, signaling the Major. "Major, this is Peter. We've secured a warehouse with survivors and food. The address is. They'll need transport back to camp along with the food. We've already got 2 18-wheelers with us, but it might be smart to find a few more along the way." Peter reported succinctly. The Major's voice crackled over the radio, acknowledged, "Peter. I'll send my men with trucks to your location. They'll pick up any additional vehicles they find along the way. We'll do our best to make room for everything and everyone." "Good. We'll be ready for your guys," Peter replied, his mind already focused on the logistics of transporting both survivors and supplies back to the camp. After the conversation with the Major, Peter returned to the warehouse. Inside, MJ efficiently coordinated the survivors, directing them to gather their belongings and pack essentials. The atmosphere was one of organized urgency as everyone worked to ensure a swift evacuation. Half an hour later, the distant hum of engines echoed down the highway. A large convoy of military trucks, accompanied by a few box trucks and 18-wheelers, pulled into the warehouse. The rescued civilians stared in awe as soldiers in uniform disembarked, their disciplined salutes directed at Peter. Waving off the formalities, Peter approached the soldiers, issuing orders with the ease of someone accustomed to leadership. "All right, everyone, we need to load these trucks before nightfall. Let's get it done efficiently. Move quickly and be thorough." The soldiers, recognizing Peter's authority, lined the trucks up with the loading bay and swiftly went to work. Crates and boxes of supplies were efficiently transferred from the warehouse to the trucks, creating a seamless operation under Peter's guidance. The rescued civilians watched as their once considered belongings were loaded onto military vehicles. While the sight stirred mixed emotions, they reassured themselves that this was a small price to pay for safety and protection. Living under military care might restrict their access to the supplies, but it also guaranteed a level of security they hadn't known since the outbreak began. As the loading continued, Peter approached the civilians, offering a few words of reassurance. "The military camp is a safe place, which I plan to expand in the coming days. And since you'll be coming with us, we'll make sure you have what you need, so don't worry about food and water." Their anxiety eased, the survivors continued to watch as their former sanctuary transformed into a military operation. The military trucks were quickly filled, and the soldiers stood ready for further instructions. "All right, everyone, trucks are loaded. We're heading back to camp," Peter announced, his authoritative tone guiding the group toward the waiting military convoy, where they were packed into some less crowded trucks. Throughout the whole operation, Joel and Tommy watched Peter take charge with a sense of awe and respect. They were initially skeptical about his plans to take over the hospital camp and expand into clearing the city. But after seeing him work today, they started to realize that it was actually possible. At first, they just thought that Peter was a reliable guy with a good trigger finger and even better aim. But after seeing him fight both here and at the hospital, they began to realize that he was almost superhuman. And now, not only was his strength and abilities incredible, but so was his leadership ability. Tommy turned to his brother. "We might have hit the jackpot when we ran into him." Joel couldn't help but nod in agreement. "Yeah, I feel like we'd be in a much worse situation right now if we didn't meet." With a renewed sense of hope, everyone boarded their designated transport, leaving behind the warehouse that had been completely looted. Thankfully, this warehouse didn't hold any of the fungus-riddled foods, so they really looted everything inside. Even the metal shelves and forklifts were taken to help with the unloading and storage at the hospital. Not even the paperwork was left behind, as Peter took all of it in order to locate even more warehouses. After all, he planned to take in as many people as possible, so they'd need all the food they can get before he can work on farming their own food. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the desolate landscape, the convoy of trucks, led by Peter's police SUV with MJ in the passenger seat, arrived at the hospital. The Major had anticipated their return, and the gates were already wide open as soldiers rushed out, securing the area. The trucks pulled into the hospital's parking lot one by one. It was a tight fit, but the soldiers directed each vehicle efficiently, creating an organized chaos as they maneuvered through the limited space. The gates were promptly closed behind them, sealing the hospital grounds. A collective sigh of relief echoed among the civilians, soldiers, patients, and hospital staff as the trucks were unloaded. The sight of the food supplies being pulled out brought smiles to their faces. Some couldn't help but shed tears, realizing that the arrival of Peter and his group ensured they wouldn't face starvation in the coming days. Meanwhile, the rescued civilians disembarked from the trucks, their expressions not mirroring the joy of the hospital inhabitants. The journey had peeled away the veil of ignorance that had shrouded them within the warehouse. The reality outside was a harsh slap to the face: barren roads, scattered cars, and streets teeming with the undead. The once idealized vision of a military camp as a haven clashed with the grim reality of barricades and sandbags around a lone hospital. As they surveyed their surroundings, the civilians couldn't help but feel as though they expected more, perhaps a larger military presence or a bigger, more fortified camp. The disappointment lingered, even though they acknowledged the improvement compared to the warehouse. At least they now had protection. But of course, this new protection came at a cost, a loss of control and ownership over their food. Yet, there was solace in the fact that Peter, the man who had proven his capability, was now their protector alongside the many military men and women. Throughout the night, soldiers worked tirelessly to store the newly acquired food in the hospital's facilities. Meanwhile, a makeshift celebration unfolded. Fires were lit outside the hospital, and a large communal meal was prepared, bringing a sense of unity and gratitude among the hospital staff, patients, soldiers, and the recently arrived survivors. As laughter and conversation filled the air, Peter found a moment of solitude to reflect on the next task at hand. Fort Benning, a military installation nearby, held the key to solidifying his control over the camp. Tomorrow, he would raid and loot the place dry. I hope they have some nice toys for me inside. Peter thought, imagining his town surrounded by tanks and machine gun-mounted Hummers. They might even have missile launchers. Though he probably wouldn't ever use them, having some missiles at his disposal would be cool. But most of all, Peter hoped that there would be more soldiers there, whom he could recruit into his town. After Rick left in search of his family, it didn't take him long to arrive at his house, which was eerily empty compared to how he remembered it. Clothes and other items were scattered around, and a few mangled bodies lay in the otherwise desolate space. Rick's heart sank at the sight, but soon realized that they didn't belong to his family. With a sense of desperate determination, Rick shook off the initial shock and started searching again. As he combed through the neighborhood, a few doors down, he stumbled upon Morgan Jones and his family, who had been silently hiding from the relentless threat of the undead. Though the initial interaction with Morgan was marked by a certain guarded hostility, Rick's urgency to find his family prevailed. After explaining his situation, Morgan begrudgingly shared what information he had. Most people had fled to Atlanta, chasing rumors about a camp offering safety. It was a beacon of hope in a world overrun by chaos, but the details were scarce. Rick absorbed this fragment of information, grateful for even the slightest lead. He didn't overstay his welcome, understanding the tense dynamics between the surviving family and himself. With a nod of gratitude, Rick prepared to leave, setting his sights on Atlanta. But before he left, Rick gave the family some advice. There's a military camp over at the hospital. They seem to be taking in survivors. I plan to come back and join them after I find my family, and you should do the same. After that, he turned, hopped in his car, and drove off. The road stretched ahead, a path fraught with uncertainties and dangers. Yet, Rick pushed forward, fueled by the flickering hope of finding his family amid the ruins of the once familiar world. A/N, 2117 words, smiley face. Long boy today. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 540, C540 Fort Benning. Police car light insert imposter gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After a comfortable night's sleep in their hospital room turned bedroom, Peter awoke to the sun beaming into the room, casting a warm glow on the space. MJ, his wife, lay cuddled up next to him, her cute sleeping face adorned with a peaceful expression. It was still their honeymoon, so the previous night had been filled with fiery passion and carnal pleasures. After all, this was their first night alone in a room together since they started their journey. Every other night was spent with Joel, Tommy, and Sarah somewhere in the vicinity. Peter couldn't help but smile as he admired MJ's serene sleeping face, even as she drooled on his chest. So cute. He could spend hours just looking at his wife sleeping, spit leaking out of her mouth. As MJ stirred awake, Peter gently brushed a strand of hair from her face. "Good morning, beautiful," he whispered, eliciting a sleepy smile from his wife. The responsibilities awaiting them outside the confines of their private room were momentarily forgotten as they shared a quiet, affectionate moment. However, duty called, and after a while, Peter got straight to work. Today was the day to raid Fort Benning, and he intended to leave nothing behind. The military base held the promise of valuable resources, weapons, and perhaps more soldiers to join their cause. Time was of the essence, and Peter was determined to clear out the entire facility in a single day. After getting ready, Peter assembled his team for the mission. With MJ at his side, along with Tommy and Joel, they made their way downstairs and out of the hospital. Once again, Michonne would stay behind to look after Andre and Sarah. Since she has reliable people around her now, she didn't need to go out and leave her son behind anymore. Something that should have been the case from the beginning. She seems much happier than she looked in the show. Peter thought as he saw Michonne feeding her son his breakfast. After exchanging some words with Michonne, the group prepared to leave, but as they stepped outside, they found a surprising scene. What the? The Major, recognizing Peter's capabilities and leadership, had not only given his approval but also mobilized a significant number of soldiers to join the cause. Outside the hospital walls, a convoy of military Hummers and trucks lined up, soldiers in uniform prepared for the mission. More than 100 volunteers, armed and ready, offered their services to Peter. The Major himself approached, a nod of approval evident in his expression. These soldiers offered to help with the Fort Benning operation. They are under your command, if you'll accept them. Major Lewis stated with a salute, acknowledging Peter as a higher authority than himself. Even though Peter's side of the deal wasn't fully completed, he had already made a huge impact on all of the soldiers, their commander included. Peter, though surprised by the overwhelming support, didn't hesitate. I appreciate your trust. Let's get this done. They're all yours. The Major nodded his head. I'll be waiting to hear the good news. All of the trucks from yesterday have been emptied and refueled. As soon as you radio in, I'll send them over for transport. After a brief talk, the convoy set out with Peter and his group leading the way in his police SUV, followed by the military vehicles. The hum of engines and the synchronized movements of the convoy conveyed a sense of purpose and determination. The soldiers, inspired by Peter's previous displays of prowess, were eager to follow his lead. As they drove toward Fort Benning, leaving the town and speeding down the highway, the once daunting prospect now seemed conquerable. After hours of navigating the barren highways, Peter and his convoy of soldiers eventually reached Fort Benning. The sprawling military base, once a symbol of security, loomed ahead. A sign proudly declared, "Welcome to Fort Benning," a stark contrast to the grim reality they were about to face. The open layout of the base, lacking the usual gated structure, was a testament to its previous functionality. However, the current state of the world demanded gated defenses. Approaching the entrance, the sight that greeted Peter was expected. The makeshift gates, which must have been constructed after the outbreak, were partially open, and a small horde of zombies lingered nearby. It was evident that the base had fallen to the infected. The absence of a secured perimeter around the huge complex meant that the zombies had found their way in through alternative routes. Peter couldn't help but think about the missed opportunity, which was the failure to gate off the entire base when the outbreak began. If they gated this place off, it would have made a good base instead of the town. Peter thought. Although the town wasn't gated either, he had plans to make one once it was cleared out. As the convoy turned into the entrance, Peter and the others noticed the zombies scattered around, many of which were former soldiers still in uniform. Radioing to the soldiers, Peter instructed them to stop and hold their fire. Exiting his police SUV, he unsheathed Michonne's sword and swiftly moved towards the small horde. Beheading each zombie with precise strikes, Peter demonstrated a mastery over the sword that continued to impress the soldiers that followed him. After dispatching the initial group, Peter returned to his vehicle. The gates were partially open, offering a narrow passage for the convoy to proceed. Leading the way, he guided the vehicles into the base. As they advanced, Peter remained vigilant, eyes scanning for signs of potential threats. He was acutely aware that a multitude of dangers could lie within the seemingly deserted Fort Benning. Driving down the lengthy road leading into the base, Peter couldn't shake the thought that this world's Fort Benning had fallen faster than its television counterpart. The rapid, relentless nature of the zombies in this combination of worlds had likely played a decisive role. After all, these infected were not the traditional slow-moving walkers but agile, fast, and unrelenting, creating an insurmountable wave that overwhelmed defenses. As they navigated deeper into the base, Peter kept a watchful eye, searching for signs of landmines or any automated security systems that might have been installed. The military's extensive resources often included such protective measures, and Peter was determined not to allow his men to fall victim to them. Thankfully, the immediate vicinity seemed to be free of landmines or any automated defenses. The tension in the air slightly eased, but their guard remained up as they continued their approach. Arriving at the end of the road, the convoy entered the massive campus-like complex that was Fort Benning. Large buildings sprawled across the area, interspersed with open fields presumably used for training exercises. Fort Benning, being a prominent military installation, included large barracks for soldiers, administrative buildings for command operations, training grounds for drills, and specialized facilities for various purposes. It was huge, like a giant university campus. Sadly, the once meticulously organized and disciplined army base now bore the chaotic scars of the recent outbreak. Barricades and sandbags haphazardly blocked pathways, and remnants of vehicles hinted at the hurried attempts to control the situation. Infected soldiers wandered aimlessly or clustered in random hordes. The once disciplined army base had succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the undead. In a cruel twist of fate, those who once defended the nation were now a huge threat to its inhabitants. Upon reaching the first group of buildings, a horde of around 100 zombies turned their attention toward the approaching convoy. Peter assumed command, swiftly issuing orders over the radio. "Listen up, I want each of you to head to the closest building and climb on top," he directed, only open fire when you're all out of reach of the infected. I'll draw them away and start thinning the herd in the meantime. Without hesitation, the soldiers mobilized. Peter, armed with Michonne's sword, dashed toward the approaching horde, skillfully slicing through the zombies as he deftly maneuvered among them. The soldiers swiftly drove up to the nearest building, using their vehicles as makeshift platforms and some teamwork to climb onto the roof. As the soldiers ascended, they opened fire on the horde of zombies, careful not to hit Peter, who danced among the undead with lethal precision. The rhythmic boom of gunfire echoed through the base as the soldiers expertly picked off the infected from their elevated positions. However, the distant sounds of gunfire acted as a beacon, drawing more zombies from the vast expanse of Fort Benning toward the source of the noise. It wasn't long before additional hordes closed in on the besieged area, presenting a relentless onslaught. Deep within the basement of a building across the fort, a large group of soldiers who had been hiding away from the infected heard the gunshots. Hope sparked in their eyes, replacing the despair that had consumed them during their confinement. These soldiers were starving, isolated, and unsure of the outside world, but the sound of gunshots served as a lifeline, a glimmer of hope they had thought lost. Similar scenarios played out across the base as pockets of survivors, hidden away in different sections, heard the gunfire and dared to dream of rescue. The unexpected arrival of Peter and his forces breathed life into their fading hopes. The relentless battle against the zombie horde persisted for hours as Peter, armed with Michonne's sword, skillfully carved through the undead. The sound of gunfire echoed through Fort Benning, acting as a siren call that drew more zombies to the scene. The soldiers, safe on the roof, fired constantly, each shot was a step toward reclaiming the military base. Gradually, after hours, the horde thinned, and the constant stream of zombies dwindled to a trickle. The base floor was now littered with the bodies of the fallen infected, a testament to the relentless effort of Peter and his forces. Hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies had met their demise. Peter observed the aftermath, confident that they had eradicated the majority of the infected within the base. Satisfied with the progress, Peter sheathed Michonne's sword and took charge once again. Good work, everyone. The majority of the infected are down, but we're not finished yet. Get down from there and prepare to sweep the grounds. We need to ensure every last straggler is taken care of. As the soldiers descended from their vantage point, they regrouped with Peter. The major part of the mission was accomplished, the undead threat was significantly neutralized. Now, the focus shifted to clearing the base building by building and field by field. Peter and MJ followed at a relaxed pace, overseeing the ongoing operation. In nearly every building, they discovered survivors. Groups of 2 to 10 people huddled together, grateful for the rescue and the promise of sustenance. Larger groups, ranging from 30 to 50 individuals, emerged from various corners of the base. The survivors were a mix of military personnel and civilians who had sought refuge within Fort Benning. By the time they finished clearing the base, they had encountered around 200 survivors. Many were soldiers, and among them, a few held high ranks, including a colonel. While the immediate relief of being rescued was palpable, Peter couldn't shake the feeling that these high-ranking people would cause him trouble. After all, they've grown used to being in a position of power, so following Peter, a man who isn't from the military, will most likely feel demeaning. Setting aside thoughts of potential future issues, Peter and his team transitioned to the next phase. Looting. The rewards were plentiful. Ammunition of all calibers, military-grade weaponry, uniforms, vehicles, explosives, missile launchers, and other priceless treasures and needed supplies were among the growing list of loot. Peter's eyes widened in sheer disbelief and delight as he surveyed the arsenal before him. It was a pile of riches that exceeded his wildest expectations. The soldiers watched as Peter's excitement bubbled over into a maniacal laugh, echoing through the cavernous base. The sight left some of them questioning whether they were following the right leader. However, before uncertainty could take root, MJ stepped forward, her expression exasperated. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to the back of Peter's head, halting his laughter abruptly. Peter held his head, eyeing MJ with a look of betrayal. What the hell was that for? MJ rolled her eyes. You're scaring the soldiers. The soldiers themselves, witnessing this unexpected act, couldn't help but laugh. Peter might be a bit odd at times, but at least he isn't boring. A/N, 2123 words, smiley face long boy again. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 541, C541 A fate worse than death. Police car light insert spitatool gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, Trophy, A/N, the 2-time back-to-back champion, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After MJ swiftly quelled Peter's maniacal laughter, the reality of their situation demanded attention. Peter radioed Major Lewis, instructing him to send the transport for the loot. Even though the Major knew Peter would succeed after witnessing his power and ability, he still couldn't help but feel both shocked and impressed. The problems that he toiled over for days were solved by Peter in only 24 hours. At this point, he didn't mind keeping his end of the deal. After all, why wouldn't he want to follow Peter? He's brought their camp nothing but success. Within a few hours, a convoy of 18-wheelers, box trucks, and military transport vehicles rumbled onto the scene. And just like before, Peter took charge, efficiently organizing the loading process. As the soldiers diligently loaded the trucks with the spoils of their conquest, Peter's enhanced hearing picked up whispers among the newly rescued high-ranking officers. The colonel, highest in rank among them, seemed to be their focal point of discussion. Their discontent was palpable, questioning Peter's authority and openly voicing the belief that the colonel should be leading the operation. One officer remarked, "Who is this guy anyway? How did he end up in charge of us? We're soldiers, not his personal henchmen." The murmurs of agreement spread, fueled by their ego and desire for the familiarity of military hierarchy. Peter, overhearing their conversation from afar, sighed in annoyance. He knew that the power dynamic would become an issue sooner or later. Ignorant, these officers saw an opportunity to reclaim their sense of authority. But for now, Peter dismissed their discontent, focusing on securing the loot. He had neither the time nor patience to engage in a power struggle with these idiots right now. "I'll find a way to take care of them later," Peter thought, a dangerous glint in his eyes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the looted Fort Benning, the loading process neared completion. Boxes of ammunition, crates of weapons, and various military supplies were packed into the trucks. They took every last speck of loot without leaving behind a single crumb. With a final glance at the secured loot, Peter decided it was time to leave. The convoy, now laden with the spoils of their raid, rumbled to life, setting off out of the base and onto the highway. But, now that he had so many vehicles, Peter decided to ride back home in style. So, instead of his familiar police SUV, Peter chose to ride atop one of the tanks they had just acquired. As they joined the endless line of vehicles on the highway, Peter and MJ found a comfortable spot on the tank's surface. Wrapped in each other's arms, they marveled at the night sky, unobstructed by the light pollution that once drowned out the stars. The apocalypse had its silver linings, and the brilliant night sky was one of them. The highway stretched before them, a caravan of military vehicles heading back to the hospital. Riding on top of a tank, Peter and MJ felt a sense of triumph. They had achieved a significant victory, acquiring not only supplies but also a symbol of authority, a line of tanks and other formidable military vehicles that roared down the highway. The journey home provided a rare moment of peace. The soldiers, tired but satisfied, reveled in the success of their mission. Peter couldn't help but appreciate the unity forged in the face of adversity. Yet, underneath the stars and the quiet hum of engines, Peter remained mindful of the brewing discontent among the high-ranking officers. Peter knew that managing egos would be a challenge, but it wasn't a challenge he intended to face head-on. "I'll give them a chance to calm down and become a part of the group, but if they try anything, then I'll have to just get rid of them." Thoughts of killing them off tonight whilst everyone slept swirled around Peter's mind, but in the end he decided against it. Technically, they haven't done anything, so he'll give them one chance, and one chance only. After a long and triumphant drive back, the convoy, laden with loot and all sorts of military vehicles, finally returned to the hospital. The sight of the impressive caravan surprised everyone inside the camp, the size of the loot forcing them to park a substantial portion of the convoy outside the hospital. Peter, unperturbed, had already planned to expand the camp to encompass the entire town, rendering the parking situation a minor inconvenience. As everyone disembarked, the camp welcomed them with cheers and applause. The people, already grateful for Peter's previous feats, were now astounded by the sheer abundance of supplies and weapons he had brought back. Peter, their newfound hero, wasn't a stranger to people's admiration. He just went straight to directing the unloading process with the efficiency of a seasoned commander. The soldiers, tired but proud, hurried to unload, ready to join the rest of the camp's residents in the celebration. Cook fires were lit for the second day in a row, and the smell of cooked food wafted through the air, a stark contrast to the usual somber atmosphere of survival they were forced to live before Peter's arrival. Amidst the festivities, Peter couldn't help but notice the colonel and his faction pulling Major Lewis aside for a private conversation. The secretive huddle raised suspicion, prompting MJ to look towards Peter with a raised brow. "When are you planning on dealing with those ungrateful rats? They've been conspiring ever since we saved them." With an uncaring shrug, Peter replied, "I'm just giving them a chance to change their minds. Either see reason or make a move. The second that they so much as plan anything against us, I'll make them disappear." His superhuman hearing was his advantage. They could conspire all they wanted, but in the end, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Hours later, after the celebration had mellowed and everyone was headed to bed, the Major approached Peter with a hesitant, almost awkward, look on his face. Before the Major could voice his concerns, Peter preemptively asked, "Is this about your meeting with the Colonel and his men?" Exclamation point. The major's eyes widened in surprise, confirming Peter's intuition. Why yes, they wanted to know more about you and made it pretty clear that they want to take over. Did they? Peter muttered, his eyes flashing dangerously, scaring the poor major. And how do you feel about that? He asks, almost indifferently. The major, quick to assert his loyalty, emphatically responded, no way. I'm with you. I made a deal and I'm a man of my word. You have my loyalty, I swear. Peter nodded, acknowledging the major's integrity. Before heading to his room, Peter casually inquired, did they specifically ask for your help? The major calmed a bit before admitting, no, they left after realizing that I wasn't sympathetic to their cause. But they've been talking to my men throughout the night. And many of them have been reporting similar conversations back to me. They seem to be recruiting. I see. Peter, with a hint of ominous certainty, assured him, don't worry about the colonel and his group, they'll be gone before morning. With a quick pat on the major's shoulder, Peter continued on to his room, the implication of what would happen to the troublemakers hung heavily in the air. Fear flickered in the major's eyes as he watched his new leader leave, grateful that his allegiance to Peter had spared him from the fate that awaited the dissenting officers. As morning dawned on the camp, the usual hustle and bustle of post-apocalyptic life resumed. However, it didn't take long for a sense of eerie realization to settle in. The high-ranking officers rescued from Fort Benning were nowhere to be found. Whispers echoed through the camp as people what happened or where they went. Their belongings were gone, and it seemed as if they had vanished into thin air. The major, his eyes reflecting a mix of awe and fear, couldn't help but steal glances at Peter. The mysterious leader had promised the officers would be gone before morning, and he had delivered. However, the major couldn't fathom how Peter accomplished such a feat. Killing a group of people in a densely populated camp without detection and erasing all traces seemed implausible, yet the evidence before him suggested otherwise. Approaching Peter cautiously, the major stammered, how did you? I mean, they're really gone. What did you do? Peter's response was a chilling smile that sent shivers down the major's spine. Sometimes, it's better not to ask too many questions, Major. Just know that I keep my promises. The major, fear etched across his face, nodded hesitantly. In that moment, a silent oath formed in his heart. He vowed to never cross Peter or entertain thoughts of betrayal. The power and efficiency displayed by their enigmatic leader demanded both respect and a healthy dose of fear. Unbeknownst to the major and any other suspicious parties in the camp, Peter hadn't resorted to murder in the dead of night. Instead, he simply sent them away. With a mere wave of his hand and the subtle manipulation of portals, Peter had relocated the entire group of dissidents. But Peter would allow them to think what they wanted. He observed the major's lingering fear with a sense of amusement and satisfaction. That fear would serve as a deterrent, a reminder that Peter's capabilities extended far beyond what the eye could see. Meanwhile, atop a skyscraper in Hong Kong, China, the colonel and his bewildered men awoke to a chilly morning. The towering cityscape, ravaged into a desolate landscape by the zombie outbreak, surrounded them. Confusion and realization dawned on their faces as they realized they were perched high above one of the world's most densely populated cities, which means lots of infected. The colonel, momentarily stunned, surveyed the unfamiliar skyline. The sight of millions of zombies wandering the streets below sent shivers down his spine. Questions raced through their minds as they grappled with the surreal nature of their situation. Far from the military camp they once schemed to control, they now found themselves in a much worse hell than they were rescued from. A/N, 1727 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 542, C542 sweep and clear. Police car light insert steal / rob gifts / PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Ivan BSR, trophy, A/N, new king. Who dis? Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. With the power-hungry nuisances now dispatched, Peter took a moment to survey the transformed camp. The soldiers, once hopeless and scared, now awaited his orders with an air of certainty and expectancy. Peter knew that consolidating their forces in preparation to clear the town was the next logical step. As the morning sun bathed the camp in a warm glow, he gathered the soldiers in a central courtyard. Listen up, everyone. Peter's voice, amplified by a makeshift speaker system, echoed through the camp. The soldiers, both seasoned and newly recruited, gathered around, their attention squarely on their enigmatic leader. Peter continued. Today, we expand out of the hospital and make ourselves a real home to live in. With the supplies we've acquired and the manpower we've gained, we have the means to secure this place and make it our own. A low murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd as Peter spoke again. The infected are predictable. They're drawn to sound, act like ravenous beasts, and are unable to climb walls if they're high enough. We're going to use that to our advantage. Stay in groups, move quietly, and utilize the high ground. Lure them out with controlled noise, and when you need to clear buildings, use small quick groups to draw them into the open. Safety in numbers, efficiency in strategy. Let's show them what we're made of. As Peter outlined the plan, he saw determination flicker in the eyes of the soldiers. They were ready to follow him into the chaos, armed with the confidence that Peter had instilled in them. The promise of reclaiming the town and turning it into a new home fueled their resolve, transforming uncertainty into purpose. With the speech concluded, the soldiers dispersed, gearing up for the daunting task ahead. Weapons were checked, ammunition loaded, and communication devices synchronized. The sound of boots and murmured conversations filled the air as the soldiers prepared for the operation. Peter, satisfied with the response, made his way to the forefront, ready to lead by example. The first step was to secure around the hospital and slowly sweep outward. Before setting off, Peter appointed a trusted group to guard the medical facility, ensuring its safety and the protection of those who would remain behind. The rest of the soldiers formed a formidable line, armed and ready to march into the infected territory. Arriving at the gate of the hospital camp, Peter gathered the soldiers for a final briefing. Remember the plan and listen for any new commands, he reminded them. Stay vigilant, move silently, and watch each other's backs. We've got the numbers, the firepower, and the brains. Let's take this town back. The soldiers, armed and focused, spread out through the streets as the gate swung open, immediately opening fire on the nearest infected. Under the scorching sun, the soldiers moved with precision through the streets, their footsteps echoing against the silent backdrop of the once thriving town. Peter, positioned strategically behind the group alongside MJ, directed their movements with the finesse of a seasoned commander. Alpha Team, sweep the left side of this street. Bravo, cover the right. Keep it tight, and remember to draw as many infected as you can back to the main group, Peter commanded through a small radio device, his voice clear and authoritative. The soldiers, armed and vigilant, moved in coordinated groups, each step a testament to their training and newfound unity. The infected, drawn by the presence of the living, rushed towards the soldiers, their gruesome moans filling the air. As the soldiers encountered the first wave of infected, Peter's guidance became crucial. Bravo Team, lure them into the open space by the grocery store. A firing squad is awaiting your arrival on the roof, he instructed, his eyes scanning the surroundings for potential threats. The soldiers, following Peter's lead, deftly executed the plan. Controlled noise drew the infected away from the narrow streets, creating a clear line of sight for the soldiers on the rooftops. Gunfire erupted, echoing through the town as the soldiers efficiently dispatched the approaching threats. Moving methodically, street by street, the soldiers encountered various challenges. Some infected lurked in dark alleyways, while others stumbled out of dilapidated buildings. Peter, using his enhanced senses, anticipated potential danger and directed the soldiers to navigate the obstacles with caution. As they reached the first set of buildings, Peter signaled a small quick-response team. Charlie Team, clear the first floor of that apartment building. Draw them out if necessary, but be quick and efficient, he commanded. The team, armed with precision and agility, entered the building. Controlled noise and strategic movements led the infected into the open, where the awaiting firing squad swiftly neutralized the threat. Peter observed with a watchful eye, ensuring the safety of his soldiers. The progress was deliberate, the soldiers advancing with a methodical rhythm. As they cleared each street and building, the town slowly began to shake off the shackles of the infected. Peter, always a step ahead, guided them through narrow alleys and open spaces, using the environment to their advantage. MJ, standing beside Peter, couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the operation. You've got this down to a science, she remarked, admiration evident in her eyes. Peter, focused on the task at hand, nodded. It's all about understanding their patterns and using our strengths against their weaknesses. We'll fully reclaim this town by the end of the week. The soldiers, fueled by a sense of purpose and guided by Peter's leadership, pressed on. The first day's progress might have covered only a few streets and the buildings on them, but it marked a significant step toward reclaiming the town. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the cleared streets, Peter addressed the troops, "We've made good progress today. Let's head back to camp and get some rest. Tomorrow, we continue the sweep." Upon returning to the camp without a single casualty, the morale of the soldiers went up significantly. Not only did they have food and firepower, but now they had the success of a perfect operation to go along with it. As they ate, regaling the many civilians in the camp about their experience clearing the town, everyone couldn't help but smile. Some even whispered amongst one another, debating which house they'll pick to move into once the town was safe to live in. Overhearing this as well, MJ turned to Peter. "I know we won't be here for long, but we should find a nice place to live too, just in case we ever come back to visit." Peter shrugged. "Sure, I don't mind." He would leave all of that to her as he didn't really care where they lived for the short time that they would be here. After several days of relentless work and strategic maneuvering, the soldiers, under Peter's expert leadership, successfully cleared the entire town of the relentless infected. The once desolate streets now stood as a testament to their perfect teamwork. Street by street, building by building, they had systematically eradicated the threat that had plagued the town. They even found over 100 survivors, all hiding in random places throughout the town, waiting for someone to come and save them. On the third day of the operation, as they pushed deeper into the heart of the town, the soldiers stumbled upon a familiar face. Morgan Jones and his family, including his wife who hadn't met her fate as she did in the show, were shocked and frightened at first sight of the well-armed group clearing out their neighborhood. The initial fear, however, gave way to relief as they realized they were not hostile. The Jones family, it turned out, had been debating whether to join the hospital camp ever since Rick had informed them about it. Fear had kept them confined to the safety of their home, but the sight of so many soldiers efficiently clearing the area convinced them that it might be a safer bet to join the organized camp. After a brief discussion with Peter and MJ, they agreed to become part of the camp, adding to the growing number of survivors. On the last day of the operation, as the soldiers returned to camp victorious, they were met with a celebration that echoed through the once silent streets. Excited faces, food, and drinks were shared as everyone reveled in the accomplishment of clearing the town. It seemed as though the nightmare was finally over. However, Peter, ever pragmatic, knew there was still work to be done. As the celebratory atmosphere lingered, he gathered the attention of the crowd and stepped forward. "Listen up, everyone," Peter announced, his voice carrying through the cheering crowd. "We've done an incredible job clearing the town, but our work isn't finished. We still need to clean up the aftermath, burn every single body, and dispose of any suspicious mold. We can't risk any remnants of the infection lingering." A hush fell over the crowd as Peter continued. "Secondly, although the town is currently safe, it won't stay that way for long. We need to gate off the entire town to prevent any other infected from wandering in. This won't be an easy task, but if we work together, we can finally secure the town and all of can move into any house you wish, as long as it hasn't already been taken." The initial excitement shifted to a more serious tone as Peter outlined the remaining tasks. The crowd, while understanding the necessity of the cleanup and fortification, couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment that their immediate dreams of returning to a semi-normal life could not yet be fulfilled. Nonetheless, the camp's resolve was not halted. They may need to do a bit more work, but they would get what they want soon enough. The celebration may have been premature, but the path to a safe and thriving town was within reach. Across the state, as everyone back in Kings County was celebrating the town's eradication of the infected, Rick Grimes drove toward a dark, infested city, passing a sign that said, "Welcome to Atlanta." The journey here wasn't the smoothest, but finally, he was one step closer to finding his family. A/N, 1720 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 543, C543 Mass Release, January 3rd. The following day dawned with a renewed sense of purpose as the soldiers, having successfully cleared the entire town, now shifted their focus to the challenging task of gating off the area. In a meeting room at the hospital, Peter, MJ, Major Lewis, Joel, and Tommy gathered around a table adorned with maps of Georgia, the remnants of a bygone era when paper maps were still indispensable. Peter, pointing toward the east coast of the map, took the lead in the discussion. "Our next move is to raid the shipping docks," he declared. The others exchanged curious glances, prompting Peter to elaborate. "We're not just going for supplies, although that's a bonus. We need the shipping containers." Confusion lingered in the room until Peter unveiled his plan. "These containers will be the foundation of our perimeter. But thin-sheeted metal won't hold against the infected, so we'll need to fill them with concrete or asphalt, reinforced with rebar if possible. It's the simplest and most efficient way to create a sturdy barrier around the town." Nods of understanding passed through the group. The idea of repurposing shipping containers not only for their original contents but also for fortifying their newfound home resonated as a practical solution. The only problem would be getting enough asphalt and concrete, as normal stores wouldn't hold that much at a time. Abandoned construction areas and storage spaces should have exactly what they need though. Joel raised a practical concern. "What about a gate?" he questioned. "How are we supposed to get in and out while keeping the infected at bay?" Peter, taking a sip from a water bottle, considered the question. "We might have to fashion our own gate or reinforce an existing one if we find something suitable while we're out. But for now, let's just focus on getting everything that we need." As he says that, Peter turns to the major. "We'll be taking some men with us, but only around 100. While we're gone, I need you to lead another group to start burning the infected bodies that are lying all over town." He says as he turns deathly serious. "Listen to me very carefully. You need to make sure that everyone who comes into contact with these bodies are in gloves, long-sleeved clothing, and wearing respiratory masks. Do you understand?" The major nodded his head. "Yes, sir." "Good, because I don't want to come back and find out that some brain-dead idiots got themselves infected." Peter stated before adding, "And the same goes for any fungus or mold growing around town. It needs to be burned and dealt with using extreme caution. Don't worry, I'll lead the operation myself." the major assured him. We'll do everything as you said. With the expedition plan in place, as well as the cleanup plan, Peter and his usual team geared up for the journey to the shipping docks. As Peter and his team prepared for the crucial expedition to the shipping docks, inside a growing survivor camp outside of Atlanta, a different conversation unfolded. The camp, nestled in an old quarry base, had become a refuge for survivors, and as the influx of people increased, so did the strain on their dwindling supplies. In a meeting area at the center of camp, surrounded by the rugged remnants of the quarry, a group of survivors huddled to discuss the impending need for supplies. Glenn, Lori, Shane, Morales, Andrea, T-Dog, Carol, Merle, Daryl, and a few other key members comprised the group. Insert pictures here, if you want. The conversation was marked by a sense of urgency as they debated who among them would venture out to gather the necessary supplies. Morales, a calm and measured presence, spoke up, "I'm willing to go. We can't keep relying on what's left. We need more, or we'll be facing a different kind of danger." Although he was scared to leave the safety of their camp, Glenn nodded in agreement. "I can scout around, find the best places to loot. But we'll need a team, not just one person." Andrea chimed in, "I'm in. We need to do this carefully, though. No unnecessary risks." T-Dog voiced his support, "I'll go too. We've got to do what we can for the camp." Merle, grinning mischievously, seemed unfazed by the collective gaze. "Well, ain't this a merry band of misfits? I'm in, but only 'cause I don't trust y'all to get it done yourselves." T-Dog raised a questioning brow. "What's that supposed to mean?" A/N, warning, Merle is racist, sexist, and just an all-around piece of human trash. So be ready for it. I'll try to keep the truly heinous words out or censored in some way. Mainly because I don't want to get banned, or annoyed by people who don't understand that it's just his character. It means that y'all wouldn't be able to survive without me." Merle states matter-of-factly, pointing at Glenn, Andrea, Morales, and T-Dog, one by one. "Look at you. A chink, a woman, a wetback, and a NI-. Instantly, T-Dog jumped out of his seat and swings at Merle. "You racist motherf***cur." Instantly, Daryl stepped in front of his brother and took the hit, whilst everyone else held T-Dog back. Merle, seeing that his brother was punched, tried to retaliate, but Daryl did his best to restrain him. Once everyone was separated and calm again, Daryl spoke up. "I'll go too," he said as he eyed his brother, who didn't look happy. After all, someone needs to make sure he doesn't get killed or left behind. Daryl didn't trust any of these people to look out for his brother's well-being, so he would have to it himself. His brother had a knack for getting people to hate him, especially those of other races and genders. He just didn't care and let his mouth run, spewing all sorts of filth on a daily basis. Suddenly, Shane spoke up. "Maybe I should go as well." "No." Instantly, Lori disagreed. "You're the only one who's keeping this camp together. If you leave, who knows what'll happen." Although it wasn't as big of a deal as Lori was making it out to be, everyone couldn't help but agree that Shane was the one keeping this camp together. As a former sheriff's deputy, he held a position of authority among the many survivors. Without him, things may spiral out of control. Reluctantly, Shane agreed that he should stay. "All right, then it's settled. Glenn, T-Dog, Morales, Merle, Daryl, and Andrea will go out for supplies. Remember, don't go deep into the city. Only search the outskirts." As they geared up for their journey, T-Dog took on a leadership role. "We'll need to be quick and efficient. Hit supermarkets, houses, anywhere that might have food. No unnecessary risks. Stay together, and we should be back before anyone misses us." Soon enough, the group left the quarry camp, venturing into the uncertain landscape surrounding Atlanta. The importance of their mission weighed heavily on their shoulders, knowing that the survival of the camp depended on the success of their looting expedition. As the quarry group ventured into the outskirts of Atlanta, their mission to gather supplies took an unexpected turn. Glenn, T-Dog, Morales, Merle, Daryl, and Andrea moved cautiously through the eerily silent streets, their eyes scanning for any signs of useful loot. The city, once bustling with life, now lay in ruins, a haunting reminder of the world they had lost. As they approached a supermarket, their hopes of finding much-needed provisions were high. The shattered glass doors creaked as Glenn cautiously pushed them open, revealing a dimly lit interior. The group spread out, scavenging for food, water, and any other essentials they could find. Suddenly, the stillness of the air was shattered by the sound of multiple guns cocking. Panic set in as the group realized they were not alone. Stepping out of the shadows, a group of unfamiliar survivors emerged with hostility in their eyes. A tense standoff unfolded as both groups assessed the threat, weapons aimed at one another. A burly man, leader of the hostile survivors, sneered at them. "Thought you could just stroll in and take whatever you want, huh?" He brandished his weapon menacingly, and tensions escalated. Merle, ever confrontational, shot back with a smirk. "Well, looks like we got ourselves a welcoming committee." Ain't that nice? Before words could escalate into more violence, a gunshot rang out, hitting Merle in the arm. Arg. F***cur. Chaos erupted as the quarry group sought cover, retreating into the supermarket. The hostile survivors continued to fire in their direction, but soon retreated as they saw a horde running over. Inside the building, the wounded Merle gritted his teeth. Those sons of bitches are gonna pay for that. T-Dog, scanning their surroundings, noticed a swarm of infected drawn by the commotion. We need to find a way out of here before those things reach us. As the infected closed in, the quarry group made a frantic dash through the market, searching for an escape route. A door at the back led them to a narrow alley, but the moans of the infected echoed around them. In a desperate move, they entered an abandoned building, hoping to evade both the hostile survivors and the approaching infected. With the infected now swarming the area, the quarry group found themselves trapped inside the building. The once silent streets were filled with the guttural sounds of the undead. Meanwhile, only a few blocks away, Rick, who had just arrived the previous night, heard the gunfire. Suspicious, he stealthily made his way towards the source, wondering if his family might be nearby. As he approached the supermarket, Rick spotted the quarry group as they holed themselves up inside the building, locking the door behind them. The tense situation had drawn the attention of the infected, making the environment even more perilous. Rick, assessing the situation, considered his options. The unknown group was trapped, and the infected wouldn't just leave, not after seeing some tasty food enter the building. They might know where Lori and Carl are. Rick thought as he decided to help them. The only question was how would he do so? On the East Coast, hours away from Atlanta, Peter, unaware of the situation Rick found himself in, just finished clearing a dockyard, filled with hundreds of shipping containers. With the help of around 100 armed soldiers, they were able to clear the place in less than an hour. Now, all they had to do was sort through the containers and transport everything back. As Peter sat back and watched his men do the dirty work, he could help but think. Maybe I should start working on a cure. Possibly an anti-fungus gas or smoke to clear out large areas and some sort of vaccine for survivors. After all, he didn't plan to stay here much longer. Once the town was secured, and Rick returned with everyone, it would be time for them to head off to the next universe. A/N, 1869 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 544, C544 Mass Release, February 3rd. Rick carefully observed the swarm of infected surrounding the building where the quarry group had taken refuge. He knew he needed a distraction to lure the zombies away, creating an opportunity for the trapped survivors to escape. Spotting a high-end car nearby, which should have an alarm, Rick decided to use it to his advantage. He stealthily approached the vehicle, but didn't get too close, making sure not to draw attention to himself. With a swift and practiced hand, he took his old cell phone, which didn't work anymore, and threw it. Seconds later, the car's window was smashed open, triggering the alarm. The loud blaring sound echoed through the desolate streets, immediately catching the attention of the nearby infected. As the zombies turned towards the noise, Rick dashed back into cover, waiting for the infected to pass. And once they did, he peeked his head up and looked where the quarry group was hiding. Seeing them through one of the windows, watching the zombies run off in confusion, he gestured for them to stay low and quiet while they leave. Of course, they were surprised to see him, but soon realized that it was him who triggered the alarm. Once the horde moved down the street, Rick continued drawing them away. He strategically moved through the alleyways, setting off car alarms and creating a trail of noise that led the infected far away from the trapped survivors. The groans and shuffles of the undead grew fainter as Rick lured them further from the building. After ensuring a safe distance, Rick returned and signaled for the quarry group to cautiously make their way out. The survivors emerged cautiously, eyeing Rick with a mix of relief, gratitude, and a small bit of suspicion. After all, they didn't know him. "Thanks for the save," Glenn said, much more welcoming than the rest of his group. Rick nodded, scanning their faces. "You folks from around here? You seen a woman and a boy, maybe 10 years old?" T-Dog stepped forward, his demeanor welcoming but wary. "Not around here, no." Glenn thought for a moment before speaking. "We have a camp outside of the city though, so maybe they're there." Each member of his group turned to him, betrayed looks written all over their faces. "Don't tell him that. You dash." Merle exclaimed, but before he could finish, Daryl reached over and covers his mouth. Rick turned to look in the direction the zombies were in. "Maybe we should get out of here before your friend calls all of the infected back." As they rushed away, hearing the groans and footsteps of infected following after them, T-Dog couldn't help but think of tripping Merle and leaving his racist A*S behind, but one look at Daryl and he gave up on that idea. Meanwhile, back at the dockyard on the East Coast, Peter oversaw the meticulous process of sorting through shipping containers. The soldiers worked diligently, unloading supplies and inspecting each container for potential resources. In the midst of the organized chaos, Peter's mind raced with thoughts of a potential cure. He mulled over the idea of developing anti-fungus measures and vaccines, recognizing the urgency of addressing the broader issues at hand. While his men continued the heavy lifting, Peter decided to take a moment to look over some of his maps. Wasn't there a CDC in Atlanta? After looking for a while, Peter found a map that marked out key locations, and one of those locations was a CDC building. The CDC, or Center for Disease Control, is responsible for protecting public health and safety by providing information to enhance health decisions. It also houses some of the world's deadliest and rarest infectious diseases such as smallpox. If this facility is the same as the show, then it should have exactly what I need to make the cure, Peter thought. Of course, Peter could and would use magic to help expedite the process, but he'll still need some equipment. After all, the people who live here will need to know how to produce the cure once he leaves. As the soldiers wrapped up their tasks at the dockyard, the convoy set out on the journey back to King County. Each truck carried at least one shipping container filled with valuable loot, evidence of a successful operation. Peter, seated in the lead truck with MJ by his side, grabbed the radio transmitter. "All right, everyone, great job back there. We've got what we need to start fortifying the town," Peter's voice echoed through the convoy's radios. "But sadly, MJ and I will be breaking off from the convoy at the halfway point to King County. We have an errand to run." Joel's voice crackled over the radio, curious and concerned. "Why the split?" Peter glanced at MJ, who looked just as curious, then back at the road. "I spotted a CDC building on one of the maps. I'm heading there to see if there's anyone left inside. Maybe they've been working on a vaccine or cure. Either way, their equipment will come in handy later on. We can't ignore a potential resource like that." There was a brief pause before Joel responded, "CDC, huh? Do you want us to come along?" "No," Peter replied. "We'll be fine, Joel. Just keep the convoy moving and make sure everything gets unloaded smoothly." An hour into the drive, with King County now behind them, Peter decided to break off from the convoy and head north toward Atlanta. Joel watched as Peter's military Hummer broke off from the convoy. "Peter, if you find anything, let us know. We'll be here working on fortifying the town." "Will do," Peter radioed back. "Stay safe out there." MJ looked over at Peter, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. "So, the CDC building. What are you hoping to find there?" Peter navigated the car with practiced ease, explaining his thought process. "Since we'll be leaving soon, I want to make a vaccine and some things to leave behind to help everyone when we go." MJ nodded in understanding. "Good idea." She smiled happily. "I've actually been feeling kind of guilty about not helping more than we could, so this is a relief." Peter glanced at her, surprised. "Don't feel guilty. It's not our job to save every single person in the multiverse. We've already helped far more than you realize. Without us, a lot of people would be dead right now." MJ nodded her head, convinced. "Yeah, I guess you're right. They might not have gone above and beyond in this universe, as they usually would in their own, but they've saved a lot of people along their journey. And they would continue to save many more." Arriving at the quarry, Rick hitched a ride with the group he saved, hoping to find his family among the survivors. As he stepped out of the car, he immediately felt the weight of harsh, skeptical gazes. The camp had been struggling with limited supplies, and now, with the unexpected addition of another mouth to feed, the atmosphere grew tense. The group he rescued, grateful for their lives but aware of the predicament they were in, tried to blend into the background. Glenn, T-Dog, Morales, and Andrea exchanged uneasy glances, understanding the difficult position they had unknowingly put the quarry survivors in. Meanwhile, Merle and Daryl didn't seem to care and simply walked off. Worse still, the returning group only brought back a few backpacks filled with food. It was clear that this meager amount wouldn't be sufficient to sustain everyone in the camp for even a single meal. The reality of the situation hit hard, casting a shadow over the camp's already precarious situation. Ignoring the judgmental stares, Rick scanned the faces of the survivors, searching for the familiar features of his family. Pacing through the camp, it felt like an eternity as he scoured the area. Just as Rick was about to give up, a blur ran past the corner of his vision, prompting him to turn his head. There, Carl, his young son, was running around near a stream with a group of other children. Relief washed over Rick as he saw his son alive and seemingly well. It was a moment of pure joy amid the surrounding tension. Rick couldn't help but smile, the ache in his heart momentarily easing. However, the blissful reunion was short-lived. As he approached the area where Carl played, a sound caught his attention. The shuffling of fabric from a nearby tent accompanied by the occasional grunt. Curiosity piqued, Rick peered into the tent, only for his eyes to widen at the unexpected sight within. There, in an intimate moment that shattered the brief happiness he'd found, he witnessed his wife, Lori, and his best friend, Shane, locked in a heated kiss, tearing each other's clothes off. A/N, sorry brother, but it's best you know now. Shock and disbelief froze Rick in place. A mix of emotions, anger, betrayal, and heartbreak all flooded Rick's mind. He stood there, a silent witness to a moment that shattered the illusion of normalcy in the wake of the apocalypse. The weight of the world seemed to suddenly press down on him, leaving him dumbfounded. He just stood there in shock, watching as his wife passionately mounted his best friend, the two people he trusted most in the entire world locked in a lover's embrace. As the reality of the situation sank in, Rick's emotions took control as he reached for his belt and pulled out his pistol. UF** King be it starred. A/N, 1649 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 545, C545 mass release, March 3rd. Police car light insert diabolical gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Abud 1 and Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. As Rick stood at the entrance of the tent, his gun drawn, the scene before him unfolded like a twisted revelation. Shane and Lori, caught in the act of betrayal, jumped apart in shock. "Ah, Rick!" she exclaimed in shock. Lori hastily covered herself with a blanket, her face flushing with embarrassment and guilt. Both Shane and Lori believed Rick to be either dead or still trapped inside the hospital with the military, so his unexpected appearance was a jolt to their senses. Lori, who had convinced herself that Rick was lost, stood frozen, at a loss for words. Shane, realizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to explain, "Whoa. Put the gun down, Rick. It's not what you think, I swear." He thought could talk Rick down before the situation escalated. However, Rick remained unyielding, the gun steady in his hand, his eyes reflecting a storm of emotions. "It's not what I think. Really, Shane. I know what I saw. You and my wife were just tearing each other clothes off and..." He froze for a moment, unable to continue that sentence. "We both know that this isn't some misunderstanding, so don't you dare lie to me." "Ah, Rick, it's really not what you think. Just put down the gun and give me a minute to explain, please." Shane stammered, attempting to rationalize his actions. But Rick, fueled by a mix of anger, betrayal, and heartbreak, wasn't ready to lower the weapon or believe a single word from his former best friend. Meanwhile, the unfolding drama didn't go unnoticed. The survivors, drawn by the commotion, surrounded the area, shocked to see the new arrival, Rick, holding a gun on Shane and Lori. But what shocked them even more was the revelation that Lori was Rick's wife. As the adults of the camp began to piece together the patterns of Shane and Lori's disappearances, realization dawned, they were secret lovers, hiding their illicit relationship from the rest of the group. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Shane began to beg for his life, admiring to everything, "Look, you're right, okay. We were doing exactly what you think. Just please put the gun down, all right? Killing me or Lori won't solve anything. You'll only regret killing your best friend and the mother of your child." Seeing Rick hesitate for a moment, Lori joined him, pleading with her husband not to kill Shane. "Rick, put the gun down, please." However, rather than appease Rick, this plea only intensified his disgust. He had hoped for some semblance of remorse or an explanation that painted Shane as the true villain, but Lori's actions shattered those expectations. "I trusted you," Rick muttered, his voice laced with betrayal. And just as he was about to lower his gun, unable to kill his best friend, Shane suddenly moved, reaching for something under a nearby blanket. Exclamation point. Seeing this, Rick didn't hesitate anymore and pulled the trigger, the gunshot echoing through the camp. The bullet found its mark, hitting Shane square in the forehead. Blood sprayed out, coating the inside of the tent as Lori screamed in horror at the brutal sight. The onlooking crowd stood in stunned silence. Some among them, particularly the men, saw Shane's demise as fitting punishment for his transgressions. After all, in a world where trust was a rare commodity, betrayal had severe consequences. With Shane's lifeless body now crumpled in the tent, Rick turned his gaze toward his distraught wife. For a moment, it seemed as if Lori would be the next target. The crowd held its breath, anticipating the unfolding tragedy. However, to their surprise, Rick lowered his gun and tucked it away into his holster. Turning away from Lori, Rick addressed her with a mixture of betrayal and disgust. "I'm not going to shoot you. I won't take Carl's mother away from him," he declared, looking his wife in the eyes. "But you and me, we're done. I want a divorce." Lori, sprawled amidst the remnants of her shattered life, felt nothing but guilt. The weight of her actions, the betrayal of her vows, and the consequences of her choices sank in, leaving her to grapple with the consequences of her infidelity. Moments after Rick lowered his gun, a group from the surrounding crowd ran forward and snatched it from his hand. He didn't resist, his mind far too preoccupied with everything that's happened. Neither did he resist as they pulled him away, leaving behind the lifeless body of his best friend, and a very distraught ex-wife. In the midst of the unfolding tragedy at the quarry camp, Peter and MJ navigated their way to the CDC just outside Atlanta, blissfully unaware of the chaos that had erupted nearby. Soon enough, the CDC building stood before Peter and MJ, sealed tightly with thick metal shutters that covered every entrance and window. As they approached, remnants of a military presence were evident. Abandoned cars, weaponry, barricades, and even the eerie sight of soldiers turned into zombies. Hundreds of undead soldiers wandered aimlessly in their military uniforms, a haunting testament to the catastrophic events that had unfolded just outside the safety of the sealed building's walls. Without the need for strategy or intricate plans, the duo parked their car nearby. Stepping out into the eerie silence, they were greeted by the shuffling footsteps of the zombified soldiers, their hungry gaze fixed on the newcomers. Armed with Michonne's katana, Peter took a defensive stance, while MJ wielded a metal baseball bat with a confident smirk. Finally joining Peter in the front lines of zombie killing, MJ was determined to have some fun. After all, she had been left behind to watch over the group during every other battle, and now it was her turn to take part in the action. As the undead soldiers broke into a sprint, Peter and MJ sprang into action. Least kills makes dinner for the rest of the week, Peter declared, a smirk on his face. With a swift kick off the ground, they closed the distance between themselves and the approaching zombies. The fight ensued, a harmonious blend of Peter's expert swordplay and MJ's precise strikes with the baseball bat. Each swing and slash were executed with fluid precision, not a single drop of blood touching their impeccable attire. The duo moved in tandem, weaving through the undead with a choreographed dance of death. Peter sliced through the decayed flesh, while MJ swung her bat, smashing in zombie skulls with a satisfying thud. The once dangerous soldiers, now reduced to mindless threats, fell before them in a synchronized display of combat prowess. Their movements were efficient, a testament to the experience they had gained across the multiverse. The duo fought not out of necessity but as a form of catharsis, a release of pent-up energy from spending so long in the car. As MJ took care of the last few zombies, their bodies crumpling to the ground, Peter looked toward the entrance and noticed multiple cameras that were following their every movement. With a casual wave, his katana still dripping blood, Peter spoke up at the camera. Yo. Inside the CDC, the sterile environment of a laboratory stood in stark contrast to the chaos outside. Edwin Jenner, a man in a lab coat with an intense focus in his eyes, worked diligently while his wife, Candace Jenner, lay strapped to a table. The deadly fungal infection had spread across her arm, leaving her in a dire state. Edwin, we both know that you won't be able to dash, she spoke, trying to break the news of her inevitable death to her husband, but the men wouldn't listen. No. He shouted, unwilling to even entertain the idea of her dying. I'll do all that I can to delay the spread while we figure out a way to kill the spores. Don't you dare give up on me. As Edwin ran another test, desperately trying to slow the progression of the fungus in his wife, a series of monitors displayed various camera feeds from the outside. The cameras were scattered throughout the CDC, capturing every angle of the compound's exterior. Edwin and Candace observed the unfolding events with a mixture of awe and shock. The virologists, dedicated to studying the fungus that had ravaged the world, were witnessing something extraordinary. The duo outside, Peter and MJ, moved with a precision and agility that defied the capabilities of a normal human body. The screens displayed the duo's combat prowess, their synchronized movements a testament to a level of skill that seemed almost otherworldly. Edwin couldn't help but marvel at their abilities, realizing that what he was witnessing transcended the boundaries of ordinary human capabilities. As the last zombie met its demise, crushed by MJ's baseball bat, Peter, with his katana still dripping blood, looked directly at one of the cameras. With a casual wave, he addressed the unseen observers inside the CDC. Yo, do you mind if we come inside? He asked causally. Edwin and Candace exchanged a glance, both captivated and perplexed by what they had just witnessed. Candace, strapped to the table, managed a weak smile. Edwin, did you see that? I've never seen anything like it. I'm not hallucinating, am I? She asked. After all, Edwin has been pumping her full of all sorts of medicinal concoctions, hoping to further slow the spread of the infection. Edwin, though impressed, decided to ignore the odd visitors. Forget about that, we need to focus on you. We can't be distracted by. His words were cut off as the monitors continued to display Peter and MJ, the duo who seemed to defy the very laws of nature. They moved toward the thick and heavy metal shutters at the front entrance. What are they doing? Edwin muttered as he watched Peter bend down and grip the bottom of the shutter. He can't really think that he'll be able to lift that, can he? I mean, it has to weigh at least a few tons dash. Surprisingly, before the couple's bewildered eyes, Peter managed to pull the metal shutter open with ease, lifting it just high enough for them to step inside. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 546, C546 2 chapters. Police car light A/N, 2 chapters today to continue the mass release. Don't get used to it though. Because this isn't going to be a normal occurrence. Enjoy Winking Face PS, GIF and pic contest in the next chapter. As Peter and MJ entered the CDC building, the heavy metal shutters dropped behind them, sealing off the outside world. Inside, the sterile environment of the lobby felt like a stark contrast to the chaos they had just encountered. Still watching over the cameras, Edwin Jenner, the head virologist, wasted no time in reacting. As soon as the duo was inside, he hit the emergency alarm, and a blaring sound echoed throughout the CDC. Within moments, a group of armed guards rushed into the lobby, surrounding Peter and MJ with their weapons drawn. The guards were on high alert, their eyes fixed on the intruders. However, the sight before them was perplexing. Instead of reacting with fear or panic, Peter and MJ sat calmly, almost as if the guns pointed at them were inconsequential. Edwin, arriving shortly after the guards, had a fearful expression on his face. He wasn't entirely sure what to expect from the duo, having witnessed their extraordinary abilities through the cameras. As he approached, Peter smiled and greeted him. "Hello, sorry to barge in like that. I'm Peter and this." He introduced himself before gesturing to his right. "Is my wife, MJ. We came to see if the CDC was still active." The leading guard, sensing the potential danger, turned to Edwin and insisted that he leave the scene. "Sir, you need to step away quickly. We can't risk you getting infected or killed. You're the only one who can make a cure," he urged, his eyes imploring Edwin to listen to him. "Who's going to cure your wife if you're gone? His wife is still alive." Peter and MJ both thought at the same time. After all, she died in the show long before Rick and his group showed up. The stakes were as high as they could get. Edwin's expertise was crucial for the ongoing research to combat the fungal outbreak, and the guards wanted to minimize any risk to him. Edwin hesitated, torn between the urgency of his work and the unfolding situation. Reluctantly, he backed away, his gaze lingering on the guards and the peculiar intruders. With Edwin out of immediate danger, the guards remained focused on Peter and MJ, their guns unwavering. Peter, undeterred by the lethal threat, turned his attention to Edwin. "You should really stop them. Things won't end well if this continues." "You're right, they won't end well, for you." The head guard spoke before Eden could reply. "Now, on the ground with your hand behind your head." As the guards closed in, attempting to detain Peter and MJ, the atmosphere in the CDC lobby tensed. The armed men, fueled by the urgency of their duty, surrounded the intruders, their guns poised for action. However, Peter and MJ remained unfazed. "No," he replied plainly. Despite the imminent threat, they sat calmly, the air thick with an unspoken confidence. The guards, growing impatient, decided to escalate the situation, attempting to physically subdue the intruders. In an instant, the dynamic shifted. Peter and MJ, demonstrating their exceptional physical prowess once again, shocking the guards who didn't see what Edwin saw through the cameras only minutes earlier. Peter, standing to his feet, sidestepped a guard's lunge, swiftly disarming him before smashing the stick of his rifle into his face. Simultaneously, MJ deftly incapacitated another guard with a calculated strike to the gut, both collapsed to the ground, one unconscious, the other gasping for air. It became clear to the onlooking guards that these were no ordinary intruders. Their combat skills were extraordinary, and attempts to physically overpower them proved futile. After seeing their comrades beaten so easily, they decided to open fire on the intruders, but guns didn't seem to work either. Peter and MJ seemed to be able to dodge bullets as they ran circles around the guards, incapacitating them one by one. After a minute or two, Peter and MJ subdued all of the guards without causing severe any harm, though they would feel some aches and pains for next week or so. Once the guards were neutralized, Peter addressed Edwin, who was practically cowering in the corner at this point. "Hey, Doc. Mind if we have a chat?" he called out, his tone casual yet unwavering. Edwin nodded his head dumbly, too afraid to refuse. Sure." Sighing in annoyance, MJ reassured the scared scientist. "We didn't come here cause trouble or harm anyone, so you can calm down. As long as you don't attack us, we won't attack you." The CDC lobby, once filled with tension, now stood in an uneasy calm. With the guards either knocked out or growing in pain on the floor, Peter and MJ walked over to Edwin, who still seemed wary and frightened of them. As they approached, Edwin couldn't help but ask, "Who are you people?" Peter, still composed and calm, extended a hand to the antsy virologist. "Like I said, I'm Peter, and this is MJ. We came here for supplies. I wanted to loot your equipment so I could make a cure for the infected, but we didn't expect anyone to be here." "I see," Edwin muttered as he shook Peter's hand, finding the stranger's grip rather tight. "Have you studied virology? Or?" he asked, subtly doubting Peter's capabilities. Peter smirked, more than ready to prove himself. "Why don't we make a deal? You can ask me any questions pertaining to virology, and if I answer them all correctly, you have to let me examine your wife's condition. How does that sound?" Edwin, still wary and curious about Peter and MJ's abilities, hesitated for a moment before accepting the challenge. All right then, Peter. If you're claiming to know virology, let's put that to the test. I'm going to ask you some advanced questions, and I want precise, detailed answers. Why wouldn't he accept? After all, having another set of hands, who actually studied virology and understood the science would be a godsend for him right now. Worst case scenario, Peter will fail the test and stick around, possibly aiding in protecting the CDC. Best case scenario, Peter is a genius who could actually cure his wife, or at least help him cure her. Peter, maintaining his calm demeanor, nodded in agreement. Sure, hit me with your best shot. Edwin, seizing the opportunity to gauge Peter's knowledge, delved into the intricacies of virology. Let's start with the complex one. Explain the process of reverse transcription in retroviruses and its significance in viral replication. Peter, without missing a beat, began to explain the complexities of retroviral replication. Reverse transcription is a key step in the life cycle of retroviruses, such as HIV. During this process, the viral RNA genome is reverse transcribed into DNA by the enzyme reverse transcriptase. This results in the formation of a complementary DNA, cDNA, strand, which is then integrated into the host cell genome by another viral enzyme, integrase. He continued, providing additional details. This integration allows the retrovirus to exist as a provirus within the host cell, lying dormant until later activation. The significance of reverse transcription lies in its unique nature among viruses, as most viruses utilize DNA to RNA replication. Retroviruses, however, reverse this process, making them distinct and posing challenges in terms of antiviral strategies. A/N, thank you Google because I know nothing about this. And if there are any virologist readers, I apologize if this is cringe. Edwin, impressed but undeterred, threw another question at Peter. All right, let's explore the field of antiviral drugs. Explain the mechanism of action of nucleotide analogues and how they inhibit viral replication. Peter responded confidently. Nucleotide analogues are antiviral drugs designed to mimic the structure of nucleotides, the building blocks of DNA and RNA. These analogues are incorporated into the growing viral nucleic acid chain during replication, but due to their altered structure, they cause premature termination of the chain. He elaborated further, emphasizing the inhibitory effect on viral replication. By disrupting the synthesis of viral nucleic acids, nucleotide analogues prevent the completion of the viral genome, ultimately inhibiting viral replication. Notable examples include drugs like acyclovir for herpes viruses and tenofovir for HIV. Edwin, finding himself increasingly convinced of Peter's knowledge, decided to test the boundaries further. All right, one more question. How do viruses evade the host immune system, specifically focusing on mechanisms like antigenic variation? Peter, with a slight grin, delved into the complexities of viral immune evasion. Antigenic variation is a strategy employed by some viruses to escape recognition by the host immune system. This involves altering the surface proteins, such as the viral coat or spike proteins, making them unrecognizable to previously developed host antibodies. He continued, providing a detailed explanation. This continuous alteration in the viral antigenic profile hampers the host's ability to mount an effective immune response. It's commonly observed in influenza viruses, where mutations in hemagglutinin and neuraminidase proteins lead to the emergence of new viral strains, requiring updated vaccines. Edwin, thoroughly impressed by Peter's in-depth responses, nodded approvingly. You certainly have a profound understanding of virology. I never expected someone to answer these questions with such precision. Who are you really? You're far too young to be this knowledgeable. Peter, thankful that he was forced to study virology in Camartage, offered a simple response. Just someone trying to help. Now, how about we go and see my new patient? Edwin hesitated, torn between the promise of a potential cure and the fear for his wife's safety. The apprehension lingered on his face as he considered whether to trust these mysterious intruders with the well-being of his wife. Just as the silence became almost unbearable, the intercom crackled to life. Candace's weak voice filled the room, breaking through Edwin's uncertainty. Edwin, bring them to the lab. I'll be waiting. A wave of relief washed over Edwin. He looked at Peter and MJ, a mix of gratitude and curiosity in his eyes. You heard her. Follow me. Edwin led them through the labyrinthine corridors of the CDC until they reached the main lab. There, in the center of the room, Candace sat on a hospital bed. Peter couldn't help but notice the ominous presence of the fungal infection on her arm. The tendrils seemed to snake into her flesh, a visible reminder of the relentless invasion. Without waiting for any formalities, Peter approached Candace, gently taking her arm into his hands. Impressive work, slowing the spread like this, he commented, observing the intricacies of the fungal invasion. How long have you been infected? Candace, her eyes reflecting a mixture of pain and resignation, replied, It happened on the day of the outbreak, about a week ago. Peter nodded thoughtfully, his mind already racing with possibilities. You've managed to hold it off for this long. That's promising. He turned to Edwin, who watched anxiously. I need some tools, a sterile environment, and your assistance. We might be able to slow this down further, if not cure it completely. Edwin, a small bit of hope flickering in his eyes, gestured towards the lab equipment. Anything you need, it's all at your disposal, but nothing experimental or life-threatening without my approval. I want to cure my wife, not kill her off even quicker. As Peter worked with precision, examining the extent of the infection, he engaged in conversation. Candace, you're lucky to have someone like Edwin looking out for you. Not everyone in this world has someone fighting for them. Candace managed a weak smile. I know. I'm grateful, but it's been getting worse, and I don't want him to get his hopes up. I can feel it spreading. I know that I don't have much time left. She said, her eyes turning up to Peter, a hint of hope shining through. Can you really help? Peter met her gaze with a mixture of determination and empathy. I've dealt with some unusual cases before. Trust me, you'll be fine, I promise. As Peter continued his examination and began preparing some nearby equipment, Edwin couldn't help but voice the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Can you cure her? Truly. Peter looked up from his work, meeting Edwin's gaze. After a brief pause, he nodded. Yeah, just follow my lead and she'll be back to normal by the end of the day. Edwin, though aware of the uncertainties, clung to the hope that had been rekindled. Do whatever it takes. I can't lose her. Peter nodded solemnly, fully aware of the responsibility that rested on his shoulders. Don't worry, I got this. A/N, 2119 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 547, C547 Cure. Police car light insert godly gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. In the meticulously organized CDC lab, Peter gathered the compounds and ingredients Edwin hastily provided. Each vial and flask contained a piece of the puzzle he needed to unravel the intricacies of the fungal infection. The guards, now cautiously observing from a safe distance, both wary and scarred because of their earlier encounter with the seemingly superhuman intruders. Although nobody but MJ noticed, Peter had subtly employed the mystic arts to skin the fungal growth on Candace's arm. He knew that it would take far too much time if he did things the normal way. Though he also had to make the cure in a way that the inhabitants of this world could produce without him, so in order to bypass all of the diagnoses and testing, Peter simply used magic to figure out exactly what he needed. The lab equipment hummed with anticipation as he mixed, measured, and manipulated the substances before him. The guards, still nursing their earlier bruises, exchanged glances, uncertain of what to make of this unexpected turn of events. In the midst of the scientific dance, Peter's hands moved with purpose. The mystic arts allowed him to see beyond the visible, to understand the subtle nuances of the fungus. He identified the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of the fungal strands, gaining insights that no conventional virologist could fathom. As he neared the completion of the serum, Edwin and Candace watched with a mix of hope and skepticism. Peter was working far too quickly and seemed extremely sure of himself, and this behavior made them wonder if he was just messing around, or if he was some sort of eccentric genius. Finally, once he was finished, a light green-colored serum sat securely in the vial on the table. And without a word, Peter filled a syringe and injecting the serum into Candace's other arm. Instantly, the tension in the room skyrocketed. Edwin, unable to contain his anxiety, erupted in anger. What the hell are you doing? You can't just inject her without testing it first. You're playing with my wife's life. Edwin's voice reverberated through the lab, his fear and frustration unleashed in a torrent of emotions. Amidst Edwin's outburst, the guards shifted uneasily, torn between intervening and witnessing the potential catastrophe. Peter, however, remained composed, meeting Edwin's gaze with an unwavering confidence. Just as tension reached its peak, a collective gasp swept through the room. Candace, her eyes widened in astonishment, felt the aching pain of the fungal infection evaporate. The guards, jaws dropped, witnessed the fungal tendrils writhing and squirming before crumbling into ash. Candace's arm, once a battleground for the invasive organism, now bore scars that promised healing. Edwin, frozen in shock, stared at his wife in disbelief. Candace, tears streaming down her face, whispered words of gratitude and joy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She repeated over and over. Peter's calm demeanor persisted as he explained, sometimes, you just have to trust the process. The guards, recovering from their initial shock, exchanged bewildered glances. The scene before them defied all logic and challenged the boundaries of their understanding. Edwin, emotion swirling within him, approached Peter with a mix of gratitude and skepticism. How did you? What did you do? Edwin's voice wavered between awe and suspicion. Peter, meeting Edwin's gaze, simply replied, "I did what I said I'd do. She'll be fine now." The gravity of the moment sank in as Candace, now free from the clutches of the zombie infection, embraced her husband, who sat at her bedside, bewildered by how easily Peter succeeded in what would have required months or even years for him to accomplish. Edwin, overwhelmed with gratitude, couldn't find the words to express the magnitude of his emotions. "I don't know how you did it, but thank you. Thank you so much," he said, tears welling up in his eyes. In the aftermath of this miraculous intervention, Peter's unorthodox methods left a mark on everyone in the CDC. The crying couple, who refused to end their embrace even now, felt extremely indebted to Peter, but most of all, they were impressed. After all, they both studied virology for their entire lives, so they knew how gifted he must be. Even the guards, who were initially adversaries, now stood in respect after witnessing what appeared to be a miracle. After everyone in the lab calmed down, the earlier wariness and skepticism completely gone, Edwin began to disinfect and bandaging his wife's scarred arm. The scars served as a testament to the battle fought and won against an insidious foe. Candace, her eyes reflecting newfound hope, whispered her thanks once more. Edwin and Candace, now convinced of the serum's efficacy, bombarded Peter with questions, excited to finally rid the world of the outbreak. "So, your serum destroys the infected spores. What exactly does it do?" Edwin questioned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Peter nodded, a casual smile on his face. "As you said, it targets and destroys the spores, but it should also act as a sort of vaccination, arming your body to do so once again if it has to. Candace's body should now be equipped to fend off the spores on its own. Of course, we'll need to run some tests to be sure." Edwin couldn't contain his enthusiasm. "We need to test this, make sure it works as you say. If it does, we could save so many lives." Peter nodded his head. "Sure, let's run some tests." The CDC lab transformed into a hive of activity as the group spent the rest of the day conducting experiments. Candace, the initial patient, underwent various tests to confirm the serum's effectiveness. Alongside her, a few infected, who were captured at the beginning of the outbreak, served as unwilling subjects for scientific scrutiny. The results were nothing short of magnificent. The serum, when administered and tested in various forms, lived up to Peter's assurances. The gas experiment, in particular, where they locked a zombie in a sealed room and released the serum as a gas, showcased its potent ability to eradicate the zombie infection. The once animated corpse now lay lifeless, devoid of spores and mold. As the entire room celebrated after watching the zombie collapse into a dead body, realization dawned upon them: this serum had the potential to revolutionize the fight against the infected. Edwin, overwhelmed by the implications, took a moment to absorb the magnitude of this breakthrough. In the midst of the jubilation, Peter eyed the cured zombie before muttering yo himself. "It might work." "What might work?" MJ asked, drawing everyone's attention toward Peter. Peter turned to the group before voicing his thoughts. "I'm not 100% sure, but if, and only if, for those turned recently, and we're still alive during the process, the serum might be able to cure them." "Well, yeah, it's already doing that." One of the guards spoke. Peter shook his head. "No, I mean they might still be able to live afterwards, like Candace, but much more extreme." A stunned silence fell upon the room. The notion that the serum could potentially revive, so you speak, the infected instead of leaving behind corpses was a game changer. The group, once celebrating, now contemplated the profound impact this could have on their fight against the outbreak. As the weight of this revelation settled, Edwin's expression shifted from excitement to contemplation. "If this is true, we could save countless lives. We have to act quickly, conduct more tests, and if it works, we'll need a lot more supplies and manpower. This changes everything." Candace muttered. Peter nodded, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. "We need to move fast. Time is of the essence. Let's gather more subjects and run tests." Since they were the strongest in the CDC, Peter and MJ went out to find the right zombie for their test. And it didn't take them long to return, dragging what appeared to be a person without any injuries, who had only turned about a couple of days ago. Swiftly, the group locked the freshly infected men into a sealed room, tension thick in the air. The previous success with Candace fueled their hopes, but this time the stakes were higher. This man, untouched by injuries or decay, might hold the key to a breakthrough in their fight against the infected. The room sealed, they released the gaseous serum once again, watching with bated breath as it permeated the space. The green mist curled and twisted, engulfing the men in its transformative dance. For a moment, it seemed as if time hung suspended, and then the transformation reached its crescendo. As the mist settled, the once infected men lay on the floor, appearing lifeless. Doubt crept into the room, faces etched with uncertainty. Was this serum truly the game changer they hoped for? Edwin, a mix of anxiety and anticipation, rushed inside the room. Kneeling beside the men, he checked for a pulse. The room held its breath as Edwin's eyes widened with realization: he's alive. The serum had not only eradicated the spores but had given life back to the recently turned. A collective gasp swept through the room as the implications of this discovery sunk in. The infected, under the right circumstances, could be saved. Peter's conjecture had transformed into a tangible reality before their eyes. Excitement and hope flickered in the eyes of the group as they stared at the once infected men, now breathing and alive. The boundaries of what was believed possible in the face of the outbreak expanded, and a newfound determination settled in their hearts. Edwin, his voice carrying a mix of awe and disbelief, broke the silence. This changes everything. With this serum, we have the power not only to cure but to bring back those recently turned. We can save lives on a scale we never thought possible. Peter, satisfied with his work, nodded in agreement. We need to start mass-producing the serum immediately, he said, and nobody disagreed. Edwin frowned out of nowhere. But we'll need a lot more manpower. This building has the right facilities to mass-produce the serum, but we'll need people to administer it, and supplies for the serum once we eventually run out. Peter simply smirked as he pulled a military radio out of his jacket. I can handle the manpower, just start producing the serum. A/N, 1734 words, smiley face. You better hand over stones for this kitchen knife asterisk holds knife threateningly asterisk PS, after 2 more chapters, it's time for a new universe. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 548, see 548 2 chapters. Again. Police car light A/N, 2 chapters again to finish off the mass release. Tomorrow, we go to a new universe. Also, Peter will stop holding back/hiding his powers from now on. I gave it a try in this arc and I didn't really like it. P.S. GIF and pick contest is in the next chapter. In the bustling heart of the CDC's mass production center, Peter marveled at the efficiency of the high-tech machinery churning out the life-saving serum. The air was thick with the hum of equipment and the scent of chemical compounds, a stark contrast to the chaos that had plagued the facility before Peter arrived. He couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment, knowing that this serum held the potential to alter the course of the zombie apocalypse. Major Lewis's voice crackled over the military radio, breaking Peter's contemplation. Sir, this is Major Lewis. I've got around 100 soldiers ready to roll, along with shipping trucks for the serum. Where do you want us? Peter, feeling a surge of urgency, wasted no time in directing the Major. Head to the CDC in Atlanta. All they have to do is load up the serum and ship it safely back to base. Once the serum arrives, you need to administer it to everyone there, and then we'll discuss further plans. The Major's enthusiasm was palpable. You got it. We'll make this happen. As the radio fell silent, Peter turned his attention to the bustling production floor. The thought of saving lives on such a grand scale filled him with a renewed sense of purpose. However, a nagging realization tugged at the edges of his consciousness: this wouldn't be enough. The serum production, as impressive as it was, wouldn't reach everyone affected by the outbreak. The world is a big place after all. Approaching MJ, who was overseeing the operation with a focused intensity, Peter hesitated for a moment before voicing his concerns. MJ, I need you to stay here and manage everything. Make sure the serum is distributed as efficiently as possible. I have to go out there and reach the places we can't with just trucks. MJ met his gaze, understanding the gravity of the situation. They had enjoyed the luxury of holding back their powers and treated this apocalyptic world as a vacation, but now the time for action had arrived. I've got this, Peter. Go do what you do best. With a nod of gratitude, Peter turned to leave but stopped as a thought crossed his mind. We're leaving this universe after this, MJ. Get ready to say your goodbyes to everyone. MJ raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. Random destination again. Peter chuckled. Yeah, let's keep the adventure going. I just hope that the next destination isn't apocalyptic. If I can, I'd much rather have regular showers, hot water, and food delivery. MJ could help but laugh, nodding her head in agreement. Yeah, you don't realize how much you miss stuff like that until it's gone, huh? Before heading out, Peter grabbed a vial of the serum and waved his hand, conjuring a portal shimmering with a golden glow. Edwin and Candace, who were positioned nearby, watched this happen with shocked faces. They knew that Peter and MJ were abnormal, but not this abnormal. Stepping through, Peter cast a brief glance back at MJ, who gave him a supportive nod. The portal snapped shut behind him, leaving the bustling CDC lab in shock. MJ, seeing the looks on Edwin and Candace's faces, couldn't help but sigh in annoyance. Since Peter wasn't very discreet with his exit, now she was stuck with answer all sorts of questions. The portal sealed behind Peter, leaving him perched atop a towering building, the familiar skyline of New York City stretching before him. This place, his home in another universe, now stood as a haunting reflection of its former glory. The bustling streets, now overrun by the undead, bore witness to the chaos that had consumed the world. From his storage necklace, Peter produced an enchanted jug, a relic from his past adventures when he was collecting blood for the resurrection elixir. With a twist of the cap, he opened the jug and began pouring the miraculous serum inside. The enchantment ensured that the jug would infinitely reproduce whatever substance it held, a feature Peter added himself. Levitating the jug before him, Peter traced golden spell circles in the air, his hands moving with practiced precision. The intricate patterns glowed with otherworldly energy as he chanted incantations. With a final flourish, Peter activated the spell, causing the jug to flip upside down. Instantly, a torrent of green smoke billowed out, forming a cascading waterfall that descended upon the city below. As the serum-infused mist enveloped the streets, the reaction among the zombies was instantaneous. The fungal growth on their bodies writhed and squirmed before succumbing to the magic-infused cure. The spores disintegrated into ash, leaving behind bodies that crumpled to the ground. Some were still alive, while others lay in a state of long-deserved rest. Peter observed from his vantage point as the green smoke spread, a tide of restoration washing over the entire city. Streets that had echoed with the cacophony of the undead now fell silent, their once lifeless inhabitants given a second chance at life. The air, once thick with decay, now carried a hint of renewal. Millions were cured, and the fungus that had plunged the city into an apocalyptic nightmare was eradicated. As the last remnants of the serum dissipated, Peter knew his work here was done. But this was just the beginning. There were more cities to save, more lives to restore. If I knew the cure would practically bring people back to life, so to speak, then I would have done this sooner. Peter thought, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, this world would have been much worse off without his interference, so he didn't feel too guilty. At least a big portion of the population would be saved, not to mention the fact that zombies will become completely extinct in a matter of weeks, maybe months. Before departing, Peter snapped his fingers, conjuring countless sheets of paper imbued with a concise message. The flyers fluttered down like gentle snow, spreading across the city. Each contained instructions on the cure's composition and how to reproduce it. Peter hoped that humanity, now given a lifeline, would seize the opportunity to rebuild. Opening a portal to his next destination, Peter cast a final glance over the revitalized city. The skyline, once shrouded in despair, now stood as a testament to the power of redemption. With a determined nod, he stepped through the portal, leaving behind a city reborn and venturing forth to repeat the miracle across every other major city across the globe. While Peter traversed city after city, leaving a trail of revitalized metropolises in his wake, the situation at the quarry camp outside Atlanta took a grim turn. The group, tasked with collecting food for the camp, returned with meager supplies and an unexpected addition to their ranks, Rick Grimes. Tensions escalated when Rick, discovering his wife Lori's affair, took matters into his own hands and shot the men involved. Now, with Rick bound to a tree, the camp's key members, T-Dog, Andrea, Glenn, Morales, Merle, Daryl, etc., including a distraught Lori, gathered to decide the fate of the men who had just become a murderer. The air was thick with unease as the group grappled with the moral complexities of Rick's actions. As discussions unfolded, opinions diverged on how to handle Rick's presence. Some sympathized with the betrayal he had suffered, understanding the raw emotions that led to such a drastic response. Even Merle was arguing for him, which truthfully didn't help his case. Others, however, argued that murder couldn't be justified, even in the face of infidelity. After all, cheating wasn't against the law, no matter how unforgivable it might be. Lori remained silent, her gaze shifting between her deceased lover, who lay across the camp with a blanket over his body, and the men responsible for his death. Guilt and anger warred within her, torn between the pain of betrayal and the belief that Rick's actions were excessive. When they couldn't come to a decision, the conversation pivoted from Rick's fate to the pressing issue of a food shortage. Look, we can worry about this homicidal cuck later. Right now, we need to figure out our food situation. Daryl spoke, receiving a self-deprecating chuckle from Rick. My brother and I can only hunt so much before the surrounding forest is cleared out. And even then, a single deer only feeds the camp for a day, and there ain't much deer in this area to begin with. Rick, knowing that his son needed food, shared valuable information. Back in Kings County, the military is taking in survivors. They offered me a place there once I found my family, but as you can see, things didn't exactly go as I'd hoped. If you want food and a safe place to live, I'd suggest you go there. The mere mention of a secure location with military protection piqued the interest of the desperate group. Rick elaborated on the survivors at Kings County Hospital, led by a man named Peter. He described their plans to clear the city and create a safe haven, a beacon of hope in the midst of the apocalypse. Suspicion lingered in the air as some members questioned Rick's motives. Sounds too good to be true to me. Even Merle, who was in Rick's side just moments ago, didn't believe him. They couldn't help but wonder whether he was spinning a tale to secure his own safety, or was he genuinely trying to help them. The camp members argued fervently, torn between the promise of safety and the uncertainty surrounding Rick's credibility. Rick, seemingly indifferent to the skepticism, shrugged. I ain't lying, he asserted, igniting a heated debate among the group. You can use that radio over there to contact them. He gestured to the radio sat in the pile of stuff that was confiscated after he killed Shane. Instantly, all eyes turned to the radio as everyone wondered, is he actually telling the truth? A/N, 1675 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 549, C549 Camps collide. Police car light insert mortal gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Shadow_D_Monarch 3 and Protester, trophy, A/N, crown. In the dimly lit camp, the radio sat in the center of a crowded group, surrounded by skeptical eyes. Glenn, with a determined expression, reached for the device and hesitated for a moment before pressing the transmission button. The crackling sound filled the air as he spoke into the mic, "Hello? Is anyone out there?" A brief silence hung in the air, tension building as the group awaited a response. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the radio, and it wasn't the static they expected. "This is Major Lewis. Who the hell is this and how did you get on our frequency?" The camp members exchanged shocked glances, and all eyes turned to Rick. The realization hit them like a thunderbolt, he wasn't lying. A military connection was indeed within reach. Major Lewis's voice continued, demanding answers, and Glenn stumbled over his words as he explained the situation. "Major Lewis, sir, we didn't mean to intrude. We were just trying to figure out if this guy, Rick, was telling the truth about you. We didn't expect to get a real military guy on the radio." Glenn paused for a moment, working up the courage to finally ask. Sir, can we join your camp? We've got more than 50 people, children included, who all need food and water. If we don't get some help soon, I'm afraid we won't make it past the week." The Major's response was laced with confusion. "Rick? You mean the coma patient? Hold on a second." There was a pause, the static filling the void of silence. The gravity of the moment sank in, and the camp members exchanged astonished glances. They had stumbled upon a lifeline in this apocalyptic nightmare, and it was more than any of them had dared to hope for. But the surprise didn't end there. MJ's voice, calm and collected, emerged over the radio waves. "Major Lewis, this is MJ. I overheard your conversation. Peter gave Rick a radio before he left and invited him to join us again after he found his family. Can you pick them up?" Major Lewis hesitated, processing the unexpected turn of events. "I'm sorry, but we're already spread thin as it is with building the wall, cleaning up the town, and now I have men on their way to you to transport the cure from the CDC." Instantly, all eyes widened as Glenn nearly dropped the radio out of pure shock. Cleaning up a town. Building a wall. Those two things were incredible already, as it meant that Rick's talk of a safe haven was real, but that wasn't what sent them all into a stunned silence. Andrea was the first to speak. "Did he just say cure?" I think he did." Morales muttered as he and everyone else turned to Glenn. Talking over the radio again, Glenn asked for clarification. Sorry, but did you just say cure? Like a cure for the outbreak?" "Yes," MJ replied curtly, "but we can discuss that later." "Where are you right now?" Hope filled everyone's eyes as Glenn swiftly answered. "We're at the old abandoned Quint Materials Company road base quarry outside of Atlanta." "Good, you're close by." MJ replies as if she didn't already know where they were. "Start packing and I'll send some soldiers over to pick you up by the end of the day tomorrow." The camp members, still in shock, listened to the exchange with wide-eyed amazement. The prospect of being rescued by the military felt like a dream come true. Soon enough, the radio went silent, leaving the camp members to contemplate the whirlwind of events. Rick, bound to the tree, glanced around at the faces of those who had doubted him. The irony of being both the problem and the solution wasn't lost on him. Suddenly, Lori spoke. What are we supposed to tell them when they come and see Rick tied up like this?" After all, they failed to mention the fact that Rick, their only connection to these military people, killed someone. The camp members exchanged uncertain glances, the weight of their decisions and the impending arrival of military rescue settling over them. Time passed swiftly, and the military convoy dispatched by Major Lewis arrived at the CDC. With military precision, they swiftly gathered the cure, boxes and crates filled to the brim, loading up their trucks before heading it once again. MJ, having entrusted Edwin with the CDC's operations for the time being, joined the convoy. After all, she promised to pick up the survivors at the quarry camp, not to mention the fact that she wanted to see more characters from the show. It didn't take long for the convoy to make its way to the old abandoned quarry outside Atlanta. Excitement buzzed among the survivors as they prepared to leave the confines of their temporary home. Meanwhile, Rick remained tied, a tense atmosphere surrounding him. MJ, who rode shotgun at the front of the convoy, surveyed the scene with a mixture of anticipation and concern. As the military vehicles rolled to a stop, the survivors greeted their saviors with eager smiles. However, MJ's eyes widened as they fell upon Rick, bound in ropes. Carl, his son, stood at a safe distance, longingly eyeing his bound father. But sadly his mother wouldn't let him go anywhere near Rick. Approaching the group, MJ demanded an explanation. The camp members hesitated before Andrea stepped forward. Rick found Shane sleeping with his wife, Lori, and shot him in the head. We've kept him tied up since then, as we didn't know what else to do. MJ's expression tightened as she processed the revelation. This complicates things, she muttered under her breath. After a moment of contemplation, she issued a directive, hand him over. We'll deal with this later. Everyone, load up. We're leaving. The survivors, visibly relieved that the military hadn't abandoned them after learning about Rick's actions, hurriedly obeyed MJ's orders. Trucks were loaded with supplies, and the once desolate camp began to buzz with activity. Lori, however, wasn't content to let the matter slide. As they prepared to depart, Lori watched with a mix of frustration and disbelief as MJ approached Rick with a knife. What are you doing? Lori protested, her voice tense. MJ looked at Lori, her expression stern. Cutting him loose. With a swift motion, she sliced through the ropes binding Rick, his limbs freed. Lori, unable to contain her frustration, spoke up again. He killed Shane. What kind of justice is this? Daryl, who had been nearby, stepped in, his voice low and firm. Look, lady, you really want to argue with them. He gestured toward the armed soldiers that protectively followed MJ's every move. We're getting a ride to safety, so best keep quiet and enjoy it, understood? Lori bit her lip in contemplation, her gaze flickering between MJ, the soldiers, and her now free ex-husband. In the face of military authority and the prospect of safety, she reluctantly relented. Fine. As the trucks rumbled away, packed full of crates of serum and rescued survivors, MJ couldn't help but look over at Rick, wondering what they should do about him. Didn't he kill Shane in the show as well? She thought. Whatever, we're leaving soon anyway, so somebody else can deal with it. Returning to the town that Rick had spoken about, the survivors from the quarry were met with a hive of activity. The once desolate streets were now abuzz with soldiers and civilians diligently working. Shipping containers were strategically placed to create a protective barrier, surrounding the town and warding off potential threats from the infected. The sight was surreal, a manifestation of safety in the midst of chaos. As the trucks rolled through the entrance, the survivors couldn't help but marvel at the transformation. The town's exterior was fortified, streets being cleaned of blood and bodies, the air filled with the scent of a burning campfire. Military personnel, armed and vigilant, patrolled the streets, turning the once ravaged town into a beacon of hope. Even tanks rumbled through the town, a visible display of the military's commitment to securing the area. Upon seeing this, Daryl turned to his brother, a look of concern clear in his eyes. Merle. Merle, knowing what his brother would say, cut him off. I know, I'll be on my best behavior. After all, he didn't feel like P***ing off the military either. The survivors from the quarry, now seeing the safe haven that Rick had promised, found it hard to contain their emotions. Tears flowed freely as they absorbed the scene before them. The town, nearly enclosed by shipping containers, represented a sanctuary, a stark contrast to the horrors they had endured up until now. Upon arriving at the hospital camp, where everyone was temporarily staying until the town was fully secured, the quarry group was met with warm smiles and open arms. The town's population, a mix of military personnel and survivors, welcomed them with smiles on their faces. The stark difference in atmosphere from the grim quarry camp brought a sense of relief to the newcomers. The military wasted no time in unloading the trucks filled with crates of the cure. The survivors watched in awe as soldiers efficiently organized the operation. Trucks, each laden with boxes containing the life-saving serum, lined the streets. In an orderly fashion, the group from the quarry was directed to a designated area. Doctors, clad in protective gear, efficiently administered the cure to each member. The survivors, still overwhelmed by the rapid turn of events, couldn't believe their luck. Hope stirred within them as the needle pierced their skin, delivering the promise of protection from the devastating fungus. The simplicity of the process contrasted sharply with the profound impact it would have on their lives. Tears of relief and gratitude streamed down their faces as the cure flowed through their veins. The weight of uncertainty that had burdened them for so long began to lift. As the last survivor received their shot, a sense of unity filled the air. The quarry group, now officially part of this resilient town, looked around at their new surroundings. The hospital camp, bustling with activity, seemed like a temporary respite before the town's complete transformation. Hope, once a distant dream, now bloomed in the hearts of the survivors. The town, fortified and alive with the spirit of resilience, promised a chance at normalcy in a world that had long forgotten such a concept. The military presence, the cure coursing through their veins, and the newfound community around them instilled a sense of optimism for the future. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 550, C550 or A, Peter. Police car light. Insert magic GIF slash PICs here. Most likes wins police car light, A slash N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy. Yesterday's GIF winners, Pertister and FR1day _ trophy, A slash N, crown. The night enveloped the hospital camp in a hushed stillness. MJ lay in bed, the soft glow of a nearby lamp casting a warm ambience across the room. Her eyes flickered with a mixture of exhaustion and anticipation as she awaited Peter's return. Midnight neared, and just as the quiet darkness seemed everlasting, a golden portal materialized in the room's center. Out stepped Peter, a smile playing on his lips as he spotted MJ waiting for him in bed. "Hey, beautiful," he greeted, his voice a gentle murmur. MJ's expression softened into a smile as Peter jumped into bed beside her, pulling her into his comforting embrace. "Hey, you. Took you long enough. What's the story? Where have you been?" Cuddling closer to her, Peter began recounting his journey. He described how he visited every major city, administering the cure and leaving instructions for its reproduction. The magic-infused serum, now a beacon of hope, had been spread far and wide. MJ listened intently, absorbing the gravity of Peter's actions. "So, you've been saving the world as usual," she said, a smirk playing on her lips. "Yeah, pretty much." Peter nodded, a sense of accomplishment gleaming in his eyes. However, MJ raised an eyebrow. "Is that it, though? I mean, you were gone for almost 2 days. With your powers, I thought you'd be back sooner." Leaning back against the headboard, Peter chuckled. "Well, there's more. I did a little cleaning along the way as well." MJ's curiosity piqued. "What kind of cleaning?" Peter explained, "I got rid of all the nukes. Everywhere. I figured, even after we deal with the zombies, the world might still be a chaotic mess. And the last thing we need is some maniac launching nukes, which would trigger others to launch theirs in retaliation until the world is destroyed. I just didn't want the world to trade one apocalypse for another. I mean, imagine zombies plus radiation. Not a great combo. So, I just poofed them away." MJ's eyes widened in realization. "Wait, you got rid of every nuke?" she asked. "What did you do with them?" Peter nodded, his expression serious. "Yeah, I just portaled them into the nearest black hole." "Huh," MJ mused, "I didn't even think of that." Peter smirked. "Well, Ned watched The Walking Dead until the end and would always fill me in. Apparently, there's some nuke drama in the later seasons or spin-offs. Better safe than sorry, right?" MJ nodded her head, definitely. She agreed as a contemplative look appeared on her face. "Then are we leaving tomorrow?" Peter grinned, his eyes reflecting a playful spark. "Yeah, excited for the next universe." MJ nodded as she rested her head against his chest. "But there's still other characters to save, like the Green family, who are still hiding in their farm." Peter thinks it over for a moment before speaking. "We can always leave behind some orders for the Major. Or I can just portal them into the town before we leave. I'm sure it'll scare the hell out of them, but at least they'll be safe." MJ seemed relieved upon hearing this. "Can you just portal them here?" "I'd rather be sure that they're okay than leave it for others to handle." Peter nodded his head. "Sure, I'll drop them into town as we leave. We can let the Major deal with the aftermath as we sail off into a new universe," he said, washing away his wife's worries. The morning sun painted the sky with hues of gold as Peter and MJ woke up and set out on their mission to locate the remaining Walking Dead characters they intended to save. Portal after portal whisked them across the United States, appearing in various locations to find these familiar faces from their memories. Without revealing themselves or exchanging introductions, Peter and MJ simply opened portals beneath the characters' feet, depositing them safely into the town. As the unknown figures kept appearing, the Major, Joel, Tommy, Michonne, Sarah, and bewildered soldiers and civilians observed the inexplicable spectacle. The Major, determined to get to the bottom of this, went looking for Peter, intending to report the unusual occurrences to him. However, upon reaching Peter's room, he found it empty, with a lackluster note left on the bed. The note simply said, "Yo, you're in charge now, Major. See ya." Beside it lay a hard drive filled with useful information, which Peter compiled on his first day in this world. The Major stared at the note in shock, wondering why Peter would leave, where he would even go, and what was the purpose of the hard drive. The sudden responsibility weighed on him as he contemplated the odd turn of events. Meanwhile, Peter and MJ concluded their rescue mission, returning to Texas to find their TARDIS-like ship unblemished in the apocalypse-riddled town, exactly where they parked it. Stepping into the ship and closing the door behind them, Peter headed towards the control panel. However, MJ interrupted him, expressing a hesitation that had been lingering. "Maybe we should bring our friends back to our universe before moving on. I mean, I'd rather not leave people like Sarah and Michonne's son, Andre, behind, she suggested. Like you said, the world won't just go back to normal even after the zombies are gone. Peter shrugged, mulling over her suggestion. Sure, but you have to explain everything to them. With a wave of his hand, portals appeared, and Joel, Tommy, Sarah, Michonne, and Andre appeared, bewildered and fearful looks on their face. They looked around, shocked by their sudden change in surroundings. Peter offered a casual wave. Yo, welcome aboard. Joel, eyes wide in confusion, surveyed the ship with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. What the hell is this place? Peter motioned to MJ, throwing all responsibility onto her shoulders. She'll explain. After a long explanation, Michonne, cradling her son in her arms, studied Peter and MJ. So you two are on a multiverse vacation. She eyed them, shocked that they would find this hellhole as a good vacation destination. MJ shrugged. Well, you don't know this, but there are all sorts of stories in our world that are similar to what happened here, so it was like living a book or a show. She reveals. Tommy, glancing around, raised an eyebrow. So, you're just gonna take us back to your world? He asks, suspicion clear in his voice. Is it safe? Peter nodded. Yeah, as long as you want to go. Our world is about as safe as it gets. I can even get you each your own identities too, so you don't have to worry about that. I want to go. Michonne was the first to agree. This world isn't a safe place for a child to grow up. If I can give Andre a chance at a better life, then I'm willing to risk it. And just like that, everyone else agreed as well, more than willing to risk a multiverse trip to another universe to escape the dangers of their original world. As the group settled into the ship, Peter operated the controls, preparing to send them back home. Seconds later, the ship hummed to life, phasing in and out of existence before finally disappearing from this universe, leaving behind a ruined world on the brink of healing. After dropping their rescued passengers off at the Avengers Tower, where they found Tony to handle everything for them, Peter and MJ wanted to swiftly return to their vacation. But before leaving, they gathered the group to share a revelation that would impact their newfound friends greatly. Before we go, there's something you all need to know, Peter began, a mischievous glint in his eyes. In our world, you're all fictional characters. Like TV shows, comic books, and video games. The faces of Joel, Tommy, Michonne, and Sarah mirrored bewilderment and disbelief. MJ chimed in, unable to contain her amusement. Yep, so feel free to look yourselves up. Tommy scratched his head, still processing the revelation. So, we're not real people. Peter turned to Tony. Deal with this for us, will you? We're still on our honeymoon. Wait a minute. I'm not your dash, Tony tried to argue, but Peter and MJ slammed the doors to the ship closed, leaving all of the responsibility in his reluctant but capable hands. As the ship disappeared, leaving behind the aftermath for Tony to handle, Peter couldn't help but grin. I bet they'll have fun on Google later. MJ chuckled, shaking her head. I wonder if they'll play The Last of Us. And with that finished, the ship sailed through the fabric of realities, ready to embrace the next universe. In the quiet village of Godric's Hollow, nestled in the picturesque West Country of England, James Potter, lord of the ancient and noble house of Potter, cradled his newborn son, Harry, in his arms. Insert picture of James Potter here. Insert picture of baby Harry here. The cozy living room of their small cottage resonated with warmth from the subtle flicker of the fireplace. In the kitchen, Lily Potter, his wife and lady of the house, orchestrated a symphony of enchanted cookware, her wand creating a culinary ballet as she delved into a high-level book about sacrificial magic. Insert picture of Lily Potter here. As the aroma of a home-cooked meal wafted through the air, Lily's thoughts were far from the kitchen. Her mind delved into the intricate magic within the pages, pondering how she could harness its power to shield her precious son. The looming threat of the Dark Lord Voldemort, a malevolent force wreaking havoc across magical Britain, hung heavily over the Potters. The reason behind the inconspicuous setting of their once opulent lives was a prophecy that marked Harry as the chosen one. Born as the seventh month died, he was destined to be Voldemort's ultimate nemesis. The Potters, knowing the Dark Lord would believe such an idiotic prophecy told by a drunken hag, were forced to seek refuge in the humble cottage, hoping to escape the clutches of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. As the family savored a moment of peace, the tranquility shattered. Wards surrounding the cottage flared to life, a defensive mechanism signaling an intruder. James sprang to his feet, rushing to the window. There, in the darkness, the snake-like figure of Voldemort emerged, draped in ominous black robes. Panic gripped the Potter family. Insert picture of Voldemort here. It's him. He's found us. James exclaimed, dread etched across his face. Lily, wide-eyed, clutched her wand, her mind racing to comprehend how Voldemort had breached their secret location. Peter Pettigrew, their trusted friend and secret keeper, should have safeguarded them. As the wards crumbled one by one, signaling the impending threat, James, faced with an imminent confrontation, decided to confront the Dark Wizard. With urgency, he pushed Harry into Lily's arms. "Take Harry and go. I'll hold him off." Lily hesitated, reluctant to leave her husband to face Voldemort alone, but James insisted that she had to protect Harry. With a final, lingering gaze, Lily rushed upstairs just as the last ward was destroyed, shielding Harry from the unfolding nightmare. Meanwhile, James stayed behind, his wand drawn as he confronted the Dark Lord, who broke down his door and shot a killing curse his way. Avada Kedavra. Transfiguring a coffee table into a makeshift barrier to deflect the impending killing curse, James protected himself as he retaliated, magic flying back and forth, destroying their once peaceful cottage. Upstairs, Lily found herself trapped by anti-apparition wards, her attempts to teleport to safety thwarted. The sounds of the chaotic battle downstairs growing louder and louder. As she tried to soothe Harry's cries, Lily came to the conclusion that she was going to die, but at least she could make her death worthwhile. "I haven't tested it yet, but it's not like I have a choice now," she thought as she smiled down at her son, tears welling up in her eyes as she placed him in his crib. "Remember, Harry, Mommy and Daddy will always love you, even if we're not here to dash." Suddenly, before she could finish her heartfelt goodbye, the room lit up as a blue phone box materialized behind her. Lily, bewildered and alarmed, looked at the unexpected arrival, momentarily forgetting the imminent danger. Before she could even react, the door to the phone box swung open and a young man stuck his head out. "Yo. A/N, 2096 words, smiley face. Just to be clear, Peter will not be holding back his powers anymore. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 551, C551 Disappointing Dark Lord. Police car light insert lawyer, court, judge GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Iceguy Hentai Kekru and FR1day _ trophy, A/N, crown new king. Who dis? Surprised by the sudden appearance of a blue phone box, Lily froze, her heart pounding as 2 strangers emerged. Peter and MJ exchanged glances before attempting to introduce themselves. However, before a word could escape their lips, Lily raised her wand, a defensive glint in her eyes. "I won't let you hurt my son," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with maternal protectiveness. Raising a curious eyebrow at the stick in Lily's hand, which shot out an arc of lightning like magic, Peter simply moved his hand, coating it in eldritch energy. He caught her magic attack, playing with it between his fingers before squeezing it, eradicating it completely. "Huh. That wasn't very nice." Exclamation point. Lily watched in shock, realizing that even Dumbledore and Voldemort couldn't casually catch an offensive spell like that. "Impressive though," Peter commented, examining his hand as if he'd just caught a harmless insect. "You've got quite the spark there." Lily, still gripping her wand, looked at them with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. Who are you?" Eyeing the familiar-looking mother and child in front of them, Peter immediately realized where he was. "Harry Potter, huh?" he though in interest. Meanwhile, MJ seemed to still be in the dark. Before they could answer Lily's question, the sounds of the battle downstairs echoed up the stairs and down the hall. The Dark Lord's laughter and James Potter's cries of pain were unmistakable, filling the room with an ominous undertone. Ignoring Lily, who was still holding her wand and standing protectively over her son, Peter turned to MJ. "Stay here and try to calm her down. I'll check out what's going on downstairs." MJ nodded, her gaze fixed on Lily and the baby. "Sure." As Peter left the room, Lily, still on edge, pointed her wand at his back, ready to cast another spell. However, MJ appeared beside her in an instant, swiftly swiping the wand out of Lily's hand. Startled, Lily looked at MJ with wide eyes, now unarmed but still standing protectively over her son. "Who are you? What do you want?" MJ offered a reassuring smile. "We're not here to hurt you or your child. We were just passing by." As Peter descended the stairs, the sounds of the battle grew louder. Voldemort's malevolent laughter echoed through the house, a stark contrast to James's desperate cries. Peter reached the source of the commotion, observing the fierce duel taking place. "Yup, this is definitely Harry Potter," Peter thought as he witnessed snake-like nose-less Voldemort throwing all sorts of spells at a man who looked remarkably like an older version of Harry Potter. That must be his dad. And Harry Potter's father was not in a good state. He was able to hold off the Dark Lord on even ground for a few minutes, but after a few exchanges, the gap in their power and ability began to show. He's just toying with him at this point. Peter watched as Voldemort, an amused smile on his face, tossed all sorts of spells at James, each landing and bringing the men excruciating pain. Peter arrived just in time to watch one of these spells hit James in the leg, causing him to collapse to the floor, screaming in agony. Ag. Seeing that the duel was over, the Dark Lord decided to end it and move on to his real target, Avada Kedavra. Instantly, a green ominous light fired from his wand, headed straight for the fallen and vulnerable father. But before the killing curse could claim the man's life, a handsome young man appeared between the Dark Lord and his victim, his hand stretched out as he caught his second spell of the night. Peter held the green strands of lightning in the palm of his hand, shocking the Dark Lord as even the slightest contact with the killing curse should have sent him straight to the grave. How? Voldemort muttered in shock. This is some nasty magic, Peter said as he looked at it in disgust before flicking his hand. Here, you can have it back, he says as the green lightning shoots out of his hand, headed straight at its caster. Instantly, the Dark Lord's eyes widened as he dived out of the way, throwing himself to the floor as the deadly curse soared past where he once stood, crashing into a wall before dissipating. Meanwhile, back in the bedroom upstairs, MJ gently urged Lily to calm down. Calm down, everything will be all right, I promise. We're not here to hurt you or your son. Lily looked at MJ, skepticism still evident in her eyes. Calm down. How could I possibly calm down? Do you even know what's going on right now? MJ glanced at the open door, noticing the cute bubbly blue letters with the name Harry on it. Realization dawned on her, confirming her suspicions. Your son's name is Harry, right? How old is he? She asked, trying to keep Lily calm as Peter asked. Are you insane? Lily began to rant and rave, confused as to how someone could be so calm right now. After all, the Dark Lord Voldemort was downstairs and this girl was making small talk. What the blood hell is going on? Downstairs, James Potter watched in shock as a man appeared before him, catching the killing curse and even throwing it back at the Dark Lord. His battered and bloody state left him questioning his senses. Was this some illusion or a trick of the mind? Ignoring Voldemort completely, which infuriated the egotistic Dark Lord, Peter turned back to James, his tone commanding. Wait upstairs. I'll handle this. James, still dazed, remained rooted in place, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Sighing in annoyance, Peter waved his hand, opening a portal beneath the disoriented man. James's eyes widened as he fell through the portal, landing directly in front of Lily and MJ, his son laying in his crib. Lily's eyes widened as the portal appeared and deposited her battered and beaten husband at her feet. She scrambled to his side, tears streaming down her face as she tried to heal him. However, she soon realized that MJ still had her wand. Panic set in as she looked up at MJ and pleaded, I need my wand. Please. He's going to die. But MJ kept the wand and, with a wave of her hand, conjured a golden spell circle over James's body. Lily, uncertain and frightened, watched as the spell circle seeped into James's wounds. Her worry turned to astonishment as her husband began to heal rapidly before her eyes, the injuries fading away at an unnatural pace. In mere moments, James went from battered and broken to standing on his own, looking much healthier than he had moments before. Lily's eyes filled with a mixture of gratitude and confusion. She couldn't fathom the magic at play, far surpassing anything she'd ever witnessed or even read about. Lily stared up at MJ, a bewildered look on her face. Who are you people? She muttered. MJ smiled before offering a shrug. We're just newlyweds on our honeymoon. Back downstairs, Peter turned back to Voldemort, who was a volatile mix of shock, confusion, and anger. The Dark Lord couldn't comprehend the origin of this intruder, the nature of his magic, or how he managed to catch and survive the killing curse. But one thing was clear, the men before him dared to turn his back, a sight unprecedented in Voldemort's dark history. The audacity of someone looking down on him fueled Voldemort's rage. He tightened his grip on his wand, his crimson eyes blazing with fury. Even Albus Dumbledore had never exposed his back in Voldemort's presence. The very idea of another individual showing such disrespect sent a surge of anger through the Dark Wizard. Peter, unfazed, maintained a smirk that only intensified Voldemort's fury. The Dark Lord, his patience wearing thin, clutched his wand tighter, prepared to unleash his wrath upon this insolent intruder. In the midst of his smirking, Peter couldn't resist taunting Voldemort. Lost your nose, huh? Did you cut it off to match the whole slimy snake aesthetic? Or were you born that way? The word struck a nerve, further enraging the Dark Lord. Voldemort, seething with anger, hissed in response, You dare mock me. You shall pay dearly for your insolence. Peter chuckled, the sound echoing through the tense atmosphere. Oh, I'm not mocking you. I'm genuinely curious. Are your parents related? Because I know incest babies are usually born with deformities like that. He asked as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. You know, Michael Jackson lost his nose as well. Though he was a pedophile. Do all pedos like you lose their nose? The mention of incest hit Voldemort in a sore spot. The Gaunts, his family, had practiced incest to preserve their blood purity. Everything else that Peter said was just icing on the cake at this point, leaving his opponent grinding his teeth, a vein throbbing on his forehead. The Dark Lord, fueled by a mix of rage and wounded pride, snarled, You'll regret ever crossing paths with me. As Voldemort prepared to unleash a barrage of spells, Peter remained eerily composed. He extended a hand theatrically, inviting the Dark Lord's wrath. "Come on then, you Lillicon incest baby. Show me what you've got." Voldemort, his ego wounded and his temper unchecked, unleashed a barrage of powerful spells. However, to his astonishment, Peter effortlessly dodged each one, moving with an uncanny agility that defied the laws of magic and physics alike. The frustrated Dark Lord continued his onslaught, his fury only growing as Peter continued to taunt and elude him as if he were a child who just picked up a wand. "Is that it?" Peter asked, a bored look on his face as he slapped another killing curse aside. "I was really dash." As he spoke, Peter suddenly disappeared from the Dark Lord's line of sight. Expecting more from the infamous Voldemort. Voldemort's eyes widened as he heard Peter's voice in his right ear, turning just in time to see an unstoppable fist inches away from his face. "How disappointing." Peter muttered as his knuckles impacted the Dark Lord's skull, sending him crashing into the wall, which broke open as he flew outside of the house. A/N, 1730 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 552, C552 Rat Extermination. Police car light insert rat/mouse/rodent gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Pertister, Trophy, A/N, Crown. The abrupt silence that followed the shaking of the house left Lily and James in a state of tense anticipation. Wondering what transpired, they exchanged wary glances, the air thick with nervous energy. Lily, eyeing her wand in MJ's hand, nervously awaited what was to come. MJ, however, broke the silence with a casual tone. "Well, looks like Peter's finished." Her words hung in the air, causing Lily and James to exchange alarmed looks. The implication that Peter might be dead left them on edge. "You think he's dead?" James questioned, his voice laced with worry. Lily, her gaze fixed on MJ, demanded an explanation. "He must be. This is Voldemort we're talking about after all." MJ chuckled. "No, not like that. I mean he's probably finished dealing with your little home invasion." Skepticism washed over Lily and James as they doubted MJ's words. In their eyes, the only one who could ever go toe-to-toe with Lord Voldemort was Albus Dumbledore, but sadly he wasn't here right now. Ignoring their jittery state, MJ tossed Lily her wand. "Here," she said as she made her way toward the door, intent on rejoining her husband. Concerned, Lily caught her wand and called out, "Wait. You can't go down there. It's dangerous." James added his voice, "Please, don't face him alone. We'll have a better chance of surviving until reinforcements arrive if we stick together." Ignoring their pleas, MJ left the room. Downstairs, she found a large hole in the side of the house. Peter stood outside, bathed in the moonlight. Voldemort lay unconscious and bound at his feet, his form wrapped tightly in golden eldritch energy chains. MJ, surprised that Voldemort was still alive, questioned, "You didn't kill him?" Peter turned, grinning at her. "What's the point? He's got too many Horcruxes. We need to deal with those first before we can kill him." A Horcrux is an object in which a dark wizard or witch has hidden a detached fragment of his or her soul in order to become immortal. As long as the receptacle remained intact, so too did the soul fragment inside of it, keeping the maker anchored to the world of the living. Even if their body suffered fatal damage, the soul would simply turn into a wraith and wander the world until a new body is made or every anchor is destroyed, sending the wraith straight to hell. Making a Horcrux is considered to be by far the most terrible of all dark magic, as it could only be created after committing murder, the supremest act of evil, as a means to tear the soul. The process for the creation of a Horcrux involves a spell and a horrific act of some sort, which is performed soon after the murder has taken place. Given that Horcruxes are utterly precious to those who make them, there are usually protective measures made to prevent them from being stolen or destroyed, but thankfully, Peter and MJ know where every single Horcrux is. After all, they've both watched every Harry Potter movie. As they conversed, the distant sound of a motorcycle's engine reached their ears. Suddenly, a flying Harley-Davidson descended from the sky with Sirius Black at the helm. His expression shifted from worry to fury as he landed on the front lawn, gripping his wand. Insert picture of Sirius Black here. As Sirius landed on the front lawn and dismounted, ready to charge inside to help his friends, his mind racing with the fact that Peter Pettigrew had actually betrayed them to Voldemort. He couldn't believe it when his sister Bellatrix, a follower of Voldemort, had come to brag about what was taking place tonight. Greeting him with a casual, "Yo," Peter waved his hand nonchalantly. Sirius, caught off guard, scanned the scene and froze at the sight of Voldemort defeated, unconscious at Peter and MJ's feet. Before Sirius could voice his astonishment, Lily and James, who had warily peeked out from the upstairs window after hearing Sirius's motorcycle arrive, caught sight of the bound Dark Lord. Their shock mirrored Sirius's, their voices halting in their throats. Confused and astonished, Sirius's shoulders slumped in relief at the sight of Lily and James, both alive and in one piece. "You're okay," he muttered before his eyes suddenly widened, his neck craning upwards. "Where's Harry? He's not hurt, is he?" As the shock dispersed, James quickly reassured Sirius, "Harry's fine. He didn't get to him." Sirius visibly relaxed, relief flooding his expression. However, his focus immediately shifted to Peter and MJ, his eyes narrowing at the unconscious Dark Lord at their feet. Rage ignited within Sirius as he stormed over, pointing his wand at Voldemort, ready to deliver the final blow. Avada dash, he didn't like using an unforgivable curse, especially the killing curse, but if it meant ridding the world of Voldemort and protecting his godson, Harry, then he didn't care. But before Sirius could finish casting the spell, Peter swiftly snatched the wand from his hand, inciting an even deeper fury within him. "Give me my wand back now. He has to die," Sirius demanded, his voice seething with anger. James and Lily, emerging from the house with Harry in Lily's arms, heard Sirius's words and shared his sentiment. Peter, cool and collected, explained, "Killing him won't get rid of him. We have to destroy his Horcruxes first." Confused, James and Sirius exchanged puzzled glances, while Lily, well-versed in magical lore, recognized the term. Her eyes widened with disgust as she looked at Voldemort. Turning to Peter, she questioned, "How many did he make?" Peter shrugged, "There are 5 that I know of. After all, this is the multiverse, so there could be more." Lily's shock intensified. "He tore his soul that many times. Is there even anything left?" Peter replied casually, "Probably not much of his original soul left." James and Sirius, unfamiliar with the concept of Horcruxes, sought clarification from Lily. After her explanation, their expressions mirrored Lily's disgust. James declared, "We have to destroy them all." Peter nodded in agreement, "We'll handle it soon enough. But until then, there's someone nearby you'll be happy to see." Confusion etched across James, Sirius, and Lily's faces as Peter conjured a portal with a wave of his hand. From the portal fell a large rat, but with another wave of Peter's hand, a stake of lightning emerged, zapping the rat and transforming it back into a very familiar man. Insert picture of Peter Pettigrew here. Peter Pettigrew, the traitor who had betrayed the Potters to the Dark Lord, telling him the exact location of their hiding place. Hell, he even escorted the men straight to their doorstep, which is why he was still nearby, hiding like the rat he is. Shock and disbelief painted the faces of James, Sirius, and Lily as they grappled with the unexpected appearance of their once ally turned enemy. Sirius's eyes narrowed as took his wand back from Peter and pointed it at the cowering Pettigrew, anger flashing in his gaze. You betrayed us. We trusted you." Pettigrew staggered as he stammered, "I would never betray you, James, Lily. I swear." He lied, hoping to weasel his way out of this situation. Of course, nobody believed him. "You expect us to believe that you King rat?" Sirius exclaimed in anger. "I guess the Dark Lord just went for a stroll and found our house, huh?" Lily commented sarcastically, hiding behind James and Sirius. After all, she has Harry in her hands right now. She can't risk getting too close to a known Death Eater. James nodded, sadness oozing from every pore. "I can't believe you'd do this to us. I thought we were friends." Berated by his former friends, Pettigrew's fearful demeanor morphed into a sinister fanaticism. "Friends? What are they worth when you're dead, huh? The Dark Lord gave me a chance to survive, so I took it. Don't stand there and act like you wouldn't do the exact same thing either." He finally spilled the truth. A disgusted look flashed over Sirius's face. "I'm a black, Peter, Pettigrew, we've all been offered a position under the Dark Lord. I've turned it down countless times already. As the former heir of the Black House, a noble family full of dark wizards, Sirius has received all sorts of invitations to join Voldemort, but of course, he would never accept them." Pettigrew looked up at Sirius, a crazed look in his eyes. "That's because you haven't felt his power like I have. I witnessed it a few times already, and trust me, you can't win against power like that." He ranted on and on, his words dripping with fanatical admiration. As he continued to speak, it became evident that Pettigrew crazily idolized strength, and Voldemort embodied that strength for him. Even with the Dark Lord defeated, his fanaticism didn't change one bit. Shocked expressions adorned everyone's faces, except for Peter and MJ, who had gleaned this information from the movies. James, Lily, and Sirius had thought Pettigrew to be a quiet, shy man, unaware of the crazed nature lurking beneath his facade. Hearing enough, Sirius and James exchanged a glance, nodding in silent agreement. In unison, they raised their wands and spoke, "Diffindo." Instantly, 2 visible blades of wind shot out of their wands, severing Pettigrew's head from his neck. Lily, shielding little Harry's eyes, turned away from the gruesome sight. As the cruel but deserved act unfolded, the echo of lightning striking resonated through the air. An old white-haired man in extravagant robes and a giant of a man materialized just in time to witness James and Sirius execute Pettigrew. Insert picture of Dumbles here. Insert picture of Hagrid here. Shock painted Dumbledore's face, and he yelled, "Stop this instant." But it was too late. Pettigrew's lifeless body lay on the ground, his severed head a testament to the severe consequences of betrayal. A/N, 1659 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 553, C553 Snivelus. Police car light insert trader gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, NZigmaZ_YT, trophy, A/N, new king. Crown. The air crackled with tension as Dumbledore and Hagrid surveyed the grim scene, their eyes widening in disbelief. "What have you done?" Dumbledore exclaimed, his voice a mix of shock and disappointment. Sirius, panting heavily, met Dumbledore's gaze defiantly. "We couldn't let him live. He betrayed us, and he'd do it again." Dumbledore's eyes softened as he regarded the grief-stricken trio. "There are always other options, my friends. Killing should never be the first one." The lecture from Albus Dumbledore echoed through the night air, his wise eyes fixed on James, Sirius, and Lily. As he began to express his disapproval of their hasty decision to dispatch Peter Pettigrew, Peter himself interrupted, a smirk playing on his lips. "Relax, old man. The only real loss here is in information, and Pettigrew wasn't exactly a treasure trove of knowledge. Low-level Death Eater, you know. Why bother with him when we've got the final boss right here?" Peter lifted his leg, casually resting it on Voldemort's unconscious form, emphasizing the defeated Dark Lord at his feet. Albus, still processing the scene, finally shifted his gaze to Voldemort, or rather, Tom Riddle as he knew him. Shock painted his expression, and he took note of the peculiar chains of golden eldritch energy binding the Dark Lord. "Tom." Albus whispered, his shock momentarily overpowering his lecturing demeanor. The unexpected sight of Voldemort subdued left him momentarily speechless. Peter, not missing a beat, continued, "See. No need to fret over some rat traitor like Pettigrew." The smirk on his face grew more pronounced as he tapped his foot on Voldemort's prone body. The headmaster's focus returned, and he urged urgency. "We must move him to a more secure location before more Death Eaters arrive," Albus urged, his experienced eyes scanning the surroundings. Although he had many questions, like who the hell was the man resting his foot on the Dark Lord's back and why was he here, his curiosity could wait. Now, they needed to secure Voldemort in a place where his followers won't be able to find him. As Albus spoke, another crash of lightning heralded the arrival of Severus Snape, his greasy hair disheveled, worry etched across his face. Insert picture of Snape here. He rushed forward toward the house, calling out, "Lily." Lily, but a welcoming committee of wands awaited him. Even Lily, holding her wand protectively, joined the defensive line with baby Harry still in her arms. Although her and Severus might have been close childhood friends at one point, his decision to become a Death Eater destroyed any remaining love she had for him. Severus, realizing the situation, relaxed. "You're alive," he muttered, a smile forming in his usually scowl-ridden face. Lily was alive and well, and even all of the wands currently pointed at him right now couldn't ruin just how happy and relieved that made him. But when his eyes fell upon the decapitated body of Pettigrew and the captured form of Voldemort, shock painted his features. The Dark Lord, defeated. This was beyond his wildest expectations. Unwilling to stay here any longer, Albus swiftly cast a spell that rendered Snape unconscious and lifted his body with another. "Follow me, quickly," he commanded, taking charge in the chaotic situation. Attempting to assert control, Albus aimed to take possession of Voldemort next, prompting Peter to slap away another levitation spell with a sharp motion. "He's my prisoner. I'll handle him," Peter declared firmly, his eyes locked onto Albus Dumbledore. While Albus harbored discontent at this interference, the urgency of the situation prevailed. "Hold on to me, everyone," he instructed, preparing to teleport them to a safer location. Unwilling to trust his and his wife's transportation to another, especially since he knows of the many dangers of apparition from the movies, Peter delved into Albus's mind, reading his intentions. With a raised eyebrow, Peter opened a portal with a wave of his hand. "Is this the right place?" he asked, his confidence unsettling Albus. The headmaster stared at Peter in shock, realization dawning on him that his mind's defenses had been breached, and rather effortlessly as well. How? Fear and confusion danced in Dumbledore's eyes as he turned his wand against Peter, catching everyone off guard. Questions lingered on their lips, but before anyone could voice them, MJ disappeared in a burst of speed before reappearing beside Albus, a single strike snapping his arm, eliciting a cry of pain as his wand clattered to the ground. Ignoring Albus's yelling, MJ picked up his wand and walked over to Peter, twirling it between her fingers. her disdain for Dumbledore was palpable. After reading all of the books and watching every Harry Potter film, she saw Dumbledore as nothing more than a scheming old man, and wouldn't tolerate any of his behavior. Peter smiled as he saw MJ playing with Dumbledore's prized wand, the Elder Wand. "Go find Voldemort's wand too, we can keep them as souvenirs," he said, which sparked some excitement as she rushed off into the house, searching for the Dark Lord's wand. As she ran inside, Peter approached Albus and, with a casual wave of his hand, healed the old man's arm in seconds, leaving Albus in bewildered silence. "Remember, old man, it could be worse than a broken arm next time, so don't go pointing dangerous weapons at people you don't know," Peter cautioned, his voice carrying a subtle threat. With a nod, Albus reluctantly accepted the warning, making a mental note to seek answers about these mysterious strangers before making any rash moves. The onlookers, Sirius, James, and Lily, stood in stunned silence. Seeing Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard they knew, in such a disadvantageous position was a sight they had never witnessed before, not even against Voldemort. Peter, satisfied that Albus understood his point, levitated Voldemort's body behind him and walked through the portal with MJ, who rushed over with a bone-white wand in her hand. "I found it," she exclaimed happily. Before following them through the strange portal, Sirius, turning back to Pettigrew's lifeless body, questioned, "What should we do with him? Should we just leave him here?" Albus, contemplating a proper burial, was about to offer to take Pettigrew's body with them when Lily intervened. With a flourish of her wand, she simply set the traitor's body ablaze, causing Pettigrew and the remnants of his gruesome end to slowly burn away. Lily, still cradling baby Harry, turned to the group, her expression unyielding. "He doesn't deserve our kindness or our pity," she declared, her voice firm. With that, she walked towards the portal, the weight of the past and the decisions made tonight etched on her face. Albus, his arm healed but thoughts still swirling, followed Lily through the portal alongside Hagrid. James and Sirius hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the burning figure of a man they once thought of as a brother. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, they stepped through the magical gateway, which snapped shut behind them. As the portal snapped shut, leaving behind nothing but a broken home and a burning headless body on the front lawn, the once quiet night was shattered by the sound of relentless lightning, a prelude to the arrival of multiple figures clad in hooded robes and white masks, the ominous Death Eaters. Surveying the area, they discovered Pettigrew's burning body and signs of a fierce battle. Though the absence of their Dark Lord and Master raised alarm among the masked figures, intensifying the tension in the air. In a moment of annoyance, one of the masked men pulled off his hood, revealing himself as Lucius Malfoy. His cold gaze swept across the scene, and he barked orders to the others. "Fan out and find the Dark Lord. Now." Insert picture of Lucius Malfoy here. The Death Eaters, discontent with being ordered around, reluctantly obeyed. As more masks were removed, other known Death Eaters emerged from the shadows, their loyalty to Voldemort evident. Among them were Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, and Antonin Dolohov, each donning their distinctive masks. Insert pictures if you want. The Death Eaters began arguing fervently about the best course of action without their psychotic leader at the helm. The absence of clear direction left them in disarray, a stark contrast to the organized chaos they usually thrived in under Voldemort's command. Bellatrix, her wild hair framing her fanatical expression, voiced her frustration. "We can't afford to waste time bickering. We need to find the Dark Lord and restore order." Rodolphus, though loyal, disagreed. "How are we supposed to find him? I say we all head home and wait for him to return. After all, it's not like he's been captured, right?" Antonin Dolohov, known for his ruthlessness, growled, "Enough squabbling. We need a plan. Lucius, what do you suggest?" Lucius, always composed, pondered the situation. "We search systematically. Split into groups and cover every inch of this place. We must locate him at all costs." Bellatrix nodded, her gaze uneasy. "We need to find him quickly. I don't have a good feeling about any of this." The Death Eaters, begrudgingly accepting Lucius's plan, divided into smaller groups. The once cohesive force now moved with uncertainty, their unity shaken by the absence of the Dark Lord's command. As they dispersed into the night, the burning remnants of Pettigrew's body continued to cast an eerie glow on the desolate scene. There was no sympathy or camaraderie in their ranks, so they simply left him there, burning all night long. A/N, 1600 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 554, C554 Theft and Threats. Police car light insert broken gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Bard Loan, Trophy, A/N, is this a new king? The name seems familiar. Crown. After stepping through the portal, Peter, MJ, and the others found themselves in a vast entrance hall of what appeared to be a grand but dilapidated mansion. Dust danced in the air, and cobwebs clung to the corners, showing the neglect that's taken place over time. Once everyone had gathered inside behind Peter and MJ, the portal snapped shut, leaving them in the eerie silence of the forgotten mansion. And after a long night, it was finally time for James and Lily to get some answers. Sirius, Hagrid, and Albus, although not present since the beginning, were just as curious as James and Lily about these mysterious people. Especially Albus, who began to realize that Peter and MJ possessed superhuman abilities, which seemed to transcend that of normal magic. Who are Dash? As James turned to Peter and MJ, finally able to ask one of the many burning questions he had, suddenly, Harry began to cry. Swiftly, Lily cradled him in her arms, attempting to soothe him and figure out what might be causing his distress. The sudden interruption delayed their quest for answers. Turning to Albus, James inquired about a place to lay Harry down for some much-needed rest. Albus sighed, realizing the exhaustion that had befallen the child after the day's tumultuous events. Reluctantly, he led them to a room, leaving Peter, MJ, Hagrid, Sirius, and the unconscious prisoners behind. While James, Lily, and Albus dealt with the immediate needs of the baby protagonist, Peter turned to MJ with a mischievous smile. "Want to check if this place has a library?" he asked. MJ's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of exploring a new universe's magical literature. With a nod, the two set off to find the library, Voldemort still floating behind them, bound by the golden chains. Hagrid, sensing the urgency of their departure, attempted to intervene. Stepping into their path, he cautioned, "You shouldn't wander off without Dumbledore's permission. This ain't your house, after all." Peter and MJ exchanged glances before turning back to Hagrid, their mere looks enough to instill a sense of fear in the soft-hearted giant. Instantly, Hagrid scurried to the side, stepping out of their way. Feeling a pang of guilt for intimidating Hagrid, a character she liked from books and movies, MJ offered a reassuring smile. "We'll be in the library. You can find us there once they're done putting Harry to sleep." Reluctantly, Hagrid nodded as they walked off, disappearing down a dark hallway. Sirius, who had been standing beside him, couldn't help but comment on the intimidating aura the two strangers carried. "Blimey, that's one scary couple." After searching the mansion for a while, Peter and MJ, with the unconscious and bound Voldemort in tow, finally stumbled upon the library. The entrance seemed to be secured with various protective wards, but Peter effortlessly bypassed all of it, allowing them to slip inside without a problem. In the heart of the library, they found a vast, dusty room. Countless bookshelves lined the space, each filled to the brim with both new and ancient books, each one a treasure trove of magical knowledge. MJ's eyes widened with delight as she beheld the impressive collection, and her joy brought a smile to Peter's face. While he was already a master of the mystic arts, making this library rather normal and unimpressive, seeing the happiness it brought his wife was what truly brought him joy. Though that didn't mean the library wasn't valuable to him. After all, magic from another universe was still worth looking into. Before MJ could eagerly dart off to explore the shelves, Peter turned to her with a mischievous grin. "Let's do some looting before they come looking for us," he suggested. As he spoke, Peter waved his hand, conjuring a golden spell circle in the air. MJ observed with curiosity, realizing this was a spell he hadn't taught her yet. Once the spell circle was complete, MJ watched in awe as every book in the library floated out of its place on the shelves, drawn into the golden spell circle one by one. The circle pulsed with energy, and after each book was absorbed, it was spat back out, returning to its original spot on the shelves. This process continued for a few minutes until every book in the library had been scanned by the spell. The golden circle then condensed into a tiny book, falling into Peter's outstretched hand. Intrigued, MJ couldn't help but ask, "What did you do?" "I've never seen fact spell before." When Peter mentioned looting, she assumed they would simply be taking all the books, but the spell seemed to return them all to their original places. Peter grinned and explained, "It's a pretty easy spell. It copies the contents of each book it scans and compiles them into one book, which we can access anytime." He tossed her the small book as he elaborated. Catching the book, MJ examined it with curiosity. "So, everything in this library is inside this tiny book. Why is it so small?" she inquired. Peter nonchalantly shrugged. "Magic," he replied simply. With a satisfied smile, MJ acknowledged the brilliance of the spell. "Cool, I'll stash it away for now and look it over later," she says as she puts the small book in her pocket before rushing off to explore the library. Smiling as he follows behind his enthusiastic wife, Peter couldn't help but think, this is a lot better than the zombie universe. At least in this universe, they have loot that's actually worth taking home with us. When Albus, Hagrid, James, Sirius, and Lily finally arrived at the library, searching for Peter and MJ, they were met with a surprising sight. The mysterious couple sat at one of the tables, quietly immersed in reading some old-looking books, while the unconscious Voldemort lay on the adjacent table. Albus, having to unlock the library himself to grant access, was astounded to find them there. the wards he meticulously set up seemed effortlessly bypassed by these strangers. As the group approached, Peter and MJ looked up from their books and greeted them with calm expressions. Taking seats at the same table, the group finally began to voice their questions, with James and Lily taking the lead. James asked straightforwardly, "Who are you two?" Peter grinned, introducing himself, "I'm Peter, and this is MJ." Lily's question followed, "How did you appear in our house in that blue phone box?" "Magic," Peter nonchalantly replied with a shrug. After all, he probably shouldn't mention anything about their multiverse travel. At least not until they can build some trust between one another. The simplicity of his answer left them with more questions, but before they could press further, Albus joined in, inquiring, "Where are you from?" "America." MJ replied with a casual tone. This revelation didn't surprise the group, as they could already tell by their accents. Albus continued probing, asking why Peter and MJ were here. MJ responded honestly, "We're on our honeymoon." With the preliminary questions out of the way, everyone joined in, firing inquiries at the couple. Sirius asked boldly, "Who defeated Voldemort?" Peter answered confidently, "That would be me." Lily, intrigued, questioned, "How do you know about Voldemort having Horcruxes?" As soon as the word Horcruxes left Lily's lips, Albus's eyes widened in alarm. He stood abruptly, "Are you telling the truth? Did he actually make multiple Horcruxes?" Peter nodded, confirming, "It's true. Voldemort has 5 Horcruxes. That's why we haven't killed him yet. Because he'll just turn into a wraith and fly off." Albus, disapproving, reprimanded Peter, "Killing should only be used as a last resort." He asserted, "With Tom in custody already, we can turn him into the government and allow the courts to handle his punishment. I have no doubt that he'll be spending multiple life sentences in Azkaban for all that he's done, I assure you." In response to hearing Albus call Voldemort by his real name, Tom, the group, besides Peter and MJ, who already knew Voldemort's origins, began to question Albus about that. After all, he never mentioned this before. The atmosphere in the library shifted as the group exchanged puzzled glances. James, Sirius, Lily, and Hagrid, all wearing expressions of disbelief, directed their attention towards Albus. Especially Hagrid, who remembered Tom Riddle from his time in Hogwarts, before he was expelled. Peter and MJ observed quietly, knowing the significance of the revelation about Voldemort's true identity. "You shouldn't have kept all these secrets, you scheming old man." MJ shook her head. Albus sighed, realizing the weight of the questions that now hung in the air. He gestured for them to take a seat, preparing to share a piece of Voldemort's dark history that he had kept hidden. "Tom Riddle was once a student at Hogwarts. In fact, I was the one who delivered his acceptance letter," Albus began, his voice carrying the weight of years of memories. "An exceptionally talented young wizard, but with a thirst for power that far surpassed anyone I've ever met." As he spoke, the group listened intently, absorbing the details of Voldemort's origin story. Albus delved into the dark path that Tom Riddle took, from his suspicions of the young boy as he joined Hogwarts, to his realization of just who the newest Dark Lord was when he began his mad quest for power. They were all especially shocked to hear that the Dark Lord, the man who preaches blood purity and slaughters entire villages of Muggles and Muggle-borns alike, was in fact a half-blood. His father was normal man and his mother a squib, a witch born without the ability to use magic. Upon hearing the revelations about Voldemort's origins, James, Sirius, and Lily exchanged glances of shock, while Sirius' eyes narrowed in suspicion. Hagrid, who had known Tom Riddle, displayed a mixture of frustration and sadness. Albus met their gaze solemnly. "I made a grave mistake in my youth. Tom Riddle was a brilliant student, and when he began to show signs of dark magic, I believed I could guide him away from that path. I thought I could save him and I was wrong." Lily, her voice tinged with frustration, countered, "You shouldn't have kept this from us. You had no right. Especially after Harry became a target." Sirius couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you tell us about this before?" Knowing who he was could have been crucial in our efforts to stop him. He said, eyeing Albus suspiciously. "Do you have any idea about how huge the impact would be if it was revealed that the Dark Lord is a half-blood? His followers would start killing themselves out of shame alone." Albus, acknowledging the weight of his choices, sighed deeply. "I can only offer my sincerest apologies. I was wrong and I'm sorry for keeping this from you. My mistakes have consequences, and I bear the weight of them." As the group absorbed Albus's admission, James questioned, "What do we do now?" Looking up from his book for a moment, Peter spoke, "I don't know about you guys, but MJ and I plan on collecting S&D destroying Tom's Horcruxes before finally killing him. If you guys want, you can tag along. If not dash," he says as he turns to stare Albus straight in the eyes. "Then stay out of our way. A/N, 1904 words, smiley face long boy. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 555, C555 12 Grimald Place. Police car light insert money gifts / PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Abud 1 and Project_Horton, trophy, A/N, crown. As Peter's stern words hung in the air, a palpable tension settled in the library. The group, including Dumbledore, exchanged uncertain glances, grappling with the unexpected hostility directed towards the venerable wizard. Dumbledore, usually composed, found himself taken aback by the abrupt animosity. Attempting to defuse the situation, he cleared his throat and addressed the couple. "I apologize if our initial encounter was less than pleasant. I assure you, I meant no harm." He apologized. "Usually, I endeavor to make a better first impression, but I seem to have dropped the ball this time around." Peter's gaze remained steady, and MJ's expression held a lingering suspicion. Her thoughts, influenced by the tales and speculations from their universe, cast a shadow on Dumbledore's attempts at reconciliation. "He's definitely hiding something," MJ thought, her skepticism evident in the furrow of her brows. "I've read too many stories where the wise and kind mentor turns out to be the real villain." Peter, however, decided to accept the apology, recognizing that hasty judgments could lead to unnecessary conflicts. "All right, we'll start with a clean slate from now on," he warned, his tone firm. "Earn our respect or squander your second chance, it's up to you." Dumbledore nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the compromise. While Peter seemed open to a fresh beginning, MJ's guarded stance remained evident. She eyed Dumbledore with lingering suspicion, a silent challenge that hinted at the preconceived notions she carried. As Dumbledore hesitated, gathering his thoughts, Peter glanced at MJ, silently urging her to ease the tension. In response, she reluctantly nodded, acknowledging Peter's unspoken request to give Dumbledore a chance, at least for now. Albus took a deep breath, addressing MJ directly. "I understand your apprehension. However, I hope you'll be willing to give me a chance to make a better impression as well." MJ, unmoved, replied with a curt, "We'll see." Turning his attention back to Peter, Dumbledore extended a hand. "Since we're all on the same page, may I have my wand back?" Peter hesitated for a moment. The Elder Wand sat on the table in front of him and MJ, alongside Voldemort's bone white wand. While a part of him wanted to keep it as a souvenir from their visit to the world, he acknowledged the fact that it didn't belong to them in the first place. With a nod to MJ, who reluctantly handed over the wand, Peter addressed Dumbledore. "You can have it back. But remember, point it at us again, and we'll be keeping it next time." Dumbledore accepted the wand with a solemn nod, recognizing the implicit warning. As he held the Elder Wand once more, a serious and contemplative expression settled on his features. The weight of their distrust lingered, an unspoken agreement that trust would be earned, not freely given. The atmosphere in the library shifted, the hostility diffusing, but an underlying tension still lingered. Dumbledore, now armed with his wand, chose his words carefully. "I appreciate your willingness to give me a chance. Now, if you have any questions, or if there's anything you wish to share, I am here to assist." While Peter remained cautious, he acknowledged the potential benefits of collaboration. "We're here to deal with Voldemort. If you can help us with that, great. If not, like I said before, you should just stay out of our way." Dumbledore, understanding the gravity of their mission, nodded in agreement. "Very well. I'm willing to assist you in whatever way I can." Peter raised a brow, motioning toward the still unconscious and bound Dark Lord. "Even if it means he's going to die?" he asked. A sigh escaped Dumbledore's lips as he looked toward Voldemort, regret written all over his face. "Although I still disagree with killing a prisoner, who has no way of escaping or defending himself, I'm still willing to help find and destroy all of Tom's Horcruxes." "And once it's time for him to die?" MJ asked, her eyes narrowed. Albus looked right back at her. "Then we'll cross that bridge when we get to it." It was fairly clear that as soon as it came time for Voldemort to die, Dumbledore would either try to dissuade them or use force to put a stop to it altogether. And MJ was more than fine with that. After all, like Peter said, as soon as he raises that wand at them again, Albus will be giving up its ownership. "Looks like we'll be taking our souvenir back soon enough," MJ thought, a greedy look in her eyes. With a nod to Dumbledore, signifying their fragile alliance, MJ turned her attention to the rest of the room. Hagrid, Sirius, James, and Lily awaited their decision, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anticipation. "Anyone else planning to join us?" MJ asked, her eyes scanning the room. "We're offering, not insisting, by the way. You don't have to come if you don't want to." Hagrid, ever loyal, spoke up first. "I'd love to, but I got me work at Hogwarts. Can't be leaving the students alone, not to mention all the animals that need feeding. But if you ever need me, just give a holler." Peter shook his head, understanding. "Thanks, Hagrid. We've got this covered, but we appreciate the offer." James nodded appreciatively, gratitude evident in his expression. "Thank you for letting me tag along. It means a lot." After everything that's happened, I need to make sure Voldemort's gone for good, or else I won't be able to sleep at night. If James is going, then you can count me in too. Sirius said, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he turned to Peter. How do you know where these Horcrux things are, anyway? Peter smirked, his answer cryptic. Magic. Sirius raised an eyebrow, clearly unsatisfied with the vague response, but he decided not to press further. Of course, he wasn't the only one either. Everyone else was starting to get annoyed with Peter's lack of explanations. But just like him, they kept their mouths shut. Finally, all eyes turned to Lily, their silent question lingering in the air. She hesitated, torn between the desire to join the mission and the responsibility of caring for baby Harry. I wish I could, Lily began, her gaze fixed on her newborn son. But someone has to stay with Harry. We can't leave him alone, especially with Death Eaters still out there. Peter nodded, acknowledging the importance of her decision. Fair enough. Your priority is Harry. We'll handle the rest. Suddenly, Albus spoke. What about our prisoners? He asked, his gaze turning toward the bound Dark Lord in the room. Severus is currently in a cell in the basement. Maybe we should lock Tom up as well. Instantly, Peter shook his head. No, as I said before, Voldemort is my prisoner. We'll take him with us. All right. Albus reluctantly agreed, knowing he wouldn't change Peter's mind. Does Snape have to stay here? James abruptly asked. I would really rather he wasn't anywhere near my family. We'll be fine, James. Lily assured him. Albus said the cell would hold, and besides, I don't think Severus would ever hurt me, even if he had the chance. I mean, you saw the way he was acting earlier. Yeah, you may be right, but what about Harry? James countered, which seemed to strike some reasoning in her. Face it, Lily. He's not the same Severus you grew up with anymore. He's a Death Eater, and I can't tell you the amount of children Harry's age I've found dead since this war began. It's not a sight or an experience that I'd wish on anyone. Fine. Lily was convinced. But where should we go? You don't have to go anywhere. Peter said, drawing everyone's attention. I'll upgrade his cell before leaving. You'll be perfectly safe. After quelling everyone's worries and upgrading Snape's cell, the group prepared to head out. Hagrid bid them farewell, promising to be available should they need him. Lily remained with Harry, watching over their son with a mix of determination and concern. Sirius, ever impulsive, jumped in with enthusiasm. So, when do we start? Peter, wearing a mischievous smirk, answered, we start at a place you know quite well, Sirius. 12 Grimmauld Place. Surprise flickered in Sirius's eyes, a mix of nostalgia and apprehension. My old family home. Why there? You know I'm expelled from the family, right? Peter's grin widened. Yes. But it's where we'll find the first Horcrux. He said as he waved his hand, conjuring a golden portal. Let's go. I'd like to finish this dirty business tonight and spend the rest of the week relaxing with my wife. Stepping through the portal, Peter effortlessly levitated the unconscious Voldemort behind him, the bound Dark Lord hovering eerily in the air. The others followed suit, finding themselves on a dimly lit street, surrounded by residential buildings. The portal snapped shut behind them, leaving no trace of their arrival. Sirius squinted at the row of houses, his gaze fixed on where 12 Grimmauld Place should be. However, thanks to the powerful wards, only numbers 11 and 13 were visible. Number 12 remained hidden, protected by a magical barrier that defied visual detection. Turning to Peter, Sirius voiced the obvious concern, how do you plan to get us inside? I may have grown up there, but I'm not exactly welcome. Peter responded with a sly smirk, raising his hand to conjure a golden spell circle in front of him. Like this. The intricate symbols unfolded, a mysterious branch of magic that left even Dumbledore intrigued. As the spell completed, it shot towards the space between house numbers 11 and 13. The buildings expanded, making way for the emergence of the concealed Black family home. House 12 materialized, distinctively darker and more foreboding than its neighboring residences. Peter, motioning toward the house, welcomed Sirius with a casual grin. Welcome home, Sirius. With that, he strolled confidently toward the entrance, leaving Sirius to reluctantly follow, a mix of nostalgia and dread in his eyes. Reaching the front door, Peter gave it a few knocks, the sound echoing through the quiet street. Sirius, standing behind the group, shifted nervously, grappling with the prospect of facing his estranged family once again. As the door creaked open, a small, angry-looking elf appeared, a glint of hostility in its eyes. It stood at the ready, prepared to defend Grimmauld Place from any intruders. Insert picture of creature here. Who dares disturb the noble house of Black? The elf spat, its tone dripping with disdain as its eyes find Sirius, hiding at the back. I see, young Master Blood Traitor has returned. Hello, creature. Sirius sighed, a wry smile on his face. It's good to see you too. A/N, 1804 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 556, C556 The Pointless Sacrifice of Regulus Black. Police car light insert looting gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Shadow_D_Monarch 3 trophy, A/N, crown. Peter, undeterred by the standoff between an elf and his former master, offered a charming smile. Yo, I'm Peter, and this beautiful woman beside me is my wife, MJ. We're here to speak to you about Regulus Black. Instantly, Sirius's eyes widen at the mention of his brother, who has been presumed dead for a few years now. The elf's eyes narrowed, suspicion evident in its demeanor. Creature has nothing to say. Leave and take dash. Before Creature could finish his sentence, a loud, shrill voice echoed through the corridors of Grimald Place. Creature. Who's at the door? The voice belonged to none other than Walburga Black, Sirius's mother. Instantly, Creature's demeanor shifted from hostility to adoration as he called back to his mistress, young Master Sirius has returned, mistress, and he's brought along some questionable blood with him. The mention of questionable blood earned a disapproving glare from MJ, but she remained silent, letting Peter handle the situation. Seconds later, an aged male voice resonated from within the house, commanding Creature, invite them in. However, the mistress of the house wasn't pleased. A loud, indignant screech followed, and a spell came flying around the corner, aimed directly for the door. Reacting swiftly, Peter swatted the spell aside with a casual wave of his hand before confidently striding past Creature and entering the house. Creature, shocked by what he saw, grumbled but couldn't defy the invitation that was issued. Sirius, alongside everyone else's, reluctantly following Peter, muttered an apology for his mother's typical behavior. He didn't need to see her to know that she was the one who had fired that spell. Navigating through the dark and dusty corridors, Peter eventually reached a parlor room where an old man sat on a worn-out sofa. Arcturus Black, the head of the Black family, had a dignified aura about him. Next to him sat Walburga, a middle-aged woman with a crazed look in her eyes. Arcturus, Albus greeted with a nod, a surprised look on his face. It's good to see that you're still alive and well, he said, though it sounded more like he was hoping for the opposite. Albus, Arcturus replied curtly before turning his attention to his wayward grandson. Sirius. I see you still know where your home is. It's been so long that I thought you'd forgotten the way back. I'm not here because I want to be. Sirius replied without an ounce of familiarity. As soon as this business is taken care of, I'll be on my way. Good riddance. Walburga butted in, her tone haughty. If it were up to me, blood traitors like you wouldn't even dash. Before she could finish, Peter levitated Voldemort around the corner and into the room for all to see. Instantly, the room went deathly quiet as both Blacks recognized who this was, especially Walburga, who was a supporter of Voldemort since the war began. Now that I have your attention, Peter said as he and MJ took a seat across from Arcturus, harshly dropping Voldemort into the coffee table between them, which buckled and broke. I'm Peter, and this is MJ. We're here to discuss something important about Regulus Black, not have a family squabble. If you want to argue and fight amongst yourselves, then save it for later. Arcturus regarded them with a shrewd gaze, his gaze turning to Dumbledore for answers. Is that, he queried, a hint of shock in his voice. Albus nodded. Yes, he captured him earlier tonight. He. As in? Arcturus asked, his eyes turning to Peter. Yes, me. Peter replied with a smirk, which infuriated Walburga. Meanwhile, as everyone was talking, Walburga, a fervent supporter of Voldemort's ideals, erupted in rage. Seeing the men who carried all of her hopes and dreams sprawled out on the collapsed coffee table seemed to trigger something in her. With a furious expression, she pulled her wand and pointed it toward Peter, intent on avenging the apparent humiliation of her beloved Dark Lord. How dare you? Avada dash. In a swift response, MJ, annoyed by the interruption, leaped out of her chair. She appeared in front of Walburga, delivering a powerful kick square in the stomach. The impact launched Walburga backward, crashing into a bookshelf that shattered upon impact with her body. As Walburga crumpled to the floor, gasping for air and holding her aching stomach, Creature, horrified and enraged, attempted to retaliate. But before he could make a move, Sirius pulled out his wand, holding it threateningly at the elf's head. Please give me a reason, you decrepit old rat, he said, more than willing to end the infuriating house elf's life. Tension gripped the room, and soon enough, everyone had their wands drawn, poised for a fight. All except for Peter, Albus, and Arcturus, who remained calm and composed amid the brewing chaos. Amidst the tense standoff, Arcturus, the head of the Black family, bellowed, Enough. His authoritative voice cut through the chaos, demanding attention and respect. He cast a stern gaze across the room, his eyes finally settling on Walburga, who had managed to stand, glaring venomously at MJ. "Lower your wands, all of you," Arcturus commanded, his voice unwavering. Slowly, begrudgingly, the wands were lowered. Sirius reluctantly withdrew his wand from Creature's agitated face, maintaining a watchful eye on the elf. "Now, what is the meaning of this spectacle?" Arcturus directed his question at Walburga, his tone reproachful. "This is not how we conduct ourselves, even in the face of unexpected guests." Walburga, still seething with anger, straightened herself, refusing to back down. "They have desecrated and disrespected the Dark Lord. Do you have any idea how I said, enough." Arcturus spoke, a dangerous glint in his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Regardless of the circumstances, we do not resort to violence within these walls," he reprimanded, turning his attention to Peter. "Now, what business do you have concerning my late grandson?" Finally, with the chaotic atmosphere subsiding, Peter gestured toward the unconscious Voldemort, addressing Arcturus, "Let's get down to business. We can't kill him since he's made multiple Horcruxes." The mention of Horcruxes sent a chill through the room. Even Walburga, who had revered the Dark Lord, was taken aback. The notion of splitting one's soul seemed to be a line Voldemort had not hesitated to cross, leaving Arcturus visibly perturbed. Arcturus, his brow furrowed, asked with a hint of disbelief, "Horcruxes? And you think there's one in my house?" Peter nodded, replying, "I don't just think, I know." He shifted his attention to Creature, continuing, "Regulus Black gave it to Creature before he died." All eyes turned to the old elf, who seemed surprised that someone knew about the item Regulus had entrusted to him. Arcturus directed his inquiry to Creature, seeking confirmation of Peter's claim. With tears welling up in his large eyes, Creature affirmed, "Yes, young Master Regulus left Creature some things, but Creature didn't know it was a Horcrux. He didn't tell Creature what it was, but he did say to destroy it." Infuriated, Walburga demanded an explanation from Creature. "Why would my son entrust you with such important belongings? Why not me?" In a somber tone, Creature began recounting the events of 1979, pointing at the sleeping Dark Lord in the center of the room. He borrowed Creature from Master Regulus and took Creature to a cave. The room listened in stunned silence as Creature revealed the harrowing experience. In 1979, under the looming presence of Lord Voldemort, a fateful encounter unfolded between the Dark Wizard and Regulus Black. The air thick with trepidation, Voldemort declared to Regulus that he required a house elf. In a swift and seemingly selfless act, Regulus promptly offered up Creature, stating that it as an honor for his loyal elf to serve the Dark Lord. Transported to a foreboding crystal cave, Creature found himself subjected to Voldemort's sinister plans. The malevolent wizard compelled the elf to consume a peculiar potion from a basin, after which he placed a silver locket within the emptied vessel. A locket which held a portion of his soul inside. A mysterious sequence unfolded as the locket vanished beneath the inky potion, which seemed to magically reappear in the basin. Meanwhile, the elixir wreaked havoc upon Creature, inducing nightmarish delusions, agonizing stomach pains, and a relentless state of dehydration. Voldemort, satisfied with his success, departed, callously leaving Creature to fend for himself. The elf, desperate for relief, attempted to drink from the nearby lake, only to find the undead Inferi, lurking in the water below, awaited their chance to claim the life of whoever came near. Yet, Voldemort, blinded by his own arrogance, remained oblivious to a crucial aspect of house elf magic. Unbeknownst to the Dark Lord, Creature possessed the ability to apparate out of locations where wizards and witches were powerless. Leveraging this unique magic and unaffected by the enchantments that bound the cave, Creature managed to teleport to safety, dutifully following his master's command to come home when he finished his task. In a twist of fate, Regulus Black revisited the ominous crystal cave after hearing about it from Creature upon his return. He suspected Voldemort of making a Horcrux, and asked himself what would his brother, Sirius, do. And so, he set out to destroy it without the Dark Lord's knowledge. Determined, Regulus drank the potion himself and directed Creature to replace the Horcruxed locket with a convincing replica. With a heavy heart, he commanded Creature to return home and destroy the presumed real locket, unable to teleport out with his loyal house elf. In the closing moments of his presence in the cave, Creature witnessed the haunting image of Inferi hands dragging Regulus into the watery abyss as he tried to quench his never-ending thirst. The loyal house elf, burdened by the weight of his master's secrets, departed as instructed. However, fate intervened, as Creature found himself unable to fulfill his master's final command. Despite relentless attempts, he was unable to destroy the locket. The revelation struck a chord, especially with Walburga and Sirius, who had believed his brother to be just another Death Eater. He actually tried to fight against Voldemort. Sirius was shocked, saddened, and pleasantly surprised. Tears welled up in Walburga's eyes, grief washing over her as she realized the true fate of her son. Sirius, too, was moved, understanding that Regulus had been a hero who sacrificed himself to thwart Voldemort. Creature, concluding his tale, added, Master Regulus ordered Creature never to tell anyone about what happened. Arcturus, though visibly affected by the revelation, maintained a stoic composure. This is grave news. We must deal with the Horcrux, and ensure Voldemort is dealt with permanently. Surprisingly, Walburga didn't have any complaints or arguments to make. Her favorite son was dead, and Voldemort was to blame. Although they shared the same ideals, she just couldn't bring herself to advocate for him anymore. As emotions swirled in the room, Peter turned to Creature, "Go get the locket and I'll destroy it for you." Peter said as he thought, "I probably shouldn't mention the fact that Regulus could have survived if he wasn't such a suicidal idiot. All he had to do was order an elf to drink the potion again." A/N, 1900 words, smiley face. Can I just say that I never understood why Regulus didn't just make Creature drink the potion and teleport home again? He sacrificed himself for no reason at all. It was completely pointless. I wonder if J.K. Rowling noticed this plot hole later on too. Police Carlight give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face Police Carlight. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 557, C557 Horcrux Killing Spree. Police Carlight insert gift/present gift/PICs here, most likes wins Police Carlight, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Bard Loan, Trophy, A/N, Crown. A few seconds after teleporting off, Creature returned with the locket clutched tightly in his bony hands, a piece of dark history that seemed to pulse with an ominous energy. Arcturus and Albus exchanged a knowing glance as they recognized the intricate design of the locket, an heirloom of Salazar Slytherin, one of Hogwarts' revered founders. Their shared curiosity hung in the air, wondering how such a significant artifact had fallen into Voldemort's hands. Handing over the locket with a wary expression, Creature warned Peter, "Steal Master Regulus's locket, and Creature will find a way to make you suffer, no matter where you hide." Sure. Peter, unfazed by the threat, accepted the locket and examined it with a thoughtful expression. Before he could proceed with its destruction, Albus interjected, curiosity etched on his aged features. "Peter, how do you plan to destroy the Horcrux? It is no simple feat. Few things possess the potency or power required for such a task." Looking up from the locket, Peter smirked confidently. "I'll destroy it with this." He conjured phoenix flames on his open palm, a mesmerizing dance of ethereal fire. Controlling the flames with practiced ease, he enveloped the locket, prompting Creature to take a step back, fear evident in his eyes. Aya. As the flames touched the locket, a blood-curdling shriek pierced the air, and a sinister black smoke began to emanate from the cursed object. The room was filled with tension as the shadowy form struggled, attempting to escape the fiery grip of the phoenix flames. AF. The shrieking intensified, an eerie symphony of agony, as Voldemort's malevolent essence fought against its inevitable demise. Wide-eyed, everyone in the room watched the spectacle unfold. The black smoke twisted and contorted, desperately trying to evade the relentless flames. But Peter's control over the phoenix magic seemed absolute, and the shadowy figure was gradually burned to a crisp, dissipating into nothingness. And as the shard of Voldemort's soul was eradicated, Creature felt a huge weight drop from his shoulders. Tears rained down his cheeks, his beloved master's last wish finally completely. With the Horcrux vanquished, the flames subsided, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Peter inspected the locket, which miraculously remained in perfect condition. He glanced at MJ and handed her the locket, silently affirming their plan to take souvenirs from this unprecedented journey. Arcturus broke the silence, his stern gaze fixed on Peter. Impressive control over fire magic. Few possess such mastery. It's not actually magic, but thanks. Peter shrugged nonchalantly, confusing everyone. You pick up a few tricks when you've been around the block as many times as I have. Albus, however, couldn't suppress his curiosity. But Salazar Slytherin's locket is a powerful magical artifact. How did it come into Voldemort's possession? Peter exchanged a knowing look with MJ before responding, that's a story for another time. Right now, we've got bigger problems to deal with, like destroying the rest of the Horcruxes. Arcturus nodded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Indeed. But do you know where the rest of them are? Stepping out of another portal, the group, led by Peter, emerged into a desolate dark forest. In the distance loomed a dilapidated shack, an ominous silhouette against the darkened woods. Arcturus and an unexpected companion, Walburga, followed closely, driven by a shared determination to see the quest through to avenge Regulus. Sirius, visibly surprised by his mother's presence, couldn't fathom her change of heart. Once a staunch supporter of Voldemort, she now sought closure for the loss of her favorite child. As the last person stepped out and the portal closed behind them, James inquired about their whereabouts. Little Hangleton, Peter responded cryptically, leaving the explanation hanging in the air. Without further ado, he led the way towards the crumbling shack, a place steeped in the dark history of Voldemort's origins. Albus, recognizing the significance of the location, explained to the others that Little Hangleton was Voldemort's birthplace. Tom was born in this town's orphanage. Sadly, his mother died during childbirth, or else things might have been different. Maybe if he had a mother to love him, he could have turned out better. The revelation added a layer of understanding as to why one of his Horcruxes might be concealed in this seemingly inconspicuous shack. Approaching the weathered entrance, James reached for the door handle, only to be halted by Peter's firm grip on his arm. Confused, James questioned, "What's wrong?" "Watch," Peter said as he tapping his finger on the door. A protective golden energy shielded Peter as a black miasma emanated from the wood. The deadly defenses dissipated against Peter's barrier, saving him from a particularly nasty curse. Instantly, realization dawned on James as he acknowledged that Peter's swift action had likely saved his life. A silent nod of gratitude passed between them, a testament to the trust forged in the crucible of their shared mission. Motioning for the group to wait, Peter conjured multiple spell circles with a wave of his hand. The intricate patterns worked in harmony, systematically disarming the layers of protections that cloaked the shack. With the defenses neutralized, Peter led the way inside, followed by the watchful eyes of the others. Searching the dimly lit room, Peter focused on the creaking floorboards. With a deliberate motion, he lifted them, revealing a concealed compartment below. Within the hidden space lay a golden box, harboring the Gaunt family ring, the next Horcrux on his list. Shrouding his hand in the familiar phoenix flames, Peter retrieved the ring from its gilded prison. Holding it aloft, he commented, "What a nasty curse," before bathing the cursed Horcrux in the cleansing fire. Not only did the ring hold a piece of Voldemort's soul, but it also carried a curse which would quickly kill anyone who wore it. The flames danced and flickered, consuming the ring and the malevolence attached to it until all that remained were ashes. The only piece of the ring that Peter left intact was the dark stone, which now lay in the palm of his hand. As the last embers faded, and everyone let out a relieved breath, Peter looked down at the stone in his hand, a curious look on his face. "Is this actually a Deathly Hallow?" he wondered. The Deathly Hallows were 3 highly powerful magical objects supposedly created by death itself and given to each of 3 brothers in the Peveril family. They consisted of the Elder Wand, which Dumbledore currently carried, an immensely powerful wand that was considered unbeatable. The Cloak of Invisibility, which, as its name suggests, rendered the user completely invisible. And finally, what Peter was currently looking at, the Resurrection Stone, a stone which could summon the spirits of the dead. According to legend, he who possessed these 3 artifacts would become the Master of Death. The story of the Deathly Hallows was originally told by Beetle the Bard and subsequently passed from family to family as a wizard fairy tale. But few wizards ever realized that the Deathly Hallows were genuine items. Most people thought that there were things that Beetle had made up to entertain young wizards and witches. In the original story, no one but Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore had ever been in command of all 3 Hallows, though neither were ever in possession of them all at once. "I'll have to test it out later." Stashing the stone away from the time being, Peter wondered, what would happen if I collect all 3 of the Hallows together? MJ watched as he stored the Resurrection Stone away, just as curious as him. They seemed to be on the same wavelength as she began plotting how they would get a hold of the invisibility cloak. After all, it is a Potter family heirloom. Maybe we can trade some magic knowledge for it, she thought. Closing the door of the dilapidated shack behind them, Peter faced the group and with a flick of his wrist, conjured a shimmering portal. The familiar golden glow enveloped them, transporting inside of a large castle, Hogwarts, a place laden with magical history and secrets. As they materialized within the hallowed halls of the school, Albus Dumbledore, the venerable headmaster, wore a mixture of surprise and curiosity on his aged features. "Peter, how did you manage to breach the school's wards so effortlessly? This shouldn't be possible." Peter, ever nonchalant, grinned, "Let's talk about that later. Right now, let's just focus on the task at hand." Albus nodded, his eyes reflecting a keen interest in learning from Peter. But sadly, they had a job to do at the moment. The realization dawned on everyone that their purpose in returning to Hogwarts was more than mere nostalgia. There, within its revered walls, hid another Horcrux, a revelation that left them incredulous. How could such darkness lurk in the sanctuary of a school dedicated to magic and knowledge? A nervous look dawned on Dumbledore's face as he turned to see Voldemort floating behind Peter, thankfully still unconscious. "We should have locked him up somewhere. It's not safe for the children to be anywhere near him," he thought. After all, they just brought the Dark Lord himself to a school full of innocent and impressionable children. A lot could go wrong if they aren't careful. Arriving on the 7th floor, Peter halted before a seemingly ordinary stretch of wall. With a knowing smile, he paced back and forth 3 times before a door materialized, revealing the room of requirement. Albus, the only one among the group who was unsurprised by this enchanted room's existence, watched with an understanding nod. Tom must have found the room while he was at school and used it as a hiding place. Peter turned to the group, his expression resolute. "This is it. Another Horcrux is hidden in here." As the door creaked open, unveiling the room's ever-changing interior, a collective gasp escaped the group. The space transformed into a vast library, filled with towering shelves of ancient tomes and mystical artifacts. In the center stood a pedestal, atop which rested a seemingly innocuous object. James, wide-eyed, muttered, "A Horcrux in Hogwarts, unbelievable." Peter approached the pedestal, his eyes narrowing at the object. It was an ornate diadem, delicately crafted with intricate details. "Ravenclaw's lost diadem," Albus mused, recognizing the artifact. Peter extended his hand, grasping the diadem as his hand lights up in flames for the third time that night. "Time to collect another souvenir," he said as he turned to MJ. "We should give this one to Lily. She'd look cute with it on." MJ nodded. "Sure, but we'll have to get something for America as well. We can't forget about her." "Sure, we'll find something." Peter nodded as the third Horcrux of the night was destroyed, leaving only the diadem itself intact. Watching Peter talking so casually with MJ whilst he destroys a Horcrux with his bare hands, the whole group couldn't help but wonder whether this was actually as life-threatening and dangerous as they originally thought. "Isn't this a little too easy?" Each of them thought in unison. A/N, 1863 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote. Chapter 558, C558 Gringotts Massacre. Police car light insert massacre gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, FR1day _ trophy, A/N, crown. After sealing the freshly purged diadem away with their growing collection of Horcrux remnants, Peter opened another portal, leading the group into the dimly lit lobby of Gringotts Bank. The grand marble hall echoed their footsteps as they stepped into the shadows. The bank closed for the night. And suddenly, as soon as the portal closed behind them, the stillness was shattered. The bank's anti-theft protections whirred to life, activating with a mechanical precision that echoed through the hall. Lights flickered on, and the air buzzed with the sudden activation of wards and transfiguration enchantments, locking down exits with thick, solid metal walls. Panic rippled through the group as realization dawned upon them: they were in Gringotts. Peter had brought them to the goblin-owned bank without telling them, and they were detected almost immediately. Even Albus Dumbledore and Arcturus Black exchanged uneasy glances, aware of the historical tension between wizards and goblins. Goblin wars had erupted over far less, and the potential repercussions of their current situation loomed ominously. Amidst the growing unease, Peter, unfazed by the unfolding chaos, simply instructed everyone to calm down. With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured a comfortable sofa, and from his storage necklace, he produced snacks, creating a surreal scene of relaxation amidst the heightened tension. MJ and Peter reclined on the couch, enjoying their snacks as if they were at home, while the others struggled to comprehend their indifference to the dire circumstances. Arcturus attempted to explain the severity of the situation, emphasizing the delicate relations between wizards and goblins, but Peter's response was nonchalant. "We're here for a Horcrux, and out of respect we'll wait for the goblins. Though if they take too long, we'll just have to force our way into the vault," Peter stated matter-of-factly, as if breaking into Gringotts was a routine affair. The group, initially resistant to the idea, found themselves compelled to wait alongside Peter and MJ. The minutes ticked by, and impatience grew. Peter, ever determined, was on the verge of forcing his way into the vault when, just in the nick of time, the massive doors leading deeper into the bank swung open. Dozens of armed goblin soldiers marched in, expecting to face intruders ready for a fight. Instead, they were met with the surreal sight of the group lounging on conjured sofas, munching on snacks, and engaged in casual conversation. The goblins, momentarily frozen in confusion, exchanged perplexed glances. It was as if the intruders were oblivious to the fact that they had breached the most secure place in the magical world. Unfazed by the armed goblin presence, Peter waved. "Yo, we're just here for a quick errand, so if you could call your boss over for a talk, we'd really appreciate it," he said with a casual grin, as if requesting directions to a casual destination. Seeing that the goblins didn't answer or move to do anything for that matter, Peter waved them off. "Can you make it quick? I have one more stop to make after this, and I really want to hit up McDonald's before they close. It's been a while since I've had some nuggets." MJ's eyes instantly lit up. "Oh. I want French fries," she said, confusing everyone by how excited she got just for some fast food. Of course, they didn't know that Peter and MJ had just spent almost 2 weeks in an apocalypse universe, where fast food wasn't an option. The goblins, torn between protocol and the sheer audacity of the intruders, hesitated. After a moment of incredulous silence, one goblin, seemingly in charge, begrudgingly stepped forward. "Wait here," he grumbled before rushing off to report the situation. After an anxious 10 minutes of waiting, a goblin adorned in what appeared to be royal garb sauntered in, flanked by an imposing retinue of goblin guards. As he appeared, goblins scurried in behind him, placing a chair with a sort of deference that hinted at his authority. The royal-looking goblin, with a sneer etched across his face, identified himself. I'm Gringotts London Bank Director, Ragnar. He wasted no time taking a seat across from the group, exuding an air of predatory calculation. The director eyed them for a moment, especially Arcturus and Albus, before finally talking. It's not every day such high-level wizards break into a goblin bank. I wonder how the ministry will react when they find out. Well, that's if they find out. After all, we've always had a policy of converting thieves into dragon feed. He threatened, his every word venomous. Oh yeah. I forgot they had dragons guarding the vaults. Peter muttered in interest. Ignoring Peter completely, the goblin continued. You know, this could be seen as an act of war. Two war heroes entering a sovereign nation's land without permission. He smirked, showing off his sharp canines. I'm sure my father would be happy to declare war with you wizards once again. Peter, growing tired of the goblin's self-importance, finally interjected. Look, we're here to access a vault owned by Bellatrix Lestrange. Voldemort created a Horcrux and entrusted it to her, and it's in her Gringotts vault. We're here to destroy it and kill Voldemort, he stated matter-of-factly, levitating Voldemort out from behind the sofa for everyone to see. At the sight of Voldemort and the mention of a Horcrux, the scowls deepened on every goblin's face. They knew the implications of such dark magic, and it didn't sit well with them. However, their disdain didn't necessarily translate into cooperation. Director Ragnar, taking advantage of the situation, asked, and if we help you, what's in it for us? In response, Peter locked eyes with the director, expressing his frustration with the goblin's greed. What's in it for you is ending the life of an extremely prejudiced Dark Lord. Because once he's done with muggles and half-bloods, who do you think he'll come for next? He said, gesturing to the goblins across the room. Peter paused for a moment before continuing. Don't think you're safe because you control the economy either. To a Dark Lord, things like money mean nothing. As soon as he's bored or sees you as a target or a threat, it's over. You're next on the list. His words hung in the air, invoking a shared realization among the goblins that sooner or later their own fate might be at stake. But despite the persuasiveness of Peter's argument, the goblins remained unmoved. Greed was entrenched in their nature, and helping wizards, even in the face of a common enemy, was not something they did for free. In the Goblin Nation, everything came at a price. That was a wonderful speech, but it didn't answer my question. What's in it for us? Facing a second refusal, Peter sighed, his patience waning. He locked eyes with Director Ragnar once more and made a blunt offer, trying a less diplomatic approach. What's in it for you is you get to keep your greedy pompous life. Now, let us through nicely, or I can walk over your tiny little corpse and do it myself. Instantly, Albus, Arcturus and everyone else tried to stop Peter, but it was already too late. A chilling smile spread across the director's face as the goblins in the room drew their weapons. He retorted confidently, I'd like to see you try. Peter shrugged in response to Director Ragnar's defiance and muttered, you asked for it. In a blink, he vanished from his seated position, reappearing beside the director with a swift and powerful Spartan kick. The force sent the goblin and his chair hurtling across the room, crashing into the far wall with a resounding thud. Eyes widened in shock, the other goblins attempted to swarm and attack Peter, wielding their weapons in a futile attempt to overpower him. Yet, Peter moved with an otherworldly speed, eluding their strikes effortlessly. His every movement was a dance of precision and grace, sending goblins flying with each calculated strike. The director, recovering from the Spartan kick, watched with a mixture of disbelief and regret as his men fell like dominoes. Peter, at some point, had obtained a sword from one of the fallen guards, and he wielded it with deadly proficiency, slashing through the goblin ranks like a hot knife through butter. Wait. He called out weakly, his voice strained by his injury. From his hunched-over position, the director struggled to his feet, witnessing the massacre his decisions had wrought. His initial bloodthirsty enthusiasm had crumbled into remorse as he saw his men being slaughtered like defenseless farm animals. Finally, the last goblin guard fell, and Peter, sword dripping with goblin blood, approached the director. He asked mockingly, where did that bloodthirsty smile of yours go? You seemed so eager for a fight just a minute ago, but now you look scared and angry. The goblin met Peter's gaze, his voice shaky as he vowed, you'll pay for this. Unperturbed, Peter nonchalantly shrugged. Whatever. With a casual swipe of his sword, he decapitated the director in one swift motion. The goblins had rolled to the side, a grim testament to the consequences of underestimating Spider-Man. Amidst the aftermath, Albus Dumbledore observed the carnage with clenched fists and grinding teeth. He harbored a deep aversion to taking lives, and the gruesome scene before him intensified his inner turmoil. Though nobody else seemed to care as much as him. After all, goblins aren't the most innocent and upstanding individuals around. In fact, they were the exact opposite of those qualities. Even James, who usually sided with Albus on just about everything, appeared relieved and slightly happy with the outcome, which surprised the old headmaster. A/N, 1643 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 559, C559 1 down, 1 to go. Police car light insert tired slash sleepy gif slash PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Dark Slayer, trophy, A/N, crown. As the last goblin was slain, Peter tossed the sword he stole from a guard aside before turning back to his group, only to find a very familiar stick pointed at him. Really? Haven't we been through this before? Albus Dumbledore, his eyes ablaze with fury and disappointment, held the Elder Wand high. Do you have any idea what you've just done? You cannot simply take the lives of other living beings without consequence, he declared, his voice stern and unwavering. Peter, wiping the goblin blood from his hands with casual indifference, glanced at Albus and shrugged. Look, old man, they were about to do the same to us. You really think they would have spared us if the roles were reversed? No, they'd gladly kill us and loot our dead bodies with smiles on their faces, he retorted, the nonchalance in his tone infuriating Albus even more. Ignoring Peter's justification, Albus tightened his grip on the wand. I cannot stand by while you commit such atrocities. Atrocities, by the way, that will start another bloody war, which the goblins will be more than happy to participate in. He explained, his tone growing somber. I thought that I could help steer you in the right direction, but I see now how impossible that truly is. Peter, unfazed, raised an eyebrow. Remember what I told you earlier tonight? About pointing your wand at me, he reminded Albus, a hint of warning in his tone. I'll be willing to look past this as long as you lower that wand right now. If you don't, then I'm afraid I'll be keeping it this time around. Peter continued. As for whether or not the goblins will start a war over this, I guess we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get to it. I always clean up after my own messes, so you have nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, as the group watched this standoff take place, they suddenly began to voice their opinions. Maybe you should just do as he says, Albus. Arcturus was the first to speak. He might not have been there, but he's heard and seen enough to realize how powerful Peter probably is. Sirius follows behind him. I wouldn't normally agree with my psychotic family, but maybe you should put it down. He said, getting a glare from his mother in return. Everyone seemed to be on the same page. They saw these goblins as deserving of their end, and Peter as someone that they shouldn't be attacking. After all, he defeated Voldemort so easily. Of course, not everyone wanted Albus to lower his wand. Come on, keep it up you scheming piece of sh*t. MJ wanted that wand back so that she could add it to their growing pile of souvenirs. Albus, however, refused to back down. Surrender, Peter. You've spilled enough blood tonight, and I won't let you continue. It has to stop, he implored, the weight of responsibility evident in his words. But Peter simply shook his head. Sorry, but that ain't happening, he said, a wry smile playing on his lips. Should you kick things off, or should I? The suspense is killing me. The tension in the room escalated, and Albus, unable to reconcile with the choices before him, cast a spell, initiating the inevitable clash. Albus gave everything he had to stop Peter, his spells and curses erupted in a dazzling display of magical prowess. Instantly, the Grand Marble Hall of Gringotts became the battleground for a clash of 2 titans. Albus, his wand dancing with practiced precision, sent a barrage of spells towards Peter, who effortlessly dodged and countered with a playful smirk. Peter's movements were a symphony of grace and speed, a stark contrast to Albus's seasoned yet futile attempts. A flicker of steps, a twist of the body, and Peter evaded every spell with ease, toying with the elder wizard. His reflexes were honed beyond mortal limits, making him a spectral blur that danced between curses and hexes. Albus, determined but increasingly frustrated, altered his tactics, casting spells with strategic cunning. However, each attempt was met with a nonchalant evasion or a subtle deflection from Peter. The air crackled with magic as the 2 wizards circled each other, a visual representation of power imbalances. Peter, deciding to toy with his opponent, launched a series of simple spells, barraging the old wizard with all sorts of eldritch constructs. Here, try this out. I use these spells to train my daughter, so hopefully you can handle them. Albus, valiantly attempting to block, found himself on the defensive as Peter's attacks flowed seamlessly. A knife to the left, a swift spear to the right, ethereal weaponry seemed to rain down on him, leaving Albus breathless as he was forced to dodge, sending his aged body into overdrive. The dance of combat continued, with Albus attempting various spells to gain an upper hand. But Peter, in a display of physical and magical superiority, avoiding each assault with almost dismissive ease. The audience, including the intrigued MJ, watched as the battle unfolded, each move calculated and executed with precision. As Albus, growing weary, launched a final desperate assault, Peter's response was swift and decisive. With a graceful spin, he disarmed Albus, sending the Elder Wand flying through the air. In a fluid motion, Peter caught the wand, twirled it skillfully before tossing it to MJ. MJ, seizing the opportunity, happily accepted the wand. Her eyes gleamed with mischief as she stashed it away, adding another prized possession to their growing collection. The rest of the group, now convinced of Peter's prowess, watched with a mixture of awe and relief. "Looks like you've had enough, Albus," Peter declared, a smug grin playing on his lips. "Why don't you take a breather? Sit back and rest those old bones while I go and find the next Horcrux." Albus, his dignity wounded, glared at Peter but offered no further resistance. The battle had been a showcase of mismatched power, and the outcome was clear. The once proud headmaster, defeated and disarmed, faced the consequences of underestimating the enigmatic Spider-Man. As Peter turned away, Voldemort still levitating behind him, MJ rushed to follow after him. "Hey! Wait up! I want to see the vault." Staying behind, everyone else tried to either comfort Albus or rub salt in his wounds. After all, it's not every day that the great Albus Dumbledore is beaten like a small child. Are we sure he killed Grindelwald? Walburga began to doubt his entire legacy. Deep within the vast labyrinth of Gringotts, Peter and MJ navigated the dimly lit tunnels, encountering lingering goblin resistance along the way. Spells crackled through the air as the newlywed couple fought off the remaining defenders of the Goblin Bank, making their way toward Bellatrix's elusive vault. Riding on the swift mine carts, they journeyed through a subterranean maze, passing countless vaults adorned with various enchantments. The noise of clattering wheels and distant echoes reverberated as they descended deeper into the bowels of the bank. After a series of thrilling turns and twists, they finally arrived at the vault they sought. Bellatrix's nameplate gleamed ominously, and Peter, relying on his knowledge in the mystic arts, began dismantling the layers of magical protection surrounding the entrance. With a flick of his fingers, wards dissolved like mist, and the imposing door swung open. MJ, fueled by excitement, rushed inside the vault, her eyes scanning for the elusive Horcrux. The dim glow of gold and other priceless treasures illuminated the chamber, drawing the couple's attention. In the midst of the glittering treasures, they found the Hufflepuff cup, an ordinary-looking object tainted by dark magic. "Found it," MJ exclaimed, a mix of thrill and anticipation in her voice. Peter, conjuring phoenix flames in the palm of his hand, approached the cup. With a focused gaze, he channeled the mystical fire, its ethereal glow dancing across his fingertips. The cup trembled, reacting to the extreme heat. As the flames engulfed the Horcrux, a burst of otherworldly energy erupted, its malevolent essence resisting its demise. The cup, however, remained intact, held within the protective cocoon of Peter's magic. MJ, growing used to seeing the seat of a Horcrux, completely ignored Peter and began looting the vault of anything that caught her eye. "Oh, I'll take this. And this, oh this too." With a final surge of phoenix flames, the Hufflepuff cup succumbed to the inferno. The magic holding the Horcrux together unraveled, and the remnants of Voldemort's dark soul dissipated into the ethereal void. Once he was done, Peter extinguished the flames, leaving only the unblemished cup in his hand. "Well, that's another one down," he remarked, a triumphant grin on his face. "Only one more to go and then we can spend the rest of our time in this universe in relaxation," he said, handing the cup to MJ, who accepted it with a gleeful expression. MJ examined the cup, turning it in her hands. "I wonder if it can do anything, or if it's just an old cup," she mused, her curiosity shining through. "Who knows?" Peter shrugged in reply. "We can test out all of our souvenirs later." As they made their way back through the labyrinthine tunnels, MJ couldn't help but ask, "So, what's next on the agenda?" Peter, his thoughts focused on the overarching mission, replied, "We've got one more Horcrux to find. Voldemort's diary. A/N, 1576 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 560, C560 Tom Riddle's diary. Police car light insert awake / caffeinated gif / PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, a Bud 1, trophy, A/N, crown. Returning to the entrance hall of Gringotts, Peter and MJ faced the expectant gazes of James, Sirius, Walburga, Arcturus, and the defeated Dumbledore. The Hufflepuff cup, now devoid of its dark magic, was clutched in MJ's hand. "Another one bites the dust," Peter announced, a casual smirk playing on his lips. MJ, standing beside him, added, "Yep, just one more to go." James spoke up, curiosity etched on his face. "So, this wasn't the last Horcrux?" Peter shook his head, dispelling any premature celebrations. "Nah, there's still one more. Voldemort's diary. We take care of that, and we can finally off him," he says as the man himself floats restrained behind him. A sense of determination settled among the group. 4 Horcruxes had already been destroyed, and with just one remaining, the end of their quest seemed within reach. Turning his attention to the defeated Dumbledore, Peter raised an eyebrow. "You coming along, old man?" Albus, a mix of shock and reluctance in his expression, responded, "Why would you still invite me after what just happened?" Peter shrugged nonchalantly. "As long as you're done trying to attack me and lecture me every chance you get, you're welcome to join. Just don't make me regret it, or I don't really care either way." Albus, torn between pride and the desire for redemption, hesitated before nodding. "I will accompany you," he declared, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Peter wasn't sure whether he chose to come along in order to wait for an opportunity to stop him, or take back his precious wand, but like he said, he didn't care. Albus may be a strong wizard, but that's only by this world's standards. Back in Camartage, he couldn't even be considered a low-level master. Whether he plotted against Peter or not just didn't matter, because in the end his strength was inconsequential. With everyone on board, a small sense of camaraderie emerged, despite the lingering tension. "All right, let's head out." Peter's magic infused the air as he gestured, conjuring a shimmering portal. The swirling vortex beckoned them to their next destination. Albus, despite his recent defeat, couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of Peter's form of magic. He couldn't help but think, if only he weren't a heartless murderer. Stepping through the portal, the group found themselves in the front yard of a large mansion. Malfoy Manor, an imposing structure that showed how wasteful a family could be with their money. The Malfoy family, known for their allegiance to Voldemort, resided within its opulent walls. As the group stepped out of the portal, the air seemed to thicken with an ominous presence. The manor's grandeur and foreboding aura struck a chord of discomfort among the group. The surroundings were instantly familiar to the three members of the Black family, Arcturus, Walburga, and Sirius. Narcissa Black, after all, had been married off to Lucius Malfoy, the next head of the Malfoy family. Realizing what might happen, Arcturus turned to Peter with pleading eyes, "Please spare my granddaughter, Narcissa. Her parents married her off into the Malfoy family against her will. She's most likely inside. I've seen what you can do, and I don't hurt to meet the same fate as those goblins." Walburga, despite her usual disdain, added her voice to the request, "Indeed. We may not see eye to eye, but I won't have my kin die by your hand." Even Sirius, whose relationship with his family was strained, shared the same sentiment. He couldn't bear the thought of Narcissa suffering the same fate as those who fell at Gringotts. Hearing their plea, Dumbledore couldn't resist letting out a contemptuous snort. The sudden concern for lives seemed hypocritical compared to their earlier indifference to the Goblin massacre. Peter, however, simply nodded in acknowledgement. "I won't kill Narcissa," Peter agreed, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "But I can't promise she won't get a good beating if she decides to attack me. Equal rights, equal fights. I'm a feminist after all." His response earned a laugh from the men in the group, but Albus Dumbledore's disapproval lingered, his eyes silently begging for a lecture to be unleashed. With the agreement in place, it was time to venture into Malfoy Manor. Peter, confident in his abilities, led the way. Bypassing the manor's protective wards effortlessly, he approached the imposing front door and knocked. Soon enough, the door creaked open, revealing the grandeur of Malfoy Manor's interior. Opulent chandeliers, exquisite tapestries, and dark corridors hinted at the luxurious but sinister atmosphere that permeated the home of the Malfoy family. "Does the guests have an invitation?" A voice called out as everyone looked down, finding a small elf stood before him, dressed in an old, worn-out pillowcase. Insert picture of Dobby here. Smiling down at the young elf, whom he was fairly sure was Dobby, Peter shook his head and said, "No need for an invitation, little buddy." With that, he waltzed right into the opulent Malfoy Manor, the rest of the group following suit. Instantly, Dobby panicked and ran after them, yelling, "Yous can't be here. Dobby will get in trouble." The urgency in Dobby's voice only fueled their curiosity as they continued into the mansion. "So it is Dobby. Maybe I should hire him once this is over," Peter thought as he turned to Dobby. "Hey, after I'm done dealing with your master, do you want a job? I could use an elf like you back home." Before the shocked elf could even think of his reply, suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the manor. Rushing towards the source of the distressing sound, they descended into the depths of the home, arriving at the basement. There, they were confronted with a gruesome scene. Abraxas Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family, stood amidst the shadows, wielding a whip. Innocent muggles were bound and helpless, enduring his sadistic torment, their skin breaking open with every lash. Abraxas laughed maniacally as he flailed his whip, leaving the victims in a bloody agony. Peter, keen eyes catching sight of a familiar book in Abraxas's free hand, recognized it as Voldemort's diary, the Horcrux they were seeking. A thought crossed his mind: is the diary controlling him? Or is he just a psycho Death Eater? Taking a quick peek into the man's mind with his telepathy, Peter instantly regretted it as he found that he was indeed a psycho Death Eater. Yeah, the diary helped fuel his maliciousness, but it was already there long before Voldemort was born. Disgusting, Peter thought as he pulled out of Abraxas's mind. Finally, as the torment reached its peak, Abraxas turned to discover the unexpected guests. Shock painted his face as he shouted, "What are you doing in my house?" He said as he noticed Dobby running inside behind them, his face burning in fury. "Dobby. Did you let them in without my permission?" Before the frightened elf could respond, Peter vanished from where he stood, reappearing beside the bloodied muggles. Employing his magical prowess, he used his powers to heal them and alleviate their pain. The victims, sighing in relief, experienced a form of comfort they never thought possible. Abraxas, still bewildered, eyed Peter with a mix of confusion and anger. Not only did these intruders dare to enter his house uninvited, but now they even went so far as to heal his slaves, whom he took so much time brutalizing. It was like all of his work and effort was being taken away. Angered, Abraxas wound back his whip and lashed out at Peter, the leather snapping through the air with malicious intent. However, just as the whip was about to make contact, Peter reached back with lightning reflexes and seized it, surprising Abraxas. With a forceful yank, Peter pulled Abraxas across the room, positioning him on his knees squarely at his feet. As Abraxas stumbled, his grip loosened, causing the diary he held to fall a few feet away. Without a word, Peter summoned magical restraints, swiftly binding Abraxas in a manner similar to how he had done with the muggles. The once tyrant now found himself at the mercy of his own malevolence. With the whip now in his possession, Peter approached the healed muggles. He released them from their bindings and handed them the whip, gesturing towards the now bound Abraxas and stating, "He's all yours." Instantly, a fire ignited in their eyes, fueled by a desire for retribution. Silently, without hesitation, one of them seized the whip, the roles now reversed. "Wait. Wait. Stop." Abraxas yelled as he realized what was happened, but it was too late. The echoing cracks of the whip filled the air, each lash delivering a measure of justice. Abraxas, who had reveled in the torment of innocent lives just moments ago, now found himself the target of his own sadistic creation. The tables had turned, and the manor echoed with the poetic justice of Abraxas Malfoy experiencing the pain he had inflicted on others. The group watched this take place, many wincing every time the whip was brought down, though they didn't speak out. Just like at the bank, they didn't agree with how Peter handled things. The only one of them that might disagree was Albus, but he's learned to keep his mouth shut by now. Peter, watching the scene unfold, stood with an air of satisfaction. He retrieved the fallen diary, the book quivering in fear as he laid his hands on it. Raising a single brow, Peter smirked, "What's the matter, Tom? Scared?" He asked this, and instantly, an ethereal figure of a teenage schoolboy materialized beside him. Insert picture of Tom Riddle here. How do you know who I am?" he asks, his eyes widening in horror as he notices Dumbledore, eyeing him from across the room. A/N, 1633 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 561, C561 book burning. Police car light insert British GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Pertister and Phantom Songbird, trophy, A/N, is Songbird a new king? Crown crown. In the dimly lit basement of Malfoy Manor, the sudden appearance of Tom Riddle's spectral form startled everyone, especially Dumbledore, who recognized the teenage face that harbored so much malevolence. "How do you know who I am?" Tom asked Peter before his eyes widening in horror as he notices Dumbledore, eyeing him from across the room. Professor." As Tom confronted the aging wizard, his eyes began to burn with fury and unwillingness at the unexpected reunion with his most hated enemy. Dumbledore, despite his calm demeanor, couldn't help but frown, realizing that Tom had created his first Horcrux while still in school. His spectral form was so young and still wore the same Slytherin Hogwarts robes that Albus remembered. He must have created his first Horcrux at school. Albus thought, his mind racing to recall who his victim could have been. Myrtle. He suddenly remembered the poor girl who now haunts the school as a ghost. The revelation struck a chord of concern as he pondered how he missed the signs right under his nose. Tom's mask of charm had deceived many, but Dumbledore was one of the few who glimpsed the darkness lurking beneath, yet he missed this. As Dumbledore was about to address Tom, the cries of pain from Abraxas Malfoy turned into desperate pleas for help. "Dobby. You useless elf. Get over here and help me already." He called out to Dobby, the loyal elf torn between the commands of his cruel master and his urge to just let it happen. After all, these muggles weren't the only ones that Abraxas has tortured. Dobby has been through all sorts of odd and cruel punishments, which Abraxas and the Malfoy family have put him through for the simplest of things, like being a half a second late to their call, or even something as made up as daring to breath in their presence. "Dobby, help me. Release me this instant," Abraxas demanded, his voice strained with agony as the muggles continued wailing on him in retribution. Caught in a dilemma, Dobby stood uncertain, his eyes darting between Peter, the freed slaves, and his master. Until finally, the invisible chains of loyalty and the fear of punishment pushed him forward to help his master. But before he could free his master, Peter, with a snap of his fingers, bound Dobby in eldritch energy straps, immobilizing him where he stood. Ignoring the standoff between Dumbledore and Tom for the moment, Peter approached the captive elf. Squatting down to eye level, he offered Dobby a choice that was too good to be true for the little elf. "Do you want to be free from the Malfoy family, Dobby?" Peter inquired, his gaze penetrating into the conflicted eyes of the trembling elf. Amidst the background symphony of Abraxas's tormented cries, Dobby hesitated. The pull of his bond with Abraxas warred against the allure of liberation. Threats and promises echoed in his ears, creating an internal struggle for the young elf. Abraxas, desperate to retain his control over Dobby, screamed at the elf, "You useless, dirty creature! How dare you even think of freedom? You're nothing but a slave who will serve the Malfoy family like a dog for the rest of your miserable little life." He continued to rant his threats and vile words as the torture began to take its toll on his mind. Peter didn't know if Abraxas was trying to sway Dobby back into servitude or push him away, but it seemed like the latter. He merely looked at Dobby, waiting for his answer. The sound of the whip cracking and the cries of the Lord of House Malfoy provided a dissonant backdrop to this tense moment. Soon enough, the elf finally spoke, his voice trembling but resolute. Dobby wants to be free." With a snap of his fingers, Peter severed the magical connection between Dobby and the Malfoy family. Abraxas's threats turned into furious curses, but it was too late. Dobby was free, his eyes widening in shock as he realized the sudden release from his bonds. Usually, the master, which in this case would be Abraxas, would have to gift the elf a piece of clothing in order to free them, but Peter was able to simply sever their master and servant bond with a simple snap of his fingers. Peter removed the eldritch energy straps, and Dobby, now unbound, began to cry tears of joy. "Dobby is a free elf now," he exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Abraxas's howls of despair filled the room, his power over Dobby shattered. The poetic justice extended beyond the revenge of the formerly enslaved Muggles as Dobby reveled in his newfound freedom, liberated by the very intruders his former master despised. As the cries of retribution against Abraxas continued, Peter turned his attention back to Dumbledore and the spectral form of Tom, who have both continued to glare at one another this entire time. Giving one last glance to the now free elf, Dobby, Peter extended a casual offer, "If you ever need a new job, Dobby, just let me know. Like I said before, I could use an elf like you back home." Dobby, still overwhelmed by the taste of newfound freedom, nodded silently, his large eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and hesitation. He wasn't ready to accept any new masters just yet, the joy of liberation had yet to fully sink in. Turning back to Dumbledore and the spectral form of Tom, Peter tightened his grip on the Horcrux diary. "Any unsettled business between you two before I destroy this thing?" he inquired, acknowledging the long history they shared. Dumbledore sighed, his eyes briefly meeting Tom's. However, before any further discussion could unfold, Tom's attention snapped to Peter at the mention of destroying the diary. The prospect of obliteration, of ceasing to exist, fueled a desperate attempt to stop him. And luckily, Peter was holding the diary right now, which would allow him to assail his mind rather easily. Instantly, Tom's spectral presence lashed out, seeking control over the unsuspecting Spider-Man. Yet, Peter's mental defenses proved formidable, easily blocking the pubescent Dark Lord. A backlash reverberated through the astral plane, causing Tom's spectral form to convulse in agony. Blood dripped from his eyes, nose, and ears as he collapsed to the ground at Peter's feet, overwhelmed by the unexpected counter-assault. Peter shook his head, a mix of disappointment and amusement in his expression. "You shouldn't have tried that, Tom. Consider yourself lucky that I went easy on you, or else you'd be dead right already." As Tom writhed in pain, Peter turned back to Albus. "What was it you wanted to say?" he asked. Looking down at the writhing, spectral form of Tom Riddle, Albus Dumbledore felt a twinge of pity. In a surprisingly somber tone, he began, "Tom, I'm sorry. I wish I had done more to guide you away from the dark path you chose. I saw it, the facade you put up as you dealt with everyone, hiding your true self from the world. But instead of helping you, I saw you as a threat and tried to hinder you as best as I could." Dumbledore's regretful gaze lingered on the young version of Voldemort before him. "Perhaps, if I had provided a stable home for you, instead of leaving you in that awful orphanage, or even sought out a psychologist to help better understand and fix what you were becoming, things might have turned out differently. But sadly, we can't turn back time. At least not that far." Tom's eyes widened in shock at the unexpected apology. The old man he had despised for so long was expressing remorse and admitting his own failures. However, any hope of a genuine connection shattered as Tom's spectral form erupted into a fit of laughter. "You've grown weak in your old age, Professor," he taunted, the echoes of his malevolent laughter reverberating through the dimly lit basement. Despite the derisive laughter, Dumbledore maintained his composure. He had hoped for a breakthrough, a chance to reach the tormented soul of Tom Riddle. Regret lingered in the air as Dumbledore, with a heavy heart, acknowledged the futility of his attempt. Turning to Peter, Dumbledore nodded solemnly. It's time, Peter. Do what needs to be done. Tom, sensing the impending threat, turned frantic. No. You can't do this, he shouted, desperation in his voice. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as Peter, determined and resolute, began to shroud his hand in flames. With a swift, practiced motion, Peter enveloped the Horcrux diary in flames. Tom's agonized scream echoed through the basement as the diary disintegrated, taking the young piece of Voldemort's soul with it. As the diary crumbled into ashes, the bound Voldemort by the stairs jolted awake, his eyes widening in horror as he felt the severing of his last connection to immortality. Arg. A scream of anguish tore through the air, marking the destruction of the final Horcrux. Peter, his hand still smoldering from the ethereal flames, looked over at the now awake Dark Lord. Good morning, sleepyhead. You picked the perfect time to join us. We just finished destroying your last Horcrux. Voldemort, straining against his bindings, turned to Peter, horror written all over his face. What have you done? A/N, 1560 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 562, C562 A Dark Lord's End. Police car light insert Irish GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, is this a new king? I can't keep track anymore. Crown. With Voldemort awake and his Horcruxes destroyed, it was finally time to finish off tonight's festivities. Turning to the freed muggles, Peter asked, are you finished? The room echoed with the fading cries of pain, and the former captives hesitated. Looking between Peter and the bloodied form of Abraxas, they decided it was enough. The whip dropped, some cried as they realized the hell was over, while others eyed Peter skeptically, uncertain of what would happen next. Nodding solemnly, Peter wished them well and wiped their minds of everything magical and torture-related. And with a wave of his hand, portals opened at their feet, leading each person back to a random hotel in London. As a parting gift, he conjured a portal into a sealed bank vault, leaving each of them a generous stack of cash. They could now move on and rebuild their lives, the scars of their ordeal erased from their memories. As the muggles disappeared, Voldemort's screams pierced the air, thrashing against his eldritch restraints. Release me. The first filthy blooded mongrel to release me can die a quick death. MJ rolled her eyes at him, yeah, no thanks. Unaccustomed to such powerlessness, Voldemort unleashed a torrent of curses, berating everyone around him, especially Dumbledore, who observed with a hint of amusement, though he would never admit to it. Approaching Voldemort, Peter delivered a swift kick to the side of his head, use your inside voice. I'm starting to get a headache with all the screaming tonight. Groggy and disoriented, Voldemort shifted to muttering his curses under his breath. Ignoring the subdued Dark Lord, Peter turned to Dobby, do you know where Lucius Malfoy is? Dobby nodded, yes, Dobby can still feel where he is. Peter then requested, can you deliver a letter to him for me? Though hesitant to revisit his former master, Dobby agreed as a gesture of gratitude for his newfound freedom. With a snap of his fingers, Peter conjured a sealed letter and handed it to Dobby. Just give him this and leave. Don't say or do anything, Peter instructed. Dobby nodded and vanished with a pop, leaving only the lingering resonance of his departure. James, puzzled by Peter's plan, inquired, what's the letter about? Peter replied cryptically, you'll see when they arrive, but until then, we need to prepare for some guests. Levitating Voldemort and Abraxas behind him, he walked up the stairs, the others following in his wake. As they stepped into the first floor, a surprised female voice could be heard, what are you doing in this house? Peter turned to see a woman holding a wand at him, her face morphed into a stern glare. You must be Narcissa, he said, ignoring her wand completely. Insert picture of Narcissa Malfoy here. As Arcturus and Walburga appeared from down the stairs, Narcissa lowered her wand slightly, surprised to see her family here. Can someone tell me what's going on? In a darkened alley, amidst the faint glow of the streetlights, Dobby materialized beside Lucius Malfoy, who was surrounded by his fellow Death Eaters, scouring the city for their elusive master, Lord Voldemort. Lucius glanced at the small elf with a sneer, dismissing him as an inconsequential creature tied to his family's service. What does my father want? Without uttering a word, Dobby handed Lucius a sealed letter before disappearing with a pop, his eyes holding a newfound resolve. The elf's demeanor seemed to have shifted, and the once fearful gaze now bore a hint of defiance. Lucius, perplexed by the change in Dobby's demeanor, unfolded the letter with a mix of curiosity and disdain. As the letter revealed itself, Lucius read the taunting words addressed to him from someone named Peter. Yo, Lucius, I'm sitting here with your father, and he's not looking so good. He seems to have tripped and fell down the stairs. Poor Abraxas was so very clumsy too. As he fell, he seemed to be holding his whip. And let's just say he's all bloody now. It's actually kind of gross to look at dash. As Lucius continued to read, his hands gripped the paper tightly, almost ripping it in fury. Oh, and I have your master here too. He didn't fall down the stairs or anything, but I did hear that he's terminally ill. So sad, the innocent Dark Lord will pass away tonight. The doctor said the disease is so bad that he'll have to be beheaded by sunrise. It's so heartbreaking. Anyway, I thought his family and friends should be here to send him off. See you soon, Redheart. Love. Peter Parker, Lord of the Ancient and Most Noble House of Parker, Order of Riz, First Class, Grand Poobah, CHF, Magic Man, Supreme Spider. International Confeed of Avengers. P.S. Enjoy the picture. The angry sneer on Lucius's face faded into confusion, replaced by an unsettling feeling as he reached into the envelope. Still within the confines of the envelope, he discovered a compromising picture of his father and the Dark Lord. What the F***ck? He muttered as he held a picture of his naked father getting sexually pleasured by the Dark Lord himself. Instantly, fury replaced confusion, and his eyes widened at the shocking image. The revelation struck a chord of anger and disbelief, and he found himself torn between his loyalty to the Dark Lord and the need to protect his family's honor. In a commanding tone, Lucius ordered his Death Eaters to follow him. The urgency in his voice hinted at the gravity of the situation, and the Death Eaters, sensing their master's imminent danger, fell into formation behind Lucius as he operated back to Malfoy Manor. Back at Malfoy Manor, the atmosphere was tense as Peter finished setting up for their guests. Sitting outside on the manor's front steps alongside MJ, Abraxas, and Voldemort, both suspended behind them against the front of the manor. Voldemort seemed relatively unharmed, while Abraxas's wounds were taking a toll, his blood dripping down the manor's facade. Dumbledore, conflicted by what Peter was doing, hesitated to intervene or voice his objections. The others, particularly Walburga and Arcturus, seemed content with the situation, viewing Peter as a decisive leader who could get things done, even if it required drastic measures. If only Voldemort was like him. Arcturus thought, as he would have gladly joined the Dark Lord if that was the case. Narcissa, who stood beside her family, whispered to Walburga, "Are you sure we should be listening to this guy? Keep your mouth shut." Walburga whispers back harshly, knowing it's not in their best interest to cross Peter. As the minutes tick by, the sound of lightning cut through the air, signaling the arrival of Lucius and the Death Eaters. Lucius's eyes widened as he beheld his father, bleeding to death on the front of their home. Gasps echoed as the other Death Eaters caught sight of their Dark Lord, who wasted no time commanding, "Good, you're finally here. Kill these impure worms and release me." Ignoring Voldemort's shouting, Peter stood up just as the sun began to rise over the horizon and spoke, his voice laced with a false somberness. "Dearly beloved, we have gathered here today to witness the death of Tom Marvolo Riddle, the half-blood baby of a squib and a muggle, or better known to his zealous and passionate followers as Lord Voldemort." Shouts of protest filled the air as the arriving wizards drew their wands, ready to fire at any moment. Lies. He's spouting lies and slander. One shouted. "The Dark Lord is pure, you mudblood trash." Another yelled. Lucius finally spoke, "We would never follow a filthy half-blood, so stop your lies and return my father this instant." Undeterred, Peter continued the eulogy, in reflecting upon the life of Voldemort, we are faced with a complex tapestry of edginess, pedophilic tendencies, and the pursuit of underage boys. As Peter spoke, Voldemort screamed for his death, triggering the antsy Death Eaters to cast spells at him, but a protective barrier formed around Peter, effortlessly absorbing the spells. The eulogy unfolded, highlighting Voldemort's questionable parentage and his misguided pursuit of power. Peter's words struck a chord, eliciting a mix of anger and disbelief from the onlooking Death Eaters. In bidding farewell to Lord Voldemort, we must also say goodbye to those that will follow in his passing. Peter said, eyeing the crowd of Death Eaters with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Let us honor them as they make the noble sacrifice in following their leader in death. As he reached the crescendo of the speech, the sun's rays behind him, Peter levitated Voldemort over to him and conjured a sword in his hand. "Stop this. Stop this right now." Voldemort bellowed, turning his head to Dumbledore, his eyes pleading for help. "Don't do this. I repent for it all. Please don't let him kill me. I'll do better, I promise." Although Albus knew that he was being manipulated, he still felt the need to help. But in the end, he didn't. He didn't have the power to do so even if he tried. And even if he asked, he knew that Peter wouldn't listen. "Any last words?" Peter asked, and just as Voldemort was about to say something, he decisively severed the Dark Lord's head. "On second thought, no thanks. I really want to get some food. It's been a long night." Chaos erupted as some attempted to stop Peter, firing spells that couldn't breach the impenetrable barrier surrounding him. The Death Eaters found themselves powerless witnesses to the demise of their once feared leader. The severed head rolled away, and an eerie silence descended, broken only by the horrified gasps of those who had witnessed the gruesome spectacle. With Voldemort's demise, Peter turned to the stunned Death Eaters. Now, let's finish this so I can get my McNuggets. A/N, 1650 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 563, C563 minions slaughtered, McNuggets acquired. Police car light insert weed gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. The atmosphere at Malfoy Manor was fraught with tension as Peter gazed sternly at the Death Eaters, his expression unreadable. The morning sun cast long shadows over the front yard, highlighting the grim aftermath of Voldemort's demise. The Death Eaters, once formidable and unwavering, now found themselves powerless and vulnerable. "Please, spare us," begged a Death Eater with a trembling voice, falling to his knees. "We were under his control. It was his dark magic that made us do those terrible things." Another, a woman with wild eyes, shouted, "I had no choice. The Imperius curse compelled me to follow him. I swear I never wanted any of this." Peter watched these people with a blank look on his face. Their acting is pretty good, he thought. Bellatrix Lestrange, however, burned with fury, her fanaticism unbroken. "You dare take him from me? The Dark Lord will rise again, and you will suffer for your insolence." Peter, seemingly unbothered by the pleas and threats, surveyed the Death Eaters with a cool detachment. "Save your excuses and craziness for someone else, preferably for someone who cares. Your choices were your own, and now you'll have to face the consequences." As the Death Eaters heard this, they continued their desperate pleas, but Peter didn't seem to be affected whatsoever. "If you kill us, then you'll be just like him." Lucius finally spoke, his voice breaking through all of the begging from his fellow Death Eaters. Peter interrupted with a nonchalant wave of his hand. "Enough. I'm not here to debate morality with you. It's time for accountability." The air at Malfoy Manor grew heavy as Peter, unmoved by the Death Eaters' pleas, continued his judgment. With a casual flick of his hand, he summoned eldritch shackles that coiled around each Death Eater, rendering them immobile. Their desperate struggles against the ethereal restraints were futile, the metallic clinks of the shackles echoing through the grim silence. Clutching the sword that had ended Voldemort's life, Peter walked among the kneeling Death Eaters. His gaze swept over them with an indifference that sent shivers down their spines. The morning sun cast an eerie glow on his face as he approached the first Death Eater. "Please, no," the Death Eater begged, eyes wide with terror. Ignoring the pleas, Peter raised the sword and swiftly brought it down, severing the first head. The gruesome scene unfolded with a rhythmic cadence, each swing of the sword met with a futile attempt at defiance from the captive Death Eaters. Watching this happen, James, Sirius, and MJ, though grim-faced, recognized the necessity of Peter's actions. It was a brutal but effective solution to a very dangerous problem. Narcissa, relieved to be spared, watched with a mixture of fear and gratitude for her family. After all, without their interference, Peter would have most likely killed her as well. Walburga, however, seemed oddly exhilarated by the execution, her eyes gleaming with a twisted satisfaction. Her perception of Peter had changed drastically throughout the night. She went from despising him to worshipping his power and ability. Arcturus, his face a mask of stoicism, observed the purging of his own kind. While understanding the need for decisive action, his heart couldn't help but ache at the loss of so many pureblood wizards and witches, even if they were tainted by Voldemort's influence. Dumbledore, conflicted by his principles, could only watch in dismay. His disdain for all types of murder clashed with the reality unfolding before him. Powerless without his wand, he wrestled with the internal struggle between his ideals and the pragmatic necessity of dealing with the Death Eaters. As Peter neared the end of the Condemned, he approached Bellatrix Lestrange, her fanaticism unbroken. Narcissa, unable to contain her fear, shouted, "Stop. Please, spare her as you spared me." Peter paused, glancing between the pleading Narcissa, the conflicted Walburga, and the stoic Arcturus. With a regretful shake of his head, he muttered an apology before delivering the final blow to Bellatrix. The sharp sound of her head rolling away marked the end of the grim procession. The courtyard fell into a chilling silence, broken only by the sobs of Narcissa, who was no doubt mourning the death of her sister, Bella. The severed heads of the Death Eaters lay scattered, a morbid testament to the consequences of their actions. Peter, wiping the blood from the sword with a cold detachment, turned away from the gruesome scene. "It's done," he said as he turned to Arcturus and the rest of the Blacks. "Once again, I apologize about Bella, but it was for the best. Letting malicious and twisted individuals like that off would only cause more problems in the future." Arcturus nodded solemnly. "I understand and I don't blame you." Sirius and Walburga nodded alongside him. Meanwhile, Narcissa sank to her knees, overwhelmed by the intensity of the ordeal. The remaining onlookers exchanged glances, their thoughts buried in the weight of the moment. Dumbledore, eyes heavy with regret, approached Peter with a strained voice, This was not the way, Peter. Peter met Dumbledore's gaze, his expression unyielding. Sometimes, you don't get the luxury of choosing the way. You just do what needs to be done. With those words hanging in the air, Peter, MJ by his side, stepped away from Malfoy Manor. Let's get some food. I'm starving. But just as they were about to leave, Peter heard a groan from the front of the house, and found Abraxas Malfoy still suspended and bleeding on the manor wall. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about you. With a simple snap of his fingers, Peter telekinetically snapped the final Death Eater's neck before tossing him over to the pile of dead bodies. Dumbledore forcibly clamped his mouth shut, holding back his lecture as he watched Peter and MJ disappear into a portal, leaving them behind to clean up the mess. Looking at the bloody scene before him, Dumbledore couldn't help but wonder, how, in Merlin's name, am I supposed to explain all of this? In the end, Albus, Arcturus, and everyone else agreed that it would be best to just leave and keep their involvement in this hidden. And with that, the group disappeared in multiple cracks of lightning, leaving behind the gruesome and blood front yard of Malfoy Manor. Hours later, the wizarding world awoke to a storm of headlines, newspapers fluttering in the hands of witches and wizards as they perused the shocking revelations. The Daily Prophet's bold letter screamed, Gringotts Bank robbed, Prince of Goblin Nation slain. The article spoke of a source inside Gringotts confirming a successful heist and the possible plans for a counterattack to avenge their prince, who was wrongly killed in process. Though sadly, they didn't seem to have much information on the perpetrators. Everyone inside the bank was either dead or asleep when the theft took place. But that didn't matter to the Goblin Nation. They simply blamed it all on the Ministry, which would most likely start another war. Magical magazines displayed sensational headlines, Voldemort attacks Potters. Who can stop the Dark Lord? The article explained the growing rumor of the Potter family being attacked by Lord Voldemort, leaving their home in ruins, and the mysterious demise of Peter Pettigrew. The rumors spread like wildfire, and the wizarding community buzzed with a mix of fear and intrigue. In the inner sanctums of the Ministry of Magic, Aurors worked diligently to unravel the mysteries that had unfolded overnight. Reports flooded in about the attack on the Potter family and the apparent assault on Malfoy Manor. Upon investigation, the scene at Malfoy Manor proved to be more shocking than anticipated. The bodies of Death Eaters lay strewn across the front yard, and only a few meters away lay the lifeless form of Lord Voldemort himself, his head separated from his shoulders. As the investigation delved deeper, the Aurors discovered the eerie aftermath of a confrontation that had unfolded with unparalleled ferocity. The Dark Lord, a symbol of terror for so many years, lay dead, his reign of fear brought to a conclusive end. The news sent ripples through the wizarding world, and whispers of the demise of the greatest dark wizard of their time echoed through the magical communities. In the heart of the Ministry, the Minister of Magic convened an urgent press conference. Wizards and witches, journalists, and curious onlookers gathered to hear the official statement regarding the unprecedented events. Seated behind a podium, the minister cleared his throat, the room hushed in anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you with news both grim and triumphant. Gringotts Bank has been robbed, and the tragic death of the Goblin Prince has sent shockwaves through our relations with the Goblin Nation. We extend our condolences for this terrible loss. Pausing, the minister continued, his voice taking on a tone of reluctant joy, yet, amidst these dark events, there is a glimmer of hope. Our brave Aurors have discovered that the Dark Wizard, Lord Voldemort, has met his end. The terror that haunted our world has been vanquished. A collective gasp swept through the room, a mixture of relief and disbelief. The minister raised his hand, calling for calm. This victory comes at a cost. The casualties at Malfoy Manor, the attack on the Potter family, these are wounds that we must heal together. But let us take solace in the fact that the wizarding world can now begin to rebuild without the looming threat of Lord Voldemort. The press conference concluded with a mixture of emotions. The wizarding world, still grappling with the implications of the night's events, began to process the reality of a world without the shadow of a Dark Lord constantly looming over them. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of the revelation, the goblins' threat of war hung heavily in the air. The wizarding government faced a delicate dance of diplomacy and reconciliation, attempting to mend the frayed ties with the Goblin Nation while celebrating the fall of their greatest adversary. As the headlines circulated and the magical world absorbed the seismic shifts that had occurred, Peter and MJ stood in line at a McDonald's, casually ordering some food. We'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda. A/N, 1,730 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 564, C564 Actual Honeymoon Behavior. Police car light insert fentanyl gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Deep beneath the surface of the earth, in a grand chamber adorned with the gleam of gold and the glow of precious gems, the king of the Goblin Nation sat upon his imposing throne. The flickering light of torches cast shadows that danced across the intricate carvings of the cavernous walls. Surrounding him were the elite guards of the Goblin Kingdom, armed and vigilant. Seated on a lower platform were the directors of Gringotts banks from various locations across the globe. Some were the king's offspring, and others were trusted and loyal followers, each distinguished by their ornate armor and the symbols of their respective banks. The atmosphere in the chamber was tense, a reflection of the news that had reached even this subterranean realm. The king's eyes, sharp and piercing, surveyed the assembly. Today, we gather to address a grave matter, one that strikes at the very core of our nation. His voice echoed through the chamber, a malicious smirk forming across his face. And that how we can exploit this situation to make the most profit. The new director of the London division, visibly excited, knelt before the king. Your Majesty, we have suffered a grievous loss. The theft in our London bank resulted in the death of my poor, innocent brother. Suddenly, a goblin in the crowd shouted. Yes. I say we wring those wand waivers dry. A low growl rumbled through the gathering, a collective expression of joy and greed. One of them might have died, but they didn't care one bit. To a goblin, family is only a hindrance on the road to more gold. But of course, these goblins certainly appreciate their brother's sacrifice. After all, his death meant a huge profit for them. There's a well-known saying in the Goblin Nation that said, blood ties prove valuable only when fortune is left behind, and truly a monumental fortune was left behind this time around. The king's gaze intensified. Speak, director. Tell us the details of this theft and the demise of my kin. The London director recounted the events, detailing the intrusion, the stolen treasures, and the tragic loss of his predecessor during the confrontation with the thieves. The king's expression grew greedier and greedier with every word, his grip tightening on the arms of his throne. What was surprising was how much was stolen. Although Peter and MJ only took the cup, somehow, a huge fortune was stolen. It was almost as if others, perhaps the new director, looted the place after them. The wizards dare to spill goblin blood and desecrate our hallowed halls, the king declared, his voice resonating with fury. We shall not let this affront go unanswered. A heated discussion ensued, echoing through the cavern as goblins debated the appropriate response. The king, however, silenced them with a raised hand. War is upon us. The wizards have declared it with their actions, and we shall answer in kind. The goblins erupted into cheers, their enthusiasm for conflict evident. The king's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination and greed. We will show the wizards the consequences of their actions. The goblin nation will rise, and they shall tremble before our might. The directors, including the grieving London representative, bowed in allegiance. For the prince, they chanted in unison, their voices echoing through the chamber. The king nodded approvingly. Prepare our armies. We march on the surface, and the wizards shall know the wrath of the goblin nation. They have taken our kin, and we will take from them 1,000-fold. As the meeting concluded, plans were set in motion. Goblins across the globe mobilized for war, their excitement palpable. The directors, fueled by a mixture of excitement and greed, pledged to lead their forces into battle. In the heart of the goblin nation, war drums echoed through the subterranean chambers, setting the rhythm for the impending conflict. The goblins, renowned for their prowess in both craftsmanship and warfare, eagerly embraced the prospect of battle. The king, his resolve unwavering, stood from his throne. Let the wizards witness the fury of the goblin nation. War is upon them, and they shall learn the cost of crossing our kind. With a resounding roar from the assembled goblins, preparations for war began. The surface world would soon feel the impact of the goblin nation's relentless pursuit of profit. After a big meal and a quick nap in a cozy hotel room, Peter and MJ woke up and decided to spend the day exploring the wizarding world together. MJ excitedly rushed out of the room, calling back at Peter, "Come on. We have more souvenirs to get." Peter rolled his eyes as he followed after her. "Let's just call it what it is, loot. It's not like anyone else is around to say anything." They stepped out into the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, greeted by the sight of witches and wizards going about their day. The air was filled with the delightful aroma of magical treats from various shops. "Where to first, Spidey?" MJ asked, an excited twinkle in her eyes. "Let's just walk around and see if anything catches our eye." Peter replied with a shrug before taking MJ's hand strolling through the enchanting streets of Diagon Alley. After a short walk, they too found themselves standing outside of Ollivander's, the renowned wand shop. The exterior of the shop, with its aged wooden sign, exuded an air of mystery and magic. "Should we get our own wands? Just for fun?" Peter asked, and with a huge smile on her face, MJ yanked Peter by the hand and rushed inside. As they entered, a tinkling bell announced their presence. Inside, the shop was lined with narrow shelves that reached to the ceiling, each filled with boxes of wands of various shapes and sizes. The air was permeated with the scent of ancient wood, creating an atmosphere that felt both nostalgic and otherworldly. A small, eccentric-looking man with twinkling eyes appeared from behind a stack of wand boxes. Ah, customers. Welcome to Ollivander's. How can I assist you today? He greeted, his gaze flitting between Peter and MJ. Insert picture of Ollivander here. We need wands, Peter said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Ollivander looked at them in confusion, not recognizing either of them. Have I sold you a wand before? You don't look very familiar. Peter shook his head. No, we're not from around here. And we tend to use magic without a wand. He says as he waves his hand, levitating every wand box in the room before setting them back down. Ollivander's eyes widened in shock. Ah, then why do you want a wand? You seem powerful without one. MJ simply shrugged and answered, just for fun. The wand maker shrugged and said, business is business, before beckoning Peter and MJ forward and measured their hands carefully. After a few thoughtful nods, he disappeared into the shelves and returned with a box and placed it down in front of Peter. We'll start with you. This wand is made of ash, 12 inches, and contains a dragon heartstring core. Give it a wave. Picking up the wand, Peter felt as though nothing happened. After all, he didn't have a magical core like the wizards in this world. Testing something out, Peter pushed a small sliver of eldritch energy into the wand and instantly, a cascade of silver sparks erupted from the tip. I guess we can use any wand. Peter thought as he telepathically informed MJ of his findings. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with approval. An excellent fit. Ash wands are known for choosing only one master, so don't go passing it down. Now, for you, my dear, he said, turning to MJ. MJ stepped forward, and Ollivander repeated the process, measuring her and selecting a wand. Vine wood, 10 inches, with a unicorn hair core. Give it a try. As MJ waved the wand, a soft glow surrounded her. The room seemed to respond to her magic. Ollivander nodded in satisfaction. A fine choice. Vinewood wands often favor those with a bold spirit. He said before calculating the price. 2 wands. That will be 18 galleons. Exiting Ollivander's after paying with some money taken during their trip to Gringotts, Peter and MJ marveled at their wands, playing with them like children, which evoked some odd stares from the passing citizens. Making their way through the winding streets, they visited random shops until they finally found a zoo, which piqued their interest. The moment they stepped inside, they were greeted by all sorts of exotic sounds and the enchanting sights of creatures unlike any they had seen before. In one enclosure, a majestic hippogriff bowed to visitors, its wings unfurled. Next, they wandered into a section filled with mischievous nifflers, creatures with a penchant for shiny objects. One of them scampered toward MJ, attempting to snatch the wedding ring she wore. But a glare from Peter sent them all rushing away with their tails between their legs. As they strolled through the zoo, hand in hand, they encountered a thestral, a magnificent and mysterious creature visible only to those who had witnessed death. Its large, bat-like wings and skeletal appearance were both eerie and fascinating. Only a few people paid any attention to this exhibit, which was probably a good thing. Though it made Peter and MJ wonder just how they witnessed death. Was it natural, accidental, or were they murderers out for a midday stroll at the local zoo? Either way, Peter and MJ didn't plan on working today, so they simply moved on to the next exhibit. Exiting the zoo after fully exploring the place, dragons and all, Peter turned to MJ and whined like a petulant child, "Oh, come on. Can't we take a dragon back with us?" MJ let out an annoyed sigh. Where are we supposed to keep a giant winged lizard? We live in New York, we barely have enough room in our house as it is. I can dash, Peter spoke, but before he could say much, the sound of lightning crashing filled the air and the arguing couple found themselves surrounded by wizards. And at the head of them stood Dumbledore, a new unfamiliar wand in his hand. A/N, 1716 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 565, C565 War on the Horizon. Police car light insert holiday gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Alien Warlord, trophy, A/N, me. Crown. In the brightly lit chamber of the Wisengamot, high-level wizards and witches gathered, their faces etched with concern and fear. The air was heavy with tension as they faced the looming threat of the Goblin War. The emergency meeting had been called to discuss strategies and prepare for the impending conflict. Many seats around the chamber were noticeably empty compared to most days, showing just how many noble wizards and witches that Peter exterminated just the night before. Though that wasn't the current topic of conversation. The room buzzed with murmurs and occasional exclamations of disdain as the topic of goblins was broached. Prejudice against the creatures lingered in the hearts of many wizards, creating an undercurrent of hostility that permeated the chamber. Dumbledore, his piercing blue eyes shadowed by a wrinkled brow, observed the proceedings with a mixture of solemnity and contemplation. He understood the deeply rooted prejudices against goblins, much of it deserved, but he also recognized the gravity of the situation. The goblin nation's wrath had been stirred, and a storm was brewing. The Minister of Magic, Millicent Bagnold, stood at a podium, her voice strained as she addressed the assembly. This goblin war is a threat we cannot ignore. We must prepare our defenses, strengthen our alliances, and ensure the safety of the wizarding world. The mention of alliances sent ripples through the crowd, as wizards exchanged wary glances. The notion of aligning with nations or creatures whom they viewed as inferior was met with skepticism. After all, it wasn't just the now-deceased Death Eaters who held such views against other races and nations. Even those who claim the side of the light can have their own prejudices. Dumbledore, disapproving of such prejudices, spoke up. I know many of you have your reservations, but if we want to survive this war then we must do all that we can. And that means allying with others. His words seemed to be affected as everyone begrudgingly agreed, which helped quicken the meeting along. Soon enough, the question that was on everyone's mind was asked. Do we know who robbed Gringotts and started all of this? A random lord asked. Dumbledore simply shook his head and lied, no, I'm afraid not. Of course, he knew that revealing the true cause of the conflict, which was Peter's theft and subsequent killing spree, wouldn't serve the greater good. He had witnessed Peter's formidable abilities firsthand and understood the chaos that could ensue if the wizarding world turned against him. After all, Voldemort was already plagued that even he couldn't stop, yet Peter killed him as easily as a farmer slaughters his chickens. Setting the wizarding world against such a formidable man would only bring more death and destruction. As the meeting progressed, Dumbledore listened intently to the heated debates and proposed strategies. He could feel the urgency in the air, knowing that time was of the essence. However, he carefully avoided implicating Peter in the brewing conflict, choosing instead to focus on the immediate threat at hand. As the Wizengamot meeting neared its conclusion, Dumbledore rose from his seat, his robes trailing behind him. His voice, resonant and commanding, cut through the cacophony of opinions. We must unite against this common enemy, regardless of our differences. The Goblin Nation poses a grave threat, and only together can we stand against it. With a final glance at the assembly, Dumbledore exited the chamber, his thoughts racing. He knew he had to act swiftly to find Peter and MJ, not only to complain about all of the trouble they've caused him but also to harness their abilities for the upcoming conflict. In his office, Dumbledore swiftly summoned his most trusted allies, members of the Order of the Phoenix and skilled wizards who had proven their loyalty. The room buzzed with urgency as Dumbledore explained the situation, carefully omitting the true cause of the Goblin War. We must locate these two people immediately, he says as he shows them a drawing of the two. Their unique abilities may prove invaluable in this time of crisis, Dumbledore declared, his gaze unwavering. The members of the Order exchanged determined glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Dumbledore's plan was set in motion, and the search for Peter and MJ began. Exiting the zoo, hand in hand, Peter and MJ were greeted by a sudden and unexpected sight, a group of wizards surrounding them, with Dumbledore at the forefront. The elderly wizard, a new wand clutched in his hand, appeared more serious than ever. For a moment, Peter and MJ thought Dumbledore was here to cause trouble again, but his calm demeanor dispelled their initial concerns. Good afternoon. I apologize for interrupting your date, but might I have a word with you? Dumbledore's voice was composed, a stark contrast to the urgency that filled the air. Curious, Peter shrugged. Sure, we were just finishing up anyway. Although MJ didn't look too happy, as she wanted to continue their date, she decided to keep her mouth shut for time being as they followed Dumbledore back to his office. This old schemer better not be up to something. Once inside, Dumbledore gestured for his subordinates to leave, leaving the trio alone in the room. The air crackled with unspoken tension as Dumbledore took a deep breath before speaking. I find myself in a rather precarious situation, Dumbledore began, his gaze steady. The goblins are mobilizing their forces and the numbers don't seem to be in our favor. Peter arched an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Yeah, we expected this already. What about it? Dumbledore sighed, his expression grave. What do you mean, what about it? It was your actions that triggered this entire conflict. You're lucky that I haven't revealed that it was you already. Your theft and murderous rampage have led to this point. Now, we find ourselves outnumbered and in need of all the help we can muster. A thing of annoyance appeared over Peter's face before he rolled his eyes. Yeah, I get it. I caused a mess. You don't have to lay on the guilt trip so thick. I already said I'd handle it. Dumbledore nodded, appreciating Peter's directness. Indeed, your assistance is invaluable. The goblin forces are vast, and the wizarding world requires every capable individual to stand against them. We need your unique abilities and your strength on our side. Leaning back in his chair, Peter crossed his legs. All right, let's cut to the chase. What's the plan, Albus? Dumbledore leaned forward, a map of the Goblin Nation spread across his desk. He pointed to various locations, indicating potential attack points. The goblins will strike here, here, and here. Our forces are spread thin, and we need to anticipate their movements. Your abilities will be crucial in turning the tide in our favor. MJ, who had been quietly observing the exchange, chimed in. So, what's the difference you want us to do exactly? Dumbledore gave a thoughtful nod. We need you on the front lines, using your skills to neutralize threats and disrupt their formations. At the same time, your presence will draw their attention, giving our forces an opportunity to regroup and strike strategically. Peter sighed as he stood from his seat. Sounds like a waste of time. Dumbledore, thinking that Peter was trying to run away, shouted. This is not a waste of time. You started this mess, so you will at the very least help to clean it up. Because if you don't, then thousands of people will die. Like I said, quit it with the guilt trip. I already said I'd fix this. Peter sighed as he waved his hand dismissively at the map before them. I'm saying that this whole war is a waste of time. I'll just go and deal with it myself. Dumbledore's eyes widened with a mix of shock and skepticism. Your willingness to help is commendable, Peter. But even you would have a hard time fighting off the Goblin Nation. This won't be as easy as killing a few Death Eaters. It'll be fine. Just wait here. With a shrug, Peter waved his hand and opened portal before stepping through. Wait a moment. Dumbledore exclaimed as he rushed after Peter and MJ, making into the portal just in time before it closed behind him. In a dimly lit tunnel beneath the Earth's surface, Albus Dumbledore looked around with curiosity and confusion. The air was damp and heavy, the only sound the echoing footsteps of Peter and MJ as they walked ahead. Where are we? Albus asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. Peter, annoyed by Dumbledore's uninvited presence, sighed. One of the goblin locations on your map. Now, keep up or get left behind. Dumbledore frowned but hastened his steps to catch up with the duo. Drawing his wand, he glanced nervously around the underground passage, anticipating the potential threat of goblins lurking in the shadows. As they continued deeper into the tunnel, the ambience changed. The soft glow of bright magic stones on the cavern walls illuminated their path, revealing a network of intertwining passageways. Peter and MJ moved with ease, seemingly unfazed by the impending confrontation with the Goblin Nation. Sensing Dumbledore's increasing nervousness, Peter couldn't help but smirk. Relax, old man. We've been through worse. Goblins won't be a problem. Dumbledore, however, tightened his grip on his wand, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. The thought of facing an army of goblins had clearly unsettled him. After walking for a few more minutes, they reached an opening, revealing a colossal cavern. Thousands of goblins in armor worked tirelessly, preparing weapons, organizing supplies, and readying themselves for war. The noise of clanging metal and murmured conversations filled the cavern, creating a chaotic yet organized atmosphere. Peter and MJ surveyed the scene with a calm demeanor, but Dumbledore, anxious and out of place, instinctively tried to blend into the shadows, away from prying eyes. Casually walking out into the open, Peter waved his hand and called out, Yo. A/N, 1678 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 566, C566 Goblin War, 1/2. Police car light insert PICs of your Christmas tree and or other holiday-related items or decorations here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, no gifts today, sadly. I'll post a pic of my tree later. Also, this doesn't have to only be about Christmas. If you celebrate something else, then feel free to join in. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Instantly, the cavern fell silent as the goblins turned to face the unexpected visitors. Their eyes, filled with curiosity and suspicion, locked onto Peter, MJ, and Dumbledore. Looks like we've got their attention, Peter remarked, his voice echoing through the cavern. Dumbledore, realizing the attention they had drawn, tried to shrink into the background, but it was too late. The goblins were now aware of their presence, and the cavern buzzed with anticipation as weapons were drawn. MJ nudged Peter. Should we tell them we're here to negotiate? Peter nodded his head with a smirk, good idea. He said as he turned to the bloodthirsty goblins. Parlili, parlalulolo, parlone, partner, par, snip, parsley, what was the word again? Parley. MJ couldn't help but smile at her husband's idiocy. Peter nodded dramatically. That's the one. Parley. I invoke the right of parley. According to the code of the brethren set down by the pirates Morgan and Bartholomew, you have to take me to your captain. A/N, anyone know where that's from? As the goblins began to murmur among themselves, one stepped forward, his sword drawn. We're goblins, not pirates, you nitwit. Right. Peter nodded, his tone depicting just how little he cared. Anyway, can you call your king here already? I have a date to get back to, so I'd rather finish this war business as quickly as possible. Our king doesn't have time for such trifles. Another goblin shouted, a sneer across his little face. Eh? Is he that busy? Peter asked tauntingly, his gaze turning skeptical. I mean, how busy can the guy be? He's the king of a landless nation. You guys are practically mole people, living under other people's land. The goblins, insulted by Peter's words and casual demeanor, readied themselves for an attack, gripping their swords as they rushed forward. The first group of goblins lunged at Peter, weapons raised high. In a blur of motion, Peter sidestepped the attack, effortlessly grabbing a goblin's wrist and disarming him with a twist. With a dismissive flick, the goblin was sent sprawling into the rest, knocking them off their feet. As the goblin army surged forward, Peter picked up a fallen sword and moved with inhuman speed, slicing through multiple goblins at once, spraying blood across the spacious cavern. With every movement, Peter slaughtered dozens of goblins. As he appeared, they would fall like wheat before a scythe, each encounter a brief dance of death. Some were killed before they even knew what happened, their bodies crumpling to the floor with shocked and confused expressions etched onto their faces. Others succumbed to webbing, their struggles futile against Peter's overwhelming strength. The cavern echoed with the constant sounds of clashing weapons, the desperate cries of goblins, and the occasional quip from Peter, showcasing his confidence in the face of what would be overwhelming odds for anyone else. Meanwhile, Dumbledore stood at the periphery, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and disbelief. He had witnessed powerful wizards in his lifetime, but the sheer brutality and efficiency with which Peter dispatched the goblins left him speechless. His heart sank with each life taken, a silent observer in a battlefield where he wielded no influence. The goblin forces, though numerous, were no match for Peter's prowess. His spider sense guided him effortlessly through the chaotic battlefield, anticipating attacks before they were executed. With each move, he decapitated and dismembered goblins without breaking a sweat, leaving behind a trail of dead bodies in his wake. Despite his aversion to killing, Dumbledore couldn't deny the pragmatism of Peter's approach. The Goblin Nation, fueled by false feelings of vengeance, posed a serious threat to the wizarding world, and Peter's actions, ruthless as they were perhaps the only way to ensure the safety of countless innocent lives. As the fighting raged on, goblin after goblin fell under Peter's onslaught. The once organized force now descended into disarray, their morale shattered by the seemingly invincible foe before them. The cavern floor was littered with the fallen, a grim testament to Peter's ruthlessness. In the midst of the chaos, Dumbledore found himself torn between admiration for Peter's abilities and repulsion for the merciless slaughter. He struggled with the conflicting emotions, a silent witness to the collateral damage of a war that threatened to consume them all. Finally, as the last goblin stood quivering in fear before Peter, his whole body covered in the blood of his kin, the cavern fell into an eerie silence. Peter stood amidst the fallen, his chest rising and falling with controlled breaths. The air was heavy with the stench of blood and the weight of lives cut short. Turning to the last frightened goblin, Peter reached down and picked up a severed head before walking over to place it in his hands. "Deliver this to your king and kindly inform him that I'd like a meeting." The goblin, seeing a way out of this nightmare, quickly nodded his head. "Why yes, sir." He stuttered as he clutched the severed head against his chest before rushing off. "We'll be waiting here. So don't keep us waiting," Peter called out, triggering the goblin to quicken his pace out of the cavern. Once he was gone, Dumbledore approached, his gaze meeting Peter's with a mixture of gratitude and condemnation. On one hand, he was happy that the war would be averted thanks to Peter's interference. But on the other hand, Peter was the one who caused this mess and his way of solving it was bloody and agonizing. However, Albus chose to remain silent, recognizing that words would fall on deaf ears. Peter, without a glance in Dumbledore's direction, walked over to MJ and conjured a seat for them to relax and wait for the Goblin King's arrival. As Dumbledore remained in the aftermath, eyeing the piles of goblin bodies and blood-soaked cavern floor, he pondered the cost of victory and the fine line between being a hero and a monster. After running for his life, the blood-soaked goblin, still carrying a severed head and trembling from the horrors he witnessed, arrived at the king's chambers. The grand doors creaked open, revealing a cavernous room adorned with golden decorations and other symbols of goblin authority. The Goblin King, seated on his grand throne of treasures, glared at the unexpected messenger. His eyes, a fiery mix of anger and frustration, locked onto the severed head clutched in the goblin's hands. "What happened to you?" The king's voice rumbled through the chamber, echoing the rage that simmered within him. The frightened messenger stammered as he tried to explain the events in the cavern. Sir, we encountered an intruder, a human with unimaginable strength. He slaughtered our forces like they were nothing. He demands to meet with you and said to deliver this," he said as he shakily held up the severed head. The king's fury intensified at the news. He rose from his throne, his massive form towering over the messenger. "An intruder? You lost to a single intruder?" King Grizzlefong bellowed, the cavern shaking with the force of his anger. "Why yes, sir." The bloody goblin squeaked in fright. "I apologize, sir." Sneering down at the poor goblin, the king snatched the head from his trembling hands, his eyes narrowing at the sight. The lifeless eyes of a fallen goblin stared back at him, a stark reminder of the defeat his forces suffered. The audacity of this human to come into our realm and wreak havoc. The king roared, his anger resonating through the goblin chambers. He hurled the severed head to the floor, where it landed with a sickening thud. Summon the war council. We will discuss how to handle this intruder. No one challenges the goblin nation without consequences. The king declared, his voice echoing through the tunnels. Why yes, sir. Right away, sir. The bloody goblin said and tried to leave. But before he could take more than a few steps, the king suddenly reached out and grasped his head, his large hand squeezing his skull in a deathly grip. Where do you think you're going? I wasn't talking to you. Wait. Your Majesty, please. I'm sorry, I won't lose again, I swear. The goblin pleaded, but the king wouldn't hear any of it. With a vice-like grip, the king squeezed his subject's head, which instantly popped like a fat water balloon, spraying blood and brain matter across the throne room. Back in the cavern, Peter and MJ waited patiently, unaware of the chaos unfolding within the goblin kingdom. The air was heavy with the stench of blood, a stark reminder of the brutal encounter that had just transpired. Dumbledore, lingering at the edge of the cavern, watched as Peter conjured a makeshift seat for them to rest. The old wizard remained silent, grappling with the moral dilemma of the means Peter employed to achieve his goals. After what felt like an eternity, Peter and MJ sat in the cavern, planning the rest of their honeymoon in the wizarding world, the anticipation hanging thick in the air. We should get our own owls. MJ said excitedly. Peter nodded. Sure, I kind of want a phoenix though. Suddenly, the cavern trembled as the unmistakable noise of countless footsteps reverberated through the tunnels. Peter and MJ's spider sense tingled, alerting them to the approaching presence. Moments later, a massive army, at least 5 times the size of the one Peter had just dismantled, poured out of multiple caves into the cavern. At the forefront, standing tall and imposing, was the Goblin King, his eyes aflame with a burning fury that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to face him. Peter and MJ observed in silence as the newly arrived goblin forces took in the gruesome sight before them, the piles of goblin bodies, the blood-soaked cavern floor, and the lingering aftermath of a battle that had left its mark. A collective fire seemed to ignite in the eyes of the goblins, a vengeful determination that painted the cavern with an ominous energy. The air crackled with hostility as the massive army, mobilized by the sight of their fallen comrades, glared at Peter, MJ, and Dumbledore. A/N, 1713 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 567, C567 Goblin War, February 2nd. Police car light insert snow gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Wolfie, trophy, A/N, since you were the only one besides me that posted your tree, you win. Congrats King Crown. The cavern echoed with the ominous arrival of the Goblin King and his formidable army. The goblins, emboldened by the overwhelming numbers at their disposal, strutted forward with an air of arrogance, their confidence fueled by the belief that victory was already assured. You requested my presence and now I'm here. Do you regret your stupidity yet? The Goblin King sneered, his voice dripping with disdain as he surveyed the aftermath of the previous battle. His eyes, burning with hostility, locked onto Peter, MJ, and Dumbledore. You thought you could challenge the Goblin Nation and emerge unscathed, didn't you? Foolish wand waver. Peter, unfazed by the goblin's arrogant posturing, raised an eyebrow. Well, I did hope for a more peaceful resolution, but if you guys insist on making this difficult. He trailed off, glancing at MJ with a smirk before turning his attention back to the Goblin King. I suggest you surrender. It'll save us all a lot of unnecessary trouble. The Goblin King, fueled by pride and a sense of superiority, scoffed at Peter's proposition. Surrender? To a mere human? You must be out of your mind. We are the Goblin Nation, and you are nothing but a pest to be exterminated. Peter, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, sighed theatrically. You really don't get it, do you? Why don't you spare your subordinates from a bloody and painful death and just surrender now? Maybe we can avoid the extinction of the goblin race too while we're at it. The goblins, however, remained defiant, their collective arrogance drowning out their reason. We will never bow to the likes of you, declared the Goblin King, raising his sword high. The army behind him echoed their leader's sentiment with infinite jeers and battle cries. Ignoring the hostile clamor, Peter tilted his head. All right, have it your way. He cracked his neck, an audible sound that cut through the tension in the cavern, and stood from his seat. Let's make this quick. You've already kept us waiting long enough. As the goblins charged forward, their swords raised and a thirst for vengeance in their eyes, Peter moved with swift precision. His movements, a complete blur, were a stark contrast to the lumbering goblins attempting S&D failing to match his speed. Goblins swung their swords recklessly with vicious accuracy, yet they never found their mark. The metallic clash echoed through the cavern as Peter deftly dodged each attack, leaving the goblins bewildered by their inability to lay a finger on him. And with every failed attack in his person, Peter would retaliate in turn, striking out with his hands and feet alone. Goblins crumpled to the ground in droves as Peter's enhanced strength either killed them outright or brought them extremely close to death's door. Is this the best the mighty goblin nation can offer? Peter taunted, his voice carrying over the chaos. I expected a bit more fight in you. The goblins, fueled by both rage and fear, charged at him with reckless abandon. Yet, each swing of their weapons met nothing but air, as Peter effortlessly dodged and countered, leaving a trail of incapacitated foes in his wake. A particularly bold goblin lunged at Peter, sword raised high, only to be met with a swift kick that sent him crashing into his comrades. Peter's quips continued amidst the chaos. You guys really need to work on your combat skills. This is embarrassing. As he finished speaking, Peter swiftly disarmed a crazed-looking goblin and retrieved his sword, only to dispatch him and another with ruthless efficiency, lopping their heads clean off before hurling the sword across the room, where it sheathed itself into the body of another goblin. The goblins, caught in a whirlwind of confusion and fear, continued their futile onslaught. Peter, in contrast, moved with the grace of a seasoned warrior, exploiting every opening in their defense. As the goblins regrouped, attempting to strategize, Peter seized the moment. He leaped above them, landing among them with a sweeping kick that sent several flying. The cavern echoed with the clang of armor meeting rock, punctuated by the groans of defeated goblins. This is just getting sad now. Peter muttered as he snapped his fingers, conjuring spikes of rock to rise up from the ground and impale the fallen goblins. The Goblin King, watching the decimation of his forces, clenched his teeth in frustration. He may be strong, but he can't defeat an entire army alone. Push forward and swarm him. The remaining goblins, spurred on by the Goblin King's rallying cry, lunged at Peter in a desperate final assault. However, Peter, now casually balancing himself on a tall stalactite, stared down at the Goblin King. You should really just give up. I'm sure your men would respect you more if you spare their lives, because if this keeps going, then they're all going to die here. As the ignorant king ignored his kind offer for a second time, Peter let out a sigh as he dropped down off the stalactite and disarmed a goblin with a casual twist of his wrist, snatching his spear as it flew up into the air. The disoriented goblin stumbled as Peter swiftly dispatched him with a precise swipe, bisecting him in half alongside a few dozen other goblins. As the goblins fell one by one, their deaths punctuated by the sharp thud of bodies hitting the cavern floor, Peter leaned in his newly acquired spear, a bored look on his face. You guys should really need to reconsider who you follow, he mused as he gestured to their king. I mean, he doesn't really seem like the sharpest crayon in the box, if you know what I'm saying. Enough of this mockery, roared the Goblin King, his frustration palpable. He charged at Peter with renewed vigor, swinging his sword in a desperate attempt to finally land a blow. However, Peter effortlessly sidestepped, webbing the Goblin King's weapon and yanking it from his grasp. The Goblin King, now disarmed and vulnerable, stared in horror as Peter closed the distance. A swift kick sent him sprawling, and Peter stood over him with an air of indifference. You really should have surrendered when you had the chance. Without hesitation, Peter punted the Goblin King in the face, ensuring that he stayed where was before turning back to his dwindling army. The remaining goblins, witnessing the defeat of their leader, faltered for a moment before renewing their assault with a commendable, yet futile determination. Peter, still a beacon of unmatched skill, continued his systematic dismantling of the Goblin Nation's forces. Before the Goblin King's groggy eyes, Peter slaughtered the last of the goblin forces, leaving the cavern in eerie silence. And as the last goblin fell, Peter tossed his spear aside and walked over to the only living goblin remaining, the king. The Goblin King, surrounded by his fallen subjects, glared defiantly at Peter. You may have defeated my army, but you won't break my spirit. Peter descended gracefully, landing in front of the Goblin King. Yeah. Sure, whatever you say, bro. He stared down at the Goblin King. Now, let's talk about surrender. The Goblin King, battered but unbroken, spat at Peter's feet. I'll never surrender to the likes of you. Get it over with and kill me already. Peter sighed, almost disappointed. Well, you had your chance to do things the easy way. With a swift movement, he pulled out his brand new wand and pointed it at the beaten king. Maybe a bit of pain will help you understand your position. I've been wanting to try out this new wand, so thanks for volunteering to be my test subject. Peter said, as his wand began to glow in an ominous light. Wait. Wait. The king yelled. I said stop. After almost an hour of relentless magical torment, the cavern resonated with the pitiful pleas of the Goblin King. Peter, wielding his newly bought wand with an unsettling ease, had subjected the once proud leader to be his training dummy, testing all of the spells he learned since his arrival. Soon enough, the king, battered and broken, finally broke down and begged for mercy. Please. No more. I beg you. He whimpered, his defiance replaced by a raw desperation. Peter, his expression unyielding, ceased the onslaught. The wand's glow faded, leaving an air of eerie stillness in the cavern. The defeated Goblin King lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his body marked by the magical onslaught. Finally had enough, huh? Peter mused, twirling the wand in his fingers. Now, let's talk about reparations. He said as a shark-like smirk graced his lips. After all, I'm just an innocent bystander who was attacked by your vicious army. Dumbledore, a silent spectator to the gruesome display of power, watched with a mixture of disapproval and caution. He knew better than to interfere with Peter's actions, understanding the consequences of speaking this mind. The Goblin King, though battered and humiliated, managed to lift his head. What do you want? Peter, a slight smirk on his face, leaned in. First, no more attacks. No more threats. Your Goblin nation backs off, permanently. You will decree this as their king. The Goblin King hesitated, his pride conflicting with the undeniable reality of his defeat. Fine. We'll retreat. Just spare my life. Peter had to fight the urge to roll his eyes upon hearing that. Yeah right, like I'd kill all of your lackeys and just let you go. Second, Peter continued, ignoring the Goblin King's plea, you're going to publicly announce that there will be no war, not just now but in the future as well. The only time that you're allowed to declare war is if it's truly the last resort, and nothing else can be done. The Goblin King clenched his teeth, but the fear of further punishment outweighed his pride. I'll do it. Good. Peter nodded as his expression turned vicious. And lastly, you'll sign this contract. He said as he snapped his fingers and summoned a magically binding contract. A/N, 1680 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 568, C568 taking everything. Police car light insert Santa gift/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. The Goblin King's eyes widened in shock as he scanned the contract presented by Peter. His initial reaction was visceral, an immediate refusal etched across his battered face. First you slaughter my men and now you want to steal from me. Well, I won't have it. The document, a blood-sucking parchment, outlined the terms of reparations for the Goblin Nation's attack on Peter and his wife. It was a rather straightforward demand. The Goblin Nation would forfeit ownership of all Gringotts banks worldwide, handing them over to Peter, making him the sole proprietor of every Goblin-controlled financial institution on Earth. You must be out of your mind, human, the Goblin King spat defiantly, his battered form displaying a flicker of residual pride. I will never sign away our banks to the likes of you. Peter, unfazed by the king's resistance, raised an eyebrow and sighed theatrically. Well, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Your call. Without waiting for a response, he extended his wand, his expression turning cold as he prepared for the inevitable. After a few minutes, the Goblin King's defiance crumbled as Peter unleashed a renewed torrent of magical torment. The cavern echoed with the pitiful pleas of the defeated Goblin leader, who, after enduring relentless agony, finally relented. Stop. I'll sign your blasted contract. Just leave me alone already. I just want to go home. As the Goblin King begrudgingly applied his signature to the document alongside a small amount of blood, Peter did the same and could immediately feel the wards of each Gringotts bank attaching to him. Huh. So that's how that works. He muttered as he used the wards to scan each building. With a simple thought, he commanded the wards to expel the goblins and anyone else within his newly acquired banks before sealing them shut. The magical energy surged, resonating with Peter's newfound authority, and instantaneously, every Gringotts bank across the world was closed and locked, surprising everyone, especially the goblins who found themselves unknowingly fired. With his objective accomplished, Peter spared no time, and shooed away the beaten Goblin King, his pride shattered as he scampered away in fear. Peter watched with a satisfied smirk as the once formidable leader fled into the shadows. Of course, the contract that they signed would also force the fleeing king to follow through with his earlier promises as well. As soon as he arrives back at his throne room, the Goblin Nation would undergo some changes. Now, that wasn't so difficult, was it? Peter mused, twirling the contract between his fingers before stashing it away in his storage necklace. Dumbledore, ever the silent observer, approached cautiously. Peter, are you certain that you want to do this? Controlling the world's banks is a significant responsibility. He pauses for a moment before continuing. I could help dash. Peter laughed, interrupting the old geezer. Is that greed I see twinkling in your eyes, Albus? Is the great Albus Dumbledore, the hero of the Light faction, the men who saved the world from the Dark Lord Grindelwald, coveting another man's riches? How scandalous. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Peter as he stashed away the contract, a glint of concern in his eyes. Although Peter was correct when he said that Albus coveted his newly acquired wealth, most of all, the old headmaster felt uneasy. Despite the apparent victory, which avoided a very bloody goblin war from happening, the old wizard couldn't shake the unsettling feeling within him. As the silence lingered, he took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. "Peter, my boy," Dumbledore began, his tone gentle but laden with worry. "I must express my reservations about all this. Controlling the world's banks is a significant responsibility. Responsibility that you can't just take on a whim." Peter, however, was quick to dismiss Dumbledore's concern, his smirk widening. "You're right, Professor. Running a bank sounds way too hard. Maybe I should just empty out all of the vaults and run." Dumbledore frowned, his concern deepening. "This is not a joking matter, Peter, nor is this about the gold. It's about the influence and control that comes with it. The Goblin Nation may have been a challenge, but now, you're in control of the magical world's wealth. You must tread carefully or the consequences could be catastrophic." Peter chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his tone. "Tread carefully. Albus, you worry too much. Besides, I'm not the enemy here. I just took a necessary step that the Ministry should have done years ago. The fact that you idiots let a hostile race control your money for so long is truly baffling." Dumbledore sighed, realizing that his words were falling on deaf ears. "Peter, I understand the need for this, but it changes the balance of power. The Ministry may not take kindly to such a shift." But Peter, seemingly uninterested in Dumbledore's wisdom, waved him off. "The Ministry will get used to it. And if they don't, well, then they can come find me to complain." He shrugged uncaringly. "Anyway, MJ and I have things to do. After all, we're still on our honeymoon." As Peter turned away, Dumbledore's concern deepened, and a tinge of greed stirred within him. He gripped his new wand, wondering whether he should use it while Peter's back was turned or not. The allure of controlling such vast wealth and influence was not lost on the wise wizard. He attempted to voice his reservations once more, framing it as kindly advice rather than a lecture. "Peter, I've seen the consequences of unchecked power. I only wish to guide you toward a path that ensures the well-being of the wizarding world. Perhaps we could work together, find a more harmonious solution." He offered, knowing that if he attacked, Peter would easily thwart him once again. At this point, MJ was glaring daggers at Dumbledore, ready to pounce at any moment. All he had to do was twitch and she would leap over and snap his wrinkly old neck in half. After all, they've given him 2 separate chances already. And as the saying goes, 3 strikes and you're out. Peter, however, remained unyielding, his dismissive tone cutting through Dumbledore's attempt at diplomacy. "Thanks, but no thanks, Albus. I've got everything under control. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a date with a stunningly beautiful woman." As Peter walked away, draping his arm over MJ's shoulder, Dumbledore couldn't shake the sinking feeling that they had merely exchanged one formidable foe for another. The weight of Peter's newfound influence on the wizarding world hung heavily in the air, leaving the wise wizard to ponder the uncertain future that lay ahead. As Peter and MJ emerged from a swirling portal and stepped into the heart of Diagon Alley, the spectacle drew gasps and wide-eyed stares from the onlookers who had never witnessed any magic that could create such a doorway before. The portal dissipated, leaving the couple standing amidst the bustling wizarding marketplace. "So, who's this beautiful lady you have a date with?" MJ asked jokingly. Peter chuckled, adjusting his grip to pull her closer to his side. "Her name is Michelle Jones. She's the most stunning woman that I've ever had the pleasure of seeing. You wouldn't happen to have seen her, have you?" He scanned the surroundings, pretending to look for his imaginary date. "I think I might know her." MJ smiled, her cheeks blushing as she wrapped her arms around Peter's neck and pulled him into a searing kiss. "Oh, there she is," Peter smiled as their lips separated. "Where have you been all my life?" MJ couldn't help but match her husband's smile. "Waiting for you to show up." As they strolled through the bustling street, hand in hand, MJ couldn't contain her curiosity. "So, what's the plan with those banks, Peter? We're not planning to stick around here for long, are we?" Peter shrugged nonchalantly. "Nah, we're just passing through. Figured we could do something good with them before leaving this universe." MJ raised an eyebrow, a curious glint in her eyes. "Good? Like what?" Peter grinned. "Well, we could give them to someone we trust, someone we like from the movies, you know." MJ's eyes lit up with excitement. "That sounds like a fantastic idea. The Weasleys, Hagrid, the Potters, the Longbottoms." She listed off all of her top candidates. Peter nodded. "Exactly. We'll figure it out before we go. But, there's one small thing we need to do first." As they approached Gringotts, the iconic wizarding bank, a crowd had gathered outside, attempting to breach the invisible wards that Peter now controlled. Goblins among them clamored for entrance, their attempts futile. Ignoring the chaos, Peter and MJ easily navigated through the wards surrounding Gringotts and stepped inside, leaving a stunned and confused crowd outside. The bank is under new management, Peter announced to the bewildered onlookers, his voice echoing through the street. It'll be open again soon. In the meantime, just relax and go about your day. Closing the large doors behind them, Peter turned to MJ with a smirk. Now, let's solidify our control over the banks, shall we? MJ chuckled. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Absolutely, Peter replied with a wink. The pair strolled through the empty bank, discussing how they would get it started again. MJ's excitement grew as she considered the possibilities, envisioning the impact their actions would have on the wizarding world. As they explored, Dumbledore's earlier words lingered in Peter's mind. MJ noticed the contemplative look on his face and nudged him. What's on your mind, Peter? Dumbledore's lecture. Peter sighed in annoyance. He's definitely going to try something this time. MJ smirked. Let him. She shrugged uncaringly. Besides, we need something to scare the ministry away from causing trouble once we're gone. Peter chuckled. You've got a point. Let's wait and see what they decide to do. A/N, 1661 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 569, C569 Merry Christmas everyone. Police car light insert Christmas gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, the streak continues crown. In a dimly lit throne room, the defeated Goblin King staggered through the heavy doors, his battered form greeted by the expectant gaze of high-ranking goblins. The air was thick with tension as the goblin elite awaited an explanation for their forced expulsion from Gringotts. Why have we been barred from our own banks, Your Majesty? A grizzled, scar-faced goblin demanded, his voice cutting through the restless murmurs of the gathered crowd. The Goblin King, still reeling from his confrontation with Peter, glared at his subjects. Silence. I will explain. His voice, a mix of frustration and shame, echoed through the cavernous room. As the Goblin King began recounting the events that transpired, the goblins' expressions shifted from confusion to disbelief. Murmurs of discontent spread like wildfire, and the rook erupted into a chorus of angry voices. You gave the entirety of Gringotts to a single human. A goblin with a menacing scar across his eye snarled, disbelief etched on his face. The Goblin King nodded, a bitter taste of humiliation on his tongue. I had no choice. He forced me to sign his contract. The goblins erupted into chaos, each voice vying to be heard above the others. Curses and insults were hurled at their king for his perceived weakness. The once mighty ruler found himself in the midst of an angry mob, his authority waning with every passing moment. Idiot. You should have just died quietly. You've disgraced and crippled the entire goblin nation. A goblin with a twisted, iron-crafted staff roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. In the midst of the uproar, a particularly cunning goblin stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intelligence. Enough of this. We won't let this human dictate our fate. And if our king won't protect our interests, then we'll just have to get the banks back ourselves. With those words, the goblins, driven by a collective anger, surged forward, surrounding the Goblin King. Their weapons gleamed in the dim light as they prepared to mete out punishment for the perceived betrayal. You've doomed us. Prepare to pay for your foolishness. The scar-faced goblin spat, raising a wickedly sharp blade. The Goblin King's protests fell on deaf ears as the frenzied goblins descended upon him, delivering a swift and brutal end to his reign. The throne room, once a symbol of goblin power, now bore witness to a gruesome display of internal strife. Amidst the chaos, the cunning goblin who had spoken earlier seized the moment, rallying the others. We must reclaim Gringotts and oust this human interloper. Our pride will not be trampled upon. Our profits will not be threatened. The goblins, fueled by a renewed sense of purpose, began organizing themselves, preparing for a confrontation with the newfound owner of their banks. Back at Gringotts, just as the king was slain, Peter felt a pile of magic vibrating. Those goblins didn't waste any time killing him, huh? He thought, shrugging uncaringly. At least they saved me the trouble of doing it myself. As the goblins were killing their former king, Dumbledore, driven by a mixture of concern and small bit of greed, hurried to the Ministry of Magic. He called for an emergency Wizengamot meeting, knowing he had to address the situation before Peter's influence over the banks could solidify. In the grand chamber of the Wizengamot, Dumbledore stood before the gathered wizards and witches, his expression grave. Ladies and gentlemen, I come bearing both good and unsettling news. The threat of the Goblin Nation has been effectively neutralized, sparing us from the impending war. A murmur of surprise and relief swept through the room, but Dumbledore continued, his eyes shifting to a more serious tone. However, a third party, the men who helped us neutralize the threat, has taken control of the banks from the goblins. Gasps and whispers erupted, filling the chamber with a buzz of disbelief. Dumbledore held up a hand, signaling for silence. This third party is not an ally. They now wield unparalleled control over the magical world's wealth, and we must address this issue promptly. The crowd, fueled by curiosity and perhaps a touch of greed, listened intently. Some members, their eyes glinting with avarice, began to question the newfound authority over Gringotts. Shouldn't the government be the one controlling the currency? What gives this mysterious man the right? Dumbledore, seizing the moment, nodded gravely. Indeed, my fellow wizards and witches, the control of our currency is a matter of utmost importance. We cannot allow an unknown force to manipulate our economy without oversight. After all, we've had to deal with that for far too long with the goblins. He said, and everyone couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. It's our duty to ensure the stability and prosperity of the wizarding world. The idea took root, spreading like wildfire among the Wisengamot members. Greed and ambition danced in their eyes as they envisioned the potential benefits of taking control of their own economy. Dumbledore, masterfully playing the puppeteer, observed the unfolding chaos with a knowing gaze. As the crowd clamored for a resolution, Dumbledore seized the opportunity to propose a course of action. I suggest we convene a committee and pay Gringotts a visit. Hopefully, the new owner will see reason and willingly hand the banks over to the ministry. A witch in the back of the room raised her wand before speaking. And what if they refuse to do so? She asked. Dumbledore simply shook his head, then we must do what has to be done for the greater good of our world. The proposal was met with enthusiastic agreement. Dumbledore's influence over the room was evident as the committee was swiftly formed, comprised of members handpicked by the cunning headmaster, as well as the army which was originally formed to fight off the goblins. In the ministry's eyes, either Peter would quietly hand over the banks, or they would be forced to take them with violence. There would be no middle ground. As the committee deliberated, Dumbledore couldn't help but let a small smirk play on his lips. The allure of Gringotts, the symbol of wealth and power, had proven too tempting for the wizarding world to resist. Satisfied with the direction the meeting had taken, Dumbledore subtly retreated into the shadows, allowing the committee to take charge. The seeds of dissent and greed had been sown. Now, he just had to prepare for the battle against Peter. After all, it wouldn't be an easy fight, not by a long shot. The old wizard's thoughts briefly flickered to the consequences of their actions, as he's seen what Peter can do and has done to his enemies, but his ambition and desire for control overshadowed any lingering doubts. I must prepare. He thought to himself as he disappeared from the ministry. In the heart of Gringotts, Peter and MJ worked tirelessly to reshape the archaic banking system of the wizarding world. The dimly lit halls echoed with the sounds of runes being carved into the Gringotts central ward stone, alongside the occasional exchange between the couple. I can't believe they were still using parchment and quills in the 20th century, Peter muttered, shaking his head at the outdated system. MJ chuckled, her eyes scanning through a thick stack of documents. Well, we're about to change that. Gringotts is getting a major upgrade. I wonder how everyone will react. As the last of the runes were carved, Peter admired his work for a moment before waving his hand, activating them and conjuring a holographic interface, showcasing a sleek and modern design for the new wizarding banking system. Peter grinned as he gestured at the hologram. Welcome to the future of magical banking. The holographic interface, which would be available to any customer inside the premises of a Gringotts bank, allowed them to set up a secure bank account, which they could later link with any existing vaults, eliminating the need for physical transactions. Each personal account would be connected to the client's magic, allowing anyone to purchase anything with just their presence alone. Best of all, each person's account could be accessed without the need for a Gringotts employee, meaning no lines to deposit or withdraw money. Peter even set up a vault inventory list, allowing customers to store and withdraw anything from their vaults without actually needing to visit them. Of course, all sorts of magical safeguards and encryption ensured the safety of their clients' assets while streamlining the banking process. And since they wouldn't be allowing any clients to enter their vaults anymore, as it would just be an unnecessary hassle, Peter and MJ decided to modernize the way they hold money. After all, why bother leaving all of the wizarding world's gold to collect dust in vaults when they can make good use of it just like modern banks do? A/N, for those that don't know, banks take a portion of your money and invest it to make more money for themselves. They then reinvest a portion of that money and the cycle continues into infinity. As they continued to refine the new system, Peter turned to MJ. Think anyone will miss the days of waiting in long lines just to deposit a handful of nuts and sickles? MJ chuckled. Probably not, but change can be hard for some people. We'll have to ease them into it. Peter shrugged. Or we can just leave all of the hard work to whoever we're leaving the bank to. As the couple worked throughout the night, so that the bank could reopen in the morning, Peter and MJ wondered whether the wizarding world would embrace the change or not. After all, wizardkind has been living in their old ways for a long time now. A/N, 1639 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 570, C570, How the Tables Have Turned. Police car light insert club/bar gif/PICs here. Most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. The night's laborious efforts came to fruition as the first light of dawn bathed the ancient halls of Gringotts in a soft glow. Peter, his fatigue masked by a determined grin, stood alongside MJ as they prepared to unveil the revolutionary changes they had wrought upon the wizarding banking system. Here goes nothing. With a swift gesture, Peter activated the newly carved runes on the central ward stone, initiating a cascade of magic that resonated throughout every Gringotts bank simultaneously. As the banks opened without the need for employees, the world outside stirred with anticipation. Diagon Alley, usually bustling with the clatter of morning commuters and the rustle of wizarding cloaks, now lay eerily silent. The absence of goblins, who once stood outside the bank, trying to break into their former property, did not go unnoticed, and curious onlookers gathered, exchanging puzzled glances. They had heard all about what happened to the goblins as well as their loss of the banks. The newspapers and magazines couldn't stop printing good news as of late. First, the Dark Lord and his minions were all killed, and now the insufferable goblins were dethroned. The wizarding populace couldn't help but ask themselves, what's next? Although everyone seemed pleased with the recent happenings, some couldn't help but worry about the possible reopening of the bank. After all, they didn't know the new owners, so doubts and fears took hold. Of course, it would be hard to outdo the goblins when it comes to greed, but it was impossible for them not to worry. A crowd began to form outside the entrance of the London Gringotts, eyes fixed on the imposing doors, which suddenly burst open. The vague news of a reopening spread far and wide, drawing everyone's curiosity, and soon enough, the crowd cautiously made their way inside. Confusion filled the air as the interior of Gringotts revealed a stark contrast to its usual atmosphere. No goblin tellers manned the counters, and the grand hall echoed with the footsteps of wary wizards and witches. A pre-recorded message, which played throughout the bank, caught their attention, explaining the transformation and instructed them to the new holographic interface. Set up an account and access your vaults through the hologram. Simply say login and the interface will appear. Don't worry, all information is encrypted against eavesdropping. Only you will be able to see the interface. MJ's voice echoed across the bank on repeat, spurring everyone to mutter the magic words. The initial bewilderment of seeing a glowing screen appear before them soon gave way to a buzz of excitement and chatter as people tentatively began interacting with the interface, setting up their accounts with usernames and passwords. In Diagon Alley, the scene unfolded like a surreal spectacle. Shopkeepers peered out from their storefronts, bewildered by the absence of the typical Gringotts-related commotion. As the news spread, the allure of the unknown drew more and more curious onlookers, creating a growing crowd that spilled into the cobbled streets. In the French branch of Gringotts Bank, an elderly couple, clad in discreet robes, tentatively waited in line before finally getting inside, eyeing the bank with skepticism. Insert pictures of Nicholas and Pernelli Flammel here. I don't see why I had to leave my workshop for the reopening of a bank, Penny, the men muttered in annoyance. I was just finishing up my research into molecular transmutation as well. Oh, don't be such a boring shut-in, Nicky. His wife replied in a huff. This is a huge occasion. All throughout our very long lives, the goblins have had a stranglehold on the economy, and now that they're gone I want to see what's going to happen. What's going to happen? Nick repeated, giving his wife a deadpan look. It's a bank, Penny. This isn't a fair or an amusement park. They just store money. Just as his wife was about to reply, a female voice suddenly played throughout the bank. Set up an account and access your vaults through the hologram. Simply say login and the interface will appear. Don't worry, all information is encrypted against eavesdropping. Only you will be able to see the interface. Ignoring her fun-sucking husband, Penny did as she was told. Log in. Nick watched in confusion as his wife's eyes widened before she started moving her hands in an odd manner, as if interacting with something that didn't seem to be there. Hesitantly, he summoned the holographic panel too and, to his amazement, witnessed the display appear before him, instructing him to create an account. Holy sh*t, he muttered, suddenly not so mad at his wife for dragging him out of the house. It's like the Muggle banks. See. His wife said, as if gloating at her victory. I knew something interesting would happen. I'd love to meet whoever set this up. Nick said as he noticed a section at the bottom of the interface titled, Customer Support, and thought, maybe I can contact them through this. All across the world, excitement rippled through the many Gringotts banks as wizards, witches, and other magical beings shared their amazement at the streamlined process of banking. As more people embraced the new system, a sense of liberation filled the air. The initial confusion transformed into an eagerness to adapt to the changing times. The absence of goblin bureaucracy seemed to be a welcomed relief, and the once dreaded Gringotts now resonated with the hum of progress. Amidst the reactions, Peter and MJ observed from the central ward stone, content with the impact of their innovation. The wizarding world was at the cusp of transformation, and whether they fully embraced it or not, change had come to Gringotts. The future of wizarding banking was here. After a day of bustling activity, as the sun dipped below the horizon in different corners of the world, the Gringotts banks, which had opened their doors for the first time since the reopening, closed once again. Of course, they would reopen the next morning. As the bank settled into their nocturnal slumber, the remaining discontent goblins, fueled by resentment and a desperate desire to reclaim their former stronghold, initiated their audacious plans. The shadows of the night became their allies as they split into groups, each departing for a different Gringotts bank across the globe. The goblins, their ranks bolstered by those who harbored bitterness over the recent events, aimed to sneak in and take control of the wards once again. Their gamble rested on the knowledge that they had been the architects of the original wards, and even though they no longer held the reins, they believed they possessed the expertise to bypass the magical defenses. However, as they approached the banks under the cloak of darkness, their aspirations were met with a harsh and brutal reality. Unbeknownst to the goblins, Peter, anticipating a potential backlash, had implemented brand new defenses alongside the innovative banking system. After all, he had to make sure that his customers' money and belongings were well protected, especially since they didn't have any employees around. The moment the goblins attempted to infiltrate, their cunning plans collided with an impenetrable magical barrier, which now surrounded the outer layer of every Gringotts bank. Driven by an insatiable greed that fueled their determination, they continued their attempts to crack the new magical defenses that now guarded the once goblin-controlled vaults. However, the moment they pressed against the enchanted barrier, an unforeseen consequence awaited them. The wards, designed to escalate in response to persistent intruders, retaliated with a fury beyond the goblins' imagination. A cascade of additional defenses unfolded, each more formidable than the last. Teams found themselves ensnared by magical bindings, others repelled by ethereal barriers that seemed to materialize out of thin air. The once silent streets echoed with the pained cries of goblins who underestimated the consequences of their relentless pursuit. In the wake of their audacious attempts, some goblin teams met an abrupt and merciless end. The wards, now acting as both protectors and executioners, dealt lethal blows to those who refused to yield. Lifeless bodies littered the bank's entrance, serving as a grim reminder of the consequences of their insatiable greed. Others were not so fortunate. Those who managed to survive the initial onslaught found themselves captured by the wards, bound and imprisoned within the very bank they sought to infiltrate. The once proud goblin invaders were now at the mercy of the magical defenses they had underestimated, as well as some new add-ons courtesy of Peter. Yet, the most harrowing fate awaited the team assigned to the London bank. As they attempted to circumvent the outer defenses, a sudden and overwhelming force seized them. In the blink of an eye, they were ripped from their surroundings and teleported away. When their disoriented senses settled, the goblins found themselves standing in a vast cavern, deep underground. It was far too dark to see more than a few meters in front of them, but they could hear the distinct sound of chains rattling, and dread set in as the realization dawned upon them. A monstrous silhouette emerged from the shadows, a dragon of colossal proportions, bearing a thick metal collar with chains wound tightly around its neck. In the dark expanse, where goblin trespassers were once fed to dragons as a form of punishment, poetic justice unfolded. The goblins, who had sought to reclaim their former glory, were now faced with the very creatures they had once commanded. The dragon, now belonging to a new owner, advanced with a predatory grace, its eyes gleaming with hunger. As the chains rattled and the cavern echoed with piercing shrieks, the goblin's fate was sealed. The dragon lunged forward, its immense jaws opening wide to consume those who dared to challenge the new order of Gringotts. Greed had led them into a trap of their own making, and now, they paid the ultimate price in the jaws of their once enslaved creation. When all of the intruders were taken care of and the night settled into a peaceful silence, the words carved onto the front of every Gringotts bank said all that was needed to be said. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. A/N, 1760 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 571, C571 Albus's secret weapon. Police car light insert swag gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. When morning dawned, what remained of the failed goblin intruders lay sprawled outside every Gringotts bank across the globe. Their lifeless forms, a grim testament to their ill-fated greed, sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. Discovering the goblin corpses, the unsuspecting passers-by let out terrified screams before hastily summoning the Aurors for investigation. Aurors arrived promptly at the scenes, their expressions a mixture of concern and confusion. The sight of the dead goblins raised more questions than answers, and the absence of any Gringotts employees added another layer of mystery. They attempted to contact someone within the banks for questioning, only to find them eerily empty. Peter's automation had rendered the once bustling institutions devoid of any presence other than customers. In the end, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement launched an official investigation into the mysterious deaths of the goblins. Aurors, equipped with their wands and investigative skills, collected the many bodies and brought them back to their headquarters for further investigation. Before lunchtime, the news of goblin bodies outside Gringotts branches became common knowledge. The wizarding media, ever eager for a sensational story, fueled the speculation with dramatic headlines and sensationalized tales. Every paper and magazine was ablaze with speculation, the wizarding world hungry for information about the peculiar events unfolding. As headlines spread, the wizarding populace was caught in a frenzy of theories and rumors. Though most people believed that the goblins had underestimated the defenses of the revamped Gringotts banks, which led them straight to their untimely deaths. Either way, conspiracy theories flourished, each more elaborate than the last, as the wizarding world tried to make sense of the shocking occurrences. Meanwhile, Peter and MJ, observing the aftermath from their vantage point at the central ward stone, relaxed as could be. Although all eyes in the wizarding world are currently on them, they didn't care one bit. After seeing his new defenses in action, Peter spent about an hour tweaking the ward stone, just to make sure everything was working perfectly, before spending the rest of the night with his lovely wife. They had watched everything, even the goblin in the London bank getting eaten, which wasn't a pretty sight. Watching the bodies getting found through the images projected from the ward stone, MJ couldn't help but turn to Peter and ask, "Did we have to leave them out there? I mean, they did try to break in, but won't this bring us more trouble with the government?" Peter simply shrugged. "We already have a problem with the government. We own the entire wizarding world's economy. They won't sit still, but who knows how long they'll take to make their move, so..." MJ's eyes widened in realization as she finished Peter's sentence. "So you put the bodies out there to draw them out? But will Dumbledore fall for that?" "I don't think he would, he doesn't strike me as being that dumb." Peter smirked. "First of all, at this point Dumbledore probably thinks that I'm some crazed murderer, so he might just fall for it and speed things up as we hope. And second, even if he doesn't fall for it, Albus doesn't control every magical government, let alone the British one. If they decide to come, then he can't stop them." Just as Peter hoped, the news of what happened at Gringotts prompted the British Ministry, alongside other magical ministries worldwide, to unite in a collaborative effort. By dinner time, a diverse committee, representing each magical government, marched purposefully into the London Gringotts, with Dumbledore leading the charge. Outside the imposing bank, a formidable army comprised of wizards and witches from every ministry stood in silent anticipation. Witnessing the fate of the ill-fated goblin intruders, they opted for a cautious approach, waiting to see if diplomacy would prevail before resorting to more forceful measures. As Dumbledore entered the open bank, the committee following closely behind him, an air of newfound confidence surrounded the venerable wizard. He called out into the grand hall, his voice echoing through the vast space, "Peter. You have guests. Come welcome us." The anticipation reached a peak as the crowd of ministry representatives braced for the confrontation. From their vantage point at the central ward stone, Peter and MJ, who were relaxing in bed together, observed the scene unfolding. "Huh, they actually came," MJ muttered. Peter smirked, "Of course they came. They're all greedy little rats, and we're sitting on all of their cheese." Dumbledore's uncharacteristic confidence did not go unnoticed. Confused but curious, MJ turned to Peter, voicing her suspicion that old schemer is up to something. "I've never seen him this confident before. At least not in front of us." Peter, sharing her uncertainty, nodded in agreement, deciding it was time to confront the approaching committee. Stepping out of a shimmering portal and into the lobby, Peter and MJ were met with a chorus of shouts from the committee members, all except Dumbledore, who maintained a measured silence. The room fell into a tense hush as Dumbledore finally spoke, raising a hand to quell the voices that clamored for action. In measured tones, Dumbledore addressed Peter, his words carrying a weight of authority. "Why, Peter, my dear boy, did you believe such a bold move could go unnoticed and unchallenged?" he inquired, his piercing blue eyes fixing on Peter. The wizarding world is not accustomed to sudden and radical changes, especially when they concern such important things as the economy. He reminded Peter that he had forewarned him about the potential consequences of his bold actions in taking control of the banks. With an air of calm determination, Dumbledore outlined the committee's purpose. "I'm afraid that we can no longer work together, as I offered you in our last meeting. Now relinquish control of Gringotts to us. I'd rather avoid violence and unnecessary deaths if possible." Peter, maintaining a composed demeanor, responded, "If you want what's mine, then you'll have to come and take it from me." His words caused the committee to begin shouting again, but after a stern glare, they turned silent rather quickly. "But know that all of you will die if that happens, even you Albus. I've spared your life twice already, and I won't do so a third time." Dumbledore sighed, a mix of disappointment and understanding in his gaze. "Will you not consider the greater good? Hearing him act so sanctimoniously, MJ couldn't help but shout, "What greater good? You're all just greedy little fleabags who want what isn't yours. At least have some decency and say it like it is instead of acting all high and mighty." "Quiet, girl. The men are trying to speak." A particularly snobbish-looking committee member spoke. Instantly, MJ turned to face him, her eyes burning in rage. "What the F***ck did you just say?" she asked, her voice so calm that it even scared Peter a little. "It seems that we won't be able to come to an agreement." Dumbledore, his confidence undiminished, raised his wand and cast a spell towards Peter, bringing this to where it was inevitably heading. Swift as the wind, Peter effortlessly slapped the spell aside, his spider sense alerting him to the nefarious intentions. The moment the spell veered off course, the amassed army waiting outside surged into the bank, taking the spell as their cue to attack. Yet, the ancient wards that Peter had reinforced with additional defenses proved to be an insurmountable obstacle. As the wizards and witches entered the wide-open entrance, the magical defenses sensed their hostile intent and retaliated with ruthless efficiency. In mere moments, the once formidable army found itself being decimated, the lethal enchantments showing no mercy to those who dared intrude. It was like a huge meat grinder, turning the army to paste as soon as they reached the doorway. While chaos unfolded outside, Peter faced Dumbledore. "You know you're going to die now, right?" Peter asked, his demeanor unworried and downright casual. "I mean, this might be the biggest mistake of your life, because you even dragged these idiots to their deaths alongside you." Albus, however, remained resolute, his wand dancing in the air as he continued to launch spells at Peter. The eerie confidence never wavered from his countenance, making Peter wonder what he was up to. Ignoring Peter's words, Albus pressed on with relentless determination, casting spell after spell in a display of magical prowess. Prompted by a nod from Peter, MJ leaped forward into the midst of the committee members, who have begun to draw their wands as well, her agility matched only by her deadly precision. With a swift, lethal dance, she dispatched them one by one, making sure to fulfill her husband's promise by killing each and every one of them. Peter, facing Albus head-on, couldn't help but let out a disappointed sigh. "You know, with all of this newfound confidence of yours, I was really expecting more. Whatever, let's just end this quickly. I want to get back to bed." As Peter disappeared in a burst of pure speed, heading straight toward Albus, a sudden bolt of deathly green magic soared towards him from an unexpected direction. Peter's instincts kicked in, and with a swift movement, he dodged the lethal projectile. Turning to identify the assailant, Peter was met with the chilling sight of an old man in a fancy black suit, around Dumbledore's age with a wand pointed menacingly at him. Insert picture of Gellert Grindelwald here. The air around the newcomer exuded malevolence, and Peter instantly guessed who it was. It was none other than Gellert Grindelwald, the Dark Lord Dumbledore was believed to have vanquished. A/N, 1615 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 572, C572 Peter vs Albus and Gellert. Police car light insert dance gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Peter, with a bemused expression, turned to Dumbledore, a condescending cadence in his voice. "Is this where you're getting your confidence from?" "Him." Peter pointed casually at Grindelwald, who glared back with evident disdain. The aged Dark Lord, seemingly treated as an expendable pawn, didn't appreciate being overlooked. Infuriated by Peter's dismissive gesture, Grindelwald wasted no time, launching spells in rapid succession. However, Peter, in a dazzling display of force, effortlessly slapped away each incoming spell with his bare hands. The sheer ease with which he deflected the magical onslaught left Grindelwald frozen in shock, his arrogance momentarily shattered. Recovering from the initial surprise, Grindelwald turned to Dumbledore, a hint of respect in his voice. "You were right about his strength, Albus. We might not stand a chance even if we combine our efforts." His realization echoed the doubt he initially harbored when Dumbledore sought his assistance. Now, faced with the undeniable truth of Peter's power, Grindelwald admitted that their chances were slim. Albus, his confidence waning, nodded gravely. The reality of Peter's overwhelming strength sank in, even for the revered wizard who had witnessed it multiple times already. "We'll have to work together if we want any hope of standing against him," Albus stated with a somber tone, acknowledging the dire situation. He had hoped that Gellert would stand a chance against Peter, as even Albus couldn't beat his old friend in a head-to-head battle. Even all those years ago, when Albus returned to Britain after killing the Dark Lord Grindelwald, he didn't dare face Gellert head-on. Instead, he pretended to join his friend's side before attacking him in his sleep. But instead of killing him, as the world was told, Albus locked Gellert up, unable to do the dirty work of killing the men he had tricked and betrayed. The uneasy alliance formed between Dumbledore and Grindelwald marked a rare collaboration born out of necessity. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air as they faced the daunting prospect of confronting Peter, a surmountable obstacle that made them feel small in comparison. Outside the bank, the chaos continued as the remnants of the magical army struggled against the fortified defenses. The lethal wards proved relentless, leaving no room for the intruders to gain a foothold. Blood flowed down the stairs leading up to the entrance and streamed down the streets of Diagon Alley. Soon enough, the remaining army, which was now less than half of their original numbers, were far too scared to go anywhere near the bank. Instead, they stood at a distance, mentally scarred from what they've witnessed and covered in the blood of their comrades. Some of them even ran off, unwilling to be anywhere near this cursed place anymore, choosing their lives over the greed that spurred them to come here in the first place. Back in the Grand Hall, MJ finished off the last of the committee members before walking back to Peter, her hands covered in blood. "I'm done, do you want help with them?" "I wouldn't mind fighting Dumbledore," she said, her hostility toward the headmaster flaring at full force. "Nah, I can handle it. You can go and get cleaned up. I'll be there once I'm done with them," Peter says as MJ nods and walks off, leaving him behind with Albus and Gellert, who let out sighs of relief. After all, they already had their hands full with Peter. If MJ joined in, then they really wouldn't stand a chance. Reading their thoughts, Peter couldn't help but laugh. "You two can team up all you want," he remarked with a smirk, "but it won't change the outcome. I hope you've prepared yourself for disappointment, and death, of course." Albus and Gellert, seeing no other option, launched a coordinated attack on Peter, their spells colliding in a chaotic symphony of colors. Yet, Peter effortlessly dodged each magical assault with an unhurried pace, instilling a growing sense of dread in the two wizards. His calm demeanor and seemingly inexhaustible agility painted a bleak picture for their chances. Pitiless, Peter closed the distance, leaving Albus and Gellert with nowhere to escape. With a burst of speed, he disappeared and reappeared behind Gellert, his hand slashing downward. Gellert, sensing the imminent danger, managed to evade the fatal strike, but not without consequence. Peter's swift attack severed Gellert's arm, leaving it to fall to the ground in a grotesque display. Gellert screamed in agony, blood squirting from the fresh wound, as Albus watched in shock. The once formidable dark wizard now writhed in pain, an unexpected turn of events neither had foreseen. Peter's dominance was clear, reducing the supposed masters of magic to mere mortals. Apologizing mockingly for the pain he caused, Peter stepped away from the splatter of blood near him. "I was going for a clean kill, but you moved. Next time, stay still if you don't want to feel unnecessary pain," he remarked casually, his tone adding insult to injury. The casualness with which he treated the situation only intensified the fear in Albus and Gellert. With a chilling calmness, Peter approached Gellert once more. "Here, I'll put you out of your misery. Just hold still for a second." Albus, desperate to prevent the impending doom, screamed, "Stop. Please don't dash." Ignoring the plea, Peter raised his hand again, the air crackling with an impending sense of finality. Albus, unwilling to stand by and do nothing, hurled spells at Peter in a frantic attempt to halt the execution, but each incantation missed its mark. With effortless grace, Peter sidestepped the magical onslaught, his focus unwavering. The inevitability of Gellert's demise hung in the air, and Albus could only watch in horror as Peter's hand slashed down with ruthless precision. Gellert's head separated from his body, the gruesome sound echoing through the grand hall. The decapitated head clattered to the floor, a dark testament to the one-sided nature of the confrontation. Albus, now all alone, screamed Gellert's name in anguish, his world unraveling before him. The silence that followed was broken only by Albus's anguished cries, and the once formidable duo found themselves humbled by the unexpected force that had befallen them. Peter stood amidst the aftermath, an ominous figure untouched and in pristine condition, a stark contrast to his bloody and gruesome surroundings. Albus stood amidst the aftermath of Gellert's demise, a cold realization settling in. Regret clawed at him, the weight of his choices sinking like a stone in his chest. His pursuit of power, wealth, and justice, fueled by a misguided sense of morality, had led to the death of his oldest friend and countless others. Peter, observing the dead look in Albus's eyes, shook his head in disappointment. "I warned you, old man. I told you they would all die. You may not want to believe it, but this is all on you," he declared, hitting the aged wizard right where it hurts. "You wanted what wasn't yours and brought all of them here, thinking that you could beat me with this failure of a Dark Lord dash." With a casual kick, Peter rolled Gellert's severed head over to Albus, which stopped in the perfect position to look right up at him, a shocked and fearful look etched in his dead face. "Was it worth it?" Peter questioned, as Albus stared down at his friend's decapitated head in horror. "All for some gold that you probably wouldn't even spend, or maybe because you didn't like me. Either way, they're all dead now. So, was it worth it?" The realization of the devastating outcome infuriated Albus to the point where he could barely think straight, let alone answer Peter's taunting question. Without a word, he hastily pulled out his wand. Unleashing a barrage of spells, some dark and forbidden, Albus sought to unleash all the power he could muster. "Die." In his desperation, he aimed to take Peter down with him, determined to fight until the bitter end. However, Peter remained unaffected by the onslaught. Calmly, he walked toward Albus, casually slapping away the spells as they came. Forbidden spells or not, they were all the same to him. With each step, Albus's resolve wavered, and he began to yield ground, cowering under the unstoppable force approaching him. Eventually, he found himself cornered, his back against a wall. Standing face to face, Peter effortlessly snatched Albus's wand from his trembling hand and snapped it in half, discarding the broken pieces over his shoulder. Albus, defeated and humiliated, fell onto his backside, staring up at Peter with a mixture of fear and resignation. Peter, devoid of any empathy, asked, "Do you have any last words?" Albus, looking up defiantly, pushing his fear aside for a moment as he declared, "I regret nothing in my life besides the moment that I met you. That's probably how most of my enemies feel before they die." With a nonchalant shrug, Peter swiped his hand once more, severing Albus's head from his body in the same manner as his friend. The gruesome spectacle unfolded, blood spraying as Albus's lifeless form crumpled to the ground. In the end, Peter stood in the blood-stained and corpse-riddled lobby, still without a single drop of blood on his body or clothes. Outside, the army had already run off, leaving behind nothing but the remains of their comrades. On a timer, the doors to the bank snapped shut, sealing the place for the night as Peter looked around at the mess that was left behind. "I'm not cleaning this. A/N, 1601 words, smiley face. The next chapter is when they will leave this universe. The boys is next. Time to kill some corrupt heroes. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 573, C573 The Boys. Police car light insert thug gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. Amidst the aftermath of the gruesome confrontation, Peter surveyed the lifeless forms of Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, their demise marking the end of his time in this universe. But before they headed out, Peter knew that his actions needed to resonate beyond the blood-stained lobby of the bank. He needed to send a message to the magical governments that had schemed to snatch away his banks. Or else they would definitely cause trouble for whoever Peter and MJ left in control when they left. Peter's gaze shifted to the scattered bodies of the committee members, each representing a different magical government. With calculated precision, he began sorting them based on their origins. Wizards and witches from various corners of the world lay lifeless, their ambitions extinguished in the face of overwhelming power. Opening portals beneath each group, Peter sent the bodies back to their respective governments. All across the world, portals opened up and deposited the dead, bloody figures onto the floors of high-stakes meetings, while others were dropped directly into the offices of presidents and ministers. The impact of their lifeless forms sent shockwaves through the political landscape, a visceral reminder of the consequences of greed and collusion. Horrified gasps filled the air as the bodies smacked into the ground, splattering blood and guts all over the place. The once shrouded plans of these magical envoys had crumbled, their ambitions exposed in the most brutal manner possible. The sheer audacity of sending back the deceased representative served as Peter's declaration that the cost of meddling in his affairs would be paid in blood. As the bodies fell from the portals, the once confident officials now faced the grim reality of their failed machinations. Some recoiled in horror, while others stared in disbelief as the room filled with the stench of death. The sight of their colleagues, now lifeless and broken, served as a stark warning against underestimating the consequences of their actions. In the Wisengamot, among the corpses that were delivered was the headless forms of Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, their fate unveiled in the most gruesome fashion imaginable. The highest wizarding court in Britain bore witness to the arrival of these prominent figures, their horrifying end reverberating through the magical community. The shock on the gathered wizards' and witches' faces mirrored the global astonishment as the news spread like wildfire. The once revered leaders, architects of a dark alliance, lay in disgrace before their peers. For a moment, the Wisengamot was plunged into an uneasy silence. The revelation of Dumbledore's demise left an indelible mark on the history of magic. After all, Dumbledore was known as the Merlin of his time, so his death came as an extreme shock. Among the bewildered and fearful faces were the older generation, who couldn't keep their eyes off of the severed head of Gellert Grindelwald, instantly recognizing who he was. A lot of time may have passed, and age certainly took a hold over the former Dark Lord's features, but how could these old wizards and witches forget the man that started a world war? Amidst the stunned silence, Peter's disembodied voice echoed through each hall. This is what happens when you try to play with forces beyond your control. Remember this lesson well. With those ominous words, the portals closed, leaving behind a courtroom filled with the weight of revelation and the scent of death. In the wake of Dumbledore's death and the revelation of Grindelwald's demise, the magical world plunged into chaos. News of the mysterious couple, who somehow defeated 2 of the strongest wizards known to wizardkind, echoed through every corner. As the days unfolded, representatives from every magical ministry found themselves standing outside their local Gringotts banks. The air was thick with tension as they sought an audience with the enigmatic couple who now held the keys to the magical economy. The once ambitious plans to seize control of these financial institutions had crumbled, replaced by a desperate desire for peace. Peter and MJ greeted the representatives with a calm demeanor, welcoming them with friendly smiles, which only served to scare their guests even more. The marble halls echoed with the hushed conversations between the visitors and the new owners. The air was charged with a palpable sense of deference as the magical world acknowledged the futility of challenging the guardians of the banks. "Yes, sir. M.I.M." began one representative, nervously adjusting his robes. "We understand now that our previous endeavors were misguided. We seek only to establish a peaceful coexistence and recognize your authority over the banks." Peter, leaning against the marble counter, regarded the representative with a measured gaze. "You've learned quickly," he remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "We don't want trouble. Keep your affairs in check, and there won't be any issues." The representatives, realizing the gravity of their situation, nodded in earnest agreement. The weight of the goblins' wrath paled in comparison to the unpredictable force that now held the reins over their economy. Gringotts had become an impenetrable fortress, which they could never hope to dream of seizing. Days turned into a series of diplomatic encounters as magical ministries from different corners of the world sought to establish a working relationship with the new owners. The once bustling Gringotts transformed into a nexus of negotiations and alliances. Peter and MJ, despite their reluctance, became inadvertent diplomats, navigating the intricacies of magical politics with an air of detachment. "Thank you, sir, we assure you that our intentions are peaceful," another representative pleaded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "We don't want any trouble. We just want to access our vaults." MJ, her expression unreadable, replied, "Access granted. Just remember, this isn't a playground. Cross the line, and you'll find out how much worse we can be than the goblins." The representatives departed with a newfound humility, their quest for control replaced by a wary acknowledgement of the new order. Gringotts, once a symbol of financial power, now stood as a monument to the consequences of underestimating the strength that Peter and MJ wielded. As the last representative exited the bank, Peter turned to MJ and let out an annoyed sigh. "This diplomatic bullshit is starting to get annoying." MJ smirked in response. "What? I thought you liked watching the wizards squirm." Peter reluctantly nodded his head. "Yeah. It's fun and all, but I'm ready to move on to the next universe already. Speaking of, have you narrowed down our candidates?" "Yeah, should I reach out and invite them over?" MJ asked. Peter nodded as he walked off. "Yeah, try to get them to come in tomorrow. I want to relax after all of these meetings." The morning sun cast a warm glow over the entrance of Gringotts as a diverse group of individuals arrived, each holding a letter that had invited them to a business proposal with the new owners. Among them were Nicholas and Pernelly Flammel, Rubius Hagrid, Molly, and Arthur Weasley, and the familiar faces of James and Lily Potter. As they gathered, a sense of uncertainty lingered, and the air was thick with unspoken questions. Insert picture of the Weasleys here. Nicholas Flammel, his age evident in the lines on his face, exchanged a curious glance with his wife. Rubius Hagrid, towering over the others, shifted uncomfortably, the death of Dumbledore still fresh in his mind. The Weasleys, Molly, and Arthur, appeared hesitant to even be here after what happened to Albus and everyone else. Suddenly, after waiting for a few minutes, MJ emerged from the back of the bank, her confident stride breaking the hushed murmurs. She introduced herself with a nod and motioned for them to follow. The group obediently trailed her through the labyrinthine corridors until they reached a spacious conference room, where Peter Parker awaited. Seated at the head of the table, Peter greeted them with a friendly smile, though the weight of the recent events lingered in the room. "Welcome, everyone. I appreciate you taking the time to join us." Murmurs of acknowledgement and uncertainty rippled through the group. James and Lily exchanged glances, recognizing Peter as the one who had saved them from the clutches of Voldemort. Hagrid shifted nervously in his seat, clearly uncomfortable with being here. Peter wasted no time. "I'll get straight to the point. For those of you who don't know us, I'm Peter and this is my wife MJ. And we won't be staying for long, so we need to hand over control of the banks to individuals we trust or find reputable enough for the task." Arthur Weasley, his voice edged with skepticism, spoke up. "Why didn't you just give the banks to the government in the first place? A lot of people wouldn't have had to die." Peter leaned back in his chair, his gaze unwavering. "I don't trust the government to handle these funds without exploiting the people. Besides, the banks belong to us, and we can do whatever we want with them. If I wanted to, I could go and sell the entirety of Gringotts to a homeless child on the street for a bean burrito, and no one could stop me." Questions filled the room, but after patiently addressing each one, Peter posed a crucial inquiry. "So, are any of you interested in owning the banks?" The Weasleys, unable to reconcile their loyalty to Dumbledore, declined, rising from their seats. MJ, rising alongside them, escorted the ginger coupe out, leaving behind a smaller but intrigued group. As the remaining individuals weighed their options, Peter passed over contracts to each of them. The documents outlined their ownership, with Nicholas and Pernelli Flammel holding the majority and having the most control. Why do we get the most control? Pernelli questioned, eyeing the contract skeptically. Peter leaned forward, explaining, you're older and more experienced, especially when dealing with greedy governments. After all, you've somehow managed to keep the Philosopher's Stone guarded for who knows how long. James, who read his contract alongside his wife, suddenly asked. This says in exchange for our stake in the bank, we have to hand over our family's invisibility cloak. Peter nodded, yeah, is that a problem? No, it's just. James froze for a moment before continuing. Why do you want it? It's just a cloak of invisibility. You can probably have a better one made. Peter simply shrugged. Because I want yours. The group deliberated, read, and eventually signed their contracts, even the Potters, who immediately handed over the cloak. Now, Peter held two of the three hollows, the stone and the cloak, while MJ held the third, the wand. As the ink dried on the contracts, the weight of responsibility lifted from Peter and MJ's shoulders and settled firmly on theirs. After ensuring that the new owners of Gringotts understood the intricacies of the magical banking system and responding to the Flammel's myriad of questions, Peter and MJ bid farewell to the bank. The marble halls, once filled with whispers of power and greed, were now in the hands of those they deemed trustworthy. As they stepped out into the crisp air of Diagon Alley, the familiar surroundings seemed both different and unchanged. Peter and MJ exchanged a glance, satisfaction evident in their eyes, knowing that they had left their mark on this universe. After walking for a moment, the couple portaled to Godric's Hollow, where their multiverse ship was parked, tucked away in the remains of James and Lily Potter's destroyed cottage. Climbing the stairs of the broken structure, they reached the room where little Harry had once slept, only now occupied by their TARDIS-like ship. Just as they were about to open the ship's doors and embark on their journey through the multiverse, a distinctive pop echoed through the room. Dobby, the free elf with large, tennis ball-like eyes, stood before them, a hesitant but hopeful expression on his face. Dobby noticed that Master and Mistress was leavin', he said, a mix of excitement and nervousness in his voice. Does you still be needin' an elf? Peter's gaze softened, and he exchanged a glance with MJ. Of course, Dobby. We'd be glad to have you take care of us, but you'll have to leave this universe with us. Dobby tilted his head in confusion. Dobby doesn't know what that means, but he's willing to follow Master and Mistress anywhere. With a snap of his fingers, Peter opened the ship's doors, revealing the vast interior that defied the laws of space. Then welcome aboard, Dobby. Dobby's eyes widened in awe as he stepped into the ship, marveling at the expansive space concealed within. It's bigger on the inside. Dobby exclaimed, a mixture of joy and wonder lighting up his features. Peter chuckled, pleased with the elf's reaction. Yeah, they all say that. As Dobby explored the unknown ship, Peter initiated the departure sequence. The ship began to hum, its exterior phasing out of reality as it prepared to traverse the multiverse. With a final surge of energy, the ship disappeared completely, leaving behind the remnants of Godric's Hollow and the universe they had briefly called home. In a grand meeting room inside of a tall skyscraper, Starlight, the newest member of the Seven, the world's most famous team of superheroes, found herself in a nightmarish predicament. Insert picture of Starlight here. The notorious Deep, a member of the team she just joined, had an evil smirk on his face as he dropped his pants, exposing himself out of nowhere. Insert picture of the Deep here. Whoa, whoa, WHWH whoa, hey. Starlight's quickly covered her eyes. Look, you're gorgeous. The Deep says as he begins stroking himself off right in front of her. I wasn't talking about sex. She says, unsure of how to handle this situation. It's just a little bit of pole smoking. We don't have to have sex. He says, his arm jetting up and down over and over. It's just a question of how bad you want to be in the Seven. Excuse me. Starlight asks incredulously, dropping her hands to see him walking towards her with his pants around his ankles. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop. Take it easy. Deep says as he stands directly in front of her, his member only inches away. Settle down. We're just talking here. And look, I know that you're powerful. I get it. Your powers are no joke. The thing is, I'm number 2 around here. So, if I say so, you know, you'd be out in a second. What? She exclaims, her mind reeling at this point. I mean, Iowa's sweetheart, the defender of Des Moines returns home to mommy, her tail tucked between her legs in shame after being kicked out of the Seven. He says, his words getting more vicious by the second. Just think of all the kids who look up to you, they'd just be shattered. That's not what you want, right? Hesitantly, Starlight shook her head, her mind whirling a million miles a second. Good, now get on your knees and be a team player, will ya? he says, his smirk widening as she does as she's told. See? It's not a big deal, is it? Now all your dreams can come true. Just as the situation teetered on the edge of a dark outcome, a sudden disturbance disrupted the twisted scene. A low hum echoed through the room, and the air crackled with energy. Above the deep, a blue, English phone box materialized, phasing into the universe with seamless precision. The ship, taking its place in this universe, descended rapidly, casting a looming shadow over the pantsless superhero. Starlight, frozen in shock, watched as the vessel plummeted like a celestial hammer, targeting the exact spot where the deep stood. In an instant, the ship made contact with the deep, its impact echoing through the tower. Starlight's horrified eyes witnessed the once threatening hero squished beneath the immense weight of the ship, his blood and guts slashing all over her kneeling form. The grotesque scene unfolded before her, relieving her from the clutches of the deep's coercion in the most unexpected and brutal manner. Starlight, her initial shock giving way to a mix of relief, disgust, and disbelief, slowly stood to her feet. Suddenly, the doors to the phone box burst open as a handsome man peeked his head out. Yo. A/N, 2,740 words, smiley face. Such a long chapter. Police car light. Give gemstone stones. Gemstone pleading face. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 574, C574 Castration. Police car light. Insert Jesus gift /PICs here. Most likes wins. Police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy. Yesterday's gift winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, a hero must rise to dethrone Ben Bagman's reign. It's gone on long enough. Rise, brothers and sisters. Take the throne, crown. Peter and MJ stepped out of their ship, finding themselves in an unexpected location, a boardroom with sleek and modern design. However, the sight that greeted them was far from the usual business meeting ambience. A blood-soaked blonde woman in superhero attire knelt on the floor, her eyes fixed on the remains of the infamous deep. Hey there, Peter greeted, a friendly smile on his face. Ah. What's with the blood? You on your period or something? MJ rolled her eyes before slapping her husband across the back of the head for his bad joke. Sorry about him, she apologized to Starlight, a worried look on her face. Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Starlight, still processing the abrupt turn of events, continued staring at the remnants of the deep. Her eyes shifted to Peter and MJ, who stood directly on top of the gruesome scene. She opened her mouth to respond but seemed unable to form coherent words. Oh, crap. What the hell is this? MJ remarked, glancing at the blood pooling beneath their shoes, staining her soles. Ugh, seriously. Peter grimaced, quickly moving away from the blood. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, he and MJ's shoes were cleaned, the blood vanishing in an instant. Starlight, now breaking out of her stunned state, watched in disbelief as they performed this seemingly magical act. Did you guys do that? She finally managed to ask, her voice tinged with a mix of shock and curiosity. Peter looked nervously between Starlight and the remains surrounding his ship. Yeah, we have some tricks up our sleeves. He nodded, gesturing to the gruesome scene. We did this, didn't we? Starlight nodded dumbly, confirming their suspicions that their arrival inadvertently led to the deep's demise. As the reality sank in, MJ began to profusely apologize. Oh my God. We're so sorry. We didn't know. She said, her sincere remorse evident in her eyes. However, Starlight, still processing the bizarre situation, suddenly snapped out of her shock. She looked at Peter and MJ with a mix of gratitude and relief. Thank you. You have no idea what you just saved me from. Confused by her sudden change in demeanor, Peter scratched his head. Saved you? What? Was this guy about to kill you or something? He asked, his and MJ's apologetic demeanor melting away. After all, if he was a bad guy, then they didn't really care. Starlight, realizing the misunderstanding, clarified, no, he wasn't trying to kill me. You saved me from something else. I was about to do something that I would have regretted for the rest of my life. As she expressed her gratitude, Peter and MJ exchanged puzzled glances. But before they could delve deeper into the conversation, the sound of blaring alarms all throughout the building disrupted the moment. And seconds after the alarm started, the boardroom doors burst open, revealing a squad of heavily armed security personnel who swiftly surrounded the trio. Peter sighed. Guess we're not getting a warm welcome. Get on the ground, now. Each security guard yelled, one after another, their guns trained on Peter and MJ. Starlight, realizing the potential danger, stepped forward, attempting to de-escalate the situation. Hey, wait. They aren't intruders. At least, I don't think they are. This is all just misunderstanding, she explained, her hands raised in a gesture of non-aggression. However, the guards, fueled by their training and the urgency of the situation, paid little heed to her words. "We don't take orders from you, ma'am, so please step out of the way," one of the guards said dismissively, his attention turning back to Peter and MJ. Peter glanced at MJ, a bemused expression on his face. "Are they serious?" he muttered under his breath. Refusing to comply with the order, Peter and MJ casually stood their ground. Starlight, growing increasingly frustrated, attempted to intervene. "Hold on, this is all just a crazy accident. Let me explain. They saved me." She went on to give a brief explanation of what the Deep was doing to her, which shocked Peter and MJ, who now realized why she was thanking them earlier. But the guards, entrenched in their protocol, remained unyielding. Ignoring Starlight's pleas, they intensified their demands, the tension in the room escalating with each passing moment. "Enough of this," Starlight snapped, her patience wearing thin. "I said, they're not the threat here. You need to listen." As the guards continued to ignore her, Starlight huffed in frustration before turning to Peter and MJ. "Look, I know this is messed up, but they're not backing down. Just do what they say for now." Of course, Peter and MJ wouldn't be doing that, as right now, they were having a telepathic conversation with one another. "Is this another fictional world or not? Because it's not very familiar to me." MJ asked Peter. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the show that I've been trying to get you to watch with me for the last month." Peter responded, recalling all of the times he nagged MJ to watch it with him. "Ah. Now I regret not watching it. What was it again?" "The guys." She asks, her voice laced with regret. "The boys, but that was close enough." Peter corrects her before explaining, "Just know that almost every hero in this world is a horrible person." "Starlight seems nice," she said, almost asking if that was actually the case. "Yeah, she's a part of the very few who aren't pieces of human trash." Peter responded in agreement. In the midst of the standoff, Starlight, desperate to get to the bottom of the situation, asked a crucial question. "How did you even know about this?" "They just arrived, and I doubt that they triggered any alarms." One of the guards, stern and unyielding, responded, "Translucent called it in. He said intruders broke in and killed the Deep. That's all we need to know. Now step aside." Starlight's eyes widened at the revelation. In the chaos of the moment, she realized that another so-called hero, whom she once looked up to, Translucent, the Invisible Man, had witnessed the Deep's actions against her and opted not to intervene whatsoever. She was sexually assaulted and nearly R***ped, yet he did nothing until the Deep was killed. "Screw this!" Starlight exclaimed, her fury rising. "Translucent, show yourself right now." Her demand echoed through the room, but there was no sign of the invisible hero. Anguish and betrayal filled Starlight as she grasped the reality that another hero had betrayed her trust and expectations in the most reprehensible way. She began to wonder whether joining the Seven was actually a good idea. In an outburst of anger, Starlight screamed at the invisible Translucent, "What a coward. No wonder your power is invisibility, you don't even have the courage to show yourself. I was almost R***ped by the fish be it starred and you were just going to stand there like some voyeuristic cuckold." She didn't know if he was actually in the room anymore, but her words needed to be said, so she simply let them flow. Unable to bear witness to this any longer, MJ took matters into her own hands. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a whip made of eldritch energy, lassoing it tightly around Translucent's invisible form, who was slowly making his way out of the room. Yanking him across over to Starlight, she forced him to materialize, revealing his shameful, naked presence at her feet. Insert picture of Translucent here. The guards, agitated by the unexpected turn of events, prepared to open fire. However, Peter intervened, snapping his fingers and putting them all into a deep and peaceful slumber. The room fell silent as the guards collapsed, unconscious, their weapons clattering to the floor beside them. With Translucent at her feet and the guards peacefully slumbering, Starlight turned her attention to her unlikely saviors. The shock of their otherworldly powers lingered in her wide-eyed gaze. It was as if Peter and MJ wielded magic, yet the disbelief remained etched in her mind. As Translucent found himself captured and exposed, he retaliated with a barrage of threats, "Let me go. Once Homelander hears about this you'll all be screwed." Annoyed by the arrogant villain's voice, MJ decided to take matters into her own hands. She sent a surge of electricity through the eldritch whip, causing Translucent to scream and twitch in pain. His confident demeanor shattered by the sudden shock. With Translucent incapacitated, Peter turned to Starlight, an inquisitive expression on his face. "What do you want to do with this creep?" he asked. Starlight, still processing the surreal situation, nervously questioned, "What do you mean?" Peter explained their options. "We can let him go, give him a beating, maim him, or even kill him, if you want. We'll help you no matter what choice you make." Starlight, faced with the gravity of the decision, froze. The prospect of taking a life weighed heavily on her, and the ethical dilemma left her paralyzed. Translucent, seizing the opportunity, laughed defiantly. "You stupid, King A. Shoals. I'm invincible. You stupid mother-f***ers. I'm King Translucent. I'm indestructible. It's only a matter of time before someone finds us. And when they do, you're King dead. Annoyed by the foul language and taking Translucent's words as a challenge, Peter turned to Starlight with a dangerous smile creeping its way onto his face. I can kill him for you, if you want. He offered. The sinister suggestion put a momentary chill in the air, even worrying the seemingly invincible Translucent. Shaking her head vehemently, Starlight refused to resort to killing. However, Translucent, still under the illusion of invincibility, remained confident that his durability would protect him either way. Respecting her choice, Peter nodded, but MJ had a different perspective. Her disdain for creepy, perverted stalkers fueled her actions. With a swift motion, MJ pointed her free hand between Translucent's legs, firing a focused beam of eldritch energy. Arg. The villain's scream echoed in the room as the destructive force disintegrated his family jewels, bypassing his invincibility with ease. Translucent writhed in pain, a mixture of shock and agony etched on his face. The illusion of invincibility shattered along with his most vulnerable and precious parts. MJ's expression remained stoic, her disdain evident as she delivered a decisive blow against the voyeuristic villain. Starlight, witnessing the punishment, couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. While she had refrained from taking a life, the torment inflicted upon Translucent brought a certain satisfaction. The line between justice and revenge blurred in that fleeting moment of retribution. A/N, 1788 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 575, C575 Deathly Hallows. Police car light insert Antichrist GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. The night sky was a canvas painted with twinkling stars and gray clouds, a serene backdrop to the ominous events unfolding. Homelander, hovering high in the air, watched intently as the mayor of Baltimore and his son chatted in his private jet. Insert picture of Homelander here. Earlier in the day, he overheard a secretive conversation between the mayor and his with Madeline Stillwell, Vaught's senior vice president of hero management and the person responsible for managing the superhero team, the Seven. His laser-sharp eyes narrowed as he listened to their conversation through the bugs he planted in his boss's office. The mayor of Baltimore somehow knew about Compound V, the very serum that grants all superheroes their amazing abilities, a truth that had to remain buried. After all, if the public or the government learned that it was a serum, and not an act of God, that gave each hero their powers, then all hell would break loose. A wicked grin twisted Homelander's lips as he formulated a plan to safeguard Vaught's dark secret. With a menacing determination, he soared into the night, intercepting Mayor Daniel's private jet mid-flight. The unsuspecting mayor and his young son enjoyed the night sky through the jet's windows, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Suddenly, the young boy's eyes widened as he noticed a familiar figure through the window, his excitement skyrocketing. Daddy! Look! It's him! It's Homelander! And just as the mayor saw the figure flying alongside their plane, Homelander struck with ruthless precision, bisecting the aircraft with his laser eyes. The jet burst into a fiery inferno as its 2 sides spiraled out of control, taking the lives of everyone on board. Their joy extinguished in an instant, replaced by the unforgiving flames of Homelander's wrath. As the wreckage plummeted to the sea, Homelander soared upward, away from the tragic scene. The echo of the explosion lingered in the night air, a haunting reminder of the collateral damage left in his wake. Homelander, cold and unmoved, was about to vanish into the night when his phone buzzed ominously. Retrieving the device, he answered the call from Vought, his steely gaze never leaving the descending plumes of smoke below. What? Homelander demanded, his voice a low growl of annoyance. Sir, we have a situation. Intruders have breached the building and supposedly killed the Deep. The guards we dispatched to stop them have not returned either, a nervous Vought representative relayed urgently. Homelander's eyes flashed with a mix of annoyance and curiosity. That smelly fish is finally dead. I'll handle it. With that, he hung up, the cool detachment returning to his features. In an instant, Homelander shot into the sky, leaving behind the wreckage of the mayor's jet, which just crashed into the ocean before sinking down to the bottom, disappearing completely. In the aftermath of Translucent's agonized dismemberment, Starlight stood frozen, torn between the principles of heroism and the satisfaction of seeing justice served. As MJ took matters into her own hands, disintegrating the invisible villain's most sensitive parts, Starlight grappled with the dilemma of whether to condone such vigilante behavior. Translucent rolled on the floor, cradling his wounded crotch as he screamed, "Arg! King BTCH! I'll kill you! I'll butcher your whole King family!" Ignoring Translucent's mad ravings, MJ approached Starlight and with a wave of her hand, effortlessly cleansing her from the bloody remnants of the Deep's demise. "Are you all right?" Do you need anything? Concern etched across her features, MJ began a series of questions, ensuring Starlight's well-being after the traumatic events that had unfolded. The unexpected kindness from these strangers left Starlight with conflicting emotions, her perception of heroism shifting in the face of their unconventional methods. Starlight nodded dumbly. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. Interrupting the moment, the wounded hero kept screaming at them. Who the FCK are you thanking, re? As Translucent's profanities persisted, irritating Peter, he intervened by snapping his fingers, inducing a deep slumber upon the foul-mouthed idiot, similar to the guards. Instantly, the room fell silent, the only sounds being the unconscious guards and Translucent's sizzling crotch. While Translucent lay incapacitated, MJ guided Starlight away from the chaotic scene. Concerned for the young heroine after all that's happened, MJ's decided to provide all of the comfort and support that she could. She may not know this universe or its characters as Peter does, but when it comes to Starlight, she couldn't help but want to help the poor girl. Starlight, on the other hand, felt as though she was being mothered, but in the end she decided to just go along with it. This is actually kind of nice, she thought as MJ pulled her along behind her. As they moved to the other side of the room, away from all of the bodies and the gruesome remains of the deep, MJ gestured to Starlight, and offered, we should probably get you out of here. Some fresh air would help clear your mind after, well, everything. Hesitant but grateful, Starlight nodded her head. Okay, sure. But we have to come back later. I need to explain everything that's happened to my boss. With a nod of agreement, MJ waved her hand, conjuring a shimmering portal before them. Starlight's eyes widened in surprise, marveling at the seemingly magical abilities these two possessed. She couldn't help but wonder about the extent of Peter and MJ's powers. After all, they seemed to be quite versatile and useful. As they stepped through the portal, leaving behind the unsettling events, Starlight couldn't shake the feeling that her life had taken an unexpected turn, intertwining with these enigmatic strangers. During their departure, Starlight hesitated and turned back to glance at Peter and MJ's ship. Uncertain, she asked, should we be leaving your phone box thing behind? Peter, with a casual shrug, replied, thanks for worrying, but it's safe. No one in this universe is strong enough to touch our ship, let alone get inside. Starlight raised an eyebrow as she looked back at the normal-looking phone box. This universe? Ship. She couldn't help but read into Peter's words. As everyone stepped into the portal, which began to close behind them, Peter glanced back just in time to catch a glimpse of Homelander floating outside the window, his glowing red gaze fixated on them. But before he could make his move, the portal snapped shut, leaving behind a bloody room full of sleeping figures and an odd-looking blue phone box. As Peter, MJ, and Starlight stepped out of the shimmering portal, the serene surroundings of a quiet park welcomed them. MJ, sensing the need for a private conversation, guided Starlight to a park bench, leaving Peter to wander off on his own, which he didn't mind. After all, they were probably going to talk about what the Deep did to Starlight, so a man's presence probably wasn't welcome at the moment. Recalling the newly acquired possessions, which he looted from the last universe, Peter pondered whether or not he should take out the Deathly Hallows. FCK it, he thought. In a secluded corner of the park, he carefully pulled the resurrection stone, the invisibility cloak, and the elder wand from his storage necklace, placing them on the ground before him. Cautious not to hold all three simultaneously, he set out to examine each hallow, one by one. For the next half hour, Peter delved into the magical essence of the resurrection stone. His scans revealed its ability to summon ghosts, who haven't moved on to the afterlife or entered the cycle of reincarnation, a power he found somewhat underwhelming. After all, ghosts could be summoned through spells as well, rendering the stone less extraordinary than he initially hoped. Disappointed, Peter moved on to the Elder Wand, expecting grand revelations. To his chagrin, the Elder Wand, while undoubtedly a potent magical conduit, proved only marginally superior to other wands. The whispers of its legendary status fell short of the reality Peter faced. Last but not least, the invisibility cloak, touted as a tool of unparalleled concealment, brought its own set of limitations. Though it could render the wearer unseen, it left sounds and smells untouched, a potential liability, especially for someone with heightened senses like himself. After meticulously scanning each hallow, Peter sighed in contemplation. The tales of the three brothers and the mastery over death seemed more like folklore than a tangible reality. Picking up each hallow one by one, he awaited a mystical revelation that never came. No ethereal embodiment of death appeared, no proclamation of mastery echoed through the quiet park. Peter let out a sigh. I guess it was too good to be true. With a tinge of disappointment, Peter accepted that the hallows were not the keys to the fabled mastery over death. They were potent magical artifacts, yes, but their significance fell short of the mythical narrative that he read about. As he gathered the hallows back into his storage necklace, Peter couldn't help pout as he made his way back across the park. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the multiverse, as soon as Peter took hold of all three hallows, a cloaked figure floating in a realm of pure darkness opened its ominous glowing eyes. Interesting. A/N, 1562 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 576, C576 The 7. Police car light insert Grim Reaper gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown. In the towering headquarters of Vought, the air hummed with anticipation as the remaining members of the 7 gathered, minus the deep, now deceased, translucent, hospitalized, Starlight, gone with the mysterious intruders, and Lamplighter, who had retired. Homelander, an imposing figure, stood in front of Peter and MJ's multiverse ship, his piercing gaze fixated on the peculiar blue phone box. As each hero arrived, Homelander, Black Noir, Queen Maeve, and A-Train, Homelander remained in front of the ship, seemingly oblivious to their presence. The room buzzed with confusion and annoyance, the heroes exchanging puzzled glances as they awaited an explanation for this unusual behavior. Finally breaking the silence, Maeve, a woman who looked like a Wonder Woman wannabe, asked, "Okay, I've had enough, what's the deal with this British phone box?" Insert picture of Maeve here. A-Train, a man dressed in a slim-fit blue bodysuit, nodded alongside her, "Yeah, why is it here? I thought this was about what happened to Deep and Translucent." Insert picture of A-Train here. Black Noir, a mysterious man in all black, including a face mask which hid his identity, kept silent, seated calmly in his chair. Though even he stared at the blue box in curiosity. Insert picture of Black Noir here. Homelander turned his head slightly, his icy gaze still partially fixed on the mysterious box. "Figure it out yourself. Just step up and punch it." Maeve raised an eyebrow, exchanging bewildered looks with the others. "Okay." Without another word, she stood from her seat, striding over to the odd blue box. Winding back her fist, she threw a powerful punch towards it, expecting it to crumble under her strength. To her surprise, just inches away from contact, an invisible barrier materialized around the phone box. Maeve's punch collided with the unseen force, and the room resonated with a faint hum as the barrier effortlessly absorbed the impact. And it didn't end there either, as suddenly, the barrier retaliated with a burst of energy, amplifying Maeve's own strength tenfold. The unsuspecting hero was sent hurtling across the room, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. Shock and confusion painted the faces of the remaining members of the 7. All except Homelander, who's already been through this exact same experience only a few hours earlier. Eyes wide, Maeve struggled to rise from the floor, blood dribbling from the corner of her mouth. She felt as if she had taken a direct hit from Homelander at full force, a sensation she knew all too well. Gasping, she managed to utter, what the hell is that thing?" Homelander, finally turning his attention to his team, replied with an indifferent tone, "I don't know, but I'm going to find out." The room fell into an uneasy silence as the heroes stared at the enigmatic blue phone box, now emanating an aura of mystery and danger. Fear mingled with curiosity as they contemplated the bizarre power it possessed. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Maeve glared at the object that had bested her. Where did it come from? Did the people that killed the Deep leave it behind? Homelander, still studying the phone box, offered no answers. That was until the doors to the room swung open and beautiful blonde businesswoman came walking in, drawing his attention away from the strange box. Insert picture of Madeline Stillwell here. Madeline, Homelander greeted her with a smile, his demeanor shifting to that of a love-struck boy in an instant. "Sit." She orders as she takes out a flash drive and plugs it into a nearby flat-screen TV. "We have much to discuss." Although Homelander didn't take kindly to being ordered around, he ultimately shrugged it off and did as he was told. Madeline Stillwell just so happened to be one of the only people in the world whom he would allow such leeway. Not only was she the manager for the 7, but also a mother figure for Homelander, who grew up as a lab rat, devoid of any parental love or care. And that's where Madeline came in. She showed him just a glimpse of motherly love, exploiting him for all he was worth. As Homelander took a seat, Madeline turned the TV on and pressed play, the room now bathed in the cold glow of the screen. "Pay attention," Madeline's voice sliced through the air, indifferent to the tension building in the room. A-Train and Maeve shifted uncomfortably in their chairs as the video began to play, shocked and appalled by what they saw. The footage unfolded, revealing a scene that sent shockwaves through the already uneasy assembly. A-Train, unable to contain himself, leapt from his seat, shouting, "You have cameras in here." Madeline, unfazed by A-Train's outburst, simply nodded, "Of course, we do." "Now, pay attention," her focus fixed on the unfolding drama on the screen. The video showcased the Deep's vile actions, Starlight's compromised position, and the disturbing power dynamic within their team. The room quivered with a mixture of rage, disbelief, and dread. Maeve's hands clenched into fists as she witnessed the reprehensible scene involving Starlight and the Deep. The atmosphere grew even more charged when the blue box appeared above the Deep, crushing him in an instant. The heroes exchanged uneasy glances as they turned to eye the box in question. The video continued, unveiling the mysterious intruders who emerged from the blue box. Speculation swirled among the seven about the identity and motives of these mysterious figures, wondering why they would leave such a powerful artifact behind. The room buzzed with uncertainty as they absorbed the unfolding revelations. As the hidden cameras captured the guard's intrusion and the events leading to Translucent's loss of certain family jewels, Homelander's attention wavered. His gaze fixated on MJ, the newcomer with a captivating blend of powers and cruelty. Lust danced in Homelander's eyes as he found her intriguingly attractive, a dangerous allure that mingled with the unfolding chaos on the screen. Finally, Starlight, their newest member, departed through a mysterious portal with the Deep's killers, leaving Homelander arriving just seconds too late to catch them. The video concluded, leaving an air of tension that lingered in the room like a storm on the horizon. Madeline rose from her seat, her gaze commanding the attention of the remaining members of the seven. We need to find Starlight, but under no circumstances are you to start any fights. Simply bring her back, so we can settle this before it gets out to the press. She spoke with authority. We can't afford any sexual harassment scandals getting leaked, so be on your best behavior. Nods of agreement rippled through the room, a tacit understanding among the uneasy heroes. Homelander, his piercing gaze unwavering, questioned, what about the other two? Madeline's response was measured, make contact. See if they're willing to talk. The Deep's death seems to be an accident, and we can treat it as such if they're willing to cooperate. Madeline couldn't say it explicitly, but she really needed Peter and MJ to cooperate, or at least captured alive. Due to the fact that neither of them had a profile in the company's database, her higher-ups were curious as to how they managed to get their powers. After all, Vought keeps track of every man, woman, and child who've been given Compound V, and neither of the mysterious intruders were among them. Homelander pressed further, and if they aren't willing to comply. Madeline's reply was stern, then treat them like the murderers they are, but bring them in alive. As the gravity of the situation settled, Madeline declared a change in their meeting location. By the way, you'll be using a different room for the time being. This one will be taken over by the research department, who'll focus on studying the blue phone box and how it works. The heroes, unfazed by the prospect of changing meeting rooms, filed out of the space, contemplating the task ahead. The room, once a hub of secrets, would soon be dissected by the curious minds of the research department. Outside, the remaining members of the seven dispersed, their mission clear, find Starlight and the mysterious figures who emerged from the blue box. Meanwhile, in a quiet, yet opulent hotel room, Starlight, emotionally drained from the recent events, found solace in MJ's arms, drifting off to sleep after releasing all of her pent-up emotions. Her tears flowed freely as she recounted how the heroes that she once worshipped betrayed her expectations in the worst way possible. Gently cradling the exhausted hero, they carefully transported her to a nearby hotel, the city's neon glow casting a soft radiance on their path. As they arrived at the hotel room, Peter and MJ set Starlight down on a comfortable bed, ensuring she was tucked in securely. The silence of the room embraced them, offering a stark contrast to the chaos that unfolded upon their arrival. Starlight's breath steadied, and her eyes closed, succumbing to the restful embrace of sleep. Turning away from the peacefully slumbering hero, MJ faced Peter with a look of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Okay, explain more about this universe. Peter smirked, regretting not watching the boys with me, aren't you? MJ rolled her eyes before reluctantly nodding her head. Yeah, now explain already. Anything for my lovely wife. Peter said as he called out. Dobby. With the sound of a pop, the now well-dressed elf appeared. Yes, master. Peter pointed at Starlight. Watch over her while we're gone. Your mistress and I are going to get some food. Yes, sir. The little elf saluted dutifully. Turning back to MJ, Peter held out his arm for her to take. Come on, I'm starving. I'll explain everything as we eat. A/N, 1638 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 577, C577 flash at home. Police car light insert cooking gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, will he ever fall, crown. Sitting at an outdoor table of a quaint restaurant a few blocks away from their hotel, Peter finished explaining the twisted universe they found themselves in, world where heroes were corrupt and downright villainous. So, yeah, they're all basically just A*shoals or psychos. MJ listened intently, her eyes reflecting a mix of disbelief and concern. Just as Peter concluded his recap, MJ furrowed her brows and asked, should we have left Starlight alone? I mean, if the heroes here are practically villains, it might not be safe for her to be alone in the hotel. Peter casually shrugged, sipping his drink. She'll be all right. We've got our little butler watching over her. Besides, she needs some rest after everything that went down. Before MJ could press further, a sudden strong gust of wind blew by as a blue blur shot down the road. Ah! What's that? MJ muttered as she squinted, faintly catching sight of the blur. And just as that wind appeared, suddenly, a fist hurtling toward Peter's face. However, with a casual movement, Peter effortlessly raised his hand, catching the punch midair. Turning his head to the side, Peter saw A-Train, the speedster hero, staring at him in shock. After all, catching a punch from the fastest man alive was no small feat, as the impact of the caught punch resonated through the area, shattering some nearby windows. Bystanders on the street and in nearby shops turned their attention to the commotion. Excitement rippled through the crowd at the sight of a famous hero in the flesh. Murmurs spread, speculating on whether the man holding A-Train's fist was a criminal or perhaps a new, powerful hero. Many people pulled out their phones and began to record the exciting scene before them, hoping to post it on social media or simply watch it again later. A-Train, attempting to pull his fist free, struggled against Peter's vice-like grip. Let go, ugh. The bones in A-Train's hand creaked and cracked under the pressure, eliciting a pained grunt from the speedster. Peter maintained the hold, unyielding as the hero's attempts to free himself proved futile. In the midst of the unfolding scene, Peter broke the silence. You know, it's considered rude to interrupt a couple during a romantic meal. A sly grin played on Peter's face as he glanced at MJ, who sat beside him, watching the confrontation with a glare directed at A-Train. After all, Peter gave her a brief explanation about each character, and A-Train was certainly among the corrupt heroes in this world. His lack of control over his speed led to him killing an innocent woman, which has probably already happened at this point. Sorry Huey, but I don't think we made it in time to save your girlfriend. Peter thought sadly. Peter frowned as he recalled the scene in the show where A-Train ran by faster than the eye could see and crashed into Robin, practically disintegrating her upon impact. All that was left were her hands, which Huey held tightly in shock, the love of his life disappearing before his very eyes. But maybe I can help you get some revenge. Peter thought, wondering if he should just kill A-Train now or wait until Huey is around and let him do it. A-Train winced in pain, realizing the consequences of his failed attack. The onlookers continued to gawk at the spectacle, capturing the moment on their smartphones. The atmosphere shifted from excitement to anticipation, wondering how this unexpected encounter would unfold. Do you know how to speak or what? Peter asked, still waiting for the speedster to reply. A-Train, still frozen in shock, struggled to form coherent words as Peter decided it was time for a reality check. With a swift, determined movement, Peter pulled A-Train closer, the speedster's eyes widening in realization. The onlookers, now a captive audience to an unexpected showdown, held their breaths in anticipation. Here, snap out of it, Peter muttered, a smirk playing out on his lips. With a resolute swipe, he wound his hand back, delivering a resounding backhanded pimp slap across A-Train's face. The sharp crack echoed through the street as the speedster went hurtling backward, crashing into a parked car with a deafening thud. The car groaned under the impact, metal bending and warping as A-Train completely totaled it. Blood dripped from A-Train's nose and mouth, a vivid contrast against his costume. The speedster lay on the pavement, disoriented and shaken from the unexpected retaliation. The crowd gasped collectively, torn between shock and morbid fascination, their phones capturing every moment of the escalating confrontation, some even live streaming it. Peter, unfazed by the spectacle, rose from his seat and approached the fallen hero with measured steps. He looked down at A-Train, who struggled to rise, disoriented and dazed. You heroes really need to learn some manners, Peter remarked, his tone carrying a mix of disdain and disappointment. As A-Train attempted to regain his composure and pick himself up off the ground, Peter simply raised his foot and rested it on the back of his head, harshly forcing him back down onto the pavement. The spectators, a mix of awe and fear etched across their faces, took a collective step back, creating a makeshift perimeter around the unfolding chaos. A-Train, now flat on the ground, struggled against Peter's boot, a mixture of humiliation and anger in his eyes. Get the F***ck off of me, he finally managed to snarl, his voice shaky. Peter grinned, adding some weight onto his foot, grinding A-Train's face into the road. And why would I listen to you, he asked, emphasizing each word with a little extra weight on his foot. Aergrg. A-Train screamed as his skull began to creak under the weight and his face began to bleed, shredded from the rough pavement below. As A-Train struggled in futility, Peter's attention suddenly shifted to sky above as a commanding voice echoed throughout the area. Release him. Billy Butcher, a rugged man with a perpetual scowl etched onto his weathered face, leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Huey, whose disheveled appearance mirrored the grief and anger within him. The dimly lit shop served as a backdrop for Billy's intense persuasion, emphasizing the urgency of their clandestine mission. Insert picture of Billy Butcher here. Insert picture of Huey here. Listen, Huey, mate, it's not that hard. I just need you to plant a bug in Vought Tower for me. The sooner, the better, Billy urged, his voice a gruff whisper. We can't let these F***king soups keep doing whatever the hell they please. Don't you want help me take down the men that killed Robin? Huey, lost in his thoughts of revenge against A-Train, suddenly jumped as his phone started beeping like crazy. The sudden influx of notifications interrupted Billy's impassioned plea, as Huey pulled out his phone to see what's going on. Annoyed by the interruption, Billy shot Huey a sharp glare. "What the hell are you doing? This is serious business," he growled, a mix of frustration and impatience evident in his tone. Ignoring Billy's scolding, Huey's eyes widened as he saw videos and live streams flood his social media accounts, showing A-Train, his most hated enemy, being manhandled and beaten by an unknown man. The videos captured every brutal moment, from the caught punch to the humiliating beatdown that followed. "What's going on?" Billy demanded, his curiosity piqued. He peered over Huey's shoulder, catching glimpses of the unfolding chaos on the screen. It's A-Train's. He's..." Huey exclaimed, a mix of disbelief and satisfaction in his voice. Billy, despite his tough exterior, couldn't help but feel a spark of intrigue. His eyes widened as he couldn't recognize the man who was stomping A-Train's face into the road. "Who's that guy?" "No idea," Huey replied, a devilish grin playing on his lips. "But it's about time someone knocked that F***er down a peg." Billy, torn between the urgency of their mission and the unexpected turn of events, weighed his options. "Bugger it," he muttered, reaching for his own phone. "Show me the videos." As Billy and Huey huddled over the screen, their focus shifted from Vought Tower to the street brawl involving A-Train. The videos showcased the unknown assailant's ruthless display of power, leaving both men in a state of disbelief. "Is this happening right now?" Billy asked. Huey nodded, opening a live stream for him to see. "Yeah, I think so. I know where this is." "Let's go," Billy declared, his mind racing as he rushed out of the store and into his car, followed by Huey, who needed to see A-Train's demise in person. Meanwhile, back at Peter and MJ's hotel, Queen Maeve entered with a purpose, her presence drawing bewildered glances from the reception workers. Unfazed by their surprise, she displayed pictures of Starlight and inquired if anyone had seen her. The workers, recovering from their initial shock, quickly nodded their heads and gave her the room number. Taking the elevator to the designated floor, Maeve located Starlight's room and decisively kicked the door open. The sight inside halted her momentarily, an emotionally exhausted Starlight, tears staining her face as she slept. A pang of guilt struck Maeve as she observed the aftermath of the turmoil Starlight had endured. Gazing at the slumbering hero, Maeve grappled with remorse, realizing she could have done more to protect her from the callous nature of the Seven. Each member, herself included, had proven to be far from virtuous, and Maeve acknowledged her failure to shield Starlight from the harsh realities of their group. "I'll look after her this time. I won't let this happen again," she swore to herself. As Maeve moved to wake Starlight, an unexpected intrusion disrupted the solemn moment. A sudden popping sound echoed, and an unusual short, gray-skinned, and large-eyed figure materialized before her very eyes. Maeve's eyes widened in disbelief, completely caught off guard. "Master said no one is to interrupt Lady Star's sleep." The odd creature spoke, shocking Maeve even more than she already was. Before she could react, Dobby snapped his fingers with an eerie precision. And suddenly, a forceful energy propelled Maeve out of the room at breakneck speed, her body hurtling through the air before crashing into the hallway wall with a loud bang. "Ugh!" Maeve grunted in pain. What the hell was that? Looking up at the room, she saw the little being staring at her as the door slammed shut, sealing her off from the room and leaving her bewildered in the hallway. A/N, 1783 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down.